sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
My mama done told me
Get it before it's history. Hiya, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, kid.
Get it while it's hot. Take the seventh race, closing wall.
Hey, mister, could you please help a blind man? Could you let me have $1 for my first square meal in a week?
You mean your first shot in an hour, don't you, Jake?
Huh? Oh, Mr. Marlowe, hi.
How are you?
Sorry I didn't recognize you. Must be these dark cheetahs.
Yeah, must be. How's business, Jake?
Oh, I seen better. You too, huh?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you're just standing around here in front of your office for the fresh air, maybe.
No,
Oh, no, don't tell me that ain't it. I got it.
Huh?
You're making a rendezvous, a secret meeting, huh?
No, Jake, I'm just waiting for something.
Holy catfish! Look at that jerk out in the middle of traffic. The guy with the suitcase. Getting out of that cab right in the middle of the street. Hey, he's coming this way.
And he acts like the guy I'm waiting for, suitcase and all. Here, Jake, here's a starter on that meal. I'll see you. Goodbye.
I got you. So long, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks a million.
Sir, tell me quickly. You're Mr. Marlowe, Philip Marlowe?
That's right. You're Roth Winkham?
Correct. Mr. Marlowe, is your car nearby?
Yeah, right over there.
Good. Well, Mr. Marlowe, we've got to get out of here. My very life may be in danger. And if you've been seen with me, sir, yours as well. Quickly, Mr. Marlowe. We must be off.
Yeah. Well, this way, Mr. Winkham. My new client was right out of Charles Dickens, but I bit my lip and tried to play it straight. We piled into my car and took off. Mr. Winkham, his owl eyes glued to the rear window, watched and worried hard about whether we were being followed. But finally, he was convinced that we were safe. He relaxed his grip on the suitcase and fumbled for a cigarette. Roth Winkham was maybe 50 and had a large, bald head on a small, well-dressed body that just couldn't sit still. Also, it was at least 3 to 1 that the gentleman had ulcers. He was the type.
Keep driving, please, Mr. Marlowe, and do watch the rearview mirror.
Okay.
Now, sir, what exactly did I say to you on the telephone?
Well, you wanted me to fly to Chicago tonight with a suitcase that contained an item worth $20,000, which was earmarked for some museum, right?
Oh, yes, the Asheville Museum.
Yeah, and you said something about an eccentric here in L.A. who owned the item. That's about all I caught. That and the fact that you were very worried.
And I still am. Now, first, Mr. Marlowe, a word about the man who was
First,
found...
Mr. Winkham, a word or two about the item itself, huh? You know, I can't afford to play carrier pigeon without so much as a peek. It's too much like leading with my chin. Now, what is it?
A gold cobra.
A gold what?
A cobra. A snake, sir. Made of 250 separate links, each some 2 inches in diameter and each solid gold.
Links, huh? That makes the snake flexible like the real thing, is that it?
Yeah, precisely. And the cobra's hood, Mr. Marlowe, is spun gold.
Oh?
Originally, the object was a ceremonial piece. It comes from India, from a kingdom that no longer exists. Mordecai Ziff bought it there several years ago.
Mordecai Ziff, huh?
Yes.
He's the eccentric who lives here in L.A.?
But perhaps intellectual is more the proper term.
Oh.
He lives near here in the Hollywood Hills. And he is the one who is presenting the cobra to the museum.
I see. Well, tell me, what's your connection, Mr. Winkham?
I am a friend, Mr. Marlowe. Mordecai and I studied together in Europe many years ago.
Really?
We have remained fast companions through the years. And now that his health is failing, he is a man of 60. I wish very strongly to repay his kindnesses. But I need your help to do it.
Yeah, well, that brings us to the party following you. Who's that?
A creature named Akbar, Mr.
Akbar?
Marlowe. Yes. He's an East Indian, and he wants the cobra. Badly. That's all I know of him, except, sir, that he has no claim, morally or legally. He's merely a fanatic.
Yeah, well, that's not to be sneered at. It's a full-time job. Tell me, what does this Akbar look like?
Well, he's thin, he's dark-skinned, dark hair, vicious, cold eyes. You'll have to be on the other... Mr. Marlowe, behind us, sir, that taxicab. We're being followed. Drive, sir!
You see who it is?
No, but it could be Akbar. Try to lose him.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. The cobra's in the suitcase here, right?
No, this suitcase is empty.
Oh?
A decoy. The gold cobra is in a similar bag that has been checked at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel. Turn again, Mr. Marlowe. The cab is gaining.
Right.
Now, sir, this envelope contains the claim check for the bag, as well as your airline ticket to Chicago. Also, there's a $100 bill included.
Oh.
And you'll get another one when we meet tomorrow night in Chicago. I'll look for you at the Dearborn Street station at 8 o'clock. He's still with us, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, and that's a red light ahead. We can't slip through.
Then it's time for me to go. And time for Akbar to follow me. Me and the empty bag. Good luck, Mr. Marlowe. I'm counting on you, sir.
By the time the light had changed, the spry Roth Winkham had already made it to the sidewalk, the empty suitcase conspicuously in hand. And when my rear view mirror showed the cab had given up the chase, I figured the quantity known as Akbar had taken the bait and followed Winkham. All of which made my next stop the check room at the Beechwood Plaza Hotel.
Yes, sir, what'll it... Well, hello. Can I be of some assistance, maybe?
I wouldn't be surprised. But at the moment, I just want my suitcase. Here, honey, it's a black bag.
A black bag?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here we are. Number 4511. Number 4511. Comes out even. Must be yours, all right.
Yeah, it must be. Thanks, baby. Here. Small token of my Oh.
What's the matter, handsome? Your wife just waltzed in?
No wife. Just trouble. Goodbye, princess. My first glance at the man standing in the hotel entrance was almost enough. A lot of people could have jet black, unruly hair on top of a flyweight build, but very few people had that kind of wild, sparkling eyes. They were reserved for fanatics named Akbar. When he spotted me and started coming in a hurry, it was time for me and the suitcase to head for the nearest exit. I took a side door just beyond the check room, and from there ran the length of the narrow, twisting corridor that led to the rear of the hotel, and out to the alley where I'd parked my car. There I ducked behind a pile of trash cans, slipped my hand over the .38 in my shoulder holster, and waited. But after a full minute went by, I figured that it was safe to go to my car. And it would have been, if the striking redhead crouched on the seat inside hadn't been holding an also-striking pistol. Just made for ladies.
Don't bother getting in the car, Mr. Marlowe. In fact, don't do anything but hand over that suitcase. Here, on the seat.
Your mind's made up, huh?
Definitely. And keep your hands at your sides. Now, let me have those keys you're holding. Come on, toss them here.
Yeah.
Now, turn around. Thank you. I'm glad you're cooperative.
Don't mention it. It's your winning smile. Anything else?
Yes. Walk in the direction you're facing. Go on.
Walk it is, baby. But first tell me, who do I see for my car?
Don't worry. It'll be returned safe and sound.
Yeah, what about the suitcase? It's got all the clothes I have in it.
Oh, sure. You look so fetching in gold cobra, don't you? Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
The shock of fire red hair gunned my car the length of the alley and then swerved on two wheels into the busy street beyond and was gone. I followed to the end of the alley and started walking toward the hotel. And I saw something else. It was Akbar running toward a hack stand. He had also seen my car disappear, and that obviously meant that he wanted the first cab in line to take him someplace in a hurry. But the driver was waiting for a fare, which forced him to the only other cab in line, and almost gave me time to get to him. Almost. But not quite. That left only an outside chance that Akbar had tossed an address to the driver before he knew that the cab was taken. Yeah, but it was an outside chance that paid off.
Yeah, sure he gave me an address, pal. You know, I had the flag down. I got an old doll inside.
Yeah, listen, friend, this counts. What was that address? Come on, the right answer's worth 10 to you.
A saw?
The same. Here.
Oh, no.
All right, what was it?
Let me think, pal.
Come
now,
on,
hold
come on,
everything,
come on.
pal. I got it. Outpost Road, number 818, I think. Yeah, 818 Outpost Road.
818 Hollywood Hills, huh?
Uh-huh. Someone up there you know, pal?
It could be. Get moving. 818 Outpost
But,
Road.
pal, I already told
I already
you.
heard you. There's another 10 in it, and let's forget the old doll. Come on, Buster, roll.
Well, pal, a corner mansion there is 800 outposts, so this next job must be it. Whew. Looks like the Taj Mahal joint.
Yeah. That plus enough grounds to build a ballpark, grandstand included. I'll get out here, take the driveway on foot.
Okay, pal, whatever you say. Hey, you want me to wait?
Yeah, you better. No, I think I see my own car up there. Here's the 10, thanks.
Okay, pal. So long. Hey, give my love to the Roger, huh?
Brother, what a backdrop for a harem. 50 beautiful girls, 50.
Kindly stand just where you are. This rifle is loaded and the safety not on.
It was hard to believe. At the top, a genuine African pith helmet, and under that, a pudgy, cherubic, smiling face with red roses for cheeks and dimples, an inch deep. And the rest fit, too. A round little body dressed in a khaki shirt, riding breeches, and polished leather boots. Happy of the 7 dwarfs and jungle get-up. But there the individualism ended, because like everybody else I'd met tonight, his interest was in the cobra, exclusively.
Now, Mr. Whoever you are, where is that snake?
Have you tried the grass? I understand snakes love it.
This is not the time to jest. There's nothing funny about that cobra.
Not unless $20,000 happen to tickle your funny bone.
For the last time, where is the cobra? The truth.
Okay, the truth. Frankly, my friend, I haven't the slightest idea. Honest, I haven't. Happy folded up on one punch like it was built on hinges. I headed for the Taj Mahal on a run. But when I was past my car and had gone the slippery length of a tiled porch that led to a pair of half-open etched glass doors, I slowed to a walk at the sight of a single light that came from a beaded lamp in a room inside. Then I came to a full stop. The room was about the size of a basketball court with plush decor that was strictly Far East. An elderly man wearing a bright yellow satin robe and also bright yellow satin turban was stretched out. Glassy eyes staring at the ceiling. The front of his robe an ugly blood stain. Beside him was the lady with the red hair, and next to her the suitcase that wouldn't stay put. It was a good time for me and my 38 to announce ourselves. Well, this certainly outclasses the alley, doesn't it, Red?
What?
And now it's your turn to keep your hands at your sides.
What do you want here, Marlowe?
Did you kill him?
No. Oh, no, I didn't. Believe me, I didn't. I hated Mordecai as if, but I wouldn't do this.
No, of course not. How could I even think of it? You only stick up people in alleys, steal cars, walk off with gold lucky pieces worth 20 grand or better, huh?
Marlowe, I didn't do this. My gun hasn't even been fired. Here, look.
Don't try it, Red. I'll look when I'm ready. First, I want to make sure the gold cobra is still intact.
Of course it is. I never let it out of my hands.
We'll see. Stay right where you are, baby. Don't move. I can unlock this with one hand and cover you with the other. Okay. Now we'll know if the cobra's... Look out!
Marlowe, it's real, a cobra.
Steady, Red. Don't move. No. Oh, baby, you shouldn't have killed the lights. That makes the next move the cobra's. And my gun's worthless.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Gold Cobra.
We got one good look at a live cobra rearing up out of the suitcase, its hood distended, flicking its glossy, forked tongue, before the only lamp in the room shattered on the floor in a blue flash, and total darkness surged in. For an endless moment, there was silence, as soft and thick as black velvet. Then we heard it. The snake was moving. We listened to it crawl slowly out of the suitcase, ease itself across the table, and slither to the floor.
Marlowe, it's coming toward us.
Stand still, baby. Freeze. Don't move a muscle.
I can't do it, Marlowe.
It's our only chance. Do you hear me? No matter what happens, don't move.
Marlowe, I'm getting dizzy. I'm afraid I'm going to pass.
No, baby.
out.
Hang on, I tell you. Now, Red, listen to me. Talk. Start talking. Don't stop. But talk softly.
I...
Who are you, Red? Tell me. What's your real name? Tell me.
Abigail Seaburn.
All right, who killed Ziff, Abby?
I...
Who was it? Come on, answer me. Keep talking.
I don't know, Marlowe. I told you the truth.
Why did you come here to Ziff's place?
He swindled my Aunt Marcella out of all her money before she died.
Yeah, go ahead.
Money that was supposed to come to me.
Swindled her how?
He was a mentalist.
Yeah.
A fake mind reader and fortune teller. He told her lies that made her keep giving him money until there was nothing left.
Atta girl. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up. Why did you take that suitcase away from me at the hotel? Answer me, Abby. Think. Come on.
I spied on Ziff. I found out about the gold cobra.
Yeah, go ahead.
I knew if I once cut my hands on it, I could force Ziff to return the money he tricked my aunt out.
Keep talking.
Oh, Marlowe, I can't. I can't stand it that awful.
Quiet. Listen.
There's someone in here.
Yeah. Who's there? Who is it?
No!
He made it out the door.
The cobra struck at him, Marlowe.
Sounded like it was clear across the room from us. Now, look, Abby, stay where you are. Don't move. I'm going to see if I can find a light switch on the wall behind us. Stand real still, Abby. You hear anything?
No. Oh, hurry, Marlowe, please.
Believe me, baby, I am. There ought to be a switch here someplace. There's got to be a switch. Yeah, here it is.
Thank heavens, light again.
Where's that cobra?
I don't see it, Marlowe.
We'd better spot it. That thing's loaded with sudden death.
But it's not here, I tell you. It's gone, Marlowe, it's gone.
Yeah, I guess you're right, for the time being. But in case it comes back, you better keep that gun handy.
Where are you going?
After the guy who beat it through that door. Right now, it pays to be ahead of the game. But not too far ahead, Abby. Do you understand?
Oh, yes. At this point, mister, I'll do anything you say.
All right, then wait here for me. And keep your eyes open wide. This cobra's not the only killer loose in this joint. The door opened into a long passageway that offered as much chance to duck for cover as the inside of a loaded cannon barrel. And it was so narrow that if the cobra had found its way out there, it would be within kissing distance when we passed. The hair on my neck remained at rigid attention while I edged along the hall toward a dim light at the end that came from a heavily draped green waiting room. In the center, facing halfway from me, was Akbar, the tousle-haired East Indian. His face was even grayer than before, and his hand trembled as he mopped his glistening forehead with a silk handkerchief. When I stepped in, he saw me from the corner of his eye. His face went stony. Only his right hand moved. It dived under his jacket for a weapon, but I brought my gun down hard on the point of his shoulder. His arm went limp, and a knife as wicked as the back end of a scorpion bounced across the floor.
Dog, you'll pay for this interference.
Not on the installment plan, Buster. We're going to settle up right now. How come the live cobra in the suitcase you're so anxious about?
A fiendish trick.
Yeah, and in the dark, it almost caught you, didn't it?
True, but fortune smiled and the cobra missed.
Yeah, but fortune's a fickle lady, Buster. Come on, talk it up. Just what are you trying to promote?
The return of this sacred gold cobra to its rightful place. The temple of my ancestors in India. The blasphemy perpetrated by Mordecai Ziff will end only in the restoration of the gold cobra. And I am prepared to do whatever I must do. to accomplish this, even to paying money for it.
Or killing?
Or killing. Death is transitory and therefore inconsequential.
Well, the Homicide Bureau has other ideas, Elephant Boy. So maybe we better just... I hate to leave you alone, Akbar, but you're better off in the long run. I watched just long enough to see Akbar melt toward the floor. Then I ran back along the narrow corridor to where I'd left Abby. When I stepped in the door, I stopped cold. She was facing me from across the room, her eyes wide with fear, her mouth still twisted from a scream. Directly behind her was an opening in what should have been a blank wall, and inside it, staring out with fixed, hypnotic eyes, was a coiled cobra. Only this one was solid, gleaming gold. I started toward Abby, but I stopped again because there was a gun in my back.
That's quite far enough, Marlowe.
Roth Winkham. What is this?
You aren't going to like it, Marlowe, not one bit. Give me your gun. Give it to me.
Get it yourself.
I wanted to warn you, Marlowe, but he said he'd shoot me. He took my gun, too.
Come on, Winkham, why the switch?
Believe me, Marlowe, when I hired you tonight, I expected a much less bizarre ending to all this. I intended you to be peacefully on your way to Chicago by now, with the gold cobra safely in tow.
Still just a favor for a friend, huh?
Not exactly. That part was a small lie. Mordecai Ziff was my partner.
Your partner?
Yes, my dear. When we felt it was time to move east again, I decided to break away from Mordecai and keep the gold cobra for myself, alone. But I needed help.
Because a fanatic named Akbar turned up who had his eye on the cobra, too?
Get over into that empty car, both of you. Go on, get over there. Move.
Take it easy.
No tricks with the pottery, Marlowe.
You shoved him into
Never mind. Leave that vase alone. Get back in the corner.
So it was you who killed Ziff, huh?
I hated him for every one of a million indignities I've suffered at his hands. As soon as I was sure you'd picked up the gold cobra, I came back here, and I killed him. I just finished it
when I got here.
Yes, young lady. I didn't know about you, but I managed to get out of here before you blundered in with that empty suitcase.
Empty suitcase? That's what you think.
That's what I mean. There on the table, empty, as it has been from the outset. Just as empty as the decoy I used. Obviously, Mordecai suspected my intentions to steal the gold cobra after all.
It was a bit more than that, Winkham, honest. Oh, what a cozy pair of chums you and Ziff must have been. You really don't know what he put in that bag, do you?
What are you talking about?
Ziff had a surprise all set for you, Winkham. It was
Marlowe, look. The snake, it's coming out of that vase.
Holy smoke, Winkham, there's a live cobra behind you.
I don't blame you.
Listen to me, will you?
Marlowe. Oh, that's such an old stunt. Stay back.
Marlowe, it's
Winkham,
coming.
kill it, I tell you, it's right behind you.
Stop it. You're only wasting time. No. I'm bitten.
Oh, no.
He's out, and it's no help, baby. That thing's still between us and his gun. Get behind me, back in the corner.
Oh, Marlowe, we're trapped. We can't get past it.
Get back, will you? Maybe I can throw my coat over it long enough.
Hey, anybody here? What's the matter?
Oh, it's the jerk in the pith helmet. Hey, you! Over here!
What in the world's going on, anyway?
Get over here with that rifle, will you? Hurry!
What's the meaning of all the... Bertie! Good heavens, my cobra.
Kill it, will you? Shoot!
Quiet. You're in a spot, folks.
No fooling.
She's got you within striking distance, so don't move. Just stand still. Very still. Come on, Birdie. Birdie, now. Come on. Take a look at the end of the rifle, Birdie. See the hole? That's it in the end. Fascinates you, doesn't it? Steady, folks, don't move. Keep looking at the little hole in the rifle, Birdie. That's right. Now back up. That's the way. Into the sack, Birdie. Little more. Now put your head in like a good girl. Ha! That does it. Now we've got you safe and sound in the sack.
Oh. Whoever you are, brother, you're a genius.
Crumpler's the name, Otis Crumpler. Snakes are my business.
Most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yes. The most amazing thing.
Abby. Abby!
Why, she's fainted. Well, what's wrong? Was she bitten?
No. But I know what she means. Look, if you don't mind, Crumpler, I think I'll sit down myself. Right here. Well, when the police finally moved in, they gave the degenerate Taj Mahal a long once-over, and then we adjourned for more questions and answers to the hospital where Abby Seberg was getting a nerve back and Akbar was nursing the split scalp I'd given him. And while Otis Crumpler and I waited for the word downstairs in the coffee shop, Roth Winkham, my client, was busy dying of cobra venom, in spite of Crumpler's best efforts.
Well, that's the way it is with cobras, Mr. Marlowe. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Sugar?
No, thanks, no. He had it coming, Otis.
Oh, both of them did. Mordecai Ziff was a slimy sort, too. He'd been snooping around my snake farm for several days.
Oh?
And then tonight, when Birdie turned up missing from her cage, I just knew that he was behind it some way. But I couldn't figure why anybody wanted to steal a cobra. You know what I mean?
Yeah, vaguely.
Phil, guess what?
What? Oh, Abigail Seberg is well enough for coffee. Sit down.
Oh, it's better than that. The police think there's a good chance that Akbar will be able to buy the gold cobra and I will get the money. How do you like that?
I like it fine. Where are we going to spend it?
Oh, well, I know a certain kind of snake bite remedy I'd like to try right now. I think we deserve it, mister. It comes in bottles, and they call it scotch.
Oh, no, not whiskey.
Oh?
Oh, not for snake bite. Oh, no.
No.
No, that's the very worst thing you could do. You see, it stimulates the heart and makes the blood go faster. And that...
And that, Mr. Crumpler, is exactly the idea. Come on, Phil.
You know, there are many things that can lead to romance. Usually it's moonlight. Sometimes it's a bit of a song. But whoever heard of a snake playing Cupid? Yeah, well, there was a snake in the Garden of Eden. Yeah, but come to think of it, he kicked up quite a fuss.
Phil? What are you thinking?
Snakes. What are you thinking?
Apples.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps you keep feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Lou Krugman, Bill Lally, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I caught a killer on a lonely pelican's roost. It took a fistfight on the sidewalk, a flyweight drummer with an ice pick in his back, and a vicious meeting on a yacht to do it. That plus the color of a girl's hair.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Bedside Manners.
Get your hat and hit the street.
Piper, get your paper. Hi, Mr. Marlowe.
Hiya, Tommy.
Paper tonight?
Okay, kid. Here you are.
Thanks. Take it easy now.
Sure.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe, your change. Just a minute. Mr. Marlowe, watch it. This car, look out. Hey, yo. Driver, red light. Holy cats, call an ambulance. Somebody hang on, Mr. Marlowe. Don't try to move. You're going to be okay. Just take it easy.
Well, that's the way it happened. 2 weeks ago. When they scraped me up off the pavement, I felt like everything must have been broken. But finally, the doctor boiled it all down to a fractured tibia and assorted bruises. Headed me 10 days in the hospital, tangled up with enough pulleys, weights, and trapeze bars to rig a circus tent. After which, I managed to get sprung to the peace and quiet of my own apartment. There, on a special bed in my living room, I spent 4 days scratching my broken leg through an inch of plastic cast while I worried about the business I was missing. Until finally, Ordine Patterson, a girl with a multi-million-dollar estate I'd worked for once, insisted on seeing me immediately about a job, one she was sure I could handle, even flat on my back.
Phil, it's about my brother, Maynard.
Oh, another jam, huh?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, I gotta get comfortable. I guess your father knew his son pretty well when he left. Yeah, he left all that dough in your hands, Ordine.
Yes, only this time, I sincerely believe Maynard's learned his lesson, Phil. He's worried sick. And frankly, so am I.
So am I, if I can straighten this leg out. Well, if you think I can help in this condition, it can't be too serious.
Right.
Hey, before you sit down, reach me a cigarette, will you?
Yeah, sure. Sure, Phil. Here it is.
Oh, thanks.
Phil, last Saturday night, Maynard went out on a binge. He got home at 4 o'clock in the morning, awfully intoxicated.
No, it's not unusual for Maynard, is it?
No, except this time he was frightened, Phil. Scared stiff.
Oh, what about?
Well, that's just the point. We don't know. He was so drunk he couldn't remember anything. Didn't know where he'd been or with whom. Oh, Phil, it was terrible.
Well, if this was last Saturday, why are you so worried? Anything had happened, surely by now you'd have heard.
Yes, but something did happen, Phil.
Oh?
This morning I got a phone call from a man who meant business, believe me. I made notes on a memo pad while he talked so I wouldn't forget any of it. Here, that bag, here, read it.
No. This is fish. Fish?
Yes, fish.
Tell Maynard 50 G's. Important. Money by tomorrow or trouble.
Then he hung up on me, Phil.
Fish? Did you and Maynard ever hear of him before?
Well, I certainly didn't, and when I asked Maynard, he didn't know him either. He had a cold, heavy voice and spoke with a thick lisp.
You want me to peg this fish for you?
Yes, so I'll know why Maynard owes that much money.
Well, now, look, baby, I'm bedridden. I'm stuck. I can't even move.
I know that, Phil, but you have the phone here, a lot of contacts, and plenty of diplomacy. If this is something I can get Maynard out of by paying that money, then I'll pay.
Okay, baby, I'll try. But look, if it's outside the law,
You'll turn Maynard in. Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right, where do I start? Where did he start Saturday?
At the Colony Club with a female named Fay Altman. Well, whatever happened must have begun there. That's why I thought of you, Phil. You know the Colony Club.
Well, I know their Scotch is Johnny Walker. Sid Rayfield's the owner, that's all.
Well, that may be enough. Will you want to talk to Maynard?
Yeah. Send him over in about an hour, will you?
Yes, he'll be here. And that Altman girl's number is Sunset, 0144.
0144.
Yes.
Okay, Ordine, I'll get in. At least my dial finger isn't... just a minute. Hello?
That's Fish, Marlowe.
What?
Fish. I know my pigeon's with you now. I followed her. Don't clip her wings, pal. Back out now while you still can. I'm warning you.
Phil, who was that? You look upset.
Yeah, well, my my horse just ran fourth. Look, you better run along now, Ordine.
Well, okay, Phil.
And stay out of dark corners, huh? In spite of my sitting duck position, I told myself that a private detective who listens to warnings today is out of business tomorrow. So I put in a call for Sid Rayfield at the Colony Club. Sid was out, so I left a message for him to get in touch with me. Next, I tried Fay Altman, but the Sunset number went unanswered. After that, I started checking for the next best thing to legs I could think of. A guy named Hunger Malloy. By profession, a roving bookie. By appearance, a slouch in threadbare hound's tooth propped against any convenient lamppost. Hunger, by some peculiar instinct, either knew or could find out about anything, especially slightly illegal. And because I'd once pried him out of a tight spot, he loved me like a brother. I finally located him in a pool hall on Melrose and told him what I needed to know. He promised it was as good as done and was off to the Colony Club and I would hear from him. Well, that left me with nothing to do but scratch my cast again, worry about my gun being in the desk drawer in my office, think about fish, and wait. Things went like that for 45 minutes and then... Come in. Who is it? Who's there?
Why, it's me. Hunger.
Oh.
What's the matter, Philip? You're jumpy.
Yeah, I'm real glad to see you, fella.
Likewise. How you feeling under the weather, huh?
Yeah.
How's it been?
No, it's bothering me a little.
Look, I brought you some flowers.
Oh, Hunger, you shouldn't have.
I know. I tried to get long stems, but them plants in the park ain't doing so good this year. Hey, listen, are you sure you gave me the right dope on the phone, Philip?
Sure, I'm sure. Why? What'd you find out?
Ah, that's just it. Nothing. I went to the Colony Club and got talking around, but not one thing worth noticing went on there Saturday night.
Well, maybe it started there and moved out, huh?
Yeah, I tried that. Some of the customers went out to the valley after to shoot a little dice. Another bunch moved down to that big joint on Adams for some poker. That's all.
Gambling, huh? Could be a gambling setup. Were they big games?
No, just the usual. Nothing extra at all.
Oh.
And especially, I couldn't pin down a thing on any 50 G's changing hands.
Are you positive, Hunger?
Well, you don't ask too many questions in that league, Philip, but I'm pretty sure nobody got rich or I'd have heard, you know? I got a hint, at least.
Yeah, well, look, what about this guy named Fish?
Blank. Some new faces in town, but no high rollers answering to Fish.
And a background on Fay Altman?
Yeah, some. Pick and shovel clean, in a nice way.
Uh-huh.
Been digging nuggets here and there for a year or so. The latest is the gill-edged punk you want to know about, Maynard Patterson.
Uh-huh.
Say, can I have one of these?
Yeah, go ahead. Feed your face.
Incidentally, they was among those present at the colony Saturday night, if that means something to you. And that's about it, Philip.
Okay, Hunger. Thanks a million.
I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, but I think you're getting a bum pitch.
Oh, well,
You know, in fact, visitors. Hey, I got a back way out of here. It won't look so good.
Sure. Bedroom, Hunger. You can go out the window and down the fire escape. Hey, wait a minute. Is that a new shirt?
No, I come into a bit of clink, so I had it washed. I hope you're feeling better, Philip. I'll see you.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, come in.
14, my sister said you wanted to see me, Mr. Marlowe. Sorry about your leg.
I'm sorry about it, too. I can't get comfortable. Hey, I hear you really tied one on the other night, huh, kid?
Yeah, but I'm through, Mr. Marlowe. I swear it.
Yeah, sure. Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
What about the gambling? Lose your head over that, too?
Yeah, I guess I do. As far as my allowance goes, anyway.
Now, look, I want you to tell me all you remember about Saturday night.
Well, I went to the Colony Club with Fay. That's my girl, Fay Altman.
By the way, how do you rate stuff like Fay on your allowance?
Huh? Just a minute.
Skip it. Go ahead.
Well, I was drinking quite a bit, and by 1 o'clock, I guess I was pretty fuzzy. I lost Fay someplace. Then I went outside for some air, and from there on, it's just a blank.
Well, now, look, if you didn't pass out cold, you're bound to have some flashes you can remember. I want it all.
Well, I do remember a couple of things, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
They're more like a dream than anything else. I seem to remember a big, old-fashioned house. It was dark and gloomy with high ceilings and old, ornate brass chandeliers. I don't know how I got there or what I was doing.
Were you alone?
Well, I don't think so. I've got a man's face in my mind, a flabby guy in a silk shirt. He had big hands, freckles on the backs of him, with kind of a reddish hair on him. I remember him against something green.
Did he lisp?
I can't seem to remember. And just thinking about him gives me the willies, but I don't know why. I can't figure out why. I talked to Faye. She waited for me until the colony closed, and then she went home. She was pretty mad about it.
You sure that's all you can remember?
Yep. Yeah, that's everything.
Mm-hmm.
How does it make any sense at all?
Not much. Sounds like you could have been mixed up at a poker game at a green top table in an old dump on Adams. Lost your shirt to a fat guy named Fish.
You think that's all there is to it, huh?
Well, not quite all. There's the little matter of $50,000 you owe him.
50,000? Look, Mr. Marlowe, if you and Ordine get me out of this mess, I swear I'll straighten up. I'll never get into trouble again, honest.
Sonny boy, what you do later is your sister's headache, strictly. I got trouble enough lining things up so you can get off the hook. Now go on home and stay there till I call you.
Okay. Mr. Marlowe, I know you don't like me, but... Well, thanks anyhow.
$50,000. Oh. Yeah, sunset 0144. I have to put casts on so tight.
Hello?
Faye, my name is Phil Marlowe. I've been trying to reach you for 2 hours.
Well, maybe you need longer arms, Mr. Marlowe.
No, just some conversation about Maynard Patterson. I'm in my apartment, number 210, Grenade Arms on Franklin. Can you come over?
Why would I want to talk about Maynard to you in the first place, and why don't you come over here in the second?
Well, in the first place, I'm a private detective. In the second, I got a busted leg. How about it? It's important.
Well, I've never dated a private detective with a broken leg before. It sounds entrancing. I'm around the corner on Bronson. I'll be right there.
Good. Goodbye, Faye. Come on in. Well. Sid Rayfield in person yet?
Yeah. The boys at the club told me about your urgent call, peepers, so I came right out.
Well, if I'd known you were coming, I'd have baked the snake, Sid.
Skip the cracks. I know what you want.
Well, then you're clairvoyant. Because I'm not sure myself yet.
Try this. You're working for Ordine Patterson like you did once before because that punk brother of hers is in a bad jam with one Mr. Fish. Well?
Yeah, it's quite neat. You happen to know the guy?
Yeah, Marlowe, I happen to know the guy. That's why I'm here. To tip you because you're a friend of mine, more or less. So I say leave it alone, Marlowe. Get out of it. Stay out. It's none of your business.
You know, you talk like a man with a personal angle.
What? Why, I ought to split your lip for that. I come here to do you a turn
Take it easy. Mind your bedside manners, Sid. I'm an invalid.
You'll be worse than that if you don't back out of this. I'm telling you, this guy Fish is too hot to handle, Marlowe, and you better... Who's that?
How should I know? For a sick room, this joint's becoming more like Hollywood and Vine by the minute.
I took a long chance coming here. I got to get out without being seen.
Well, try the bedroom window and fire escape. Everybody else does.
Don't let him in till I'm gone. You hear? It ain't healthy.
Marlowe!
Sid! Sid, what is it?
Marlowe, I'm hit.
Sid!
Lousy silencer.
Oh. Oh, this stinking leg. Nice going, Mr. Fish. I suppose that makes me...
Mr. Marlowe, it's Mitzi from the restaurant. Are you all right, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Mitzi, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Well, I thought you was talking to somebody.
No, I was reading. I didn't hear the buzzer.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Ah.
Sometimes I get real carried away myself.
That's fine.
Look, I fixed up your dinner. Everything just like you ordered. Here, I'll drag the
No,
table
Mitzi,
over.
I don't think I'll eat right now. Just put the tray down and beat it, huh? Like a good girl?
Yeah, but what about the dishes?
Oh, get them in the morning. Will you get out of here? Will you go on?
Oh, gee whiz, okay. Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
Okay, Fish, the girl's gone. Well, come on in. Did you hear me? I said come on in. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
In
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, this Wednesday night, CBS brings you the premiere of a bright new musical show, The ABCs of Music, starring Robert Q. Lewis and Ralph Flanagan's orchestra. It promises a half hour of top hits and top entertainment every Wednesday on CBS, when also you hear the hilarious Groucho Marx quiz show, You Bet Your Life, and the drama of Dr. Christian. The ABCs of Music, Groucho Marx, and Dr. Christian come every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Bedside Manners.
A man is never ready to die, really. Sometimes saying you are helps. Sometimes, like when you're flat on your back waiting for a killer with a silencer, might step into view through your bedroom door. I kept on waiting for 60 seconds, each as long as a fall down an empty well. Once I thought I heard the window close. At least another 5 minutes went by. Then I actually began to believe that for some reason Fish had gone away. Well, that made the scoreboard real easy to read. Sid Rayfield, a guy who knew his way around, had been killed. And I hadn't been able to do a thing about it. It was time for a call to homicide. But even as I reached for the phone, it went off. Hello. I said hello.
This is your last warning, Marlowe.
Oh, you got to a phone fast, Buster. What's on your slippery mind, Fish?
Something you'd be smart to pay attention to. You see, Marlowe, you're only still alive because it's convenient to me.
Too bad you didn't feel that way about Sid Rayfield.
Rayfield got what he deserved. And so will you. Like I said, you're only still alive because it's convenient to me. You happen to be working for the lady who holds the purse strings.
Go on.
Therefore, there's very little more, Marlowe, except this. Maynard Patterson's a lousy poker player. On Saturday night, he dropped $50,000 to me. $50,000 in two markets, Marlowe. One for $2,000, the other for $48,000. I want both paid promptly, you understand?
Not quite. Maynard Patterson doesn't remember what happened Saturday night.
So?
So maybe you know all about it and you're making this up as you go along.
No, Marlowe, that's not the case. If you drag yourself to the windowsill in your bedroom, you'll find all the proof you need.
What do you mean?
That I left one of the markers there, in a white envelope. The one for $2,000. And it's in the poor little rich boy's own handwriting. I left it there so you'd know I'm not kidding about the $48,000. I'll be in touch. So long, Marlowe.
Why, you old lousy double crook. Come in.
Sure. Why not? How could a girl ever resist the welcome in your voice? I'm Fay Altman, private detective.
That figures.
Oh, what happened to you? Fall out of a transom or trip over a clue? Which?
Neither. It was a wisecrack, honey. I laughed so hard I fell down and broke my leg.
Let's get down to business, huh?
Yeah. For a starter, Fay, what's your connection with Maynard Patterson? How tight is the knot?
Huh? What was that again?
I said you and Maynard. Just how chummy are you two?
I thought I heard you right. You know, private detective, I don't like being pushed around.
Fay,
and
there's a
being
dead
pushed
man
around
in the bedroom.
Dead man? Did you say a dead man?
Sid Rayfield. He was murdered, Fay.
Oh, no. Oh, not Sid. Gee, he was a nice guy, Marlowe. Sharp, but nice.
Fay, I want you to go in there and look for an envelope on the windowsill.
An envelope? No, I don't think I want
It's important, Fay. I can't get out of this bed. Now, go on. It may help us tag Sid's killer.
But... Oh, all right. I'll get it. You say it's near the window... Oh,
Keep going, Kay. At the windowsill. Do you see it?
yeah. I've got it. Here.
Oh.
Hey, the window's broken in there. Do you know it?
Yeah. Now, Fay, my question about you and Maynard, somehow or other it may count. Are you in love with him?
No. I mean, I like him all right. He's a good time. Nice places, nice people. Nice little presents,
But no yachts.
No, that's right. No yachts. And I like yachts, private detective. They beat rowing around in MacArthur Park, I know. I've tried them both. Anything else?
Yeah, turn it around. How does he feel about you?
Overboard, I guess. Look, you said that this might help catch Sid's killer. I like Sid, so I'd like to see that happen. But make this question a good one, because it's your last.
Fair enough. Maynard loves you. You love money. Maynard didn't have any. Now the question. Do you have any plan to change all that?
Just one. He was saving up every cent he could squeeze out of that stingy sister of his for a stake in a big card game. He was going to run it into big dough. Any help, private detective?
Yeah, if you call checking other people's stories out a help.
Which translates into what?
Maynard did just that. Only he lost it all Saturday night. Lost his stake and $50,000 more.
What? He owes that much dough?
Yeah. Now tell me, have you heard from Maynard since?
You had your last question, Private Detective, remember? Good night, Marlowe. It's been a big, fat pleasure.
I'll bet. Anyhow, Fay, my best to the fish.
Your very best to the fish?
Yeah.
I don't get it. What fish?
Never mind. Goodbye, baby, and don't slam the door. The lady was gone. It was time to call the police. But I was dying hard, and even as I dialed the number, I turned the envelope that had been left on the windowsill over in one hand. The envelope was the cheap kind you find in any dime store with nothing written on it. And the note itself, which read, "I owe the bearer $2,000 payable within 24 hours," was signed Maynard Patterson and dated Saturday. It was on a square piece of memo paper, and it made me think about a little item which for quite a while had been sitting last row, last seat in the back of my mind.
Hello?
Trying real hard to be a star pupil. Now, Marlowe, the fishing may be great. Oh, this leg. Come on, baby, be home.
Hello?
This is Marlowe, Ordine.
Oh, Phil, what have you found out?
I'm not sure, but among other things, they may have caught a killer. Now, listen. Do you still have that note? You know the one you brought over here, the memo you made after Fish called? Have you got it?
Yes, it's in my handbag. But
Never mind the question. Just get it, will you?
All right, I'll only be a moment.
I'll hang on.
You better just hang up, Marlowe.
I wasn't expecting you just yet, Maynard.
No. Nor this gun, I'm sure. Hang up.
It'll only make a call back, you know.
Yeah. And won't my dear sister be exasperated when she keeps getting a busy signal? No matter how long she dials, only a busy signal.
The pronunciation is thignal, Maynard.
Huh?
Or do I call you Fish? And don't look so surprised, your act stank. People who can't pronounce the letter S avoid it instead of going out of their way to use it as in Perth string.
My mistake, Marlowe.
Yeah, among a lot of others. You never should have been careless about the kind of paper you wrote the IOU on. Your sister, who you're trying to swindle, came in here earlier with the same jottings on a piece of paper that's got the same top edge. Irregular. Because no doubt...
I know. Because it was ripped off the same telephone pad. And I wouldn't have used that paper since IOUs are customarily written during or immediately after a card game. And I couldn't have been at home at the time of the game. All right, stop it, Marlowe. There's no need for any more hypotheses.
No, you can fill in all the blanks, can't you? Step by step, a rotten, tailor-made scheme to get your sister to save you by paying $50,000 to a gambler named Fish who doesn't exist.
I said stop it.
Slimy setup that began with a fake one-night stand of bottle and bond amnesia. Moved on to an also fake telephone call to Ordine from a heavy named Fish. A man with a lift.
Shut up, Marlowe.
And the payoff, the confession call to me.
Shut
also...
up. Oh! Yes, Mr. Marlowe, everything you say is so. But I'm still not beaten, and I won't be. You're the only one who knows all this. And even as Fish killed Sid Rayfield, Fish is going to kill you. Fish, Marlowe, not me. Fish, the ruthless gambler who never will be caught, but whom my sister will pay, nevertheless. Is that clear, Marlowe?
Not quite. Why did you kill Rayfield? He had me convinced that Fish actually existed.
Which is the reason he died. He was playing my game, Marlowe, but not for me. Somehow or other, he found out what I was doing. Maybe because he always checked carefully when anybody got too interested in Fay Altman. And he decided to help things along, then cut himself in. Well, you know the answer to that. Now, if you don't mind, turn on the radio, Marlowe.
Why? Silencer doesn't make
Turn it on. Louder. I wouldn't want anything to go wrong now, Marlowe. I've been so lucky. Lucky that I got away from my sister and was free to watch this building, this apartment. Lucky so that I could see who came and who went and act accordingly. Yeah, I've been lucky, all right. You do grant me that, don't you, Marlowe?
Yeah, sure. You've been lucky. Yeah, you've been real lucky, Patterson. Up to now. But you know how it is with luck, kid? 1 minute you have it, the next minute it runs out. Look, do you mind if I turn this off? It's putting me to sleep.
You are brave, aren't you, Marlowe?
No. Just lucky. Lucky that someone's standing behind you.
Who? The mounted police?
No. Just a guy. A guy named Hunger Malloy. It's a funny kind of a guy, Maynard. He was here earlier tonight, and he ducked out by way of the bedroom, at least. I thought he ducked out.
Oh, quit it, Marlowe.
Huh?
Now, don't budge an inch. I'm not going to turn around and give you the chance to go for that gun, which is probably under your pillow. Oh, no.
Oh, but Maynard, you should do something. You're about to be hitting the noggin, honest, Maynard, with a vase.
That, Marlowe, I'll believe when it happens.
He just wouldn't take your word, would he, Philip? Well, that's the way it goes. I'll see you.
Now, wait a minute, Hunger. Come back here.
I can't, pal. You got a corpse in there. That means cops. Them and me don't mix.
Don't worry about it. Just tell me before I bust. You started for the window 20 minutes ago. What happened?
Well, Philip,
What happened, Hunger?
I got delayed. After that, stuff was popping. This louse was in there, then the corpse delecti, and then the louse again at the window, leaving an envelope, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but the delay, Hunger. Before company started coming, what was it? Well?
The truth, Philip?
Yeah, try it. It may not hurt at all.
Okay. They was on your dresser. The jazziest pair of pearl cufflinks, Philip, I seen since I used to deal in Vegas. I was attracted.
Hunger, as a last favor to a guy you've already done a big favor for, take him. The cufflinks. Go ahead, kid.
All right, Philip. As long as you put it so nice, I will. Now, like I was saying, good night, Philip.
Wait a minute, Hunger. The cufflinks. Take them with you now.
Of course. That's exactly what I'm doing, Philip. See you around.
Funny little guy. Funny name. Hunger Malloy. You know, it's a strange thing. But a broken leg makes the old wheels go round. Well, that figures. Makes you think about brakes. And that brings me back to Hunger Malloy again. The only break he ever got was in his skull. Somebody once said we make our own brakes. I don't know about that. I didn't break my leg. Or maybe I did. Did I really look where I was going? And Maynard Patterson. Look at all the brakes he had. Loads of dough. Still, he didn't know where he was going either. And Sid Rayfield. I wonder if when the slug hit him, he thought, what a lousy break.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Ann Stone, David Ellis, Vivi Janis, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Frank Gerstle. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was strictly out of whack. From a perfect hostess who was rude to her guests, past a big red fence that ran all the way from L.A. to Palm Springs, to a second-story man stabbed to death in a basement apartment.
Don't let a rainy day find you unprepared. Start saving for that rainy day right now by buying United States savings bonds. There's nothing quite like these savings bonds. They're like a cash reserve, always available when you need them, and yet they're always earning interest. If you hold on to your savings bonds until they mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. Start providing for the future right now. Buy United States savings bonds regularly. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
For your enjoyment, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum brings you Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
All right, wise guy. I told you once you couldn't come up here to this room, Marlowe.
That's right, landlord, but I found all I needed.
Well, you won't be able to use it after I teach you some manners. Snooper! Oh! I'll teach you to break into a respectable room and house.
Not leading with your right, you won't. Now get up. Come on, get up. Okay. Now, I'll teach you something about cooperation, landlord. All I wanted to do was look this room over, and I was nice about asking.
Cut it out. I got my rules.
And I got a job to do. I've been looking for Dave Stroud for a solid week, and his trail finally led me here.
I got to look out for my roomer's privacy.
Sure. Only Dave Stroud checked out of here this afternoon. He's no longer your guest. Anyway, I found enough in here to know Stroud's taking the train tonight for San Francisco. So that winds up my lecture, and I'm happy to say my business with you and your charming establishment. Good night, landlord. When I stepped out of the cheap, musty rooming house into the warm night, I felt for the first time in a week that I wasn't wasting my time. That by tomorrow I'd know why a quiet young guy named Dave Stroud had suddenly dropped everything that gave life some sense. Everything from a lovely girl to a fine job and vanished. Completely. I stopped in a phone booth, called my client, and told her to meet me in an hour at the Leopard Spot, the bar in her hotel. Then I made a reservation on the 10 o'clock train for San Francisco, went home and threw a toothbrush and shirt into a bag, and when I walked into the Leopard Spot, I was right on time. I found my client, Ellen Wyatt, in a booth near the back. The soft rose lights touching her face made me wonder all over again what kind of pressure it could possibly have been to drive Dave Stroud away from a girl like this.
I tried to wait in my apartment upstairs, Phil, but I just couldn't. Is it good news?
I hope so, Ellen. That broken-down rooming house over in East L.A. paid off all right.
Dave was staying there?
Yeah, he had been, under the name of Donald Stranigan.
But why would he take a place like that? He must have plenty of money with him.
Oh, well, the city's cluttered with those joints. They're as common as tin cans. He figured you can't look into all of them. We were just lucky.
Then he knows what he's doing. There's nothing wrong with him, like amnesia.
No, it's something else, Ellen.
Oh, good evening, Miss Wyatt. Martini?
Yes, please.
For you, sir?
Martini sounds fine.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Marlowe, maybe that hunch I had about gambling, maybe it was right after all. Couldn't some kind of terrible jam with gamblers do this to Dave?
Yeah, it might. But I checked that and drew a blank. Say, listen, Ellen, the description of Dave I got at that rooming house isn't too complete. That snapshot I asked you about, you bring it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good.
It's in my purse. Here.
Uh-huh.
That was taken on our first date 4 years ago.
4 years ago, huh? Those years made quite a change in both of you.
Yes. Dave and I are good for each other, Phil.
Oh, sure.
I only hope that the next 4
Here
years...
we are. Martini, very dry.
Oh.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, I wish we had the kind of news we could toast.
Maybe we will. Sooner than you think.
You've got a new lead? You know where Dave is?
Well, close enough to be pretty sure he's taking the 10 o'clock to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Yeah, and so am I.
Phil.
How about coming down to the station with me, huh?
Me? But do you think that's wise? What if he saw me first?
Well, it's worth a chance for you to point him out to me. What do you say, baby? Got something to drink to now?
Yes, and I better do it fast before I start to bawl. Tears would be awful in a martini. No luck, Phil. I still haven't seen him.
Wait a minute. How about that one, Ellen? Over there at the cigar counter.
Oh, the fellow in the T-shirt?
Yeah.
Dave couldn't look that sloppy, and besides, he's taller.
Oh.
Well, that's it, Phil.
Yeah. Well, I guess we missed him. I better get aboard, huh?
This kind of scares me. You don't think Dave just pretended to be leaving, that he tricked you?
No. Those leads weren't planted. They weren't that good. Don't worry, baby. Dave will be on this train when it pulls out. I'll bet my last buck on it.
Find him for me, Phil.
Sure. You just keep that chin up.
I will.
Okay.
And call me the very first chance you get.
Call for train 61.
Pardon me, lady. I'm sorry.
Hey, you with that brown bag.
Me?
Yeah, just a short minute, my friend. Unless you happen to favor dirty shirt size 17. You're in for a big disappointment.
What are you talking about?
Well, I think you made a small mistake there. Isn't that my bag?
I'm afraid not, mister. CP is in Philip, M is in Marlowe.
Well, how do you like that? I saw you pick it up back there at the information booth. That's where I left mine. I could have sworn it belonged to me. I'm sure sorry.
It's all right. Happens to everybody sooner or later.
Yeah, well, now that's mighty big of you, friend. Say, you're going to be on old 61 for Frisco, too, aren't you?
Afraid so, yeah.
Well, let's call this an introduction. Arback's my handle. Manny Arback, on the road for Pfeiffer Plumbing Fixtures. Yes, sir. I'll see you on board, friend.
Not much doubt about that.
No, we might get up a little game. Fun, huh?
Oh, fine.
Yeah, well, I better shake a leg and get my bag. I'll find you all right. I never forget a face.
Maybe I ought to cut my head off. I stopped off in my compartment just long enough to drop my suitcase. Then as we pulled out, I moved through the train to the dining car and picked a seat where I could keep an eye on the rest of the tables for Dave Stroud. Who, even if I didn't recognize his face, I knew from his fiancée would handle the knife and fork European style. Be likely to order liver and bacon and drink tea without sugar, and would probably be dressed in wooled tweeds with the shirt collar open. Well, as soon as I sat down, the car began to fill. My table companion, a quiet tab collar type, had his own business and knew how to mind it. Almost 100%. Which he did for the 15 minutes it took him to eat.
Well, I don't know why food always tastes better on a train, but it does. Thanks for letting me share the table with you.
Oh, not at all.
Perhaps I'll see you later in the club car. We might have a nightcap.
Yeah, it's a deal.
Fine. So long.
So long.
So there you are,
Oh,
Marlowe.
fine.
Hey, I've been looking high and low for you, my friend. What you doing in here? They serve nothing but food in this car, you know. Say, who's your pal?
I don't know. He was here 15 minutes and we didn't get that far.
I know exactly what you mean.
You do?
Yeah, those quiet birds give me the willies, too. You know, friend, I've seen him someplace before, and I never forget a face. You didn't catch his name, huh?
He didn't throw it.
He didn't throw. Oh.
You like that, huh?
Yes, sir, you're right on, my friend. Well, it'll come to me. Faces are kind of a hobby with me. I meet a lot of people, but I never forget a... Hey, have you lost somebody in here the way you keep looking around?
Yeah, but I think I found him again.
Hey, what's up? Where are you going?
Play follow the lead. I'll see you, Outback.
Hey, Marlowe, come back. You dropped something here.
In spite of the fog kicked up by the traveling typhoon who never forgot a face, I'd managed to catch a glimpse at the door of a bunch of tweeds and an open collar on a bill that exactly fit the 4-year-old snapshot in my wallet. I bucked a huddle of undecided dodgers blocking the aisle, but managed to keep him in sight all the way back to car 16 without being seen. There I watched him unlock compartment L and go inside. I was convinced it was Dave Stroud, but at this point I had to be sure. I went to look for the conductor and finally found him tucked away at a lonely table back in the club car, as intent on his ticket count as a cheat at solitaire. I figured I could afford the time now, so I decided to wait. I headed back for the seat and I ran into my dinner partner, the Tad Collar.
Well, hello again. You're a little early for that nightcap, but sit down anyway.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, I'm Roy Tarney.
Oh, mine's Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Philip Marlowe. Why, I've read that name many times. You're the famous private detective.
Well, private detective anyway. Glad to know you, Tony.
Privilege for me. Oh, you're looking for a match here?
Yeah.
Oh, keep them. Keep them. I have others.
Oh, thanks. Thanks again.
Are you on a case now, Marlowe, or shouldn't I ask?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Hey, Marlowe. Marlowe. Man, are you hard to hang on to. But you're mighty lucky I'm honest, my friend. You see this?
Yeah, I see. It's my wallet.
Yeah. When you bolted out of the dining car, you dropped it on the seat. I found it for you.
Oh.
Nothing fell out but this picture here. And is she all right, man? Oh, man. Who is she, boy? The name, I mean, huh?
Don't tell me. I bet you've seen her before.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
I thought
And
so.
I never forget a face.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks. Now, if you let me have it, I'm very grateful.
Yeah,
and,
sure. Glad to be of service, my friend.
Now.
Anytime I can... Well, speaking of familiar faces, this is the gentleman that you had dinner with, huh?
That's right, Auerbach. This is the gentleman. Mr. Auerbach, Mr. Tawney, for better or worse, till your destination do you part.
How do you do? Tarney? Tarney. Now, that's funny. You know, I was just telling Marlowe here that I recognized you from someplace.
It's very unlikely. I have a fair memory myself. I don't remember you.
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty good, but... Hey, wait a minute. I'm getting it. Sure. Oh, this is silly. Why, I saw you tonight in the railroad station.
No, that's impossible. I was so late I nearly missed the train.
Me too. Only you had a good reason. Oh, yes, sir, my friend. You were kissing the little woman goodbye. I couldn't see her too well, but she was quite a looker. And judging from the way you were going at it, you... Yeah. Well, now, wait a minute, friend. I didn't mean any offense. I was just kidding you along. Yeah, well, I guess I'll... go by my way into a little poker. Excuse me.
I suppose there has to be one on every train.
Yeah. They help the ride like a square wheel.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll go read a while, Marlowe. Good luck on your case.
The conductor climbed out of his pile of tickets to stretch. I went over, introduced myself, and asked the $64 question.
Car 16, compartment L, huh? Well, let's see. Oh, here it is, Mr. Marlowe. That room's occupied by one Daniel Stacy.
Daniel Stacy? Sure. Same initials as Dave Stroud.
But we're not carrying any Dave Stroud tonight.
Don't bet on that, conductor. It was that simple. I walked up through the train to car 16, and when I got to the door of compartment L, I'd already decided on how to handle Dave. Convince him that he had to go back to Ellen Wyatt regardless of what had happened to him. Yeah, I had it all figured until I heard it. It had come from inside. The door was unlocked, but the lights were out. When I got them on again, I realized that nothing was simple. Ever. Stretched out on the floor of Dave's room was Manny Auerbach, staring straight up as he rocked with the pitch of the train, the side of his head against a sharp steel corner, his eyes already beginning to glaze.
He said he knew I'd remember sometime.
Remember what? Why did you come here, Manny?
He said I'd remember.
Manny! Well, Marlowe, it's your move again. Let's see you tell this to Ellen Wyatt. Who's that? What? Ooh!
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Face to Forget.
Either it had been the flat of the pistol crashing against the side of my head, or my head crashing against the stone-hard floor of the compartment. Then it turned light into dark and left me with a welt behind one ear the size and shape of a cue ball. I couldn't tell which. But when I had both my eyes open, I knew that it didn't matter. That nothing mattered really, except that I was staring into Manny Auerbach's dead face, while only inches away a pair of feet were moving. Feet that belonged to Dave Stroud, whose suitcase in tow was on his way out, one hand already on the doorknob. I went for him, or on the knees.
Let go! Let go, I say! Oh!
By the time I was off the floor and after him. He was well out in front. But wrestling with a heavy steel door at the end of the empty passageway slowed him down. When we reached the platform between the cars, he was almost mine. But then suddenly a hand shot out of the dark, grabbed a fistful of shirt front, and spun me hard against the opposite door. No! A hand that belonged to a man in a tan collar. Mr. Roy Tawney, plus a shiny .22 automatic, and minus his club car velvet voice.
Get up, Marlowe. We've got a little talk coming.
At this stage, it'll be a pleasure. Believe me.
We'll see. What do you want with Dave Stroud?
I'm a census taker who's real...
Cut it. Time is running short, Marlowe. When you get off at this stop coming up, you stay off.
Yeah? What's your angle?
Dave. He still needs my help, and he's still gonna have it.
No matter who he kills?
Kills? What's that supposed to mean?
Manny Auerbach, the chummy one who couldn't forget faces. He's very dead back in Dave's compartment.
Well, then that loudmouth wasn't just a blowhard salesman after all. He was what Dave's been running from, one of those lousy card shop...
Slips, huh, Tony?
Yeah, but they don't count, Mr. Detective. Nothing counts anymore but Dave getting out of a jam that can cost him his hide. Just for the record, that game back in L.A. 3 months ago that cost Dave every cent he had plus 10 grand he didn't was about as level as the rest of that knee-pants town ever gets.
Which makes you what?
Two things, smart Alec. First, a guy from Detroit, a real town, who doesn't like a lousy fix. And second, I like a fix even less when the sucker on tap is my own brother. Now, Peeper, get back away from that door. The station's on that side. I wouldn't want you to run for it and get shot before you got to say a few words. Back over here, Marlowe.
Take it easy with that gun, huh? They go off, you know.
All right, the pitch. Let's have it now. What's Dave to you?
Ellen Wyatt, mean anything?
Not very much. But Dave is sorry about that. So when you get back to your client, you tell it... Hold it. Just like you are and stay cheerful.
This stop, Carter. Carter, gentlemen.
Conductor, this train wait here a while? I mean, is there any time to get off and stretch?
No, sir. Just stop long enough to pick up a little mail, leave a little mail, once in a while take on a passenger. Hardly ever, though. Carter folks aren't much on traveling. Oh, by the way, aren't you the gentleman who was looking for Mr. Stacy?
Yeah, I found him, thanks.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to be of service. Say, don't get too close to the edge here, gentlemen. Carter, California.
We were talking about Ellen Wyatt, Tony. Why didn't precious brother Dave ever let her know that he had to lay low, that he was in a jam with gamblers? A bunch of roses with card enclosed could have gone a long way, or again, there's the telephone.
Oh, button it up, Marlowe. I don't know any of the details. Maybe the kid didn't want her to know he couldn't stay away from the pasteboards. Maybe he just didn't want her to worry. Anyway, that's not the point.
Then what is?
That a broken heart beats a broken skull 7 times a week. You should know that much, Pete.
So?
So I don't want you, the girl, or anyone else to know where Dave is heading. At least not until I get back to L.A. by my lonesome and call a few spades just that.
Like they do in Detroit, maybe, huh?
Like they do in Detroit, no, maybe. You tell the Wyatt babe I'll look her up then. Now you get over there at the door and you take your choice.
Jump or get pushed?
Jump, pushed, or shot. Go on, Marlowe. This is where you get off. Go on, the longer you wait, the harder it's gonna be. Name it. Jump, push, or shot.
I couldn't say much for the alternatives. But one look back over my shoulder at the gaping .22 automatic leveled at my head and Tawny's ice-cold gray eyes above made up my mind for me. Jump it had to be! I would always remember one thing about Carter, California. The right-of-way was more sand than stone. I was grateful.
Carter Station, Willis Hensett speaking. The Limited left 10 minutes ago. No package for you, Miss Lillispan. I'm sure, I'm sure. Huh? Me snapping at you. Now listen, Miss Lily. The brass of some people. Say, what happened to you, son?
I tripped. Dad, this is important. Can you tell me where the Limited stops next?
Well, is anybody getting on at Murdoch Corner?
No. The first real stop. A good-sized town.
Let's see. Smoke cigars, son?
No. Look, Dad, this counts. Now, come on, tell me, will you?
Yeah, sure. Well, now, there's Fulton. That's a half-hour wait.
Oh.
You got a match, please, son?
Oh, yeah, here. Here's a whole bookkeeping. Now, tell me, how far is Fulton?
Oh, 40, maybe 50 miles. Upgrade on the road.
How can I get there in a hurry? I got to catch that train.
Well, if you got a car, you can...
Where can I rent a car or get a cab?
This is yours. Not a chance, sonny. Oh, excuse me. Jake's calling from Bakersfield. He's expecting a grandchild.
Hooray for Jake. Now, listen to me, Dad. There's a dead man on the limited and his killer as well, and I was tossed off a train. Now, let's take the business.
What? Well, in that case, let's call ahead and get the police.
No, I don't want that.
Well, why not, son?
Because, for one thing, the killer may have been justified. Self-defense and the sight of the law will toss him into a lot of panic. He'll only end up in more gunplay. And for another, I have a very personal axe to grind.
Getting tossed off the train, huh?
Yeah, among other things. Now, will you tell me that coupe out there, is it yours?
Yeah, but I can't
For
let
$50
you take
bucks?
my car. You're cash?
Cash. Here. Also, here's my credentials. I'm a private detective out of L.A. I'll get your car back to you as soon as possible. I'll pay you another $50 when I do. Now, give me the keys, will you? Quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here. It's the one in the middle.
Thanks, Dad. And don't worry. I'll drive real
What's the matter, son? Well, you're staring like you don't feel so good. What is it? Your head, maybe?
Yeah, my head, maybe. I ought to have it examined. Sometimes it's real slow coming up with the truth.
The truth? What do you mean, son?
I mean, I got a big fat hunch, a hunch that may be able to stop a second murder. If I make it to Fulton in time. So long, Dad. Thanks a lot. You've been a great help. My apologies and congratulations to Jake. Like the station agent himself, Willard Hansard's coupe was a little less than spry. But with the accelerator jammed hard to the floor and only a straight, empty highway ahead, I managed to keep it at a straining 70 most of the way. And 50 minutes later, when I tore into Fulton and followed the street markers to the station, a long, low, welcome sound in the night told me I was on time. The train was just getting underway again. I slammed to a stop at the end of the depot, piled out of the coupe and started to run for the last car. But I changed my mind. The train could chug on its merry way without me. After all, it was going without Dave Stroud and his big brother. The two men were walking down the deserted platform toward me. I slid back into the shadows of a pile of crates and waited, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket, suddenly positive that my hunch was now a sure thing. Roy Tawney was not Dave's brother, but he was the one who had murdered Manny Auerbach in car 16, compartment L, and he was ready to try murder again.
All right, Stroud, that's far enough. Hold it there.
Tawney, you're out of your mind. You've got no reason to kill me. I'll never say anything. Ellen knows that. That's why I ran. I could never turn Ellen over to the police. I love her.
Oh, yeah, sure, you're nuts about it. You got lots of reasons to be, haven't you? Reasons like Ellen crossing you up for me and a tall stack of dough. Reasons like knowing that we're both responsible for knocking off our ex-boss to come into that dough. Sure, kid, you got lots of reasons to love her.
But, Tawney, I tell you I do. I ran away, didn't I?
Oh, but of course, Mr. Stroud, of course you ran so that you could wait for a smart time and a smart place to try blackmail.
No, that's not it. I ran because I love Ellen. Because whatever she's done has been your fault.
Oh, no, kid, you got it all wrong. The lady was the pilot all the way. Even to hiring a lousy peeper named Marlowe to tag you so that I'd know where to get my hands on you.
The man on the floor in my compartment? The dead man?
That was a loudmouth salesman with a memory for faces. He would have spoiled everything if he'd remembered that he saw me with Ellen in the railroad station and passed it on to Marlowe. I had to shut him up and then give the peeper a big cock and bull story about you being my brother and in hot water with gamblers.
And Marlowe was the other one, the one who grabbed for me.
That's right, Stroud. That was Marlowe. Too bad he didn't grab better, isn't it?
Yeah, perfect shame,
What?
Tawney.
Oh, you dirty liar! He's got a gun!
Makes two of us.
Rotten pig!
Is he dead, Marlowe?
Yeah, Dave. Even in Detroit, he'd be called dead. Come on, Dave. We got some telephone calls to make. The police, for one.
All right. Marlowe, is all this really true?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Dave. The girl you wouldn't turn in for murder wanted to murder you. Believe it, kid, all at once. It'll be easier later on that way.
Yeah, sure. thanks, Marlowe, for getting here when you did. You saved my life.
Well, not exactly. A guy named Willis Hansard gets part credit for that. Guy who runs a railroad station at Carter, California, and also smokes cigars and sometimes runs out of matches.
What does that have to do with it?
Everything, Dave. See, Hansard needed a light, and I gave him a book of matches that Roy Tawney had given me earlier in the club car. I hadn't noticed them then, but I did when Hansard used them. They came from the leopard spot, Dave.
The leopard spot?
Yeah.
The cocktail lounge at Ellen's hotel?
That's right. And I couldn't buy Tawney's having them as just coincidence. It tied him into Ellen too tight. A hunch said so. Wait here, will you, kid? I'll only be a couple of minutes. I've got a long-distance call to make before we get in touch with the police.
To Ellen? What are you going to tell her, Marlowe?
Anything, Dave. Anything that'll keep her right where she is, ready and waiting for what's going to turn out to be the, L.A. police. I won't be long, kid. After the telephone call, Dave and I spent a long hour with the Fulton police, explaining why a man named Roy Tawney was lying in their quiet railroad station, face down in a pool of his own blood. And it was a long hour again with the railroad officials who arrived with their own set of questions. Well, it was 4 o'clock in the morning before we were finally aboard a train, heading back for L.A. Dave Stroud and I sat opposite each other in silence through that bleak, empty hour when you can almost feel the day that's coming up nudge the one that's just gone by. I was real glad to see it go. I sat there looking at Stroud and wondered if he'd ever heard the lyrics of a song a train whistle always makes me think of. My mammy done told me. When I was in knee pants, my mammy done told me, son, a woman's a two-face, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick, and chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Sammy Hill, Roy Rowan, Parley Bear, Larry Dobkin, Elliott Reed, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says,
This time I tangled with 3 snakes. The first was made of gold, the second wore a mustache, and the third was in the bag, and each in its own way poison.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. Those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Cloak of Kamehameha.
A message that was delivered by a repulsively wide-awake boy missing a tooth front row center arrived at 6 in the a.m. and had come in 2 parts. The first, scrawled in black ink on a wrinkled piece of paper, said, Marlowe, get hold of a taxicab. Pose as the driver yourself, and at exactly 8 o'clock this morning, come past 8840 North Ogden Drive. Signed, Pollard Schindler. The second half had made more sense. It was printed in neat letters on neater green paper, and under an engraving of Benjamin Franklin read 100 silver dollars, payable to the bearer on demand. So at exactly 8 o'clock, I was behind the wheel of a hired cab, leather jacket, peak cap, toothpick, and all, and within Hay taxi distance of number 8840. Mr. Pollard Schindler, a round man in square clothes with haircut to match, was not late.
You there! Taxi, wait!
Yes, sir. Cab?
Of course. Why do you think I am shouting my head off? I want to go to the international airport. Do you understand? The international airport at Inglewood.
Okay, Inglewood. International Airport it is.
Marlowe, the meter. Quick, put the flag down. Every minute I'm being watched.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Watched by whom, Mr. Schindler?
I don't know. Now listen carefully, Marlowe. Later, you are to go to the Halemoana Hotel and wait for a young lady named Lenny Collier.
Uh-huh.
Then, at the hour she designates, you go to her house, number 44 Diamond Head Circle, and pick up the cloak.
Now, wait a minute. Holly Moana, Les Diamond. What is it? The hotel isn't by any chance in Hawaii, is it?
Didn't I mention this in my note?
No, you didn't. Or did you mention picking up a cloak?
That just proves I haven't been myself ever since yesterday. Yesterday, I received this anonymous letter that's postmarked Honolulu. All it says is, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than death.
Oh, great.
Marlowe, have you ever been to the islands?
Yeah, twice. Once on business and once pleasure.
But then surely you've heard people speak of King Kamehameha.
Yeah, I think I do. He was back around the 1780s, right?
Yeah.
The big organizer conquered Oahu by driving the defenders over the cliff that divides the island in two in the
Pali.
Oh, yeah, Pali.
Now, Marlowe, the feathered cloak that Kamehameha wore was about 100 square feet, and every inch of it a golden yellow feather.
Uh-huh.
And valued at more than $500,000.
Hey, how come?
The feathers.
Oh, the feathers, yeah.
They are from the now extinct black mama bird, Marlowe. There was only one yellow feather on each bird.
Well, I could explain why they're now extinct. But don't tell me that all this is a game of Collier to Marlowe to Schindler with a cloak that belongs to the museum.
Oh, no, Marlowe, it isn't with the cloak you speak of. But Lonnie Collier has another one. Less valuable, of course. It's 1/4 the size.
Oh?
But it also belonged to the king. And it also is made of the priceless feathers.
And is this her property to have and to hold legal-like?
Yes. Lonnie is wealthy. About 25. Went to fashionable schools here in California. And as a result, cares more about fun and pretty clothes than she does priceless heirlooms.
I can't understand that.
So, for $50,000, I have bought the cloak to resell to a New York millionaire for almost twice that sum. He loves the island, Lord. Marlowe, I was right. I'm still being followed. Don't look back.
Drive faster?
Don't do nothing. This is exactly as I want it. Now, whoever it is will follow me, not you. And when I am in Honolulu, they will still follow me.
Well, I take care of the business on hand. Huh?
Yes. Now, there's a reservation for you on the next plane. So, after you leave me and collect your cab fare, which will be $500, you drive away. Then later, Marlowe, get back here, aboard your plane and underway.
And tonight, when I've got the cloak?
Take it back to your hotel room at the Halemoana and sit on it hard. Because unless I am a complete success as a decoy, you will have your share of trouble too, I'm sure. But Marlowe, from what specific direction it will come, I do not know.
I got the $500 to cover expenses for my Honolulu trip and was told to keep the change. Back in my apartment, I packed, got another cab, said International Airport, Inglewood, and settled back to think about the crossroads of the Pacific. There I was wrong, because in the next minute and those that followed, everything was done the hard way. First, we ran out of gas, then got tied up in a traffic jam, and after that, got stopped for speeding. all of which added up to me at the airport just in time to watch my plane take off without me. A few minutes later, when I told a cherubic clerk in a gray flannel and insipid smile that my name was Philip Marlowe and that I wanted a reservation on the next flight, which was leaving in an hour, things got even worse.
You can't be Philip Marlowe, sir. That is not the Philip Marlowe who was on Flight 21 that just left.
You have a reason for saying that, huh?
I most certainly do. There were 36 seats on that plane, sir, and when she took off, all 36 were full. I know. I checked them myself, and I don't make mistakes.
Well, bully for you, boy. But I happen to be both Philip Marlowe and the man who was supposed to be on that plane. Also, Buster, I'm just about out of patience. How do I get on the next plane or don't I? Come on, I can't stand indecision.
Well, I...
You what?
Mr. Marlowe, I think it can be arranged.
That's better.
As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure of it.
An hour later, the last of California had slipped over the horizon, and there was only clear sky ahead. Oh, I began to relax. My mind drifted pleasantly. Frosted Hawaiian punches, warm white beaches, and lovely hula hands. My eyes again, Diamond Head was in front of us, and majestic in the red glow of the evening sun that gave all of the lush Moana Valley I could see a texture of thick velvet. We landed like the airport was made of marshmallows, and a half hour later I was in the lobby of the Holly Moana Hotel. It was cushioned rattan and Philippine mahogany over cool tile, and everywhere laughing, sunburned people wearing anything from Catalina swimsuits to prefabricated hula skirts. So smiling both inside and out, I worked briskly to the reservation desk and told a good-looking Hawaiian in white flannel that I was Philip Marlowe. But at his reply, I stopped smiling both inside and out.
But, sir, your reservation was taken 2 hours ago. There must be some mistake.
Some mistake?
You are Philip Marlowe of Los Angeles, sir.
Yes, so right. And look, I've been through this before today because of what I thought was an error due
to what, sir?
Nothing. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. There was a large circle of mirror on the wall behind the clerk. And even as we had talked, I caught the reflection of a beautiful tan girl in cocoa brown suit, white pearls, and no stockings, who at the mention of my name had done a take that made her long blonde hair whip straight out. When she saw me watching her, she pivoted sharply on a spiked heel and hurried toward the lanai under the banyan tree, where there was Hawaiian music and a lot of different-looking people drinking at glass-top tables under a three-quarter moon. I stayed near the reservation desk long enough to light a cigarette. Then I followed her. She was seated away from the lobby entrance, and on a hunch that she just might be Lani Kalia, I started for an empty table next to her. But a middle-aged Chinese in gay gabardine, Panama to match, slipped into the chair that I was after. So I forgot about being subtle and addressing her as Mrs. Kalia, introduced myself as an old and dear friend of Pollard Schindler's. One Leland Dunn?
Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Dunn. But tell me, how did you know what I look like?
Well, Pollard Schindler's accent doesn't hamper his vocabulary, Miss Collier.
Oh.
He used the right adjectives, believe me.
I'd love to. But I can't, Mr. Dunn, because Pollard Schindler never saw me in his life. All our business was done by telephone.
Okay, my mistake. I'm Philip Marlowe, Lanny, and I want to know when we rendezvous at 44 Diamond Head Circle for the Cloak of Kamehameha.
The cloak? Look, you're no more Philip Marlowe than you are Leland Dunn. And if you need a reason, it's because I just left Philip Marlowe upstairs.
Now, look, baby, there's only one Marlowe. That's me. I can prove it.
I'll bet you can. Forged papers and all. I've already been warned to watch for imposters, so quit wasting both your time and mine and get out of my way. I've got things to do.
Now, wait a minute, Lonnie.
What
Listen.
For? Proof that you're actually Kamehameha himself? No thanks, mister. Goodbye.
Now I had two clues. One, an obvious party who had assumed the name of Philip Marlowe, and the other, Lani Collier. Less obvious, but more intriguing. So figuring the road company Marlowe would keep, I followed Lani, who by this time was getting into a long yellow convertible. Before I got to her, she lurched from the curb, so I ran across the street to what I thought was a taxi. But I was wrong. because it turned out to be a chauffeured limousine and being helped in by a small, swarthy item of dubious lineage in a wrinkled cotton uniform was the Chinese in gay gabardine and Panama to match, who had been sitting near us on the lanai. What counted more was that he obviously sensed my problem.
You wish to follow the girl, sir?
Yeah, you know, it's a lover's spat. You know what I mean.
I think so. Jolo, quickly.
Yes, sir.
You know where she is going, sir?
I'm not sure. Maybe Diamond Head Circle.
Lady is cleaning, sir.
Oh, well, then let's make it Diamond Head Circle. Is there a faster way there, a shortcut?
Oh, yes, there is. Jolo, okay. Yo.
Which means what?
Means never mind Diamond Head Circle. Drive fast to the factory instead. And do not move, Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe? Oh, heavy artillery. Okay, Fu Manchu, what's with the factory?
You out of the way until the cloak of Kamehameha is mine.
Which won't work, believe it or not, clever one. There's another Philip Marlowe who at the moment is a lot closer to that collection of fancy feathers than either of us.
You lie. A stupid bid for freedom. A bid that will not get you any... Yola! That truck! Look out!
As we hit, I slapped at his gun, then jerked the handle of the door and jumped. When I got to my feet, I was on the sidewalk and bruised, but better off than the China boy who was draped over the back of the front seat. A crowd that included a towering Hawaiian policeman who promptly told mine host to shut up gathered in a hurry, so I ran for a cab, gave the driver $10, the address I wanted, and took off. The street on which Lonnie Collier lived was a neat curving strip that rose sharply from sea level up into the shadow of Diamond Head itself. And we were there in less than 10 minutes. But finding number 44 was something else. And another 30 minutes disappeared before we finally parked away from the place, which was glass and Kona wood, tucked deep behind a thick grove of date palms. I told the driver to back down the hill without using his motor. Then I slipped into the grounds and carefully moved toward the house, until what I thought was the trunk of another palm stepped into my path. Fast.
Stop where you are.
At the top, which was over 6.5 feet, there was a shock of flaming red hair. The whole frame was half covered in dirty yellow shirt, once upon a time white ducks and battered brown sandals.
Who are you?
Someone with an appointment to see Miss Collier. Why? You belong to this place?
Yes, and this place belongs to me as well. All of it, Miss Collier included. She's mine to protect, you understand that? Malahini.
Malawitch?
Malahini, greenhorn tourist, a kind that I hate. A kind that's ravaging all that's beautiful, stealing the islands from those they belong to.
Take it easy, Red. I'm not here to stick your pretty island in my pocket when you're not looking. All I want is words with Lonnie Collier.
You're like the rest of them, trying with cunning and deceit to turn her head away from these shores and toward the mainland where you come from. I won't stand for it.
Why don't we break this round table up and get to the house? I'm in a hurry.
All right. But I'm sure that Lonnie will be on my side. So sure, in fact, that we really shouldn't disturb the flower. Should we? Should we, Malahini?
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, this Wednesday night, Fred Allen will be Bing Crosby's special guest on Der Bingle's CBS half hour of laughter and music. Earlier this Wednesday, the winner of the $1,000 prize in the Dr. Christian Prize contest will also be announced by Gene Herschel, star of CBS's Dr. Christian Show. And don't forget that Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be here on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Cloak of Kamehameha.
A red-headed lunatic with a slow, soft voice and fast, hard fist took me by surprise. I wound up flat on my back before I realized he'd so much as moved. By the time I got to my feet and took after him, he was sprinting for a bamboo thicket and had a 30-yard lead. It was all he needed to lose me completely. When I finally untangled myself from the jungle, I came out on the road. But then I heard a motor behind me, so I dove for the underbrush again just as a heavy car roared by. I had seen it before. In fact, I'd been in it. It was the limousine that belonged to the Chinese. The back seat was empty, but the half-caste chauffeur Jolo was crouched behind the wheel like his life depended on it. Now, as I walked back toward the house, I saw that a door was standing open and spilling a shaft of yellow light across the dark grounds. I started up the walk when it came. A second later, Lonnie Collier burst into the path of light and ran for the open door. I went after her, caught her by one arm, and spun her around.
No, let me go.
What happened? Why'd you scream, Lonnie?
Back there in the pond, I heard a noise, and when I came outside, I found him there.
Found who? Come on, show me.
All right. I talked to him just a few minutes ago, and
Yeah?
I gave him the cloak. Now it's gone, and he's dead. He's dead with a knife in his back. There. Look there in the water.
Oh, brother. Who is it, Lonnie? Do you know him?
Yes. Yes, that's Philip Marlowe.
The skin on my neck crawled as Lonnie tagged the thing in the lily pond with my name. He was face down in the shallow water, and 3 inches of crooked steel and the ugly curved handle of a kriss stuck straight up between his shoulder blades. Somebody had made a very grim mistake, but it took 5 minutes of argument and a thorough checking of all the credentials I carried to convince the badly frightened Lonnie. I dragged the body out of the water and up onto the grass. Then I went through his pockets.
What did you find?
A card from the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited, number 12, Harbor Street. Mean anything?
No. No, I've never heard it. What's that on the back?
Flight number and departure time of the plane I was supposed to take out of Los Angeles. Whoever he is, he's been one jump ahead of me all the way, right up to your lily pond here. Tell me, was anyone with him when you gave him the cloak? A half-caste and a chauffeur's uniform, for instance?
No, he was alone.
Oh.
I gave him the cloak just as Schindler had instructed me to.
Now, listen, Lanny, there was a down-at-the-heel redhead here just before you came out. He claimed to be a friend of yours.
Yes, that must have been Lawrence Cochran, the poet.
They're making him rugged these days, huh?
Lawrence wrote one great poem years ago about 2 lovers who leaped to death over the valley to keep from being separated, and their souls turned into birds. It's still very popular here in the islands.
Yeah? What happened?
Lawrence got the habit of drowning himself in gin. And now the natives call him Papuli.
Papuli?
The crazy one.
Yeah, well, that's closer.
He's always hanging around. My mother wanted me to marry him at one time, and now that she's dead, he thinks he should look after me.
Okay, Lonnie, let him keep thinking so.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can use a good watchdog right now.
Oh.
So when Cochran comes back, make him park on your doorstep. You stay inside and be careful. And with guys named Philip Marlowe getting knives in their backs, I've got a few things to do myself, but fast.
All right.
I'd like to borrow that souped-up convertible of yours.
Where are you going?
Number 12 Harbor Street in the Hawaiian Island Art Products Company Limited. Harbor Street was a narrow, twisting alley 2 blocks below King Street. A social sargasso where the derelicts of the Pacific quietly foundered in dives, built into damp crevices between warehouses. However, number 12 turned out to be a practically blank wall. There was one small window high up, a door with a heavy iron grill over the glass on which Hawaiian Island Art Products Limited, I.K. Lee, President, was painted in small black letters, and a thin passageway blocked by an iron gate at the side of the building. A light burned inside, but the door was locked. So after I'd ruined my shoe shine and skinned all my knuckles, I managed to climb over the gate and edge down the passageway to the rear, where I could hear water running. There's a marble fountain playing in the center of a walled garden as oriental as the Forbidden City. I eased across its rigid daintiness to an open door, peeked in, and then reached for my gun. Because sitting inside at a sleek white mahogany desk was the Chinese in the Panama.
Well, this is a somewhat unexpected turn of events. Please, be careful with that gun, won't you?
You be careful, Lee, and you won't have to worry about the gun. Tell me something. Why'd you break your neck to get Kamehameha's cloak? You know what'll happen if you try to sell it?
My good man, I can sell that cloak every day for the rest of my life. A few feathers at a time.
Yeah? The world must be full of feather collectors.
Oh, it is. I manufacture the beautiful feather lace that islanders wear on their hats. And while the bird is extinct, the desire for its gleaming feathers is not. 1 or 2 golden mamo feathers in each lay. And instead of a mere $100 apiece, I can get double that or triple. Now, do you understand, Mr. Marlowe?
You know, you got things a little mixed up, haven't you, Lee?
Mix up? How so?
Your boy Marlowe is dead at Lonnie Collier's place.
Oh, that. Yeah. No, that was Mr. Blake, an easily accessible gentleman I hired on Main Street in Los Angeles. He only pretended to be you, for obvious reasons.
Oh, to intercept the feather cloak, huh?
Yes. I've known all about Pollard Schindler's plans since their inception. I followed every move he made. In fact, it was I who caused all your trouble on the way to the airport this morning, by means of a bribe to your driver.
Too bad you won't be able to keep your nest lined with Kamehameha's bathrobe after all, Lee. Because I'm going to walk out of here with it or big chunks of your face. You name it. Where's the cloak now?
I gather from this that you do not have it, Mr. Marlowe.
That's what's known as a shrewd observation.
And that Mr. Schindler, as I suspect, has tricked us both.
You're stalling, Lee. I'm warning you. Start talking.
Oh, that is all I wanted to find out. Yolo. That is judo, Mr. Marlowe. Almost like magic, isn't it? Jolo can break your back if I tell him, Mr. Marlowe. You behave. Schindler has the cloak, no doubt about it. So I must find him at once with no interference from you, Mr. Marlowe. Jolo, you have his gun, so lock him inside. I may need him later.
From something the half-caste had done to my spine. With the edge of his hand, my legs were paralyzed. I felt like the practice dummy in a school for chiropractors. Every joint in my body ached when I moved. So I didn't move until the feeling oozed back into my legs. And I wobbled to my feet and looked around. There was a small, high window I'd seen from the street. A heavy chair, a desk with a lamp, and something like a picture framed in bamboo on the wall. I glanced at it and then looked back. Kept looking hard for a long, long time until I finally realized what it meant. The answer to the whole thing was contained in that bamboo frame. I had to get out and get out fast. I unplugged the lamp, plastered my back against the wall next to the door, and tapped on the lampshade to intrigue Jolo into coming in. It worked. When the knob turned slowly, I threw the lamp up at the window. The crash brought the door open with a jerk, and the jerk stepped in with my gun in his hand.
What's going on here, Mr. Marlowe? Where are you? Answer.
Right here, Jolo. Now get up. I got some magic to show you. A trick I learned in Kansas called the haymaker. I ran down the hall to the street door and out to the car. There was no traffic problem at that hour, so I jammed the gas pedal at the floor and held it there right through the heart of Honolulu and up the twisting road that led to the mountains back of the city. The echoing roar of the motor as it tunneled through the forest lining the road was finally replaced by another roar. Wind. The unending gale that shrieks through a precipitous pass 3,000 feet above the city. The Polly. I swung the car to the side of the road and ran the rest of the way, out to where the rocks rose to a knife edge that dropped a sheer 1,000 feet to the valley floor. Then I spotted them. Lonnie lying at the cliff's edge and standing over her, his red hair ripped by the wind, was the mad island poet. Drunk as a lord and flapping around his shoulders like a pair of huge gold wings was the cloak of Kamehameha.
No, don't weep, my love. I offer you the freedom of the birds. Come, Lonnie.
No, let me go, Lawrence. You're mad.
No, Lonnie, you're the mad one. To think you could sell your treasures and leave the islands.
No.
Your destiny is here.
No, stop it. Stop it, you murderous lunatic.
I tried to warn Schindler, but the fool kept on. So I killed his courier, the man you gave the cloak to. And I'd kill 1,000 times again to keep you here with me.
No.
You belong to the islands, Lonnie, like this cloak and I. We must never leave. Come, it'll all be over soon, and our souls will turn to birds and live forever in this paradise.
Cochran, stop!
Marlowe, help me!
Stay back! Don't interfere!
Duck, Lonnie!
Marlowe!
I know. Are you all right, Lonnie?
Yes, I'm all right. Marlowe, look.
The cloak.
Yes.
Cochran must have lost it as he fell.
And the wind brought it back to me. Oh, it's strange, Marlowe, but I don't want to touch it ever again.
I know what you mean. I'll carry it. Come on, Lonnie, let's get out of here.
Nothing like
like ham and eggs and good black coffee in the morning sun to make one forget an ugly night. Right, my friends?
Oh, you're absolutely
That's
right,
all
Mr.
right.
Schindler. More coffee, Phil?
Mhm. Oh, thanks, Lonnie. So, Lee was picked up by the Honolulu police, huh?
Sure. I had it all set up. He'll spend some time in prison. And Jolo, too. By the way, he was still unconscious when we got to him. What in the world did you hit Jolo with, Marlowe?
Enthusiasm, mainly.
And that's when you got away and came up to the Pally, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Phil, how did you know it was Lawrence and where he'd be?
Well, it's all tied with that one popular poem that Cochran had written, Lonnie.
Oh?
That anonymous letter you got in Los Angeles, Mr. Schindler, was a line from that poem.
Oh, Kamehameha's cloak of golden feathers will bring no less than... How did you find that out, Marlowe?
Well, you see, when I was locked up in Lee's factory, I saw a full copy of the poem on the wall in a little bamboo frame.
Oh.
When I came to that line you just quoted, it stuck out like it was printed in neon. See, for me, that pegged Cochran as the killer. And going on that hunch, I tried to look at things from his angle. He was a murderer, sure to be caught, desperately in love, insanely possessive of everything he thought belonged here in the islands. And he was an unbalanced lush as well. Rest of it figured, that's all.
Oh, I see. And when he was cornered, he went back to the one important thing that he'd ever done.
Exactly, Lonnie. He was lost. So he identified himself with the hero of his poem and took that as the only way out.
It's amazing. Yeah, truly an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing, too, Mr. Schindler.
Well, we all got what we went after, didn't we? Each of us. Even Lawrence Cochran. After Schindler left to catch a plane for the mainland, and Lonnie said aloha and left to get ready for our date, I sat on the lanai of the hotel and watched the sweep of the Pacific from Diamond Head to the hills across the harbor, from the white sand of Waikiki to the green shallows over the reef, to the purple depths beyond. As a warm wind whispered through the palms, from somewhere I heard the soft strum of the ukulele. And it suddenly occurred to me, what does aloha really mean?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Wilms Herbert, Lynn Allen, Jack Crucian, Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, and Peter Leeds. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a dead witness, a $100,000 bribe, the eyes of a beautiful dreamer, and a corpse in a tool bin. We're all tied tight to the same thing. A fox's tail.
This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. Those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Quiet Magpie.
That's a lie. A deliberate, dirty lie.
Counsel, will you restrain the defendant, Mr. Calloway, from making another such outburst? Proceed, Mr. Deaton.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, in further proof that Vincent Calloway murdered his father, Homer Calloway, in cold blood, the state has established that a violent hatred existed between them. A hatred that crystallized through the years as Vincent Calloway grew from a pampered, coddled, only child into an indolent wastrel of a man, content to lavish on himself the profits from the Calloway Oil Company, his father's business, without once lifting so much as a finger in the firm's behalf.
That's not true. I worked in the...
Counsel for the defense will advise his client that the court will not countenance another interruption of this sort.
Thank you, Your Honor. A hatred, ladies and gentlemen, that reached explosive proportions when Vincent Calloway recently took as his bride an ex-showgirl. A woman with a long and tarnished history of flagrant fortune hunting. A woman whom he flaunted in the face of his father's expressed wishes and deep desires to the contrary. Further, the state has proved that just 2 days prior to his murder, Homer Calloway had decided definitely to change his will. Why? Why, other than to eliminate his son from its benefit?
The court requests that the prosecution confine itself to the facts. Continue, Mr. Deaton.
Very well, Your Honor. The facts are eloquent enough. Homer Calloway was murdered before his desired changes in his will could be executed. Next, we learned that on the night of the murder, a desperate effort was made by the killer to cloud the real circumstances of the crime by setting the scene to look as though Homer Calloway had surprised a common thief, robbing his private office. This clumsy attempt was at once proved by police officers to be completely faked. The motive was robbery, all right, but on a grand scale. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to tighten this web of proof around Mr. Vincent Calloway. Let us show beyond any doubt that it was he.
There was no doubt about it. Vincent Calloway was losing the fight for his life. Deaty, the crisp, tab-colored assistant DA, was cutting him to ribbons. When they called Felix Lohman to the stand, I turned around and took a good look. Because it was Felix Lohman who had telephoned me earlier and hired me to come to the trial and be on hand when he testified. He was a tired little man with a jaded cherub face who got up and walked unsteadily down the aisle to the bailiff's table. He acted like a man on the verge of collapse.
Are you all right, Mr. Lohman?
Yes. Yes, I believe so.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Felix Lohman.
Take the stand.
Now, Mr. Lohman, will you please tell this court what your association with the late Homer Calloway was?
Why, yes, sir. I was Homer's best friend for many years. I was his personal advisor and confidant until I...
Mr. Lohman!
The man's ill. Get a doctor. No, that won't be necessary, sir. It's nothing. Really. I have a friend here. Mr. Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. He'll help me.
Is there Mr. Marlowe here?
That's the way it played. My client was helped to his feet, and as I half carried him out of the room, I heard the judge adjourning court for the day. All the way down to my car, Felix Lohman stayed as limp as a damp bedsheet. But the minute we drove away, he began a recovery that couldn't be credited to the fresh air alone. When we'd gone a few blocks west on Wilshire Boulevard, a smile spread over his Cupid doll face like warm syrup over a waffle.
Yes, a good restaurant. Pull in there, Marlowe.
All right.
I feel like a piece of pie.
Now look, Mr. Lohman, not 10 minutes ago you were dropping dead in a courtroom. Now you feel like a piece of pie. What is this?
Come on, let's go inside.
where we can talk.
All right.
My performance at the trial was a fake, a delaying action, Marlowe. A bit for time.
Oh?
And believe me, we need all the time we can get
To do what?
to save young Vincent Calloway's life. How about this booth?
Oh, yeah, sure. So you think he's innocent, is that it? Why?
I've known Vince since he was just a boy. He's no killer. Couldn't be. It's completely alien to his nature.
Well, from what I heard in that hard-boiled court today, you'll need a little something more tangible than that, Mr. Loman.
I've got something.
Care to see the dinner menu, gentlemen?
No, just a big piece of cherry pie and a glass of milk for me.
Just coffee, thanks. Now, Mr. Loman, sell me. According to the DA, Vincent had plenty of motive.
Oh, he hated his father, all right. We all did, one time or another, Marlowe. And got hated right back, too. Homer was that kind. Dry, hard, lonely, lived on work and nothing else. But the rest of that motive stuff...
You mean about the will?
Exactly. Vince expected several years ago to be cut out of his father's will. He was resigned to it. So that's out as a motive for Vince.
Well, aren't you forgetting that was before Vince married a very expensive little plaything? Maybe she changed his economic philosophy.
Now you're getting warm, Marlowe. But you're still a little off.
How do you mean?
The girl's name is Joyce.
Yeah.
I'm sure she couldn't change Vince that much, not drive him to murder. But I'm also sure that Joyce herself would try anything. Well, that's where you come in, Marlowe. Something's fishy, my boy. Extremely fishy.
Yeah, well...
That's fine, thank you.
Now, tell me, what's fishy, Felix? Are you trying to say you think Joyce is a killer?
I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that item one, Vince was worried about her for some reason a few days before his father's death.
So?
So, when this mess broke, I checked up on her myself. Followed her home a few times. That's at 2313 North Ogden. And item two, I saw a man hanging around the place. A fellow with two gold teeth right in front. And dark, 5 o'clock shadow, kind of whiskers. I followed him once. Know where Angel's Flight is?
Sure.
That's where I lost him. But I learned that his name is Stoner.
Stoner, huh? What about item 3?
Blackmail. I don't know how or where, Marlowe, but it's there.
Oh. And Vincent's caught in the middle, huh? Good and tight.
Yes. We've got to find out about this fast. I wish I could go along, but Joyce knows me too well, and that Stoner has spotted me also, I'm afraid. So I guess it's up to you.
Okay, I'll get started. I can reach you where?
Home. Gladstone 3962.
3962.
And Marlowe, I'm just an old fuddy-duddy. But that boy Vince means a lot to me. And time is awfully short. Give us your best, will you?
I left little Felix Loman ordering a big piece of cherry pie and went outside. It was almost dark. I decided to try Joyce Calloway on the North Ogden Drive sector first. I finally located number 2313, which was neatly hidden in a series of obtuse redwood angles surrounding the rose-tinted glass front door to an extravagant duplex. I was about to push the buzzer when a door closed at the side of the house. So instead, I stepped back into a dense clump of handy landscaping and waited. It was a man, and enough light filtered along the walk from the street lamp to show his heavy dark beard even after a fresh shave. The light also glittered off a pair of gold teeth front and center that he whistled through as he passed. Whatever had happened inside obviously hadn't worried Mr. Stoner much, but it began to worry me. I decided to take my chances on picking him up later. After he'd gone, I went up to the door again, and the girl who walked through the entrance hall and toward me looked as soft and as glossy as a well-brushed kitten. Maybe it was her yellow shoulder-length hair or the flowing folds of the black velvet hostess gown. In either case, it was even better with the rose-colored glass door out of the way and the unmistakable scent of taboo in its place.
Yes? What do you want?
You're Joyce Calloway?
That's right.
I'm Marlowe, Mrs. Calloway, Phil Marlowe. I'd like to come in and talk to you a minute about your husband.
Vince? What about him?
Well, it'll keep long enough for us to go inside, huh?
Well, all right. Come on in.
This is my apartment. Now, what is it?
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you. The moral support you didn't give him today was real great. Too busy shopping to drop in at your husband's murder trial?
Why, you... Oh.
Okay, baby, I asked for it.
I didn't go because Vince said that he didn't want me to. Now get out. And the next time your lousy district attorney's office wants to find out something, you can tell him...
Just a minute. I'm not from the DA. I'm strictly freelance. At the moment, I'm interested in a small matter of blackmail and how a man named Stoner ties in.
I don't know what you're talking about. You'd better get out of here.
Now, listen, baby. I'm tired and it's late. I want to know about Stoner.
I don't know any Stoner.
Okay, let's make it easy. He's a bird with a heavy beard and 2 gold choppers, and I just saw him leave by your side door about 5 minutes ago. Does that help?
You're crazy. There's been nobody else in here tonight. Now, get out of here.
Sure. You know, Joyce, you're either awfully dumb or awfully scared. I don't know which. But neither one is going to pay off for you. I promise. Starting at Angel's Flight and working west, it took 3 solid hours of scraping through the scum on Bunker Hill before I got a lead on a guy named Stoner. And another hour went by before I actually found the swayback 3-story rooming house he called home. The scaly front porch was a clutter of big, rusty bird cages, and the mangy inmates of which complained as I eased the rickety front door open and pushed my way into a moldy smell thick enough to chew. The ragged row of tin mailboxes said Stoner's room was second floor rear. So I started up. I got as far as the landing when I heard a voice in the hall above. I went on slowly until I could see. It was Stoner. He was back to me, talking on the whole phone. I got my .38 in hand and listened.
Yeah, listen, Joyce, don't worry, I'll take care of him. Yeah, I'll be watching for him. Yeah, I'll meet you just like I said, only remember, it's not good for us to be seen together now. So be careful. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye, Joyce.
You didn't start watching fast enough, Stoner.
Who are you?
I'm Marlowe. The guy little cutie pie just tipped you off about. Don't move those hands, Stoner. I just left to collect that mouthful of old gold you're wearing.
You're no cop. What are you going to do with me? What's your angle?
I'm going to spill the truth out of you, Goldine. To keep an innocent guy from taking the rap for a murder you and his own charming wife cooked up.
What makes you think I'm connected with that?
Maybe I've got eyes in the back of my head.
That's so? You ain't got eyes in the back of your head. Because if you did, you'd duck. Oh! See what I mean, Marlowe? Thanks, pal. Let's get out.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, although the intention of the entire world is now focused on the critical situation in the Far East, there are still tragic remnants of another war in Europe. There are still hungry people, children who need clothes. There's still sickness and the ever-present misery and poverty. Now as before, it is your job to help these people. Help them through your generosity, through care. One $10 care package can feed and clothe an entire family in France, in Italy, in Germany. Send hope to these destitute peoples of Europe by showing you care through care. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Quiet Magpie.
The feeling of being hit from behind becomes more or less routine. There's an explosion against the back of your head. Your backbone is suddenly electrified and your legs melt. And a chunk of the floor rushes at you from a cockeyed angle. Where it connects, there's a second explosion and you start down that long black corridor. Very sick to your stomach. Yeah, it's routine, all right. But that doesn't make it any easier every time it happens. I rolled over onto my back in that musty hallway at Stoner's rooming house and forced my eyes open. As I did, I felt a stinging pain like a pinprick in the center of my spine. Then as things started back into focus, I saw a beer bottle gripped in a fat, freckled hand that belonged to a fat, freckled face that peered into mine. Started a conversation just before I could get the pinprick in my back.
Well, look what the cat has dragged in. And who are you, chum?
The Jewel T-Man. You need... Oh, my back.
What's the matter, chum?
The little gold ornament.
Well, you must have rolled onto it, chum.
Yeah. Whoever slugged me must have dropped it.
What is it? It looks like a bird or something.
Yeah. A magpie in flight.
Looks like it broke off or something. Probably a pin from some babe's handbag or bracelet or...
Or it's yours, maybe, huh?
Well, if it was alive, it might be. Birds are my speciality, or ain't you noticed?
Oh? You the landlord here?
Yes, that's right. So now back to you. Who are you, chum? And how come you're folded up in my hallway?
Well, it's a long story, and I won't keep you from your birds with it.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, don't let the Audubon pitch throw you, chum. I've got a couple of hobbies.
Like sticking your nose in other people's business?
Like bending noses that get stuck into my business. So clear out, chum, and stay out, or you'll see what I mean.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, bird lover. After all, this is your nest. So long. I figured it would play smoother if I left my tail between my legs and waited for him to return to his birds and beer. So outside, I let 10 precious minutes go by before I made my move. Then it was around to the back up a lopsided, rusted fire escape and in through an open window to Stoner's room. There I hoped something would tell me where he was going to meet Joyce Calloway. But after wasting another 10 minutes, it turned up nothing more than the two words Gate L scribbled on the back of an old envelope, which could have meant airport, train station, or bus depot if they meant anything. I went for the hall phone I'd overheard Stoner use and put through a call to my client, Felix Lohman, to bring him up to date.
Marlowe, this is splendid. Why, from what you say, Vincent Calloway is practically a free man. Now, so I understand. Stoner and Joyce Calloway, who are going to blackmail Vincent, kill Vincent's father so that Vincent would inherit a fortune and thus be a more profitable target for blackmail. Is that it?
Yeah, more or less, with, of course, everything backfiring when Vincent was arrested for the murder. But look, Mr. Lohman, we'll add and subtract later, huh? Right now, we got to catch up to him.
Yes, but where? You said Stoner got away.
Yeah, that he was heading for a meeting with Joyce Calloway. See, I got one thing to go on. I found the words Gate L scribbled on an envelope. You have any idea if it would mean a train depot or a bus?
Gate L?
Yeah.
Marlowe, is that what you said, Gate L?
Yeah. Does it mean anything to you?
Of course, Gate L, Marlowe. Is at the oil refinery, the side entrance on Lafayette Street.
Holy smoke. Say, Lohman, what's the address of that place? It's East L.A., isn't it?
Yes, 1100 South Cooper between Kendall and Lafayette Streets. Covers a square block.
Uh-huh. Now, look, Lohman, do you have a gun there in your place, I mean?
A gun?
Yeah.
Why, yes, I do, Marlowe.
Well, good. Get it and go over to the refinery right away. I may need someone who knows the inside, the names and numbers of all doors, windows, and pipes. You got that?
Yes, but why not the police?
Because they come with bells on. We can't take a chance.
All right, just as you say. I'll be waiting for you.
Good.
I'm closer than you are there at Angel Flight. Goodbye, Marlowe, and a million thanks for what you've done already. Why, without you...
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Mr. Lohman. Goodbye.
And for me, hello.
Oh, fine.
Now, don't move an inch, chum. You'll get this beer served, bottle and all. Now, Nosy, what made you come back?
Buried treasure. You see, it's up here, I know. One of your little birds
Now,
told me.
shut up. Remember, smart bloke, you're an housebreaker. And anything I do to you is okay with the law. Now, what's with you and Stoner?
Why, do you keep a diary?
Now, a neat bank balance. And all of it comes from cutting in on the right thing at the right time. So once more, chum, what's with you and Stoner?
Well, you see, we went to the same prep school, and I promised the headmaster I'd always keep an eye on...
Okay, Snooper, you asked for it.
A light guard. I figured right, bird boy. Bum aim goes with a bum temper.
It's only just beginning, sweetheart. It's black in here like a pit. But when I get my hands on you, you're going to be sorry. You hear that? Well, talk up. Talk up. Come on, Yellow Belly. Let's hear from you. Come on. Okay. So it's hide and seek, huh?
No, dead game, bird boy, and you're it. Now listen to the birdies sing, chum. It was a 20-minute drive from Angel's Flight to the Callaway Oil Refinery in East L.A. and all the way through the wide, deserted streets that the city's heavy industries called home. After 3 tries, I found the sliding gate marked L. On one side of it, and folded up like a marionette on his day off, was the night watchman, unconscious, blood oozing from a small cut on the side of his head. And inside, thousands of square feet of pavement dotted with a dozen different kinds of massive black metal oil tanks that were ringed with fat pipes and skinny ladders, and in the pale glow of a half moon looked like the kind of distorted stuff bad dreams are made of. I slipped my .38 out of its shoulder holster, moved into the narrow shadow of a long, low building, and slid a careful step at a time toward a center structure. It was shaped like a giant fishbowl on stilts. And then I heard it. It had come from someplace just under the fishbowl. And as I ran toward it, I was ready for what would be left of Felix Lohman. And I started to curse myself for ever letting him come on ahead on his own. But when I was close enough to where I could see, I quit calling myself names. Felix Lohman was there all right, but very much alive. Alive and holding on tight to a smoking revolver that was still pointing down at the crumpled form of Stoner at his feet. Stoner, who was very dead.
Marlowe, she's up there. She has a gun, Marlowe. Look, up on that platform behind those pipes.
Hold it, Lohman. Get down.
But, Marlowe, you must...
Get down. She's got cover up there. We haven't.
I don't care. You rotten, scheming woman. You are going to pay for all this. You're going to die even as you killed Vincent's father.
No, Felix, I didn't.
Yes, Mrs. Calloway. There's no other way out for you. It's too late for you and your lives. It's your end, Joyce Calloway, an end you deserve.
Lohman, you fool. She'll get you. Lohman. You louse.
My shoulder.
It'll be your life, Lohman, if you don't drop that gun. Well, dear client, what's your answer? Do you drop it or do I shoot again?
No. I'll drop it. I'll do as you say.
Okay, Joyce, come on down. Get a good look at your husband's benefactor, who incidentally murdered Homer Calloway, murdered his accomplice Stoner here, and tried to murder you.
My shoulder.
You know, for a smart guy, you're pretty stupid, Lohman. You should take better care of your cufflinks. That gold magpie shines in the moonlight, especially when you extend your arm to shoot people.
Marlowe.
Here, Lohman's the mate, the one that broke off in the hallway at Stoner's place. That much of you can still be patched up.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. Now that Vincent's lawyer has heard it and the police have written it down, the press have printed it, how about me? I don't follow it.
For instance?
Well, Felix Lohman killed Homer because Homer no longer had any use for him. But with Homer out of the way...
And Vincent in his place, Felix would be set. Your husband he could fool.
Yes, but the way the whole thing boomeranged...
Oh, that was just bad luck. You see, he staged a robbery at Homer's office just to throw the law off. Oh. Well, it didn't. But more than that, it almost nailed Vincent. Still with me?
Uh-huh. Oh, the second house over there.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was the blackmail? How come?
Well, that was Felix again. And out of whole cloth. You see, if Vincent lost his trial, Felix lost everything he killed for. So using Stoner, he had me playing follow the leader.
Like Stoner pretending to have just left my place when you arrived.
That's right.
Oh.
That and Stoner setting everything up nice and neat. You see, he was on the phone all right, but when he knew that I was there, he pulled a switch. And very carefully planted the name Joyce.
He did?
Uh-huh. And last of all, Stoner being killed by Felix and no longer had any use for him and had a lot of reasons to fear him in what was supposed to be self-defense. Get it?
Get it.
Ah.
He gives you a little to go on and then a lot more each time you get there.
Yeah. At the right moment, he brings you in with a phone call that tells you to come at once to the refinery.
Oh. If you want to help Vincent. Ooh, how close I came.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Correction. Like Mr. Magpie. It told me that Felix was the one who dropped me in the hallway at Stoner's, remember?
Oh, yes.
That made adding the rest easy.
Yes, but how fast you add when it counts. Well, good night, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks again.
By the
time I pulled up in front of my apartment on Franklin, the black in the sky had started to melt into a slate gray. And my eyes ached for the long sleep that they had coming. Well, I sat there for a minute. I lit a cigarette and I thought about birds. Did you ever stop to think how some people remind you of birds? For instance, the landlord. If ever I saw a vulture in pants, he was it. And my client, Loman, a hawk with horn rims. And Joyce. A pouter pigeon. And then there's Marlowe. I wonder what kind of a bird I am. A dead pigeon.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were Harold Deerenforth, Lynn Allen, Wilms Herbert, Charles Lung, Bill Johnstone, and Ralph Moody. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, an eager young kid took a beating in an alley. A lobster face began to boil, and a pair of month-old corpses got together. All because a woman in a dark tunnel kept a secret that didn't belong to her.
Most of us approve of saving for a rainy day, but these days it's hard to have enough left over to save. It's easy to put off the saving until tomorrow, and that tomorrow never seems to come. The best way to make yourself save a little every payday is to join the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Money invested in United States savings bonds today will make possible many dreams for tomorrow. So arrange to save with United States savings bonds. Remember, automatic saving is sure saving. Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states with only the names changed. These stories give in detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show, and you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or an early grave. There's no other end. They never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Fox's Tales.
Oh, no. There are some times when the phone just never should have been invented. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
This is Orrin Metcalf.
You remember me, don't you, Marlowe?
Oh, sure, barrister. What can I do for you?
Meet me here at the Blue Chip Bar at once, Marlowe.
Huh? Look, I can hardly hear you. Speak up, will you, Oren?
The Blue Chip Bar.
Yeah?
It's a miserable cafe on Melrose near La Brea.
Melrose near La Brea?
Yes, I'm in a booth, the last one on your right as you enter. But be careful, Phil. We can't afford to be seen. And please hurry. I'll pay you handsomely.
To do what, Oren?
To impersonate a dead man.
The Blue Chip was an indelicate assortment of stale smells, surrounding pictures of lady Godivas, some without horses, and featuring low lights, lower clientele, and the lowest grade of bar whiskey. Against that backdrop, my new client stood out like a Dresden doll in a police lineup. Oren Metcalf, in spite of the electricity in his voice, was only 5.5 feet tall, couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds, including the glitter of honorary fraternity pins that dangled from his watch chain. He was maybe 50, bald, wore glasses halfway down a long nose, and at the moment was as nonchalant as a 5-inch firecracker with a sputtering fuse.
Quickly, Phil. Quickly. Sit down. Listen carefully.
It's going to be hard in here, but go ahead.
I am representing a man named Cuvion in a lawsuit. Rudolph Cuvion.
Yeah?
He's a manufacturing chemist, Hungarian-born, at present, Phil, in a sanitarium. The nervous system will take just so much, you know.
Yeah, I know. And look, this Rudolph Cuvion is suing or being sued? Which?
He's suing. And nobody less than his former employer, the eminent Justin Shepard.
Justin Shepard. Well, he turns out cosmetics, doesn't he? Makeup, lipstick, that kind of stuff?
Yes, stuff, Marlowe, which includes a new and revolutionary nail polish that's worth a fortune.
Which was invented by your client and stolen from him by Justin Shepard, huh?
Exactly. We're suing for $250,000 in damages, Marlowe. But we'll settle out of court for $150,000 in cash.
Hello.
Not a cent less. Now, the trial, Phil, has, Oh, wait.
What? What's the matter?
What'll it be, Jones?
Oh.
Some brandy, please. Cognac.
Cognac? You're kidding, Pop. Like I said, what'll it be?
All right, Junior. 2 beers. Skip the chatter. We got to catch a train.
Okay. Be antisocial.
Yeah.
Right, couple, sir.
Isn't that awful? You were talking about the trial, Oren?
Oh, yes. Now, the whole point, Phil, is that every witness we had at the outset has so far either been bought off or frightened away by Shepard and his crew. With one exception.
You're racing the hole, huh?
Yes, a man named Max Redmond. He worked with Rudolph Cuvion years ago in Chicago, when Cuvion first perfected the lacquer base, which makes the nail polish formula so valuable. Redmond's testimony could have swung everything our way. And Justin Shepard found this out.
Wait a minute. What do you mean could have, Oren? Huh?
2 beers is ordered. 30 cents, gents.
Hey, we're even.
Thanks.
Now, Marlowe, the dead man I spoke of, and Max Redmond are one and the same.
Shepard murderer?
Worse. He drove Max Redmond to suicide, Marlowe. The man shot himself an hour ago.
I don't follow that.
Well, Redmond was staying here in L.A. with his wife. Now, I'll tell you the address in a moment. It's nearby. And although neither Shepard nor his cronies ever got to see Redmond, they knew where he was and where he came from. With that, they went to work.
Blackmail?
Oh, yes. Years ago, Redmond got in a jam. I have no idea what it was, something that he was conscience-stricken about, and Shepard uncovered it, then got through to Redmond on the phone. He struck home.
His blackmail price was Redmond's silence, huh?
Right you are. Shepard told him to get out of town, but when I talked to Redmond an hour ago, he was positive that Shepard would demand more in the future. Redmond was nearly hysterical, said he wished he'd never heard of me or Rudolph Cuvion. And then he hung up. Well, when I got to his apartment, I found him dead, shot by his own hand, his pistol at his side. Oh, it was awful.
Yeah. Tell me, Oren, what about Redmond's wife?
Well, her name is Louise. She's out of town right now. He was afraid for her and made her go away. At any rate, Phil, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? The reason I want you to work for me?
Yeah, I think so. Shepard and his buddies don't know Redmond's killed himself, and if I give the impression by posing as Redmond that he's still alive and not leaving town, Shepard will figure that his blackmail angle didn't work, huh? He'll get together with you and settle before tomorrow morning when Redmond would have taken the witness stand.
Precisely, Phil.
Yeah.
$150,000 settlement as against a court award of $250,000 means a saving of $100,000 to Shepard. He'll pay it, as long as he thinks Redmond's still alive and willing to testify. Well, now, will you do it, Marlowe?
Poses Redmond, huh?
There's $1,000 in it for him.
I don't know.
$1,000, Phil. And Rudolph Cuvion, helpless in the sanitarium. And Max Redmond.
It's an awful lot to turn down, isn't it, Aaron? Huh?
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Now then, here's the deal.
Oh, wait a minute. How about...
No questions. Every minute counts. Now, I've got Redmond's top coat right here. Now, you put it on when you leave. And here are the keys to his apartment. It's the Garden Court Apartments on South Ogden.
South Ogden?
That's right. Now, you sneak inside. Then a minute later, very obviously, go out again. Get into his car. It's a new green Nash. Drive up into the Hollywood Hills along Lookout Road.
Why there?
Well, Redmond drove up there a lot. Now, later, return to the apartment. You'll probably be followed as Redmond always was. And the man will be big and muscular. And in a black coupe. Now, once they know that Redmond... well, that's you, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't intend to leave town. There may be an attempt in your life. So watch your step. Getting killed as Redmond destroys the illusion we're out to create.
That's not all it destroys.
Eh?
May destroy me. Played his outline. A minute after I drove Redmond's car out of his garage and conspicuously signaled a left turn with a plaid sleeve, I picked up my escort. His headlights stayed in my rearview mirror all the way along Sunset Boulevard and then up into the hills along Lookout Road. I drove slowly until I cleared a hairpin turn and spotted a flat open lot about 100 yards ahead and to my right. It overlooked the city below and was dotted with cement bags, piles of lumber, and bulldozers that had gone to bed hours ago. I swerved off the road sharply, cut my lights, and parked close to the edge of the cliff. Then I piled out of the car and quickly set up the oldest trick in the book. I took off the plaid coat, tossed it over a shoulder-high board jutting out of a lumber pile, topped it with my hat, and ran for cover behind the bulldozer. I got there just as the black coupe pulled in, cut its lights, and ground to a stop. Then I saw something big and beefy get out and start toward the coat, an ugly, snub-nosed gun in hand. I reached for my .38 and slowly moved through the ankle-deep weeds until I was only a few feet behind him. When he fired at the coat, I was only inches away.
What the...
Does that make it my turn?
Don't try it. You're not Redmond.
And not a lot of people. Drop your gun. Go on.
What are you going to do?
I'll ask the questions. What's your name?
Gaffney. Earl Gaffney.
Working for Justin Shepard?
No. I was just...
You're just a liar! That's nothing compared to what's in store for you.
No, quit. I work for Shepard, all right.
And you were tagging me, thinking I was Redmond, to see if I was going out of town.
Yeah. I had orders to knock you... knock Redmond off if he didn't go straight for the airport. But that's all, honest. I don't know anymore.
Get up.
Oh.
Now walk over to that tool bin there. Open it and get in. Go on. Keep moving and keep your hands open. All right. Now, I want to have a little chat with Justin Shepard. His home address, what is it?
He ain't got one. He stays at hotels. Right now, it's the Beekman Plaza in Beverly Hills. Now, quit, will you? That's all I know.
Sure. You see, Earl, I believe you. You've got such an honest face. For a killer. Sweet dreams, Buster.
Dozen gladiolas and 1 dozen golden iris. Yes. And deliver them here to the desk of the Beekman Plaza Hotel. No, it's not in Santa Monica. It's in Beverly Hills. It has been for years. Goodbye. Stupid people.
Yeah, they're just everywhere, aren't they?
Indeed. Oh, may I help you, sir?
Yes, I was looking for Mr. Justin Shepard. Is he in?
Oh, yes. And, sir, you could almost reach out and touch him.
No, really?
Yes, that's he over there, reading the paper in the Louis XIV chair.
The Louis XIV?
Mm-hmm. You see him? The short, round man to one side of that woman wearing that stunning taffeta.
That what?
Stunning taffeta. You see, it's applicated with those bright red roses.
Oh, yeah, couldn't miss him. Turn right at the stunning taffeta. Goodbye.
You're quite welcome, sir. Welcome indeed. Goodbye.
Mr. Shepard?
That's right.
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
I know. I've heard of you.
Oh?
What's on your mind, Mr. Marlowe?
A chemist.
What about him? What does he have to do with me?
Earl Gaffney.
Who?
Who is Earl Gaffney?
A louse who missed, like the rest of them will. Max Redmond is still alive, and I intend to keep him that way. Good night, Mr. Shepard. See you in court. The effect was great. The fat man's mouth fell open and his chins jellied all over his chest. I let it go at that. The illusion was established. As far as Justin Shepard and company were concerned, Max Redmond was very much alive and kicking up the kind of trouble that they didn't want. But 20 minutes later, when I let myself into the dead man's apartment and walked into his bedroom, I knew the illusion was only an illusion. Max Redmond's body was sprawled at a crazy angle across the bed. I wondered what he could have possibly done to take this easy way out. I stopped wondering when the front door closed. It was a woman with the deepest brown eyes I'd ever seen.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Max Redmond.
You're lying. Where is Max? Tell me, where is he?
He's in the bedroom. You a friend of his?
I'm his wife, and I'm going to speak to him. Don't try to stop me.
I won't, Mrs. Redmond. Go ahead.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Bing Crosby climaxes his season on CBS this Wednesday night with a terrific lineup of top talent. Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the four Crosby sons, who've attracted nationwide attention as his guests earlier this year. Bing, Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the youngsters will be heard in a great musical roundup of the season's top tunes. So be listening this Wednesday when on most of these same CBS stations, the Bing Crosby Show comes along with these top guests. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Fox's Tale.
Louise Redmond's dark, troubled eyes stared at the bedroom door for an instant. Then she darted past me and inside. When she saw him, she froze, her eyes on the gun at the dead man's side. One hand trembled toward her mouth. Hang out of yourself, baby.
Oh, Max. Max, why did you do it? Why?
Your husband had proof that a fat buzzard named Justin Shepard swindled a fortune from Rudolph Kuvian, an old friend of his. Max was going to offer that proof tomorrow morning in court.
He wouldn't kill himself because of that.
Well, there must have been something in his past that he couldn't live with any longer.
What?
Do you know what it was, Louise?
I don't believe any of this. You were in here posing as Max. You're responsible for his death, but you won't get away
Louise,
with it.
give me that gun.
Go.
Little fool, let go. I said let go. That's better. You're smart enough to give in fast anyway. Now sit down over there and listen.
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Philip Marlowe, hired by Orrin Metcalf. You know him?
Yes.
He found Max like that. He couldn't let Shepard know that the case against him was dead, so he hired me to keep up the illusion that Max was still alive, that nothing was wrong. Metcalf is sure that Shepard will crack before morning. But we'll need your cooperation, Louise. How about it, huh?
When you took that gun away from me, you smashed my only picture of Max. You couldn't even leave me that intact.
I'm sorry. I know it's going to be tough on you, baby, but... Hey, wait a minute. Louise, did Max write that on the picture there?
Yes. To my Louise. With love.
Louise, listen to me now. This backhand script. Was Max left-handed?
Yes, but what is that?
He was shot in the right temple.
You mean that someone killed him?
That's the general idea, yeah.
Justin Shepard. The man Max intended to testify against.
No, not unless he's a lot slicker than I think. But he has an assistant, a tough one named Gaffney, who was watching this place when I took over. If he did it, then followed me, he wouldn't have had a chance to report to his boss.
I don't understand. Followed you where?
Oh, to that lot on Lookout Road where Max liked to go. I caught Gaffney there and filed him away in a tool bin. I better go and have another chat with that boy right now. You wait here.
Here.
Now, look, baby, we can't quit. You've got to finish the job Max started for his old friend Kuvian, and better than that. Maybe we can get Max's killer, too. Are you game?
I'll do as you say.
As I went out to Redmond's car, several things bothered me. And not the least of them were Louise Redmond's dark, deep eyes. When I got in the car, I felt the pistol that had killed Max. It was in my pocket where I dropped it after I'd taken it away from the girl. I pulled it out and looked at it. It was a Belgian Browning 765 automatic. I broke it apart and then, on a hunch, I slipped it back together, got out of the car again, and took the gun up to Louise.
I don't know much about guns, Marlowe.
All you may have to do is point it, Louise. The threat will probably be enough. In case it isn't, that's the safety catch there on the side. I'll be back as soon as I can. When I pulled out onto the vacant hilltop lot, I scented the tool bin in the headlights. I was out of the car and wading through the foot-high foxtail grass before I noticed that the stick I'd shoved through the hasp was now on the ground. I ran the rest of the way and jerked the lid open. Gaffney was gone. I started to close the lid, but stopped at something in the bottom of the bin. I'd have liked a coiled rattlesnake better. It was a glistening, sticky puddle, and it was blood. The scream had come from a hollow beside the lot. I ran toward it. Saw two kids in a parked car, scared stiff and staring into a tangle of brush in front of them.
Mister, there's a man down there. He's hurt. Bad.
Where? Show me.
In that brush. We both saw him. He stood up just a second ago and he started toward us. There was blood all over him. And then he fell down again.
Okay, get your girl out of here. Get back to your car.
Okay, mister. Oh, hey, holy cats. You're Philip Marlowe, the detective.
Yeah.
I've seen your picture lots of times.
All right, be a good fan and stay out of the way. The guy's dangerous. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Come on, buddy.
Gaffney. Who did it, Gaffney?
It's afraid.
Yeah?
I knew I'd spill and...
Who, Gaffney? Who knew? Who? Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, I found him, son. He's dead.
Holy cats.
Now, look, do me a favor, will you? Get to a phone, report this to the police.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell them I'll get in touch with them as soon as I can.
Okay. Sure, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah, right away.
My next stop had to be Justin Shepard's hotel. And now I had more to go on than a couple of hints from left field. Just as I pulled up in front, I saw Shepard behind 16 cylinders of imported limousine, swinging away from the curb. He seemed in no particular hurry, so I tailed him far enough to realize that he could be heading for Max Redmond's apartment. Then I took off through the side streets, wide open. I got back to the apartment in time to brace Louise for Shepard's visit.
But, Marlowe, what can I do? Maybe I'd better...
Maybe you better let him in. Go ahead.
Yes?
Stand aside, young woman. I'm coming in.
Please do, Shepard.
What? You again.
Nice of you to drop in. What have you got in the bag, lunch?
Don't be facetious. And don't worry, it's all here. I know when I'm beaten. I suppose it would be quite pointless to ask where Redmond himself is.
Completely pointless at this late date.
Very well. Then I assume I'm to leave this with you.
That's right.
It had better be right, my boy. Believe me. Good night.
Just a minute. How come you're running your own errands?
You took care of that yourself earlier tonight. You're a competent man. You should be working for me.
Working for you has its drawbacks, Shepard. But you muffed it. Gaffney didn't die right away.
Gaffney's dead?
Marlowe, be careful.
Yeah, he lived long enough to tell me he was framed, Shepard. By you.
When you can prove that, I'll be at my hotel. But I advise you not to push your luck.
Marlowe, you let him walk out.
Yeah, the guy was right, baby. So far, we've got no proof of any of it. Except this bag and whatever is...
Money. Why, it's filled with bundles of bills.
Big ones. At least $100,000. Holy smoke. Excuse me, will you?
Who are you calling?
Somebody will be very interested in this. You just wait and see.
Metcalf speaking.
Oren, this is Marlowe. I'm at the Redmond place, and get this. Justin Shepard walked in here, dumped $100,000 on the table, and left again. Not a half minute ago.
At Redmond's?
Yeah.
Why, it's a bribe. We've got him, Phil. We've got him. Don't touch it. I'll be right there.
Now, wait a minute. There's more.
Go on.
Louise Redmond came back.
Louise? In the middle of this mess?
Yeah, she's here now.
Must have been rough on her to find Max.
Worse than you think. Because that's still not all.
What do you mean?
That you can bet your briefcase on the fact that Max didn't kill himself in the first place. He was murdered.
Sit tight, Phil. I'll be right there.
Come on in, Oren.
The money, Marlowe. Where is it?
In the bag there on the table.
Yes. Excellent. Iron-bound evidence. Best in the world. We'll have this impounded right away, and... Oh, Mrs. Redmond, I can't tell you how sorry I am, my dear.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. But I'm grateful to you and to Mr. Marlowe here that Max's death wasn't entirely without purpose, at least.
What about that, Phil? Can we prove he was murdered?
Well, the bullet entered his right temple, but he was left-handed. That's about all we got.
Simple as that. And yet it went by me completely.
I doubt we can stick anybody for it.
Why not?
Well, because his killer may be already...
Already what, Phil?
Oh, already dead.
Another killing? Well, what are you talking about, man?
One Earl Gaffney, Shepard's gentle assistant.
What?
I locked him in a tool bin, but somebody found him there and shot him to keep him quiet.
Justin Shepard himself. Surely. Now, look. If we can't get him for Max, we'll nail him for Gaffney.
Don't count on it.
Listen, we've got that fat lizard right where we want him. Now, first
of all, it won't fit, Oren.
Why not?
If Shepard sent Gaffney to get Max, then killed Gaffney, why did he bring all this dough here, to bribe a dead man?
Well, yes, you're making sense, Phil.
I knew you'd see it.
Go on.
Okay, try this for size. Max Redmond never intended to testify in court. He wasn't after a legal settlement, because then the money would go past him to Rudolph Kuvian. This bribe here is all Max was after. But somebody was in it with him.
You're crazy. How dare you say that?
She's right, Marlowe. Now you're talking like a fool.
Am I? Max, no doubt, got into a beef with his partner over the split of the bribe and was shot. That's a guess, Oren, but this isn't. Gaffney got it because Max's killer couldn't figure how much Gaffney had heard and seen in here. He couldn't take a chance, you see. But whoever killed Gaffney had to wade through the same weeds I did in that vacant lot to get to him. And most of the weeds up there are foxtail grass. You know the kind that comes off on your clothes, that sticks in your socks like little darts. That's right, Oren. Take a look. Your argyles are loaded with the stuff.
I don't have to look. You're a bright boy, Phil.
Thanks.
It went just as you outlined it. Up to this point. I'm sorry you got so much of it right, because you can't think of everything.
You might be surprised. Don't reach for your gun, Oren. I'll drop you. It was a filthy scheme. Come on, hand it over. Your gun.
Why, surely. Here you are.
Now you drop it, Marlowe. Go on.
Well, the heartbroken little wife.
With the very same gun you so generously gave me.
That's what I meant, Marlowe. You can't think of everything. Louise and I are going away tonight together, and we're taking that money with us.
Stand still, Marlowe. I know more about guns than I pretended.
Sure you do, sure. I had a hunch about you early tonight, baby. Your homecoming was too pat. And you know what? You didn't bring back so much as an overnight bag. And what's more, when I took that gun away from you, you practically handed it to me. You were acting all the way.
I'm not now. I'll kill you, Marlowe.
Louise, shoot him! Shoot! Shoot!
I can't! Shoot! The gun, Oren! It won't fire!
Oh, fooling. I took one of the parts out before I gave it back to you, sweetheart. You couldn't make that go off with a blowtorch.
Oren, help me!
That's right, Oren. Help the lady.
Oren.
Believe me, sister, you'd get the same thing right now, but for one good reason. I'm going to need you intact in that court tomorrow morning. By the time the police showed up, Oren Metcalf, dynamic barrister, and Louise Redmond, beautiful dreamer, were already coming apart at the seams. 2 hours later, when I finally got away from it, they were still screaming hysterical insults at each other. Now, before I went home, I stopped by the sanitarium just long enough to shake hands with Rudolph Kuvian, who turned out to be a nice, quiet, thoughtful old guy. and I assured him of a fair shake that was long overdue. I guess it made him happy. It was hard to tell. Because the look on his face said that maybe the real price, in things other than money, had been much too high. Well, that's the way it is with some characters. They're human.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Howard McNear, Lou Krugman, Rick Vallon, Parley Bear, Georgia Ellis, and Hugh Thomas. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there was a fish that talked with a lisp, a hot blonde with cold cash on her mind, and a corpse with dirty French cuffs. And I mixed with them all without ever getting out of my own bed.
This Wednesday night on CBS, Dr. Christian will bring you the prize-winning script in this year's nationwide contest. CBS cordially invites you to hear Dr. Christian starring Gene Hersholt every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. You can save for your future today the United States Savings Bond way. Savings bonds are one of the surest, safest investments you can make because they're backed by Uncle Sam himself. You are sure of getting back $4 for every $3 you invest when the bonds mature in just 10 years. Safe because even if the bonds are lost, destroyed, or stolen, your government will replace them at no charge. And bonds are simple and convenient to buy. Ask your employer to set aside an amount of money from your pay, the amount you decide on. Automatically, systematically, you'll purchase savings bonds. If you're self-employed, have your bank purchase a bond a month for you regularly. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We delay the start of our scheduled program to bring you a bulletin from CBS News. The Associated Press quotes an authoritative source in Tokyo as saying that some United States combat troops have been alerted to go into action in South Korea at a moment's notice. According to this authoritative source, the deteriorating military situation in southern Korea may force the United States to commit ground forces to the battle. This bulletin came to you from CBS News. We now resume our scheduled program.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Pelican's Roost.
Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Phil, thank heaven you're home tonight.
Lynn?
Yes.
Lynn Russell?
Uh-huh.
Oh, baby, when did you get back to town?
Yesterday. Phil, listen, I'm at Eugene's. It's a beauty salon in Wilshire just west of La Cienega.
Yeah?
Come over here right away, will you?
Me? To a beauty shop?
You've got to help me get out of here.
Oh, what's the matter, kid? Got your head caught in a dryer?
Phil, please, I'm serious. I'm scared. There's a guy waiting for me outside, and when I leave here, I'm afraid he's going to try to kill me.
Now, look, this isn't just for laughs, huh, baby?
Phil, this time I'm not fooling. This man's crazy. His name's Ward Erling. I had a few dates with him once. He was in an accident 3 months ago, just before I left on my cruise. He's supposed to be in the hospital right now, but he isn't. He's here, just waiting for me to leave.
Yeah, but Lynn,
Look, I'm not asking a favor, Phil. I'm hiring you.
Okay, baby, it'll take me 15 minutes to get there.
Oh, thanks, Phil. I'll wait till I see you walk by.
I drove out to Wilshire Boulevard and kept telling myself that I could trust Lynn Russell. Why? Because I like her. She was a glossy brunette, born with all the natural equipment of a top model and a covey of oil wells in her own name. She rushed at life, but she'd always been smart enough to stop short of real trouble. Well, it was 9:30 when I got to the section of Wilshire's Miracle Mile that housed Eugene's beauty shop. I drove by, saw no one outside, so I pulled into an alleyway, parked, and walked back slowly. As I passed in front of the show window, I winked at a gilt mannequin with purple hair. And when I heard the door open behind me, I stopped and lit a cigarette. Lynn Russell hurried by without a word, ran to a cab at the corner, and drove away. And that was all there was to it. I turned around, headed back to my own car, and got as far as the handle on the door. Oh! I fell against the car as the blow came again. Oh! It made syrup of my legs. I oozed down onto the pavement and stayed there.
I know you. You're Marlowe, the private detective.
Okay. So I'm Marlowe.
Well, let me tell you something, Marlowe. I've spent 3 months flat on my back because of an accident that wasn't an accident. I'm going to get even with her, you understand? I don't care what it costs. Palmer Sloan or anybody else can hire a dozen like you, and it won't stop me, so stay out of my way.
I climbed up my front fender hand over hand, got back on my feet. In time to catch a glimpse of a new convertible emerald green with what must have been Ward Erling at the wheel. Well, there was no use trying to follow in the condition I was in, so I headed for Lynn's place with all my windows open. The cool air helped. I pulled up in front of a wrought iron arch labeled Garden Court Bungalows and followed a flagstone trail back to number 4, which was Lynn's. I felt almost normal again, until I saw her front door. It was standing half open, framing a man against the dark interior who was trying his best to see inside. This time, the advantage was mine, and I took it.
Take your hands off me.
Get inside.
Oh, just a minute.
Get in. Now turn on the lights. Lynn.
I doubt she's home. Miss Russell is not in the habit of sitting around in the dark.
Oh, you know her habits, huh?
I do. And you?
I know she has bad taste in men.
I wonder if I should resent that.
You don't qualify. What are you to Lynn?
When she wants someone to help her lift a martini glass, she calls on me. We've been going on like that for years.
Just tell me your name, Junior, and he's off on the small talk.
My name is Sloan, Palmer Sloan. Now it's your turn, Mr. Muscles.
Never mind. Lynn! Lynn!
By what right are you snooping around like this? Just who are you, anyway?
Here. Here's my card. Lynn hired me tonight.
Oh. So you're Marlowe the detective?
Yeah. Marlowe the detective. Any idea where she is? It's important.
None whatever. I had a date to meet her here, which never means very much to her. Why did she think she would need you tonight?
Because she was afraid of a guy. One who gave me a crack on the skull, and incidentally, doesn't think much of you either.
Oh?
Ward Erling. Ever hear of him?
Erling?
Yeah.
Well, yes. But Erling's still in the hospital. He met with an accident, you know, something about brakes slipping on a car, and he was crushed.
Accident's not what he calls it, and he's got a gun, just for emphasis. What's his connection with Lynn?
Oh, help yourself, Marlowe. Lynn won't mind.
Get your snoot out of that glass and answer me.
She discovered him, like all the others. I'd sculpted 2 years ago, and the cowboy takes Harrison. Early last year was the fellow with the racing boats, and so on. They are hobbies, fun and games to Lynn. She's got too much energy, far too much.
What's the difference with Ward Erling?
Well, he fell in love with her.
Oh.
It was charming. And then he wouldn't be brushed off, told off, or bought off. She tried them all.
So?
She left. Ran out, took a cruise. He wanted to marry her, simply wouldn't take no for an answer. Imagine that. Those two belong together like scotch and kerosene.
You know, you sound a little like you're in love with her yourself.
Maybe I am.
Oh.
But I know my quaint little position in her life. I'm her errand boy, Marlowe, nothing else.
And you don't care how dirty your hands get?
What do you mean?
Skip it. Now, look, errand boy, her life's in danger. Right now, I've got to find Ward Erling in a hurry. Any good ideas?
You might try the 4-bell jump in Santa Monica.
What's that?
It's a jive joint on the waterfront at Surf in Wilshire. That's where Lynn dug that character up originally.
He's a musician?
If you want to call it that. Some do. He was the piano player and leader of a small and for some reason successful combination that's still there, so far as I know.
Yeah, and one more thing. Lynn left here in an awful hurry. She might be looking for you. And I might later, too. Now go home, wherever that is, and wait.
Why not? Oh, it's 210 in the Beekman Plaza.
210, huh?
And if my apartment doesn't answer, try the bar.
When I pulled onto the parking lot at the 4-bell jump, the first thing I saw was the nose of the emerald green car Erling had been driving peeking out from the side of a building. I checked it and found out it was registered to one William Freeman. Well, that meant nothing, so my next stop had to be inside. The club was a low-ceiling mixture of dusty fishnets, the smell of bad bar whiskey, and noise. The band had just finished the set, climbed off the stand, and drifted out to join the customers. I saw the name Howdy Bub Freeman stenciled on the bass drum. He was a flyweight who carried most of it on an oversized head equipped with a pair of protruding yellow eyes. Stuck out even further when I followed him out into a back room. Hey, Bub.
Yeah?
That your car around the side, the green one?
Yeah, brand new. Nice, huh?
Too nice to loan out.
Better come again.
Where's Ward Erling? I thought he was the piano man here.
Ward, he used to be. He's in the hospital now. Had a bad accident a while back.
Who says it was an accident?
What? It was an accident. I say so. Of course it was. I saw it. The brake slipped in his car. It rolled down an incline, pinned him against a wall.
Is that so? Who says he's in the hospital?
I do. Hey, look, what's your grift?
You're a liar, Bub. Erling borrowed your car tonight.
Man, you're dragging me. I'll see you around.
Come back here!
Look, I got no beef with you, mister.
Where can I find Ward Erling?
Why don't you go off somewhere and drop dead?
Where is he? Come on, little man, before I shake it out of you. You look like you shake awful easy. Where's Erling?
Wait a minute. I don't know. I swear I don't. I don't care if he used my car. I didn't know it. He's a bring-down, a spook.
Keep going.
He blew his cork over some society doll. It practically wrecked our combo we've been working 5 years to build up. Also, it broke the heart of one very sweet kid. Maxine's so gone, she'd scrubbed floors for Ward, and he couldn't see it. I'm disgusted with him.
Maxine who? Where can I find her? Now, look, little man, do I shake some more?
Maxine Majesta.
That's better.
She's inside at the end of the bar, blonde in a blue dress. Take it easy, will you? She's a good kid.
So am I. We'll get along fine. I'll see you, Bub.
What'll it be for you, mister?
Scotch.
Oh, that one's taken. Lady'll be right back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Water or soda?
Water.
Right. There you go.
Thanks.
Hey, Larry.
Huh?
Your phone's broken? I didn't get my nickel back.
Oh, you want me to freshen up that drink, Maxine?
No, thanks, Larry. This is fine.
Maxine,
Yeah?
maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
No. No, what I mean is I'm looking for Ward Erling.
Try under a rock.
You know, you sound a little bitter.
I'm as bitter as a slot machine these days. What's it to you?
Well, I'm an acquaintance of Lynn Russell's. Name's Marlowe. You know her, Maxine?
I've seen her at the jam sessions we used to go to. She used to show Ward off to her little groups like a prize pup.
Sure you got it pegged right? You know, she tried hard to shake
Listen, she's the got rocks type who'd sink a yacht just to watch the bubbles. And that's only...
Only what, Maxie?
Never mind, skip it. Good night, Mr.
Hey,
Marlowe.
wait a minute. Don't I get to buy you a drink?
Some other Tuesday. Good night.
I watched her as far as the door. Decided to go after her, and then I caught the bartender giving me a very cold eye. Didn't thaw any as I downed my drink and saw him high-sign the bouncer. Looked like my welcome was wearing thin, so I went outside, sat down in my car, and tried to figure out who was covering up what. But I only got as far down the list as Palmer Sloan. It had come from the back room in the club. I was a poor third in getting to him. A waiter in a white apron and a fat sax man both beat me.
Over here, Manny. Here. Hey, it's Bob. Bob Freeman. Holy cats, what's wrong with him?
He's been stabbed.
Yeah, there. In his neck. An ice pick. Bob, who did it?
No use, fella. He was gone before he hit the floor. Whoever did that to him got him dead center.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Pelican's Roost.
Howdy Bub Freeman was face down and dead. The ice pick that had killed him pointed straight up, rigid like an accusing finger. To the right of the dead drummer's sprawled legs was the fat saxophone player, his face shiny with a fine sweat of fear. And to the left, the waiter who had found Freeman's body. For a backdrop, there was the doorway crammed with astonished faces and the funny kind of cracked voices people always have at a time like that. I closed them out. The waiter objected.
No, wait a minute, mister. What are you doing that for? We gotta call the cops. Hey, you ain't the cops, are you?
No, I'm a private detective. Name's Marlowe.
Well, that ain't good enough. We gotta get the law
Shut
about
up,
this.
Dave.
What?
Mr. Marlowe will tell you anything you want to know. My name's Lager, Manny Lager. Bub Freeman was a good friend of mine.
Even if he's the reason Ward Erling went to the hospital?
What'd you say?
That from my corner, Freeman dead only adds one way. He put Ward Erling in splints to keep him from wrecking the band by running off with Lynn Russell on a 90-day cruise.
Oh, yeah, sure. And to get even, Erling put an ice pick in his neck. Tossed it right from his hospital window.
You don't keep up with the news, do you, Lager? Erling left the hospital this afternoon, probably
What?
by way of the fire escape.
Water's out?
Out. And so that the accident was the kind that's planned well in advance. I know because we've already had a chat.
Then you mean that Erling did this to get square? He killed Freeman?
It could be. But there's another angle.
Yeah, an angle named Palmer Sloan. That society louse that didn't want his girlfriend mixed up with anything as degrading as a musician. That's it, ain't it?
Maybe. Erling was after Palmer Sloan or Lynn Russell. He never mentioned Freeman.
Yeah, but where's the tie? Howdy Bub didn't fall on that ice pick. How does it figure?
Playing the sheet music was Bub and Palmer Sloan working together. Palmer knew that Erling was on the loose. He was afraid Bub would spill, so he quieted him with that. Right, Marlowe?
No, I think you're wrong. Both of you. Look here. Here, I found this on the floor near the window. This wouldn't belong to a man, Mr. Marlowe, not even the Palmer Sloan.
Let me see that. A mascara case.
Yeah.
Could be the very personal property of Lynn Russell.
Yeah, her and a couple of million other dolls. You can't hang her on that. Every gal carries mascara.
Hold it, will you, Lager? There's a trade name on this case. Eugene, Wilshire Boulevard, Beverly Hills.
So what's that prove?
May prove you wrong, Lager. I'll see you, boys.
Hello.
Marlowe, Sloan, have you heard from Lynn?
No, Marlowe, I haven't, and I probably won't, so please let's not call here
Save
every
it for the
hour
country club, Palmer, and get a good grip on this. The drummer at the Four Bell Jump's been murdered. Looks like our not-so-sweet friend did it.
Lynn? Oh, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind. Now tell me, if she did this, have you any idea where she would head?
No, Marlowe, no, I don't. The boat is tied up. Her car is in the garage for repairs.
Okay, suppose she didn't take a car or a boat. Would it be by... Hey, wait a minute, Sloan. What was that about a boat? Is it a yacht, maybe?
Not exactly, Marlowe. It's a cabin cruiser. Anchored off the Santa Monica Pier at the moment.
Santa Monica, Sloan, that fits. What's the name of it?
Crest of the Wave. Why? What makes you think she'd go out there?
Well, among other things, a crack a lady made early at night. A lady named Maxine Majesto who loves Ward Earling and hates Lynn Russell. Bye-bye, Palmer. I made it to the fog-veiled Santa Monica Pier in less than 10 minutes. Then was another 5 getting out to the breakwater that joined the end at right angles to form a protecting L for the 50-yard boats moored within. Boats that ran from the kind of sleek yachts that good girls stay away from to a leaky rowboat with a rusted outboard labeled Faithless. And all were moored in a series of slips connected up front by a narrow, wet catwalk that did not have a guardrail. Except for a quiet old man with his pipe and pass, the end of the pier was deserted. No light showed on any of the boats. When I'd gone along the catwalk as far as the crest of the wave, a neat chrome-finished 50-footer, I had a clammy, uncomfortable feeling that said I was too late. But that disappeared in the next minute when I spotted Maxine Majesta standing alone on deck, a blonde hair damp and flat to a drawn, glistening face. A face that didn't brighten at the sight of me.
Marlowe, what do you want here?
Lynn Russell. Have you seen her, Maxie?
Lynn? No. No, I haven't.
But you are waiting for her.
No. Why would I...
You mean you always come out here nights? It's good for a girl's hair. Is that it, baby?
Marlowe, stay out of this, please.
So you can get to her alone?
No, Marlowe, so I can get to her alone.
What?
Don't budge an
Fine.
inch. I mean that, Marlowe. This thing goes off real easy. Now, where is she, Maxine?
I don't know. Oh, Ward, I knew you'd come here after her. That's
Never
why...
mind that. I want Lynn Russell, Maxine.
Why? Why, darling? Oh, Ward, aren't you through with her yet? Didn't you do enough to you? She and that Palmer...
Stop it. Just tell me where she is. Keep those hands up, Marlowe.
I had an itch. I'll ask permission next time.
Ward, listen to me. What difference does it make where Lynn is? She doesn't love you. She never did. You were a 5-minute intermission. But us, we're different. We were in love, Ward. We had everything.
I'm only after one thing, Maxine. Now, where is she?
Ward, please forget her.
Come here.
Get my arm. You're hurting
I'm
me.
gonna break it unless you tell me what I want to know. The guy who runs the hamburger joint on the other side of the pier saw her here, Maxine. And for the last time, where is she?
All right, stop it. She doesn't... Pelican's rude.
Nice going, Adonis. You got your answer, didn't you?
Yeah. Just like I'm gonna get Lynn Russell.
Hooray. State will be overjoyed.
What's that supposed to mean, Detective?
Something like Lynn Russell just killed Howdy Bub Freeman?
You're a liar.
Really?
It doesn't matter. If it's true, I'll just be a little harder on the fine lady.
How hard can you get, kid?
Hard enough. Oh!
Laddie, come now. Here we go. Up to the sitting position. Too much blood to the head is bad now. Come, laddie, up we go. There we are. That'll be fine in a minute. Oh, there's quite the blow there.
Yeah. Hey, take that light out of my eyes, will you? Oh, who are you? Oh, yeah. I noticed you out on the pier earlier.
The name is Spoon, Elvin Spoon, but they call me Scotty.
That figures. Oh. Scotty, tell me, where's the Pelican's Roost? Was it a nightclub or what?
A nightclub? Oh, no. It's far from that.
How far? What is it?
The Pelican's Roost is the old fishing pier.
In Santa Monica? A collection of rotting wood at the foot of 2nd Street?
Aye, but what business could a man have there, laddie?
The dirtiest. Thanks for your help, Scotty. Wait a minute.
What be it? Something you dropped?
Yeah. Something I dropped while being dropped. A mascara case I never really looked at before.
Lottie, you seem so puzzled.
Not puzzled, Scotty, just dumb. Lottie here has been jumping to the wrong conclusions, and all because he didn't take a good look at this and...
And what?
And the color of the girl's hair. So long, Scotty. Thanks again for your help. May get me to the Pelican's Roost on time. The nickname for the cockeyed assortment of barnacled pilings that complained with every surge of the sea and complained again with the undertow that always followed was no misnomer. At least 1,000 sleeping pelicans called it home. And now as I moved out along the splintered, lopsided boards that here and there gave way, I tried to be careful. Not to wake too many of the birds and stir them to flight, because that would give me away. But the heavy, clinging fog and the waves crashing over the jagged, jutting rocks below were on my side. I made it out to within 20 yards of the end of the pier without being seen. There I slipped my .38 out of my shoulder holster and went forward, a slow foot at a time, until I saw Lynn Russell. Alive and alone, huddled near a slick, oily piling, a face in her hands, a body trembling with her tears. What I didn't see was the man who had come up beside me and taken aim.
My hand! How dumb can one man get, Marlowe? A beating on the sidewalk, a beating on the boat, and now this.
Third time's a charm, Adonis, haven't you heard?
Oh, Phil. Phil, your hand, it must hurt terribly.
Don't waste your sympathy, Lynn. The gentleman here thinks you're a killer. He thinks you knocked off Howdy Bub Freeman because you and Bub planned my accident, and you were worried about Bub talking too much.
Phil, how could you believe that?
Oh, it was real easy, Lynn. You had the motive, and that plus a box of mascara that came from your beauty shop just about sold me.
I don't understand. What about the mascara?
Well, it was found near Freeman's body. But it wasn't until a few minutes ago that I found something else. The mascara is brown, and that fits a blonde, not a brunette.
What are you trying to say, Marlowe?
My guess is that Maxine Majesta's that blonde. She happens to use the same brand as you, Lynn.
It's a good guess, Marlowe.
Maxine.
Swell guess. I did kill Bub. We both planned your accident, Ward. Bud because he didn't want you to ruin everything you two worked so hard for, and I because I'd rather have you in the hospital than with her.
Stay back, Maxine. He has a gun.
So do I, but I'm still a hit. You see, Marlowe, I got here before you did. I've been watching them. He had all the chance in the world to shoot, but he didn't, and he won't. And that's why you only got shot in the hand. He's not a killer. You only had the killer's temper. And he's just learned that revenge is hollow unless you are a killer.
Don't, Maxine.
Shut up, both of you.
You killed Bub.
Yes, I did. He was afraid you'd find out everything. He thought his only chance was to tell you what we did and put the blame heavy on me.
You scum. You put me in the hospital, nearly killed me just to keep me for yourself.
Yeah, it's called love. Stupid, wasn't I, Ward? Selfish. And I lost. But if I can't have you, nobody...
Phil, she hit those rocks. You've got to get her.
Not a chance. Wouldn't do any good if we did. Give me that gun, Erling.
Marlowe,
Never mind the speech. One back to the hospital. Get out of here.
Yes. All right, Marlowe.
It was midnight when I called the Santa Monica police, and when all the paperwork was done, it was 3 in the a.m. Lynn and I drove by the old pier and sat looking at the rotten timbers. Tried not to talk about the poor kids somewhere underneath them. Lynn,
Yes, Phil.
how do you feel about everything?
I don't. Just numb.
Maybe that's the best way. Numb. Anesthetized. Insulate our hearts, our sensibilities. That way nothing can get to you. Yeah. Then just as we think we're all snug in cotton wool, life explodes the insulation, the heart ends the anesthesia, and... We're back grabbing at brass rings.
Phil, I want to go home.
Okay, kid. But remember, there may not always be a way home.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lillian Buyeff, Larry Dobkin, Georgia Ellis, John Daner, David Ellis, Paul Dubov, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a big city, dirty from a trigger-fisted thug in yellow suede shoes. A lady's heart dropped in the gutter and a corpse in a Hollywood duplex. But in the middle of it all and setting the pace was a sweet little girl from Pumpkin Center, Kansas.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Collector's Item.
They turn the corner, cabbie. Don't lose them.
Don't worry, mister. There they are up ahead of that new Nash.
Uh-huh.
And a white Panama hat shows up through the back window of that cab like a signboard. Besides, I've been doing okay so far, ain't I? We stayed in this tail for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, but I've been tagging the guy under that hat for 6 hours.
6 hours?
For a movie, a Turkish bath, 3 bars, a restaurant, and 2 museums. Close the gap a little, huh?
Whatever you say, mister. But they're liable to spot us. How much longer you gonna keep this up?
What difference does it make as long as your flag's down?
Big difference. My old lady be awful sore if I don't get home tonight. And this follow-the-leader routine looks like an endurance contest.
Take it easy, cabbie. At 10 o'clock tonight, a certain big deal will be closed, and then we can both forget about that guy up there and go home.
Big deal? What kind of big deal? I ain't nosy. I just don't want no trouble.
You'll get no trouble.
It's approximately legal, ain't it?
Legal is Confederate money.
Nah, just a minute. I got a living to earn. I'm serious.
So am I. Sirius is a rare coin dealer.
Oh, a numismatist.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you know? I collect Indian pennies myself.
Small world.
And the guy up there in the hat's trying to louse up for sale, huh? That it?
Roughly, yeah. Keeping an eye on him till the deal goes through at 10. He's a screwball from the deep south.
Hey, the light's changing. He's gonna be caught. Hey, you want us to slow down?
No. Pull up behind him. It's okay.
Right. Hey, mister, look. You see that?
Yeah. Panama hat, it's gone.
Yeah, when a driver hit his brakes, it disappeared.
Pull up beside him, quick.
Can you see?
Yeah, the seat's empty. Ooh, what a pair of chumps. They've been chasing nothing but a hat propped up in the back of that seat.
No kidding. Gee, it sure looked natural, didn't it, mister?
Ah, nuts. Let me out. Now, look, you get to that other driver. Find out where he dropped his passenger off and anything else you can. Here. Here's $30 for your trouble.
Wow, for that kind of dough, my wife can go ahead and get some. Call me at the office, mister. Just ask for Joe Joplin. Keep your shirts on, you get there!
Come on, Rayardi, be there. Be there. You'll go off like a Roman candle. Come on, be there.
Hello.
Ah.
Hello, Leon Rialdi speaking here.
Marlowe, Rayardi, I got bad news for you.
Oh?
Our boy, Seth Appleboro, pulled a backwoods gag on me, and I fell for it, flat on my face. He shook me. I don't know how long it happened, but...
But I do. I know exactly how long ago. Appleboro was here.
He was?
He was in my shop. He's a madman, that madman. Swore he would kill me, but he didn't.
What happened?
He was after the coin, of course. He got tough. But I got more tough. I'm not born the day before yesterday. I was forced to ruin a beautiful Renaissance vase on his stupid skull, but at least I got rid of him. So I say phooey on Seth Appleboro.
Oh.
I beat him up myself, you hear? And I throw him out. It's finished. So at 10 I shall sell the coin to Pierre Baldwin as arranged, and that will be that.
Well, glad to hear it, Rayardi. Just send the check to...
Just a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
Huh?
Who's there? Who's back there? Who is it?
Rayardi. Hey, Rayardi, what's the matter?
No, wait. No, listen, dog! Good!
Rayardi!
Marlowe, you...
Rayardi! 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 I ran out of the phone booth, hailed the first cab that came along, and headed for 113 Marion Avenue. Leon Rayardi's shop was a narrow cell with tattered green shades drawn over dingy windows. The front door was locked, so I went around to the alley where I'd left my car earlier. The back door to Rayardi's was half open. Rayardi sat on the floor, his legs spraddled out, his head slumped against the bottom drawer of his desk like a drunk too tired to look for the way home. Beside him on the floor was all that was left of the reason for it. A small open box lined with blue velvet and labeled Unique, Confederate States of America, $50. One of 4 struck at New Orleans Mint, 1861. Only piece of this series now in existence. Source, Colonel J.J. Appleboro Collection, 1880. But the box was empty. The 4 bits worth of Confederate money was gone. I picked the phone up in my handkerchief and called the cab company office. A few minutes later, I had Joe Joplin.
Yeah, I got that other driver okay, mister, but I couldn't pry much out of him. Even the hard way, I tried. He left that southern drawl off at the Wilshire Gardens, Villa 9, and he got orders to take the Panama hat on a $10 drive around town.
That's all?
That's all he knows. He thought it was some kind of joke.
Wilshire Gardens, number 9. Okay, Joe,
Yeah.
thanks. I called Homicide, told Lieutenant Matthews where he could pick up the body, and before he could order me to stick around, promised to fill in the details later and hung up. After that, I got in my own car and drove to the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, Villa 9. What finally came to the door and eased it open a cautious 2 inches. Had a mop of renegade hair the color and shape of tumbleweed, a body as gaunt as a piece of barbed wire, and 2 sick gray eyes that tried hard to hide under a pair of scrub brush eyebrows. Seth Appleboro wasn't glad to see me.
State your business, sir. What's more, I'm a busy man. I'm not well, so be brief.
Okay, we'll start off with murder.
Murder? Now, see here,
We'll
sir.
follow that with a missing Confederate $50. How do I come in peaceful like, or do I knock the door down?
Don't go riling me up, Yankee. Well, you won't get in at all. What's your name?
Philip Marlowe. My business at the moment is trying to square things with a client I let down very badly.
Client? Then you must be referring to that low-down, unscrupulous carpetbagger, Leon Rayardi.
You're a little confused, aren't you? Rayardi's from Italy.
From northern Italy, sir. And a crooked, unprincipled carpetbagger.
You said that.
The kind who strips the South of her treasures, who pillages and loots and... What? A gun? Well, what's the meaning of that firearm in your hand, sir?
I haven't got time for another civil war. Now get away from that door. I'm coming in.
You carpetbagger.
Now let's knock off the nonsense, Appleboro. Where's the $50?
Where, indeed? My poor old fool of a grandpappy, the colonel, sold it. Sold it for practically face value, sir. Just to keep body and soul together on the plantation back in 1880. And what he was give for it wasn't worth dirt compared to what that fine old piece of Confederate money's really worth.
All right, all right. Where is it? Come on, hand it over.
Well, I don't have it, sir.
Oh.
Not yet. But by ginger, I'm going to get it. And when I do, it's going home where it belongs, you hear? To the South. Oh.
You better go to the couch and take another pull on your mint julep, Buster. You look bad.
My head.
And then I want that coin. I'm not kidding.
That Riardi crowned me with an iron pot. Oh. But that won't stop me, sir. I'm not going to stand by and let that rare old $50 be desecrated any farther. I'll prevent it being sold to any rich, dawdling oaf of a collector who has the audacity to live in Sherman Oaks. If it's the last thing I do. And you, sir, you won't stop me either.
Sit down, I told you. You crackpot.
Oh, my head.
I should have known. Win, lose, or draw, I'm turning you over to the police right now, Appleboro. Charge is murder and larceny, and it's too bad, but you're a cinch to beat both raps on a goofball plea.
You, big boy, put down the phone, drop your gun.
Oh, rebel reinforcements.
Drop it, I said.
Oh, friend indeed. Providence is still smiling, sir.
Yeah, sure. She's hilarious, Mr. Appleboro. Right, big boy? Well, don't you see the humor of the situation? Oh!
The stranger had a flat, saucer face. A sour grin in the left hand like a trip hammer. I'd done my best to roll with a punch, but I'd still caught enough of it to jar my brains loose. When I finally got up again, Villa 9 was empty. It took a while for that to soak in, along with another fact. I was up against a team. Appleboro and Saucerface. Also, it was now 9:30, which gave me just half an hour to get to Sherman Oaks for what had to be the next scheduled meeting. The Boneman Mansion on Clooney Drive, from giant iron gate out front through overgrown grounds and up to the entrance, looked a lot more like the prop room at the Metropolitan Opera than anybody's residence. When I lifted the brass ring in the brass lion's mouth and let it fall, I got another surprise. She had deep hazel eyes with long lashes, close-cropped copper-colored hair, and packed full green suede dress that put no strain on the imagination. Her bare shoulders made you think of toasted marshmallows.
Hello.
Hello. You wouldn't be Pierpont Bowman, huh?
And you must have had some reason for knocking, other than window shopping.
Yeah. My name's Marlowe. I used to work for Leon Rayardi before he was murdered tonight.
Murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Is this supposed to concern my Uncle Pierpont?
Yeah, I think it does. From the fuss that's being kicked up about 4 bits worth of Confederate money, you'd think that it was a chest of Easterling sterling silver.
Only 4 bits, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he is vitally interested. Come in, Marlowe. Wait here.
All right.
Uncle Pierpont, come here.
Huh? What? Well, what's the matter, Christine?
There's a man here to see you, a Mr. Marlowe. You'd better talk to him.
Oh? What do you want? Huh? Oh, you. What is it, Marlowe?
Well, it's about the $50, the one you intend to buy from Leon Rayardi, Mr. Bowman.
Oh, yes. Well, what about it, man?
Rayardi was murdered tonight.
That murdered, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's true, he hasn't had time to hit the ground yet. What's your game, Sonny? You must have some kind of a game. What is it?
No games. I'm telling you, Rayardi was shot and the coin stolen.
Are you sure about that? Are you positive? No mistake?
Are you certain, Marlowe?
I couldn't be more certain if it was tattooed on my forehead. I heard it happen and saw his body over an hour ago.
What do you think of that, Uncle Pierpont? Marlowe looks at dead bodies, too.
I think it's poppycock. Yep. What do you think, Chris?
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what I think. It's more to the point. I came here because I'm also certain that the man who killed Rayardi is the man who took the coin. And that he'll show up here in the next few minutes posing as Rayardi and try to sell you that $50 as planned. I want you two to help me get him.
You know, Marlowe, I think you're balmy.
Now, look, baby, I've had quite enough...
Hold on now. There's just one teensy thing wrong with your little scheme, Marlowe. You see, 10 minutes ago, Leon Rayardi, or someone who said he was Leon Rayardi, was here. I gave him $37,000 cash as agreed, and he gave me this. The only one of its kind in the world. The 1861 Confederate $50.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there are songs for sale, and one of them may turn into the nation's newest hit as you listen in to CBS on Friday nights. This hour-long program of melody is called Songs for Sale, and during the hour, you hear 4 songwriters with unpublished music as they present their tunes to a panel of veteran, top-flight songwriters. At the end, the panel picks out one song to be published and plugged, and you'll hear the reasons they give for their choice. Be listening to Songs for Sale tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Collector's Item.
When the wobbly screwball collector clinked the $37,000 50-cent piece on the tabletop in front of me, his eyes flashed on like a pair of unfrosted light bulbs. And something close to froth started to collect in the upturned corners of his mouth that smiled like the cat that had just eaten the canary, cage, birdseed, and all. There was little doubt about it. Septuagenarian Pierpont Bowman was what an eccentric would call eccentric. And he was very unconcerned with the murder of Leon Rayardi, and very fuzzy about what Rayardi's impersonator had looked and sounded like.
I'm afraid I can help little on that score, Mr. Marlowe. Only had eyes for the coin. And what a coin she is. Why, suddenly...
Mr. Bowman, you've got to remember something. Height, build, color of eyes, hair, voice. Yeah, voice. Was it a southern accent? Think, Mr. Bowman.
Southern accent?
Yeah.
No, Mr. Marlowe can't say if it was or not. My hearing isn't all it used to be, you know. But Christine here, now maybe she could... No. Christine wasn't in the room. Answered the door myself.
But I did see him come up the walk, Mr. Marlowe, from my room upstairs. He was tall, about your height. Oh, no, perhaps a mite shorter. And he wore a gray suit. No, darker than gray. Sort of light blue shade.
Oh, that's
I think,
great.
like
Yeah, thanks a lot. And before I start reaching for a butterfly net myself, I think I better get back to Seth Appleborough's place on Wilshire.
Why there? Surely if he's the guilty one, Mr. Marlowe, he won't wait to be apprehended.
Not on purpose, no, but when I last ran into him and his buddy with a saucer face, he was fighting an acute case of vertigo. Might have collapsed since, and besides, I don't know where else to go.
Oh, but, sir, why must you go any place? The police will attend to that Mr. Appleborough. Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, here on the rim of the
Mr. Bowman, this may mean nothing in the Numismatic League. But I went to work for Leon Rayardi to protect him, a job I didn't do. Also, losing clients this way is bad for my business and conscience. Good night, and happy gathering coins in May.
Mr. Marlowe, wait, please. Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me see you out and explain something. Be just a minute, Uncle.
Well, what is it?
I'll pay you $500, Mr. Marlowe, not Confederate dollars either, to see that Uncle gets his money back and that the coin is returned to that Mr. Rayardi's estate.
What? You're against the deal? Why?
Because it's the 100th one in the past 2 years.
You hate to see the money you'll one day inherit go to a bunch of screwballs, huh?
Why, you foul-minded... No good... I've got news for you, Mr. Marlowe. It's not my inheritance I'm concerned with, it's my uncle. In spite of this mansion and all the junk in it, that $37,000 was every cent he had left.
Okay, kid. In that case, 2 points.
1?
I had the slap coming. 2, I'll do my best to back up everything to where I came in. Good night.
Good night. And Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy slapping you.
She said it like she meant it. 20 minutes later, I was back at the Wilshire Gardens where I found Villa 9 as dark and quiet as the bottom of a well. I had just about decided to quit playing long shots labeled I hope he passed out on his front doorstep when, from a nearby clump of pepper trees, I caught a glimpse of a shadowed figure moving toward me, one slow step at a time. I knew that I was spotted and strictly sitting duck, so I tried the only possible out. General nonchalance, my back to the pepper trees long enough for the not-so-stealthy hunter to get within hunting distance. And a good evening to you, Brother Appleboro. Now, sir, get up and start talking. What? Well, saucer face. Thought I had your partner.
Hey, you started wrong, Hasty, and you're still doing it. Appleboro's my partner like you look good in tights. The name is Locke, Fred Locke, Treasury Department.
Treasure? You mean you're after Appleboro?
Uh-huh. I sapped you because from the gab I overheard, I figured you were nothing but a lone wolf shooting with a coin.
Oh.
Appleboro, friend, is big game. He's wanted on half a dozen counts, a lot more important than this Confederate $50.
Yeah, but he must have gotten away from you because
He did. Jumped out of my car a couple of blocks from here. But how do you know about that? Who are you?
Oh, well, name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective, license included. Wait a minute. Here. I know that Appleboro got away because he's already been up to the Boneman place where he posed as my client, Leon Riotti, who, incidentally, he killed so he could sell the Confederate lucky piece up there for $37,000.
Quite a hunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry we crossed our wires, Marlowe, and thanks for the word.
Oh.
But don't worry, he won't get far. Us T-men will see to that. Keep in touch with the department if you find out anything, will you?
Sure. Oh, say, Locke.
Yeah? What is it?
Just a hunch.
Oh, like what?
Like you're a cockeyed liar! Like Treasury men don't call themselves T-men! Any more than private detectives call themselves private eyes!
Great!
Now, Locke, let's try inside your jacket. One, get rid of this non-Treasury Department Luger. And two, check the wallet and see if at least Fred Locke is your real name.
All right, it's my name.
Yeah, surprise, it is. And out of imagination, T-man. Come on, get up and start working on a few other questions like where Seth Appleboro is at the moment and exactly which that guy in is with blossoms. Well, do we keep this up all night?
No, I'll tell you everything.
Okay. Now, first the setup. Come on.
Yeah. There were two of us. Me and... No!
Come from the street that was just beyond the pepper trees and slammed into Locke front and center, folded him up like it was built on hinges. By the time I was out of the impact area and had my .38 in hand, the only target I had was a pair of taillights blinking out of sight in a funnel of dust. Fred Locke was blood-smeared, dead, and made an ugly centerpiece for the little ring of startled faces that began to converge. I stepped back and became just another sightseer. When a small, bald man with a large white eyebrow and lots of worry stamped on his face began to do his lamenting out loud. He was the Wilshire Gardens hotel manager and didn't care much for public spectacles on the home grounds.
Oh, my goodness. 1 minute that Mr. Appleboro unconscious in his car, and the next this man is shot to death.
Hey, wait a minute. Appleboro's unconscious in his car? Where?
At the other end of the grounds. There's a nasty cut in his forehead. One of the guests just found him there. I was just about to call a doctor.
Never mind the doctor. Show me the way. Come on. Come on, Dixie boy. Breathe deep.
Who? Oh, you again?
Yeah, me again. And you're up to your drawl in a couple of untidy murders. Now snap out of it.
Oh, my. It's no use. He doesn't even hear you.
Yes, so right. While it's this peaceful, I think I'll check on this drooping flower of the Old South. His wallet should do it.
Do what?
Prove whether or not he gave me a straight pitch. Yeah. What do you know? Membership card, Sons of the Confederacy, New Orleans chapter.
Here, let me see.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's his picture, all right.
Sure is. Well, when the police get here, they, Hey, look.
Yeah, what is it?
His wristwatch was smashed against the dashboard.
So it is. He must have held his hand up to protect his head when he fell forward.
Yeah, now look, friend, the name's Marlowe. When the law gets here, tell them they can find me at Sherman Oaks, the Pierpont Bowman residence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't leave me here with all this on my hands. The police are going to want to know what this is all about.
I'll try and have an answer for them. But first, I got to ask a crazy collector a not-so-crazy question. Come
Mr. Marlowe, I was hoping you'd come back.
No flowers and candy, honey. This isn't a social call.
Then what brings you here?
Your uncle, is he still up?
Yes, but he asked not to be disturbed. Why?
I got a picture I want him to look at.
What kind of a picture?
A man. Possibly the man who sold him the coin tonight. Now, where is he?
In the gun room. Oh, but he'll scream bloody murder if we bother him.
That's the subject on hand.
You mean you found out who killed Leon Riotti?
No. I found out someone else has been killed. Come on, huh?
Over that coin? Who was it, Marlowe?
Guy named Locke. We'll get to the fine print later. Is this the room?
Yes, but
It's just the man I want to see. Oh, Mr. Bowman, you. Well, it's quite a blunderbuss. Look, point that somewhere else.
So it is. But don't let it worry you, Mr. Marlowe. This harquebus hasn't been fired in 300 years.
That's great. Let's not spoil its record tonight, shall we?
Here, have a look. Fine workmanship.
Later on. Right now, Mr. Bowman, I want you to have a look. This picture, it's Seth Appleborough. Huh? Is this the man who sold you the coin, the one you couldn't remember?
No, not the party. Now, on this gun, Mr. Marlowe...
Uncle, we've had another murder.
Huh? Oh, my, that's too bad. But what's all that got to do with me?
I'm not sure. But, Mr. Bowman, if Appleborough wasn't the one who sold you that hot $1/2, it must have been an item named Locke.
Huh?
The saucer-faced buddy I told you about before.
Oh.
The one who sapped me at Wilshire Gardens.
Oh, very interesting. And perhaps tomorrow,
Uncle, please. Go on, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, there isn't much more. When I left here and I went back for Appleborough, I ran into Locke. We mixed it up, and I was just about to get him to talk when he was shot out from under me.
What? Appleborough did it? He shot Locke?
No, he couldn't have.
Oh, why not?
Because Appleborough was out cold in his car at the time.
Then all you really know is that Appleborough didn't kill this Locke.
Oh, I know a little more. I also know now that there's a third interested party mixed in.
Who?
You, maybe.
Uncle?
What? Me?
Sure. You could have killed Riotti via a hired flunky like Locke. Sold yourself the coin. After all, you're broke. It's been done before.
You're mad.
It's insane, Marlowe. The idea. To think that Uncle would hire the likes of Fred Locke. Why, it's...
Slips, Christine? You shouldn't have known Locke's front name was Fred, should you? I never mentioned it.
What? Christine, you mean that...
I mean that nobody moves.
Christine.
Oh, fine.
This is one gun in here that's no relic. It's been fired something less than 300 years ago.
Yeah, to be exact, less than an hour ago at the Wilshire Gardens when you used it to keep Locke quiet, huh?
You, Christine, you're the third party Marlowe is talking about. You hired Fred Locke and Appleborough.
Had nothing to do with it, Mr. Bowman. It was your niece's partner, Fred Locke, who killed Riotti in his shop and stole the $1/2. After that, he followed me to Appleborough's place in Wilshire Gardens. There he KO'd me and Appleborough both. Then came out here and sold you the coin.
Posing as Riotti.
Correct. You can both go to the head of the class.
Not yet. One question, teacher. Why did Locke go back to Appleborough's? Couldn't have been just luck that I found him there.
It wasn't. He was afraid Appleborough had seen him kill Riotti at the shop. He had to know for sure. Your turn, Uncle.
Why did you do it, Christine?
I was sentimental, Uncle. I wanted at least the last of your money as a keepsake. And now that I've got it, I want one thing more before I leave. That $50 in your pocket. Hand it over. Come on.
The $50, but...
It's worthless to you, Christine. You can never sell it again. Every collector in the world will be on the lookout for it.
Don't you think I know that?
Then what do you want with it?
The pleasure of getting rid of it. I hate it. Like I hate every piece of junk you've squandered your fortune on. The fortune I'd have inherited someday. I'm going to throw it in the first deep river I come to. Hand it over.
No, you don't, Christine. Drop it. Drop it. Now, sit in that chair while you can. You may end up in another one. The police arrived. They always do. And after a long hour of questions and answers, there were only two of us left. Pierpont Bowman, standing close to a window, tears crowding his eyes. The fingers of his right hand nervously toying with the Confederate coin. And me, thinking about Leon Riotti and Fred Locke and Christine. It was the old man who finally broke it up.
A rotten thing!
I left after that. So I don't know if Appleborough got the coin or not. You might check if you're ever running through the New Orleans Museum.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Anthony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Tom Tully, and Jack Crucian. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time an old man dead in a flophouse, a sot who carved wood, a fallen lady with an eye for gold lockets, and a snake with big ears. All led me to a soft spot in a killer's hard heart.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give and detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Girl from Pitchfork Corners.
I'm sure what I'm saying. Do I look like I'm wearing blinkers? Now, for the third and last time, so I can go back to marking this form. Nobody's been in that seat, mister, since we left L.A. Nobody. You sure you got the right stall?
Yeah. Car J lower 12. Your J upper 12, right?
Right. Like rain. Well, that's light
now,
for
look,
you.
friend, let's go around again. His name is Latimer, Arnold Latimer. I don't know what he looks like, but he's supposed to be heading for San Francisco. Now, maybe you heard somebody call him, page him, something.
Nobody called no one except that pool cue conductor with the brass buttons and the sandpaper voice. You checked him?
Yeah, twice. Now, look, lower 12 is vacant as far as he's concerned, right? And no Arnold Lattimore in the club car, the diner either?
Hey, now, wait a minute. He tried the washroom.
Yeah, same story.
Well, looks like your entry was scratched.
Also looks like Glendale is where I get off. So long, pal. Good luck with the ponies.
Hey, now, hold it. Don't tell me that Latimer bird is the only reason you're on this train.
The one and only. Look, if you run across a pony called Not on Hand, play it heavy, huh?
Yeah, sure. But not
the show. Not the show. Good night, friend. I waited on the platform at Glendale until the chrome streamliner had glided out with car J, lower 12, still empty. Then I got a cab back to Union Station in L.A., picked up my own car, and headed for 1312 North Bronson Drive in Hollywood. And a woman I'd never seen named Donna Rollins. She had hired me by special delivery letter that afternoon. Crisp $50 bill enclosed therein. To be sure that one Arnold Latimer was going where he'd said he was going. That had been my job. Well, the place on Bronson was the kind of imitation Mount Vernon architecture where Washington couldn't have slept a wink. The lady that answered the door was about as colonial as Bebop. Yet she was a full lap behind the other extreme known as glamorous Hollywood type. Just a nice-looking anybody, with freckles, brown hair, and a soft bun, and dressed in a white blouse that didn't plunge an inch.
Yes? What is it?
Oh, I'm Philip Marlowe, Miss Rollins. I'm afraid you're entitled to some change. May I come in?
Change? What do you mean, change?
You're $50. It's a lot of money for a one-line report on a little man who wasn't there. Miss Rollins, did you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. I don't like to seem abrupt, but I'm very busy. Excuse me, please.
You seem to have lost interest in Mr. Latimer in a hurry. You know, when you sent me the letter this
Please,
afternoon...
Mr. Marlowe, there isn't time for talk. I've already told you I'm very busy. Good night.
Okay, baby. Good night it is. I backed my nose off the front door knocker, chalked Donna Rollins off as another woman who had changed her jittery mind, and walked a dozen yards back to where I'd parked my car. The crisp $50 bill was still burning a hole in my pocket. When I was in behind the wheel, I was still worried about taking so much for so little, until I flicked my headlights on and the slash of white picked up something I hadn't expected. Donna Rollins, a coat thrown over her arm, a face stamped with fear, was running away from the house like it was going to blow up, headed for a taxicab parked close to a corner. I started my car to follow her, but I never made it, because a hot rod decided all at once to park in front of me. The adolescent climbed over his door and came toward me. He was strictly brash high school sophomore with dialogue to match. Of course, the cab was gone.
Well, Pappy, nice going. Your bumpers pleated my twin pipes. Well, what do you calculate doing about it?
If you were 5 years older and 5 inches taller, I'd pleat you, Pappy. Now, come here.
Oh, hey, let me go.
Not until I speak my piece. You, Sonny, are going to get those two cars apart in less than 2 minutes because I don't calculate on being gone any longer. Is that crystal clear?
Yeah, sure, mister. Sure, I'll fix it up double quick. You'll see. I practically got it done now. Okay?
I don't know. We'll talk about it again in 2 minutes. I had no idea what Donna Rollins had been running to or from. But the fact that she was gone while her front door was still open made her house the first place to check. I found the living room nothing more or less than I'd seen at my first peek. Plush, but empty. The bedroom beyond was the same. White satin drapes spilling onto a wall-to-wall jet black hook rug, and on the far side of the room, sprawled over an also white ottoman, a very beautiful blonde girl, very dead. She'd been shot twice in the back sometime in the last hour, and there was no identification in any of the pockets of the expensively tailored gabardine suit that she wore. In a handbag, the story was the same. Yeah, it looked like Donna had had good reason to run, but that I had a better one for calling the police. Or taking her messages. Hello?
I want to talk to Donna.
She isn't in. Message?
Yeah, here's a message. I want you to find her and get her this to me, please.
Hey, I can't hear you. Are you still there?
Yeah. Now, hold on.
Oh.
His phone booth's leaked. Okay. Who are you?
Friend of Donna's. You said you had a message.
Yeah, so I did.
But?
But I think you're awful anxious, fella. Too anxious.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get touchy. I'm a friend, all right.
Skip it, friend.
Not a chance, Junior. Nevins, 1, 2, 1, 2. We may get together yet.
Los Angeles City Building, Fire Department.
Battalion Chief Kegler, please.
One moment, sir.
All right.
Battalion Chief.
Phil Marlowe, Keg.
Oh, hi, Phil.
Look, can you get me some dope in a big hurry? It's important.
Well, sure, Phil. Name it.
What firehouse went out on a call less than a minute ago? Can you look it up?
Well, I don't have to. It's here on the board in front of me. Engine Company 5, Phil, San Fernando Valley. But it's only a small
I
brush
don't care about that, Keg. Where does Engine Company 5 live? Where in the valley? Can you give me that?
Well, I think so, Phil. Seeing it was me own outfit for 14 years. The corner of Ventura Boulevard and Whitsett. But, Phil, what do you want to know?
I'll call you later, Chief. We'll talk it over then, huh? Thanks. Goodbye. I was playing a long shot, but any kind of a lead on a deep freeze voice who had a message for a girl who left a corpse in her bedroom was worth checking. So for the time being, I skipped calling the police and left the place lights out, door closed but not locked.
Then I found my car where the hot rod pilot had left it. Started for the San Fernando Valley in the firehouse called 5. 20 minutes later, when I was there and out of my car, I came face to face with my second break. The only payphone within a half block of the engine company was at an all-night open-air hot dog stand. And the attendant on hand, a girl with a kind of arched eyebrows that left her looking constantly surprised, had an A1 memory.
I most certainly do remember the party you're talking of, mister, most certainly, and for 2 especially good reasons.
Like what, honey?
Like top and bottom, hair and shoes I refer to.
Oh.
The former, red, like this ketchup here, and the latter, suede and yellow, no less. And he was the... Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Well, let's say, Chris.
Hot dog, Bessie. You pick it with your own dainty fingers.
Yeah, with my own dainty fingers. Really, Chris, you say the same thing every night. It gets to be very...
Bessie, pardon me, dear, but this counts. Do you know who this redhead in yellow suede shoes is? His name?
Oh, no, I never saw him before.
Oh, fine. Well, thanks, baby.
Well, don't mention it. By the by, I do know where he went, if that means anything.
Baby, it means a lot. Where? Tell me.
With the Old Mexico Club here in Studio City. He works there or something. Anyhow, I know he made a call to Herbert Ring, the gambling big shot, and called him boss. And Ring runs that place.
Thanks, sweetheart. Here's 10 for your trouble. Bye, Chris, and you old hat.
Thanks.
Goodbye. The Old Mexico Club was phony south of the border from authentic Latin American rumba team I'd seen billed as Mr. and Mrs. Buck and Wing a month ago at the policeman's ball, to a life-size painting of a bullfighter who had his cape thrown over the wrong shoulder. It was strictly second-rate all the way down and back up the line to the proprietor himself, Herbert Ring, an almost smooth, almost big bookmaker whom I knew slightly. I found him at a corner table, huddled over a glass of milk, listening hard to none other than the redhead with the gaily colored feet. When I stepped up to them, the conversation broke off sharply.
Well. Hiya, Phil. What's new, boy?
Oh, nothing much, Herb. Outside of a job I just landed. A girl named Donna Rollins.
Donna Rollins? Quiet, Larry. Excuse us, won't you? Sit down, Phil, sit down. Mr. Marlowe, Larry.
How are you?
I'll be at the bar, boss. He's not so friendly, Phil. The evasive type, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Evasive like Arnold Latimer, maybe?
Arnold Who's that, Phil?
Now, listen, Herb, I'm trying it straight. Donna Rollins and you, what's the tie?
I forget. Your angle?
Right now, curiosity and a corpse, no more.
Oh, somebody's dead, huh? Where?
I forget. Round 2, Herbie.
Yeah. Okay, Phil, you've got as much good sense as you have nerve.
Thanks.
I'll try it straight for a while. A certain party has me over the barrel. Tonight's the payoff. I plan on making it. That's all.
Blackmail? And you're almost happy about it? Oh. Now, look, Herb, you
Marlowe,
don't expect me...
You're thinking like an honest man. Now, turn it over.
Huh?
I'm stuck, so I pay. Once. Blackmail's your name for it. We call it smart money. And smart money's what we deal in. You follow?
Almost. But this certain party, is it Donna Rollins?
Marlowe, after what I said about your good sense...
Oh, yeah. How straight can you get, huh?
Yeah. Leave it alone, Phil. Good night, boy.
I watched them go as far as the bar and past Larry, who quietly fell in step behind without so much as the command heel. And when they both disappeared into a door marked private, I decided I'd had enough of Old Mexico. I got out to my car and pointed it back for Donna Rollins' place for the only reason left. I didn't know where else to go. Half hour later, when I was there, I was glad it had played that way because number 1312 North Bronson was not dark as I'd left it, but lights on, front door wide open, radio going, and for a topper, a gentleman of maybe 35, in tweeds and a sunburn, mixing himself a drink. The evening paper open on a nearby coffee table.
What?
Good evening.
Oh, you startled me. You a friend of Donna's?
Yeah. She in?
No, she... Say, who are you? You barge in here, close the door, make yourself...
I told you, I'm a friend of Donna's.
Oh? That's odd. So am I. A steady boyfriend. Shall we try again?
All right, the name's Marlowe. I'm a private detective working for Donna.
Donna hired a private detective? Why? What's wrong?
Take it easy. Mr.
Sattler, Doug Sattler. Now, please, Mr. Marlowe, come to the point. I had a date with Donna.
Yeah, well, from the way she left here, I don't think she's going to keep it.
Why not? Why shouldn't she?
Well, for one thing, if you don't know already, there's a body in the bedroom there.
But somebody's dead in there?
Yeah, very dead. Mm-hmm. Let's have a look, huh? Maybe somebody you can identify. It's a woman, Mr. Sattler, a blonde. She was shot. Well, who is it, Sattler? Friend of Donna?
Oh. It's Donna.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Girl from Pitchfork Corners.
The thing in the bedroom was no prettier than it had been when I first found it, only now it had a name. Donna Rollins, my client. And as Doug Sattler stared at it and repeated the name, his long hands began to twist each other and its forehead got sticky. I finally took him by the shoulder and turned him around, away from it. His glistening gray eyes avoided me and instead darted at the corners of the room frantically like a pair of scared mice looking for a place to hide.
Donna dead like that? I just can't get it through my head. Why? Why?
Well, let's try the easy ones first, like who, huh?
You mean you know who did this?
Yeah, it's not exactly at the handcuff stage, Sattler, but I got a prospect. Come on, let's go in the other room. You can probably use a brace.
Yeah, thanks. I need a drink.
Yeah, I think it's a girl, a cute one with dark eyes and a double row of freckles across her nose.
Freckles?
Yeah, also she has brown hair and a bun and a mouth that probably liked to smile once. I wasn't doing much of that when I reported to her tonight.
You reported to her? Now, wait a minute. That's impossible, Marlowe.
Why? She was right here in the apartment. Furthermore, she said she was Donna Rollins.
I can't understand this, any of it.
Hey, wait a minute. Take it easy with that stuff. I said a brace, not a bottle.
I need it. See, I know the girl you've just described.
Hmm?
Her name's Beverly Cheskin.
Cheskin? And a reason for killing, if she did?
Jealousy.
Maybe you better draw me a picture.
She's a crazy, unreasonable kid from the sticks, Marlowe. From Pitchfork Corners, Kansas.
From where?
That's right, Pitchfork Corners.
Oh.
The rest of it's just as fantastic.
Well, what's the rest of the story?
Last summer, my car broke down. I was stuck there for a week.
Mm-hmm.
She worked in the only drugstore in town. I was just about the first guy she'd ever seen in something beside a straw hat and overalls. She fell for me, and, well, I kind of let her on. You know how a fellow will.
I should. I've been hearing the same story since I was in the third grade.
It's the truth.
Oh, sure. Rest of it, no doubt, goes right down the same cob. From sweet nothings to love letters sealed with a kiss. You finally got around to breaking it to her gently about Donna. She wouldn't believe you, and before you knew it, she dropped everything and came to the big city, huh?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
You make it all sound pretty silly.
It's no sillier to me than that corpse in there.
Okay. It's hard to believe she'd actually commit a murder, Marlowe. She does have a temper.
And she's just pulled her life out by the roots. And you know what? They grow deep in places like Pitchfork Corners, city boy, or didn't you care?
Of course I did. Crazy little fool. I tried to reason with her in my letters,
Never mind. Let's get on to the sophisticated part, huh? About Donna and one Mr. Latimer, for instance.
Latimer? Who's that?
Oh. How about Donna and Herbert Ring?
I don't know any Herbert Ring, either.
Mm-hmm.
But Donna had a lot of business friends I didn't bother with. Why?
Well, you should have. Doing business with Herb Ring means...
Means what?
That you have to be fast on your feet.
What's that? What'd you pick up off the floor, Marlowe?
An old envelope. I'm a stickler for neatness. Where's Beverly staying, Sattler?
I don't know. She called me once, but she wouldn't tell me. I haven't seen her.
Where'd she reach you?
My hotel, the Greenwood Arms.
Mm-hmm.
Marlowe, what are we going to do? About Beverly, I mean.
Right now, I'm going to try to find her. You can stand it, Sattler. Stay here. And stay sober. The crumpled envelope I'd found that didn't belong on Donna's floor had come from the Sunflower Motor Court. Qualified as a lead only because the name might appeal to a sentimental Kansan a long way from home. Well, it took the night man at the place 5 fumbling minutes to discover that Beverly Cheskin actually was registered. 5 more to remember that she got a call just before I showed up. Had left in a big hurry and had crossed the street towards Sam's, which was the U-Drive car lot done in tired green. So was Sam.
Sorry, Sonny, but you're out of luck. Ain't a buggy left on the lot. Them 2 out there laid up.
I don't want a car, Sam. I got my own across the street. I'm looking for a girl.
What you doing it in here for?
Because her name is Beverly Cheskin.
Beverly? Well, say now, ain't this a coincidence?
Is it?
Pretty little thing by that name was just in. Freckles and all. Don't see Freckles out here much. Made me kind of homesick.
Yeah, I'll bet. Did she rent a car from you?
Oh, sure did. Brand new Nash, last one.
Oh?
Darn near didn't give it to her. She's mighty keyed up, you see. Figured the L.A. traffic had put the wild on her till I found out it was love.
Love? What do you mean?
Why, she asked me what was the shortest way up to Vista Point. Won't you get it, son?
I'll be very honest, not yet, no.
Well, Vista's Mexican for view, senor. Point's just a hoot and holler east of the observatory. See the whole darn valley and all of L.A. from up there.
Oh, that's where she's headed, huh? You sure?
Well, reckon. Most romantic spot around. Dangerous road, though, more ways than one. But you ain't kidding me. I bet you know all about it.
Well, not all, but I'm willing to find out. Thanks, Sammy.
That's all right. Don't break your neck across the street, son, as you wait.
Leave that heap right where it's set, Shamus. You won't be needing it.
I won't take your word for it, Larry.
You better. Mr. Ring wants you and me to have a nice talk.
Tell him we have nothing in common.
You know it's different. The name Arnold Latimer, for instance.
Sorry, some other time I got a date.
Come here, you. Said we're gonna talk, Mr. Cool Cucumber. If I have to warm you up to it the hard way, it's okay with me.
You know, Larry, there's something wrong with a guy who'll wear yellow suede shoes like those. He must be slow in his reflexes. Imagine I'll be seeing you. As I headed for Vista Point, 2 ugly facts stood out clearly. First, the only person Beverly Cheskin would rush off to Vista Point for was Doug Sattler. Second, he had to be a liar because he called her just as soon as my back was turned. And they both added up to the same thing, another corpse. The road up from the valley floor was a narrow strip of crumbling concrete as full of twists as a hurt worm. But near the top it leveled off in a series of ragged terraces, grossly overrated as a lover's rendezvous. I pulled off the road, hid my car near a scrub oak, and went the rest of the way up on foot. A cold wind lashed at the manzanita as I worked my way up to the crest. The half-moon played unpredictable tag with low clouds. So I followed the shadow of a stone wall out onto the jutting point, where the mountain fell away on 3 sides into a black gorge. Finally, I spotted them. Doug Sattler and the freckled kid from Pitchfork Corners, standing close together at the edge of oblivion.
I was in love with you, Doug. I still am. Doesn't my being here prove that? When you called me at the motel, I came up here as fast as I could, even though I knew what you'd done. Oh, Doug, why did you have to kill her? Why?
Because she double-crossed me on a business deal. A blackmail deal, Beverly.
Blackmail?
That's right. Donna knew plenty about certain men in this town, big-timers who'd pay thousands or kill to keep others from finding out about me.
Oh, Doug, how could you?
Well, it was risky. I had to pose as somebody who didn't exist, a Mr. Arnold Latimer, and pretend that he was the one who had all the information. I demanded 50 grand from a guy named Ring and set Donna up as the go-between. Then, as Latimer, I was supposed to go to San Francisco on the train and wait for Donna to come with the money. But I'd have waited the rest of my life. She intended to keep it all for herself.
But you killed her, Doug. Was it that important to you?
You still don't get it, do you?
I know now that there's no chance for us, for you and me. No chance at all, ever.
I'm going through with the deal alone, Beverly. I'm going to get that money. But I've got to do something else first.
I'd heard enough.
You don't really think
I reached for
got
my
you up here
38 and
just to
edged
look
along
at
the wall
lights
toward them to where I knew I couldn't miss.
I made a mistake, Beverly. I dropped an envelope in Donna's place and Marlowe found it. He knows I lied, but I can still say I did it to protect you.
Protect me? What do you mean?
He'll be up here eventually, but all he's going to find is a stupid kid from Pitchfork Corners who murdered a rival in a fit of jealousy and then couldn't face it and came
I was counting on the wind to cover any noise, and it did.
You see, it was a...
That's why I was caught flat-footed when the shock came. Sattler lurched up on his toes and doubled over, clawing at his stomach. I crouched down as Herbert Ring stepped out of the brush across the clearing, a thin-barreled gun in his hand.
Don't move, sister.
Sattler had fallen face down on the ground. I started moving again as Ring rolled him over with his foot. He was dead.
That's the only payoff Mr. Arnold Latimer gets for me. It's too bad you had to be here to see it made, sister, because I can't afford a witness. I'm sorry, I really am. But it's no worse than he was going to do to you.
Ring! Duck, Beverly! Let that gun lay, Ring. Don't reach for it. Just relax.
And Larry, that louse, he was supposed to...
Yeah, it's a little late for tips, Herb. You should have hired a better class of help.
Go fry your head. Nobody's perfect. Even you.
Yeah, where'd I slip? Too much volume when I talked to Sam?
Yeah, that's right, Loudmouth. I tagged you there, and listen.
So you knew where to come, and you heard the rest of it up here just like I did. You take it, Herb? It's not going to be easy getting you down this hill to a dock.
Are you kidding, Shamus? I ain't moving any place. If you know any pretty words, go say 'em to the lady. She's the one who needs 'em. They'll go over big in Pitchfork.
I couldn't think of any pretty words. Not then, anyway. I let her figure it all out for herself, and she was still at it when we got to police headquarters, where we told the whole story to homicide from start to finish. And finally, when a coroner's crew went up to Vista Point to take Sattler and Ring to the morgue, and a gaunt police secretary with calluses on her mind hammered out the reports, I went over to Beverly, the little country girl, who was looking through a dingy window at the dingy backyard of the city.
Are they going to ask any more questions, Mr. Marlowe?
No new ones. They've got it all. They just like to repeat to be sure it comes out the same each time. You can't blame them, you know. Well, they're not going to hold you. You can leave tomorrow and go home.
Yes, I know, but I'm not going back. I'm going to stay here in Los Angeles.
Be sure, baby. It's a big place, lots of people. Awful lot of people.
Not if you think about them one at a time.
Yeah.
Say, Marlowe, you can go now if you want. But we'd like to talk to you again, Miss Chesson. Will you come in, please?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, good night, Phil. Can I call you one of these days?
You better. Starting tomorrow. She smiled. And the freckles on her nose all ran together. Yeah, it was a lovely sight, that nose. I watched her walk into the lieutenant's office, and then I went out, got in my car, and headed home. And as I drove, I thought about hepcats, hicks, and hayseeds. But as she suggested, one at a time. You know what? It worked. That way there's no difference. They're all people. Yeah, I had a hunch I was going to be planning on that phone call tomorrow.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, Peter Leeds, Wally Mayer, Hugh Thomas, Anthony Barrett, Vivi Janis, and Harry Bartell. Special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's Adventures of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I spent the night in an ancient Spanish castle with an overworked count guarding a tomb. A caretaker with blood on his mind and a 7-footer called Peter the Cruel, which was one thing. The other was worse. They all lived in the 16th century.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The High-Collared Cape.
Nothing like a drink and a good book on a rainy night. And what a night. Oh, no. All right, don't sprain your finger.
I'm most sorry to intrude on you this time at night, but I may have waited too long already.
Yeah, well, look, miss, my office hours are 9 to...
My poor Andre, I felt something dreadful was going to happen to him, and now I'm sure of it. You must find him for me. The poor man
Lady, wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Who is Andre? And for that matter, who are you?
I am Vivian Ordway, prima ballerina ballet du monde.
Prima ballerina?
The impresario of the company, my dear, dear old friend, my teacher, the man who's been like a father to me. That is Andre Ledoux. We must help him at once.
Yeah, well, listen, Miss Ordway, why don't you...
Mr. Marlowe, I feared for some time that Andre was on the brink of losing his mind.
Yeah, I can understand
You see, he's a genius, tormented by 1,000 frustrations. He will never dance. He's been crippled, but he is consumed with a passion for dancing and drives himself to express his genius through the clumsy feet of others.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. You've no idea, but I don't see why you came to me tonight, Miss Ordway. What can I do?
Help me to find him. Yesterday, something else happened to Andre. I don't know what, but it upset him. Then today at noon, when this awful rain started, he disappeared and... Oh, good heavens.
Huh?
8:05.
Yeah, what about it?
I'll be late for the performance. Here, take this ticket and please come to the theater, Mr. Marlowe. I beg you. I'll pay you anything you ask. Only promise me you'll come.
Well,
please.
Okay, Miss Ordway. I'll be there as soon as I can. Ballerina swept out of my apartment like a frightened whirlwind. As I got dressed all over again for an evening ballet, which I needed like acute appendicitis, I saw that the ticket she'd left was number 27J at the Great Arts Theater, showing Ballet of the World, sponsored by one Mrs. Imogene Wyatt. Well, I got to the lobby, half soaked near the end of the second act, when an icy usherette shoved the program at me and hush-hushed me inside.
The audience was a small cluster of Artie diehards down front, which left me in 27J feeling like Midway Island. My client, Vivian Ordway, was the whole show. When I saw the finale coming, I slipped down a side aisle and into the wings, just in time to catch a beef at the stage door between a long, wolf-faced intruder and a pudgy
I
doorman.
ain't here, Scully Haskell. But even if she was, you wouldn't get in. She left strict orders. You're finished. Now get out and stay out.
Okay, but let me tell you something. I broke my back getting publicity for that diamond-studded widow in this outfit. Imogene Wire's going to be sorry she fired me. I'm going to see to it personally.
Get out of the theater, Scully.
Nuts. To you and his whole troop of stuck-up grasshoppers.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe,
Yeah.
here. Come this way to my dressing room.
Tell me, have you heard from Andre Ledoux, Vivian?
No, nothing. But I did remember something that may help.
Oh?
Andre once mentioned that he had a friend here in Los Angeles, a Mr. Baker, who lived at the Winthrop Arms, the Winthrop Hotel, the Winthrop something. Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Andre may be there. I'm grasping at straws, I know, but if his mind is gone and he is lost, I'm so afraid for him.
Oh, now take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Vivian, is there news of Andre?
Oh, no, George, nothing. Mr. Marlowe here is going to find him for us. He's a private detective.
Oh, I see. Wonderful. I am George Melikov.
Glad to know you.
Vivian, I'll be at the hotel. If I can help, please do call on me. And, oh, my dear, you shone as beautifully tonight as the full moon. Как красивая луна. We mere stars were hardly visible beside you. До свидания, душа.
Fast man with a compliment, huh?
He's very sweet.
Yeah, what hotel did he mean?
The Wilshire Gardens. Most of the ballet stay there.
Oh. How about you, Miss Ordway?
I have a house, a studio on Lookout Mountain, 857.
857.
Yeah.
Can I reach you there?
No, I'm going to wait here in the theater. If Andre should remember and come back, I'd want to be here. He's a very sick man.
After I left the theater, a quick check in a phone book showed a Winthrop Arms apartment hotel on Havenhurst Drive. It's just below Fountain Avenue. And when I got there, I found the name Baker stuck over the mailbox to apartment 1A. I went inside and up to the door.
Yes?
Andre Ledoux?
What do you want?
Well, your friends at the theater are worried about you.
My friends? I have no friends.
George Melikov's worried about you.
George Melikov, my friend, is worried about me.
So is Vivian Ordway.
Oh, Vivian.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that dear child. What will become of her now?
What do you mean? What's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Ordway sent me to find you. She's waiting for you at the theater.
Waiting at the theater? Why? Why? The ballet is finished.
What's that?
Mrs. Imogen Wyatt withdraws her support completely. There is no more Ballet du Monde. I'm penniless. And all our work has been for nothing. I tried to reason with her, but it was hateful. Afterward, I drove here on a dark street, the rain slashing, clawing at me. Rain.
Andre, where's your friend, Mr. Baker? This place is packed in mothballs.
He is in Europe. It is all right that I am here. He sent me the keys long ago, said I could use his apartment and his car. I came here to be alone, to think. My head aches.
Andre, what time was it when you left Mrs. Wyatt's yesterday? Do you remember?
I can't remember. Only that it was dark. Very dark. And it was such a difficult drive. Yeah, tomorrow she will notify her lawyer to alter the papers and order that imbecile. I wish she were dead. You hear me? I wish that Imogen Wyatt were dead. What was that?
Stay where you are.
What is it? Do you see anything?
No. Now look, Andre, about your headache. Wouldn't you like to see a doctor?
Doctor? No, I'll be all right. I am all right. Understand?
Yeah, sure. Well, do me a favor, for your own sake. Stay here tonight, inside. I want to check a couple of things, and then I'll be back.
Yes, I'll stay. Where else would I go now?
left, I was convinced that if the ballet impresario hadn't already slipped his trolley, another slight bump would do it. But two things bothered me. So first I walked around to the window again, but any trace of an eavesdropper had been washed away by the rain. Item number 2 was the strong imprint the drive home in the rain had made on Andre's troubled mind. I wanted to know why. The garage was under the building on the far side. The door was unlocked and a small light burned in the back. I finally found the car, a sleek, close-to-the-ground Hudson registered to Olin Baker, and found it with the first grim discrepancy. The left headlight and fender were still streaked with rain marks, but the right had been wiped clean. And when I reached in and switched on the lights, that cinched it. The glass in the right headlight had been replaced. It was brand new.
Hey there. What are you up to?
Just testing my friend's car. I may borrow it. You the attendant?
That's right. Was you in here last night tinkering around with this here car?
No. Maybe it was Mr. Ledoux. He had it out last night.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. That was somebody else. I heard a noise. See, when I come out of my back room there, this guy beat it. He took off like a scared turkey. He had a big black cape on with a high collar, flapping in the wind.
You better watch it, old-timer. That stuff's getting your eyesight.
Looked like a cape to me.
Yeah?
Well, I looked around, but I didn't see no harm done, so I went back to my room.
What time was all this?
Oh, way past midnight. Maybe 1, 2 o'clock. I didn't pay much attention. By the way, mister, careful of the nip.
No, thanks. I'd like to use a phone. You got one?
Oh, sure. Back in the corner. I'll show you.
I'll find it. The call is personal. Do you mind?
Me? Just say not. Help yourself, sonny. I'm too old to even be curious.
My first call was to a desk sergeant in the police traffic bureau. And when I identified myself and asked about a hit-and-run accident possibly on Fountain sometime before midnight yesterday, there was a pause while he checked the record. And then...
On the button, Mr. Marlowe. We identified him by his Blue Shield medical card.
Oh?
One Lyle Kretschauer.
Uh-huh.
Apparently stepped out from between parked cars on Fountain Avenue between Orange Drive and Roxbury. Was struck by an unidentified vehicle at about 11:10 last night. Condition serious. Now, what do you know about this, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll get in touch with you later, Sergeant. Thanks. Stepped out from between parked cars.
Great Arts Theater.
It's Philip Marlowe. I want to talk to Vivian Ordway.
Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Marlowe. She's right here.
Okay.
Have you found him? Is Andre all right?
Yeah, for the present. But listen, Vivian, I got to talk to Imogene Wyatt. Where does she live?
Mrs. Wyatt.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Let me think. It's 21 Cameo Terrace.
21 Cammy. Meet me there right away, will you? I may have a couple of rough answers for you, baby.
But, I'm still in costume.
That doesn't matter.
Oh, all right, I put something on over it. I'll be there just as soon as I can.
Between slick streets and visibility zero, it was a solid half-hour drive from the Winthrop Arms out to the swank Cameo Terrace. But when I pulled up at number 21, I wondered what the wealthy widow had spent her money on. The house was so small, it must have been shingled with $20 bills to meet the zoning restrictions. I just started up the soggy gravel path toward the door when it came. As I started to run for the house, a green convertible I hadn't noticed before roared to life suddenly and disappeared down a side street. But I didn't have time to worry about it. Inside, I found Mrs. Wyatt on the dining room floor, fighting a losing battle with the distance to the telephone.
Accident last night. I was going to ruin it all. Now, Andre Ledoux will be...
She was dead. I looked through the rest of the small and now silent house in a hurry, but found nothing more constructive than the rear door wide open. I got back to the living room just in time to see my client, Vivian Ordway, bizarre in a short, frothy ballet skirt and long white hose, standing in the front door.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
It's one way to put it. How'd you get here, Vivian?
In the cab.
What do you know that drives a green convertible?
Green. Wait, Scully Haskell, a publicity man, but why?
The guy I saw in a beef at the theater tonight.
What's happened?
Imogene Wyatt was just shot to death. And that puts 2 items of business up on deck. First, a check call to Andre Ledoux.
Andre? Why Andre?
On the off chance that he can drive faster than I can. After that, a personal call on Mr. Haskell. You can fill that one in yourself.
Marlowe, Andre couldn't have. He couldn't have
We'll
done...
see. Now, hang on tight, baby. Let's get it over with.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the great international comedienne Beatrice Lilly will be Bing Crosby's guest on CBS this Wednesday night. The CBS Bing Crosby Show always guarantees enjoyment. So be listening when B. Lilly joins Bing on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe. And tonight's story, The High-Collared Cape.
Made a cockeyed picture. A beautiful ballerina miles away from the stage, yet in full color-drenched costume and gaping through tear-streaked grease paint. It's sudden death. It was a good time for me to start checking up. Andre Ledoux, the high-strung impresario, was first. If he was still at the apartment, I could cross him off as having done it personally.
Hello? Hello, who is it you want?
Sorry, wrong number.
Marlowe, he was home, wasn't he, Andre? I mean, you couldn't suspect him, Marlowe. Why, Andre's the sweetest man in the world.
Take it easy, honey. I didn't say Ledoux did it. And his being home doesn't say he didn't. People sometimes pay other people to do their dirty work for them, you know.
Just what are you trying to say?
You hired me to find Ledoux, and I did. But also I found he was suffering from shock, and has been since last night when Mrs. Wyatt told him she was going to fold the show.
Fold the show?
Yeah. And that Vivian would ruin him.
And half a dozen more I could name.
You're so right, so you've all got plenty of motive.
But what about Haskell? We know he hated Mrs. Wyatt. Isn't revenge motive? Revenge and the fact that you saw his car. Why do you insist on defending him?
I don't. Only there's another angle. It's called hit and run, and I know that it ties in tight with Ledoux, Mrs. Wyatt, and the actual killer.
Hit and run? I don't understand.
Well, neither do I yet. Now, look, do you know where Scully Haskell lives?
No.
Where does he hang out?
Oh, sometimes at the bar at Wilshire Gardens Hotel.
Okay, I'll try it. Now, you go back to your place up in the hills. I'll find it when I got some answers. Now, hurry up and get out of here, will you? Somebody might have heard the shot and called it... Somebody did hear the shot. Go on, get out.
Yes, but Marlowe...
No buts. Go on, Vivian. Get in the cab and go straight home. Do your crying there.
All right.
Good. I'm trying to... Hey, Vivian, you forgot your coat. Vivian, you... Oh, no, baby. You forgot your cape. For a long second, I just held it tight and stared. High Elizabethan collar, enough gathered cloth to rig old Ironsides. It could have been what the garage attendant thought he had seen running away from the car Ledoux had used. But the garage attendant could have been mistaken, too. I told myself that leaping high to conclusions was strictly for ballet dancers. I jammed the cape into a small bundle and left via the service entrance just as the police sirened up. I took the Great Circle route back to my car, tossed the cape on the seat next to me, and drove fast for the bar at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel. It was a kind of flattering pink mirrored place where the hors d'oeuvre had long ago replaced the pretzel. But Haskell wasn't in sight. And the only person around who could possibly be of any help to me was the delicate George Milikoff.
Mr. Marlowe, have you seen Vivian? I am beside myself with worry.
She's all right, Milikoff.
She's not. I know. It is Monsieur Ledoux that she still worries about him.
Yeah, him and a little bit more, George. Now tell me, you know where I can find Scully Haskell?
Why, yes, I do. He was just here for a drink.
Where'd he go?
You're being very brusque, Mr. Marlowe.
Being very what?
You're brusque.
Yeah, well, now look, George. Without grand jetting out of your satin loafers, get this. There's been a murder, and Vivian's in it up to her pretty fluff skirt.
A murder? How is Vivian concerned?
Come on, Butch, let's get out of here.
Where are we going, Mr. Marlowe?
Out to my car where we can talk. The rain stopped, come on. Over here.
You said somebody was murdered. Who was that?
Mrs. Wyatt, she was shot, and it might have been Haskell.
Because she discharged him?
Maybe. Or maybe something more complicated, like a hit-and-run accident that belongs to Ledoux, but somebody wants to cover. Does that make any sense to you? Here's a car.
No. Should it?
No. What's more, it shouldn't to Vivian either.
What are you getting at?
There isn't time to explain. Call it thinking out loud. Thinking about this cape, for example, that belongs to Vivian. And about the testimony of a whiskeyed garage attendant. All of which makes me hope real hard that Haskell's the boy.
More thinking out loud?
Yeah, maybe. Now, look, where can I find Haskell?
The Paradise Court Motel on Vine. He has a bungalow there, number 3.
Oh, thanks. Well, if you're really worried about Vivian, George, go on up to a place on Lookout Mountain Road. She's not in good shape. And here, take this cape with you. Ooh.
What? Why, you cut yourself. Your finger's bleeding.
Yeah. On a sliver of glass, George. Glass that could have come from a broken headlight, huh?
From a broken what? What are you talking about, Mr. Marlowe?
The benefit of the doubt, George. Keeps getting harder to give it away. Bring this back to Vivian, will you? Tell her she left it at Mrs. Wyatt's, and then I'm positive Haskell's our man. So long, George.
You, Nancy?
Not quite. The name's Marlowe. I want to talk to you, Haskell.
Don't waste your breath, Skip Chaser. I'm broke, and I'm going to stay broke until the 1st of next month. After that, you can get in line. Who are you funny for, the finance company?
Imogene Wyatt's dead, Haskell.
What did you say it? What's a gun for?
You lousy temper. Get back.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw you at the theater tonight.
Yeah, and I heard you, which puts me out in front. Now do we talk, Haskell?
About what?
Mrs. Wyatt's murder. You were sloppy.
And you're off your nut. I didn't shoot her. I didn't even...
Slips, huh, kid?
So I know she was shot. Doesn't prove I did it.
Come on, why'd you kill Mrs. Wyatt?
I didn't.
How'd you know she was shot?
Because it happened just as I got out of my car and started toward her place. I was going up there to read her off. The shot scared me away. Use your head, Marlowe. I was sore, but I didn't kill her.
No, but interference on that hit and run you were covering was plenty of reason.
What are you talking about, hit and run?
Hit and run! Don't move, Haskell.
Nuts.
I said don't move!
Congratulations, handsome. That's just what I had in mind.
Close the door and stand still.
Sure. Now what? The name's Nancy Connick.
Occupation?
Ex-friend of the unconscious. Don't look so worried, handsome. I'm on your side. I had something in mind exactly like that left cross you just threw. Is that cold,
Yeah. What's your beef?
I took this louse to a party with me last night, and he got so stinking drunk that I'm still apologizing to people.
He was with you last night?
Mm-hmm. Me and a couple of fifths of bourbon. From 8:30 till 5 a.m. And on Malibu.
He never left?
Not for a second. The loudmouth was positive nobody could get along without him. What's that got to do with you?
Too much. Tell Haskell I'll be in touch, will you? I gotta run now. Oh.
What are you looking at? It's just a program from the ballet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Haskell has them all over the place, after all.
Yeah, sure.
So?
Oh, so like I said, Nancy, I gotta run. It was 15 stop-and-go minutes from Haskell's place to the Hollywood Hills, and another 5 screeching up the paved snake that was Lookout Mountain Road. But finally, I was there out of my car and running toward number 857, which was a collection of windows and a rustic log frame half jutting out into space. And around in the back, there was a wooden sun deck. Below it, on either side, huge rocks that lined the edge of the cliff. Directly below, only the dark, bottomless canyon. On the end of the porch near me, there was a long flight of stairs. I started up, one careful, noiseless step at a time, my hand tight around the .38. Suddenly, in the weak light of the thin slice of moon, I saw Vivian Ordway, her back to the flimsy porch rail, her face an ugly knot of terror.
No, George.
And only inches away from her and brandishing the gun he'd used to kill Mrs. Wyatt was the half-crazed answer to everything. The delicate jaw, Melikov.
It's too late, Vivian. Marlowe knows this cape was what the garage attendant saw. And do you know how? Because of a stupid little thing. A sliver of glass that was caught in it, which came from the broken headlight that the wearer of the cape replaced. The wearer who was covering up Andre Ledoux's hit-and-run accident so that he could have the pig where he wanted him.
You're wrong, George. Marlowe was after Haskell. He thinks Haskell killed Mrs. Wyatt.
He only hopes that. And he'll find out one way or another that the beautiful ballerina is guilty. Then he'll be forced to come back here after you.
But George, I'm not guilty.
Of course you're not, Vivian. I am. The cape is mine, not yours. You only used it tonight. That's the only thing he doesn't know, and never will. Because you will have killed yourself after confessing to me.
No.
It's the only way, Vivian. You or me. But it's always been that way, hasn't it? Even in the ballet, where one or the other of us had to be starred. Too bad it wasn't I.
Yeah, crying shame, Malachi. Get away from that rail, Vivian.
He's going to the other end of the porch, Marlowe. He's going to jump with the ground there.
Malachi, no!
Oh, no.
Too great a leap. Even for a ballet dancer. Let's get out of here. A long time at police headquarters, but finally all concerned had made their statement. The law was more or less satisfied, and Andre Ledoux never knew he'd hit anyone, was cleared of hit and run. That left me and the ballerina driving to a friend's house, where she was going to spend the night.
Phil, I know you must have had enough of questions and answers, but...
But?
Yes. The reason George killed Mrs. Wyatt.
Well, you see, Vivian, it started last night when George went to see Andre Ledoux because he was so bitter about his part in the show being cut down. And that was when he saw Andre returning from Mrs. Wyatt, shaken up and half dazed.
And with a broken headlight and other signs of having hit someone, huh?
Yeah. And from there, George thought fast, covered it all up, found out exactly what had happened from this morning's paper, probably, and waited. When you hired me tonight, he must have followed me to Ledoux's and overheard Andre tell me that Mrs. Wyatt was going to pull out.
Oh, so he went to her, tried to stop her, and couldn't.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, yes. Oh, one thing. Oh, that's the house there, Phil, the white
Oh,
one.
okay.
What made you hurry back to my place from Haskell's motel when time meant so much?
A hunch, honey. As I was leaving Scully Haskell's, I saw a stack of ballet programs on a table in his living room. Cover on it was very interesting. Features you and a picture of George, majestic in his high-collared cape.
So that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Good night, Phil. Oh, will you call me tomorrow sometime, please?
I'll call you. Tomorrow, Vivian.
Good. It's a nice night, Phil. And so good to be alive. Well, good night.
And I drove straight home in the quiet, empty hour through the quiet, empty streets, thinking all the way about ballet, which to me had always been something very delicate. You know, for the long hairs, strictly the arty side. And I thought about the people I'd met who were connected with it. The ballerina with a lot of courage when courage counted. The high-strung Andre Ledoux, Haskell the muscle man, and George, as vicious as anything I'd ever met on Skid Row. And I was still thinking about them when I got out of my car. But then for the first time, I noticed a little white envelope on the seat next to me. It had my name on it. And inside was a ticket for tomorrow's matinee. Same seat I had before. Yeah, well, I figured I'd go. You know, those leaps they do, they're pretty good. What do you call them? Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Edgar Barrier, Elliot Reed, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty wild about ponies past a black-bearded sailor who bled to death on a racing form, to a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And you know what? I was the jockey.
Remember, every Wednesday night, CBS brings you Groucho Marx with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. It's one of the brightest, most spontaneous, most genuinely funny shows on the air, so be listening this Wednesday night on CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Glass Donkey.
Hello, Philip Marlowe.
Oh, this is Matthews, Phil.
Hi.
Listen, Phil.
Yeah?
Didn't you once go around with a brunette named Helen Lofton?
Helen Lofton? Sure. Still do now and then. Why, Lieutenant? Monday your night off?
Not so as you'd notice, Marlowe. When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, maybe a month ago. Hey, what is this? You sound real official.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I don't like it any better than the next guy. Look, Phil, did Helen have any big problems on her mind at that time?
Just me. Hey, wait a minute, Matthews. Is Helen in trouble?
Not now, but she was in lots of it 3 hours ago. At about 5 o'clock this afternoon, somebody put a bullet in her neck, Phil.
Oh, no.
It's down here at the morgue. If you think of anything, let me know, will you?
Might as well have hit me in the stomach with a hammer. Helen Lofton, a good-to-look-at girl with soft black hair and clear hazel eyes, who gets a big charge out of life. But Helen was a great girl. And she'd always had enough sense not to waste time on the kind of people who put bullets in other people. For a long few minutes, I just sat in my apartment and felt sorry. But then I began to want to get my hands on whoever had pulled the trigger. By the time I got downtown and walked into the morgue attendant's office, that urge had become a big hot lump in my chest.
Well, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Chester.
You're a stranger around here lately.
You got a Helen Lofton? I'd like to pay my respects.
Yeah, can't stop you, boy. Lofton, huh? Oh, yeah, she's still on the table. You'll have a little company back there, Lieutenant Matthews.
Oh, he's still here?
Oh, he's been in and out all evening. Can you find your way all right?
Yeah, thanks, Chester.
I didn't expect you in person, Marlowe. You could have called. Got something to offer on the Lofton girl here?
Yeah. My services, Matthews.
How much did she mean to you, Phil?
Enough to make this real personal. What have you got on it, Matthews?
Nothing. A neighbor reported the shot. found Helen's body spilled down some stairs at the side of her house.
Mm-hmm.
It was a .32 at close range. No reason, no motive, no leads, unless you can call this a clue, which I don't.
Let's see that. Yeah, it could be the hind leg of one of Helen's glass donkeys. You know, she collected them.
Oh. No, it was on the stairs near the body.
Uh-huh. Hey, look, Matthews, you don't mind me sticking my 2 cents in this, do you? It'll do me a lot of good.
No, I don't mind. Just keep me posted, huh?
I drove out Sunset Boulevard, then north on Camino Avenue to the neat little house where Helen had lived. I sat very quietly back under some big magnolia trees. Someone had drawn the blinds on the 2 front windows, and it made them look like a pair of closed eyes. I walked around to the side door on the stairs where they'd found a body, and that's when I noticed the light on inside the house. The door was unlocked, so I went in. The light was coming from the bedroom, and when I got to that door, I saw a girl, blonde with harlequin horn rims, moving stiffly, like a lost somnambulist. I watched her drag one slow finger the full length of the dresser. When that was over, I said, "Hello."
Who are you?
I was a friend of Helen's, Philip Marlowe. You?
Lila Hughes. You startled me. I thought I was alone in here, and after all that's happened.
Yeah. Did you, did you know Helen pretty well?
Yes. I was just about her only girlfriend. You see, we worked together in the same office and had the same boss.
Uh-huh.
I guess they're going to want me to do something about all of her things now.
Yeah, it's real tough. Everything in the house is just another reminder. Even this little sherry decanter. Here.
But that's Helen's.
It's all right. Sit down. Drink it. At least it'll do you good. Look, Lila, I gotta know why this happened to Helen. It doesn't make sense. Can you help me? Any idea at all?
No, the police have already talked to me about it. Please, Mr. Marlowe.
I know this is unpleasant for you, but I need some answers. It's been over a month since I saw her last. Who's she been going with lately?
I don't know. Helen never said much about her dates.
Who's your boss?
Mr. Maffey?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she dated him a few times, but so have I. Surely you don't think Mr. Maffey...
No. I just want to talk to him, that's all.
It's Norman Maffey. Maffey Real Estate Company on Wilshire. He lives on Ogden Drive, 3848.
Thanks, Lila. Well, I'll be on my way now. Hey, look. Maybe you better come too, huh? Let all this go until tomorrow, when you're feeling better.
Yes. I guess you're right.
I turned out the light and snapped the lock as we left. Then walked the sad little blonde as far as her coupe. Got her address on Beechwood Drive and saw her off. After that, I went to my own car, but before I got in, I looked back at Helen's house once more and tried to shake the empty, loose ends feeling it had given me. I was snapped out of that mood in a hurry. The man with a half an acre of forage had just twisted out of sight behind a tree trunk in the backyard. I started for him, and he broke and ran toward the wall in the alley. It was a 6-footer. He rolled across the top and fell over. When I got there, he was up and gone. He hadn't had time to get out of the alley, but it was empty, which could only mean he was laying for me.
Come here, you! You're done, mister. This time, anyway. Oh!
Trash in good neighborhoods is no softer than trash anyplace else. When I finally got clear of it, the forehead was gone. I figured all I had to show was one of his patch pockets, which I still had clenched in my hand. But there was something else. Glittering on the ground was what had been in that pocket. A little glass donkey with a hind leg missing. On the way back, I stopped once and tried to call Matthews, but he was out. So I drove on down to Ogden Drive as far as number 3848. A gray at the temples type in blue flannel opened up.
Yes?
Mr. Maffey?
Are you a reporter?
No, I'm a friend of Helen Lofton's. Also, I'm a private detective named Marlowe. I'd like to talk to you.
A private detective?
Mm-hmm.
Who hired you, Mr. Marlowe? Who are you working for?
Myself? Like I said, Helen was a friend of mine.
Well, I'm quite busy, Marlowe, but come in. Back this way, to the den. I've already been interviewed by the police.
You may be again. It's not quite like being vaccinated, Mr. Maffey.
Now, just why have you come here to see me?
Because I intend to find out who shot Helen.
What makes you think I'd have the remotest idea?
Nothing special. She worked for you, didn't she?
So do several other people.
You dated her?
Yes, I did. She was a very attractive girl, but that was no reason for me to kill her.
There was no reason for anybody to kill her. Mr. Maffey, suppose I was to tell you that I'm acquainted with your wife.
Oh, so that's it. You cheap blackmailer. Get out.
And you do have a wife, huh?
Now, look here, Marlowe. You don't have to be sly with me. I'm not hiding anything. Ask me what you want to know and get out of here.
How come Mrs. Maffey doesn't object when you dine and dance the office help?
Because we've been separated for several years.
Separated, but not divorced, huh?
That's right. She lives in San Diego, and we have as little as possible to do with each other. My bank takes care of our only mutual interest. She refuses to give me a divorce.
Did you tell the police all this?
They didn't ask.
Did they happen to ask where you were this afternoon about 5?
As a matter of fact, they didn't. I wasn't being treated as a suspect then, and I don't intend to be now.
Okay, Mr. Maffey, where were you? Now, look, I'm a private detective. Remember, I'm not even taking notes.
All right, Marlowe, all right. Been having business troubles lately. A lot on my mind. I was out driving in my car, trying to relax.
Can't prove it, can you?
No, probably not. I don't expect to have to try.
All right, tell me something else. Do you happen to know anything about a man with a very high forehead, a young guy, maybe 30, about 6 feet tall?
Yes, I do. Helen went out with a fellow like that recently.
What's his name?
Victor Semra, I think. Why?
Well, I ran across him tonight, and I didn't like his attitude. Sure, that's it. I'll bet on it.
What? What are you staring at? This ashtray?
No. That little donkey in front of a betting window. Thanks for everything, Maffey. I'll see you. The ashtray on the table behind Maffey's desk had been made of baked clay in the shape of a sombrero, a keepsake from old Mexico that kicked hard at my memory. At least it was a thought well worth the price of a phone call to Tijuana. So I drove as far as the first payphone, which was at an all-night mobile gas station, got a handful of change, and while my car was being gassed, put the call through to my old friend, Senor Mike Donahue, who'd given up reporting in Chicago for editing south of the border.
We are ready on your call now, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, old pal.
Hi.
Hasta la vista. What's cooking? You coming down to see me?
Later on. Listen, Mike, I'm trying to find out about a glass donkey.
A which?
A donkey made of glass, a souvenir mule. It's got silver shoes and a silver halter.
Oh, one of those things. That silverwork's strictly a Tijuana product, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Peddle them at the highlight games down here.
Out by the betting windows?
That's right.
Can't buy him anyplace else, Mike.
No, not that I know of. Why, you want some?
No, I've already got one. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. You've been a big help.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
As long as you're on the wire, Gumshoe, maybe you can help me.
How?
I got a big front-page mystery spread if I can get a little more dope. Ever hear of a babe around L.A. named, let's see, Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Yeah.
Holy smoke, I'll say so. What, Mike, what's the story?
Well, the boys just found her body out here on a side road at the edge of town.
Yeah?
Been dead a couple of days. Probably happened Saturday night.
Saturday night, huh?
Yeah. The hotel identified her about 10 minutes ago. She was run over.
Run over? Well, Mike, you said it was a mystery story.
Yeah. You see, the tire tracks out there is still good. It was no accident, Phil. It was murder. Somebody went a long ways out of their way.
Yeah, Mike, somebody sure did.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Glass Donkey.
When I hung up on Mike Donahue in the news of Mrs. Maffey's violent death on a lonely road outside of Tijuana, I postponed trying to figure it all out until I had called Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide. I'd asked him to meet me at the bar I was at. 10 minutes later, Matthews was sitting opposite me and chewing on a cold pipe while I filled him in.
Oh, now, easy, Phil. I'm a slow and steady boy. Now, question, who killed Helen Lofton?
Answer, whoever killed Mrs. Norman Maffey.
Why? Where's the tie?
The glass donkey I just told you about. It came from Tijuana.
So?
So I figured that whoever sent it to Helen was, one, a friend who knew she'd get a kick out of a trinket like that.
Yeah?
And two, sent it before he or she decided to kill Mrs. Maffey.
Oh, and therefore said friend had to get the glass donkey back because if traced, it would place the killer in Tijuana where sooner or later Mrs. Maffey's body had to be found. Is that right?
That's so very right. And all that brings us back to only one thing. Mrs. Maffey's killer also got Helen Lofton. Was forced to.
Yeah, it could be. But look now, Phil, the tough one.
What'll it be, chum? You look lonely. Forlorn, maybe.
2 beers.
2 beers, huh? Any special vintage?
Yeah, the kind with suds on top. Goodbye, comic.
Okay. No offense intended.
Oh, what was I Oh, yeah, I was saying, Phil, the tough one. Now, who killed Mrs. Maffey?
Mr. Maffey.
The motive?
He had the best motive. He hated his wife. Also, Matthews, when I talked to him, he was real vague about his whereabouts lately. And for a clincher, he did know Helen Lofton well enough and long enough to send her a cheap trinket, as in donkey made of glass. Now, you impressed?
A little, but you're holding back, Marlowe.
I'm what?
No, not on me, on yourself, Phil. Look, I know you. You don't usually leap at conclusions and over facts. That isn't your style.
I'm trying to tell you, Matthews.
With such. You know, I told Kelly about that crack you made, mister, and
Skip
he
it.
said...
Here. And goodbye again. We're busy.
Yeah, I'll say. Too bad we ain't got tablecloths. You could have impressed me, chum. Writing down big numbers.
You tip her, I'll break your arm. Yeah. Now, look at Phil. Could you be a little bit prejudiced about this guy? Now, Phil.
Yeah. Sure, I'm prejudiced. I just don't like Norman Maffey's stuffy kisser and something else. I might as well admit I keep skipping that guy with a mile-high forehead and the boyfriend named Vic Samro because I don't exactly know how he figures in. I'm too impatient to wait around for the answer. Uh-oh.
What is it, Phil?
A game, Lieutenant, called Speaking of the Devil.
Oh, Don't Look Now, maybe?
It's Forehead, Matthews. He was in the next booth, catching it all. He's at the front door now, see? But he isn't running yet. He's just paying his check. Lieutenant, how about trying that cigarette machine over there while you talk to me like I was still here, huh?
Gotcha.
I'll take the back entrance out to the sidewalk. You'll know if I need help. Matthews underplayed his part neatly, and I got out the back door to the street where I spotted Semrau some 50 yards ahead, walking slowly toward an empty car, a new green Nash that was parked close to mine. But then suddenly he started running like he had just backed into a blowtorch. Before I knew it, he had piled into his car. When I was in mine and after him, the street became that much narrower as a truck the size of a battle wagon lurched out of a side alley without so much as thinking about a full stop. You stupid clown!
What was that, Sonny?
You heard me, Muscles.
Sonny, you have a nasty tongue.
You got a couple of funny ideas about driving. Hold right there, fellow. Read it and weep.
A bag?
Yeah, and the big letters spell police. Now get back in your cab there and wait. We'll chat in a bit.
Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever you say, officer. Only this jerk was in the wrong.
Move!
Like a drill, it wasn't mine.
Marlowe, that still leaves us a big blank to fill in.
Yeah. But while we're trying, Lieutenant, do you mind if I drop in on Mr. Maffey again? Alone, I mean? I'd like to try pinning the leg of the donkey on him.
All right, Phil, but be careful, huh? It's fragile, you know, made of glass.
Yes, what... Oh, you again.
Yeah, do you mind if I come in again, Mr. Maffey?
Frankly, I do, Marlowe. I don't feel very well
Your
tonight,
wife was murdered, Mr. Maffey.
My wife? Murdered?
Still mind if I come in?
Where did it happen, Marlowe? In San Diego? Marlowe, I asked you where it happened.
In Tijuana. Ever been there?
Yes, of course. Marlowe, what are you looking for?
Just looking. When were you last there, Maffey?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month, 6 weeks ago?
Not Saturday night, huh?
No, not Saturday night. Marlowe, what are you
Maffey,
getting?
did you ever send Helen Lofton a present?
See here. Who do you think you are? And exactly what are you looking for?
A wastebasket. that isn't empty. You keep a very tidy place, Mr. Maffey.
Which has what to do with my wife being dead, Marlowe? Are you out of your mind?
Maybe, but also maybe not. Maybe I'm real smart. Maybe I've come to the right place to look for an empty package and a piece of wrapping paper that would be addressed to Miss Helen Lofton in your handwriting and postmarked Tijuana, Mexico.
Tijuana?
A large piece of wrapping paper and a large package stuffed with Excelsior that was once home to a glass donkey in which you had to get back from Helen Lofton before she got it. Or if you were too late for that killer and then get it back before anyone else knew about it. Does that still leave me out of my mind, Maffey?
Absolutely.
We'll see. After we try the backyard and your incinerator.
Now, wait a minute.
You know the law says you can't light it after 10 in the a.m., Maffey. If you're the one stamped guilty, you wouldn't want to arouse suspicion.
Stop, Marlowe. This has gone far enough. You're not the police.
Which means I don't need any more of a search warrant than this. I caught him right. He plopped to the floor, face down, like he was made of wet wash. When I rolled him over and was sure that a return engagement was still a long way off, I cut the lights, then went through the house and out into the kind of backyard that you had to call a garden. Beyond all the moon-bathed beauty and half hidden by a fountain that was backed up by an ivy trestle was what I wanted. A short, squat, scarred, ugly incinerator. The door was metal cold, and inside I found more encouragement. None of the paper that was jammed 3 feet deep and was burned. I started tossing the stuff out, counting more on the feel and sound of wrapping paper than anything else. Once I stopped short, but it was only a grocery sack. The second time I stopped short, I had a better reason.
Marlowe,
What?
you're wasting your time there.
Well, Mr. Victor Semrau.
Yeah, or as you put it, the guy with the mile-high forehead.
I wouldn't get touchy, Semrau. You were swinging the dark ahead, remember?
I'm sorry about that, Marlowe. I didn't know we were both on the same side there.
Both on the... Take it easy, Victor. You wouldn't try to set me up again, would you? Why the sudden change of heart?
Because now I know that you're in the up and up, Marlowe. I overheard you talking to that police lieutenant and also the Mexican newspaper man.
Well, bully for you, eavesdropper. But also you ran. Why?
I was afraid you'd turn me over to that lieutenant. Marlowe, listen. From the start, I've been trying to find Helen's killer. That's why I've been following you. I found that glass donkey in her porch, and, well, to get right to the point, Marlowe, I can tell you that the one who killed Helen and Mr. Maffey...
The shot that had come from the shadow driveway close into the house spun Semrau in a half circle, and by the time he'd corkscrewed to the ground, I had my .38 in hand, and it covered the distance across the garden. I was too late to do anything, except identify the figure I saw take off in a sedan as Mr. Norman Maffey, which was some help. But not to Victor Semrau back in the garden. He had managed to crawl as far as the small pond that surrounded the fountain. There he had died, one hand half submerged in the dark, cold water, the other clutching his chest, blood-soaked and discolored another way. I must have stared at it for a full 30 seconds before it suddenly began to add for me. Add fast to the only backyard left in the spot where I could get to Maffey and maybe stop a third murder. Lila Hughes' place on Beechwood Drive. It was all the push I needed. When I pulled up away from the place and got out of my car and ran for the back, only 10 minutes had gone by, and I was glad of it. Because standing next to an open, still smoking incinerator, a piece of charred paper in his hand that I knew was the remains of the wrapper I'd been after, was Norman Maffey. And opposite him, a gun in her hand, was Lila Hughes, the shy blonde.
Lila, you're crazy, insane. Well, I saw you shoot Victor Semrau. And you must have killed...
Of course it was me, honey. I killed him. I killed Helen. I killed your wife. Well, about her, I'm not sorry. I'd do it again.
How could you plan an ugly,
I didn't
ruthless...
plan anything, darling. I ran into her by accident. Tijuana's a small place. We started sociably. We had a few drinks, a drive to the outskirts in my car, and then talk. Talk of you, darling. I knew I could have you with her out of the way. Helen was no threat. You gave her up, so there was no one else to stand between us. And, honey, you hated your wife.
But, Lila...
But nothing. It was all very simple, darling. Helen was different. You see, I had to kill her. That piece of wrapping paper there that you just snatched from me, the paper I sent Helen a little gift in. That's the reason, Norman. I did have to kill her.
And now you do have to kill me, too. Don't you, Lila?
Oh, no. No, darling. Now the killing's done. I did it all for you, darling. Don't you understand?
You devil. You she-devil.
Oh, Norman, dearest, you don't know what you're saying. Honey, I tell you, I did all this for you. Remember that, darling.
How can he ever forget it? Don't move, Lila. Don't breathe. Drop your gun there at your feet.
No. No, I think I'll use it again. Even if you shoot, I'll use it. We belong together, Norman and I, and we're going to beat it.
She's dead. Marlowe, she did think she could shoot. Even if you did, didn't she?
Yeah. That's what she thought, all right, Matthew. Call the police. They know where they can find me. Hello?
Matthews, Phil, now where have you been? You know better than to just walk off this phone.
Yeah, Matthews. I'm sorry. I've been out walking. What do you want to know?
The one blank, Phil. What sent you over to Lila Hughes' place?
Oh, Victor Semero, his hand was burned, blistered red.
Like you'd been fishing around in a hot incinerator, huh?
Yeah. That and what he had to say to me about us being on the same track. Lila Hughes was the only other one who was both close enough to Helen to send her that glass donkey and at the same time even remotely connected with Maffey.
Uh-huh. Any idea what sent Semra to her backyard?
I guess his tack all night was to follow me. When he tried to pick my trail up again after running from the bar, he thought Lila Hughes' place might be the answer. Found out he was right. Real right.
Yeah, he must have seen her around her incinerator lighting it, and then decided to get to you when he couldn't reach in after the wrapping paper.
Yeah, something like that. With, of course, her taking off after him. Look, anything else, Matthews?
Phil.
Hmm?
Phil, you weren't in love with Helen Lofton once upon a time, were you?
No. No, Matthews. I wasn't in love with her.
Yeah. Well, so long, Phil. And, look, I'm sorry about Helen, I mean. It's a crying shame.
Yeah. Good night, Matthews. I'll come down to headquarters in the morning. Yeah. A crying shame.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were John Stevenson, Michael Ann Barrett, William Lally, Bill Johnstone, Vivi Janis, and Vic Perrin. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it got off to a swashbuckling start at a pirate's cove. A map to a fortune in black pearls ran past a beautiful island girl, a conniving Malayan merchant, and stopped at a wild man from Borneo dead in a rusty hulk. All in the quiet outskirts of Los Angeles.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, here we are, mister. The Pirate's Cove. Only bar in San Pedro catering to the seafaring trade we ain't tried yet.
You're sure of that, huh?
Mister, I've been driving this hack in this burg since a self-starter. Sure, I'm sure.
All right, wait for me. I'll only be a minute.
Gladly. This kind of working for a living I like.
This fresh kid by a handful of shirt fronts. Sonny, I says, you just insulted this lady who happens to be my guest.
Hey, Bucket, put a head on this, will you?
Well, what's yours, mate?
Little information, Bucket. I was looking for a guy named Lash Louderback. He's a friend of mine, about 6'6". He's built like a battle wagon. He takes his whiskey by the pitcher.
Lash Louderback's a buddy of yours, huh?
Yeah. Why, what's wrong with him?
He ain't got any manners, landlubber. He swings before he so much as talks to.
Oh! You see, buddy, Lash Louderback tore this joint apart less than 2 hours ago. It took 5 of us to get him out of here, so when you catch up to him, tell him to come on back. Tell him the drinks are on the house. Like this.
You got that message straight, sweetheart?
Sure he has, Casey. He looks like a bright boy with a good memory. Right, buddy?
Right, Bucket. I've got a great memory. It was high time for me to get together with my client. A woman I'd never met named Daphne McGregor who'd hired me by long-distance call to L.A. 5 hours earlier to find a giant economy-sized, devil-may-care, hard-drinking sailor. One Lash Louderback, who for some reason had to be aboard a ship she was sailing on at 4 in the a.m. When I announced myself at the hotel desk of the San Pedro Biltmore and after a check call was told to go to room 113, the old Rouen-type night clerk who pointed the way arched one eyebrow until it nudged his toupee back. I saw why when I was at the door of 113.
Come right in, Marlowe.
Daphne McGregor was long, glossy black hair, gently framing a face that was the color and texture of melted caramels. Glinting sea-green eyes and full lips that were tinged subtle coral red and stayed turned up at the corners in something a little more than a provocative smile.
Come back into the patio, Marlowe. I was just feeding the captain.
Just feeding the...
Shake a leg, lassie. Shake a leg. They're starving the poor captain. Starving him to death.
Hey, is that the captain?
Yes, but if he doesn't keep quiet, he's going to be the ex-captain, stuffed inside.
See what you mean.
Here, you parasite, eat.
You tell him, lassie. Speak right up.
Oh, he gets worse every day.
Easy, charm. Easy, charm.
Well, Marlowe, I see by that bruise on your cheek that you found Lash all right.
No, Miss McGregor. I only found some unhappy people who Lash had found earlier.
You mean you don't know where he is? Marlowe, it's late. We've only got 3 hours left.
Yeah, but...
You tell him, lassie. You tell him.
Shut
Speak
up,
right
you. Come on in the other room, Marlowe. I've got to be frank with you.
Frank, like the real reason you offered me $500 to tear this boozer away from his bottle?
Yes, but he's no boozer. He has his fling, that's all.
Not according to the gentleman at the Pirate's Cove. Anyhow, your reason, Miss McGregor?
Daphne will do. My reason, Marlowe, is very simple. Black pearls.
Oh, missing necklace worth thousands, maybe, huh?
No, a missing bed worth millions.
A missing... You mean on the half shell? The real thing?
Real and rare.
Oh.
What do you drink, Marlowe? Johnny Walker suit you?
Yeah, it's fine. Can I help you?
No need.
Okay.
Here.
Oh, thanks.
Now, Marlowe, listen hard. There isn't time to go over this twice. Happy days.
You too.
Marlowe, my father was the best navigator in the Pacific. He was drowned last year in a storm at sea. He left me 2 things, the captain there and a map to a fortune, a bed of black pearls located on Parrot Island. My father named the pearl find the Parrot's Bed. That's part A.
Part B is Lash Louderback, huh?
Louderback and Teddy Peterson. Lash, the man you've got to find, is a crackerjack American sailor who lost his first mate's papers for jumping ship in Borneo.
And Peterson also a wild man from?
No, anything but. Peterson, Marlowe, is half the size and weight of Lash, but twice as smart. He has a bad leg, walks with a cane. I met them shortly after the war in Honolulu. They had $30,000. I had the map. We teamed up. Came back here, bought all the diver's gear, and arranged for passage on the island later.
Ship that leaves tonight, huh?
It'll be 6 months, Marlowe, at least, before I could find another scow. If we miss this, I don't want to wait.
Yeah, but tell me, if Lash can't be found, why don't you and Peterson sail without him?
Good question. But the answer is even better. Rupert Semblin, a British-born, Malayan-raised louse who's right here in San Pedro now and who knows all about my plans. And because of Semblin, who tried twice to buy the map and 3 times to steal it, I hid it in the lining of Lash's coat, a fact which Lash does not know.
And Peterson does?
Yes. I sent word an hour ago via a bellhop, in writing, of course, to Ted's rooming house. It's 118 North 3rd Street. By the way, no phone.
118 North 3rd, huh? Lash stays there with him?
No. We figured it would be harder on Rupert Semblin if we lived in different places and he had to guess who had the map. Lash is at the YMCA, but don't waste your time. They haven't seen him since he checked in. Now, Marlowe, you know it all.
Yeah, all except where I might find Lash. That brawl at the Pirates' Cove doesn't seem to tie into Rupert Semblin.
No, but Rupert, or one of his little dagger men, was no doubt following Lash. It's our only chance. You can find Semblin at his importer's office. It's a hole in the wall near the docks. 21 Harbor Road. The 500 I promised?
Thanks.
There'll be another 500 if you bring Lash back before 4 a.m. Anything else?
Oh, one item, Daphne. Is there a chance that either Ted Peterson or Lash would cross you up for the map?
Not the slightest. I can get to the island itself without the map. Sooner or later, I'd find them there. So you see, they'd have to kill me as well as steal the map.
$1 million in black pearls.
Yes.
Well, I'm on my way. Goodbye, Daphne. I'll do my best.
Oh, Marlowe.
Huh?
Marlowe, one last point. Parrot Island isn't really the name of the island.
No?
Just in case you were thinking of, well, thinking of black pearls and Marlowe.
Bye-bye, Daphne. 21 Harbor Drive belonged near the docks, all right. But Shanghai, not San Pedro. It was a small, dimly lit, twisted frame building, weather-warped, dirty, and sandwiched tight by a couple of flanking stone factories like a meek 120-pound commuter caught in between 2 fat ladies in the rush hour. And the man who answered my knock and admitted that he was Rupert Semblin in a pleasant voice was maybe 50. Looked like an underfed toad.
Can I be of some assistance, sir?
Yeah, I hope so. My name is Marlowe, Mr. Semblin. I'm an investigator for the San Pedro Port Authority.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a sailor in trouble named Lash Louderback. Do you know him?
Why, yes, I do.
Oh?
Haven't seen him for months, though. Not since Honolulu, I believe. Now, Mr. Marlowe, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'm quite busy. A load of invoices, you know. But if you'll call tomorrow, I'll be only too glad to go into this further. Good night, sir.
Semblin had invoices to attend to, like I had to spend the night mounting butterflies. I knew that as well as I knew that the take he had done had been at somebody behind me. So when I turned and started away from the place, I slipped my right hand around the .38 in my pocket and thought of Daphne McGregor's remark about Brother Rupert's little dagger men. But just then it came. A knife 1 foot long that splintered into the wooden porch behind me. Before I could get back to my feet, the small, shadowy figure with raised arm I'd glimpsed behind a step-down Hudson was across the street and into an alley. And when I was there and after him, I found only moonlight and the empty, cracked pavement and a long, long line of loading ramps. I knew I was licked. But it wasn't until I turned back toward the man with the invoices that I knew just how badly. Number 21 Harbor Road was lights out and 1 parked Hudson missing. Obviously, Mr. Rupert Semblin hadn't wanted to be followed. Well, Ted Peterson's rooming house on North 3rd Street was my only chance of picking up a lead on Lash Louderback.
So now, Mr. Riley, here's the filthy money you were so afraid you'd never see. All of it, $11.28 due and coming. plus, Mr. Riley. $5 in interest.
Abbey players in San Pedro?
Oh, that surprises you, does it? Well, Mr. Liquor Merchant, it shouldn't. H. Ox will flick it, me only keep a rooming house, but he's a gentleman in means this day, and hello.
Hello?
I just practice enough of it. I guess the screen doors is only good for keeping the flies out.
Or in. Mr. Flickett, I'd like to see Ted Peterson.
Peterson, is it?
Yeah.
Do you have a message, like that bellhop? Something that
I'd like to see Mr. Peterson.
Oh, very well now. I'll call him. Mr. Peterson! Mr. Peterson!
It's a great PA system.
Coming, Oxwell.
What is it now? More talk about it? Oh, sorry. Didn't know you had company.
He doesn't. I'm here to see you, Ted. My name is Marlowe. I'm a private detective working for Daphne, and, thanks, Mr. Flickett. He's here now.
Hey, oh, yes, of course he is. Well, there's no need for me any longer now, is there? Good night, gentlemen. Good night.
Now, look, Ted, in a tight bundle, it's this. Lash is still missing, was last seen at a joint called the Pirates' Cove where he was in a brawl. You, of course, know he has the map on him.
Yeah.
Now, have you run into him at all in the last few hours?
No, Marl. I've been right here.
Oh?
But you know, this isn't the first time old Lash has gone out and gotten
Yeah,
himself...
but this time it may be different. Rupert Semberlin is on Lauterback's trail, I'm sure.
Semberlin? Well, that does make it different.
Peterson, I think you better get over to the San Pedro Biltmore and stay next to Daphne, huh?
Oh, but why? We gotta find Lash.
And keep everybody alive doing it. Semberlin already has his knife throwers out. If he finds Lash and gets the map, he'll start eliminating everybody. Oh, tell me, is there anything, no matter what, anything that Lash usually does at the tail end of a bender?
Oh, yeah, Marlowe. Yeah, there is.
What?
And it never fails. Once Lash is through drinking and fighting, he goes for the deck of anything that's surrounded by water, stretches out on his back, looks at the stars, and sings until he either sobers up or falls asleep.
That might do it, Ted. I'm going to head back to the Pirates' Cove and work toward the water from there. You go to Daphne in a hurry,
Yeah,
huh?
all right, Marlowe, but I still think we're going to be okay. Lash has done this sort of thing 1,000 times.
Yeah, well, let's hope this makes it 1,001. I'll be in touch, Ted. Wasn't much to go on, but as I walked from the rooming house to my car, I tried to tell myself that Lash's kind, like the cows, always come home. There was no reason for me to worry. But in the next second, I changed my mind.
No, don't!
It was Peterson back at the house. When I got there, he was hugging the floor and trembling like he had every right to, but he hadn't been scratched. The shaky finger he pointed behind him and in a line with the open screen door said someone else had been and then some. H. Oxwell Flickett was crumpled in a corner, dead. A long, mean knife deep in his back.
Marlowe, that was one of Semberlin's men, I'm sure. And he was after me. Marlowe, what can we do?
Well, not much more than we were going to. Only first, Ted, you call the police, give them my name, and say I'll explain later. And get to Daphne fast.
While you look for Lash.
Yeah, Lash. A guy someplace under a wide and starry sky. Should be a cinch. Ted Peterson was still staring at the knife between the landlord's shoulders as I went down the stairs and out on the clammy waterfront street again. It was 2 o'clock. That left me with less than a couple of hours to find Lash Lauterback, the giant from Borneo, who was full to his ears with rum and probably flat on his back, singing to the stars somewhere in the jackstraw jumble of greasy pilings, tottering, tacked-together buildings and bobbing masts that were San Pedro Harbor. I decided to push my luck and head for the Pirates' Cove bar again, since that remained as his last known contact with civilization. I parked on a side street away from the place and walked to the corner. Bucket, the owner, was just closing up. I watched as the last of his seamy clientele staggered off down the street, and then, while he fought with the stubborn lock on the door, I moved up behind him.
Crummy piece of junk. Some of these days...
Hey, Bucket.
The joint's closed. Don't you jerks ever get tired? Shove off. Go on. Beat it.
Keep your shirt on. We've got a conversation to finish. I'm still looking for Lash Lauterback.
Oh, sure. Now I remember. You was in earlier, wasn't you, Bo?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Me and my memory.
But I guess you didn't learn much.
I learned just this much! This time, let's have a straight pitch! Stand up, Heavy, stand up and listen to what I want out of you. It's very simple. I'll make it hard on us. How drunk was Lash when you finally got him out the door? Come on, talk it up.
Well, that guy don't get drunk. He just gets thick-skulled.
Yeah?
But he put away enough to stagger an elephant.
You watched him when he left. Where was he headed?
Down the street.
That way? What's of interest down there?
Nothing. A few empty warehouses, a beat-up salvage yard, and a backwash. That's all.
Thanks. Now, wasn't that easy? The street narrowed to a dark, silent alley that tunneled for 4 blocks between hulking warehouses. Finally opened on a sagging, rusty graveyard for old ships and ended abruptly at the brink of a stagnant backwash marked Dead End. So I stopped and turned around, and that's when my headlights picked up a woman. She'd been leaning against a piling at the water's edge. She looked into my headlights for a minute, then flipped a cigarette away and sauntered toward the car.
This ain't private property, honey. I got a right to be here.
Who says different?
You cops. Always. Every time.
Oh, wait a minute, sister. I'm no cop.
Uh-huh. So I'm taking the night off anyway.
You picked a swell spot for it. Been here long?
Why? Maybe I like all these old dead boats. Maybe I get a friendly feeling from them.
Yeah, it could be. Also, maybe you saw an oversized sailor with a full head of steam boil out this way, huh?
No, afraid not, honey.
Oh. Well, did you hear him then? If his singing voice compares with the rest of them, you couldn't have missed. Look, baby, it's worth $10.
Keep it. I heard somebody singing from out there on the Hulk someplace.
Oh?
Spooked me. Gave me the blues. I was glad when it stopped.
How long ago was it?
Oh, quite a while. Sure to be gone by now, honey. How about a lift back to the lights?
No, I'm sorry, but I'm going out and have a look for the sailor. Thanks for the information.
Okay, so I'll walk. It ain't the first time.
I got a flashlight from my glove compartment and started out over the mass of rotten but still floating hulks. Finally, I found a catwalk of greasy planks that wormed its way through the deserted jumble of twisted steel, apparently to the farthest point, which was where I wanted to go. I was halfway out when I got an uncomfortable hunch that I was being watched. I stopped and listened. But there was no sound except the slow grinding of metal as the black water below surged softly. So I went on. The last ship was a squat, ugly barge. Beyond it was the open harbor. I played my light over the deck to a hatch and saw that the cover had made new scratches in the rust. I got it open and stabbed my light down inside. 8 feet below, at the foot of an iron ladder, was the body of a big man, face down. On the back of his coat, dead center, was a large red stain where a knife had been. I had 1 foot on the ladder when that hunch came again. This time, with plenty to back it up. I shot my light along the catwalk and for an instant caught a glistening yellow face. It was Rupert Semberlin. He ducked and ran. His head start got him almost to shore, but after barking both shins and turning an ankle, I got close enough to grab him by the shoulder and spin him around.
You pig! Get back! I'll kill you.
Not tonight, Slimy. You've done all you're going to do. Yeah.
You're breaking it.
Good. I thought knives were your specialty. You're a regular little arsenal. Come on, drop it. Drop it.
Let me go. Please. I'm through.
You don't know how through you are. This won't exactly get questions answered, Semberlin, but it'll save a lot of time in the long run. Believe me. I tied Semberlin's wrist to a 1.5 tons of rusty anchor chain with a long piece of wire, which I figured would hold him just in case he woke up before I got back. After that, I found an outside phone near the salvage yard office shack and called my client and Ted Peterson. They made it to where I was waiting in less than 10 minutes. I brought him up to date, then with Daphne behind me and Peterson doing his best to bring up the rear with his cane slipping on the greasy planks. I led them on out along the catwalk toward the barge at the end. I hadn't told them yet that I'd found Lash dead, but I didn't need to. Daphne sensed what was coming.
You're good, Marlowe. Even better than I expected. How'd you ever find this place?
Brakes, Daphne.
It's exactly the kind of place Lash would have ended up in. He was really a derelict, too. Like all these, just a saltwater tramp. He is dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead. Knifed the way it looked.
I'm going to miss him. He had the kind of rowdy power it takes to keep a native diving crew in line.
Yeah?
I'll find somebody else. Ted, I'm worried about. It'll be tougher on him. Coming, Ted.
I'm okay. I'll make it. You two go on.
Yeah, this is it, Daphne, the barge.
Where is he, Marlowe? Listen. That hatch, it's open.
Yeah, I opened it.
Then that's where Lash is, down inside?
That's right. Whoever put the knife in him. Hey, Daphne, wait a minute.
The map, Marlowe. I've got to get the map.
Marlowe, why's she going down there? Where's Lash? Where is he? What's happened to him?
He's dead.
Lash?
Somebody stabbed him.
Dead? Who did it, Semberlin?
I don't know. Well, there's a good chance, except that a couple of things don't figure that way.
Must have been Semberlin, the lizard. I'll kill him for this, Marlowe. What things don't figure this? Lash was stabbed, you said, just like Flickett.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. Also about the fact that Semberlin followed me out here and ran when I spotted him. That's out of character for a guy who, Ooh.
What is it, Marlowe?
See over there where my light is?
Huh?
That puddle of oil, you see it? Footprints.
Uh,
Somebody made these who was out here earlier tonight. Sembler didn't get this far, and they're too small to be lashes,
and something else, Marlowe?
Yeah. Yeah, beside each one is
Never
a
mind,
little...
I'll finish it for you. A little round mark made by a cane. This cane. Don't you try for your gun, Marlowe.
Okay, Peterson. But you must have had a good reason. Lash was your best friend.
Friend? Yeah, the one thing I always needed, Marlowe, strength. Strength. Enough to take anything he saw, from a beautiful woman to a fortune in black pearls. I wanted to kill him. And tonight I got the perfect chance. The giant was drunk. Followed him out here from that bar. It was easy. Would have stayed easy if Daphne hadn't decided to hide the map on him.
Yeah, the way it worked out, you killed him before you knew he had the map on him.
Yeah, and then I couldn't risk coming out here alone a second time. Only chance was to steer you toward his body. But I didn't want you to find too much, Marlowe. I didn't want you to get too nosy.
Too nosy like your landlord Flickett, maybe?
Exactly. He knew I lied to you about being home all night. Wanted to find out why, so I had to kill him as well. And that makes you next, Marlowe.
What about Daphne? She's heard every word of this, you know, and you got your back to her, Peterson.
I can depend on Daphne, Marlowe. I love her. Now with Lash out of the way, she'll love me. And anyway, we're going to be together a long time because she wants those pearls more than anything else in the world.
That's what you think, you idiot.
Baby, if you got a gun, for Pete's sake, use
I
it.
don't have a gun, Marlowe.
Daphne, that map, did you find it?
Sure, I found it. I have it right here.
Fine. Now you go on ashore, darling. You wait for me there.
I wouldn't cross the street with you now.
Well, what do you mean? Don't you move, Marlowe.
I mean, you're a killer, Ted, and I'd rather those pearls stay on the bottom of the ocean than see you get your hands on them now. Put down your gun, Ted.
Now, look, Daphne, don't be a fool. It's ours now, all of it, darling.
It's nobody's. It's not worth it, Ted. I'm burning this map right now.
Burning it? Daphne, listen.
Here it goes. Look, sucker. A force in the
No,
flames.
no, stop it. Put it
no,
out.
No, Marlowe, quick, you gun.
No, you... Daphne,
I'm sorry, baby, but thanks. An awful lot.
It's okay, Marlowe. Honest, maybe it's even better this way. I guess the little fire I started is all out now. Huh?
I'm afraid it is.
Yeah. Not enough left to bother with. And both my partners are gone, too. Well, that's that. I guess it's better I found out all this here tonight instead of someplace off the Malay coast at that. I'd like to be alone for a while now, Detective. You mind?
I watched her walk away and thought about what she just said. Then I took a long last look at the forlorn little pile of ashes left on the rusty deck. Important ashes that had saved my life. Then I looked closer and saw exactly what I expected. Daphne McGregor was walking fast when I caught up with her. I took her arm and turned her around.
Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Where's that map?
What, out on the barge. Burned to a crisp.
What you burned out there was a couple of paper napkins from your purse.
I said you were good, mister. You really are.
Sure. You'd rather burn both feet off than lose that map, wouldn't you?
Naturally. By the way, Marlowe, what are you doing for the next year or so? Like to spend them at a gorgeous spot off the Malay coast?
Hey, take it easy, Tondaleo.
I mean it. Phil, have you ever gazed into a whole handful of black pearls as big as golf balls? They take your breath away, and they're priceless.
Would you, also make tiffin for me?
You know, I think I would.
But there is one thing, Daphne.
What's that?
Some of my best friends are oysters. Good night, baby. A beautiful green-eyed girl on a tropical island, surrounded by a bed of black pearls. Something to think about. Well, when 4 o'clock came and Daphne's ship sailed out of the harbor with her and a map and a parrot all safely aboard, Marlowe, the jerk, was standing on the pier waving goodbye. Waving goodbye to fun, adventure, romance. Oh, well. Maybe I'm getting old. Well, no, not old. Just, careful. Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. This time I started with a Romanian from left field, got misled in the Philippine jungles, chased a beautiful blonde clear to Venice, and wound up with a friend from Siam, all without ever leaving Los Angeles. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Sword of Cebu.
Excuse me, you could tell me where is the office of Philip Marlowe, the detective, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Right around the corner here to your left.
Oh, thank you very much. My friend, you know this Mr. Marlowe, eh?
Well, yes. Yeah, I think you could say I know him.
Tell me, he is a reliable man?
Well, it depends on what you want to rely on him for. Excuse me, will you? I want to unlock the door.
What? You are Philip Marlowe?
Yeah, you're so right. Come on in, Mr.
Never mind. Now listen to me. I will pay you twice what Henry Pound has offered to you. Also, I will add to that $1,000 for a bonus.
Wait a minute. What is this, Henry Pound, 1,000?
Please, I have not the time for haggling. We make it $2,000. But you must work for me, not for Henry Pound. You only pretend to work for him.
Now, look, Bud, in the first place, I haven't heard from Henry Pound since I worked for him 4 years ago.
Huh?
Second place, I still don't know who you are or what you want.
Huh?
Maybe you better sit down over there, start at the beginning, and tell me.
You are lying to me! Very well, Mr. Marlowe.
The short, dumpy man with wild black hair turned suddenly savage, swung a hard fistful of knuckles at my front teeth, and piled me back up against my office desk. By the time I got out into the hall, he was gone. I was going to follow him, but my phone, screaming for attention inside, stopped me. I decided to be philosophical about it. After all, screwballs find me all the time. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
Phil, this is Henry Pound. Remember me?
Yes. I just had a reminder.
I've been trying to get hold of you for 2 hours. My boy, where have you been?
Out to dinner. Now listen, Mr.
No,
Pound,
me
I just...
first, Marlowe. This is most important.
What?
I need your help again, immediately.
Yeah, it no doubt includes a stubby crumb with a head full of wild black hair and a nasty temper that left here on the run 10 seconds ago.
Kurt Babesco.
Whatever you call him, it's probably it.
Babesco, Kurt Babesco. He's the one man I have reason to fear, Marlowe.
Yeah?
Come out here to my place at once, will you, my boy? Old Henry Pound's future is dangling over a very deep abyss by the merest thread, all because the sword is gone.
What sword? What sword are you talking about, Mr. Pound?
From the island of Cebu in the Philippines, the sword of Cebu.
What?
It means everything to me, and it's gone, vanished. I must have it back. Hurry, Marlowe.
20 minutes later, I pulled up in front of the walled-in jungle Henry Pound called home and zigzagged in through an Okinawan anti-evil spirit gate. Waded past the grove of dripping elephant ears and ragged banana trees and finally made the front door. The house itself, from turned-up eaves to thatched nipa lanai, must have been gathered piecemeal on Pacific Islands, all the way from Hokkaido to the New Hebrides. It was Henry Pound himself who answered the door.
Oh, Marlowe. You know, the only thing wrong with you is I never get to see you except when I'm in trouble.
That's the business I'm in.
Well, come in.
Sure. Hey, it's quite a place you have here, Mr. Pound.
The islands, my boy, yes. Since business keeps me away from them, I brought their atmosphere here to me.
Even the music, huh?
All but the mosquitoes. Oh, shoo-shoo. Now, stay away from underfoot, will you? Go on, scat.
Shoo-shoo, huh? That's an albino Siamese, isn't it?
Yes, quite unusual.
Yeah.
But he sheds that abominable white fur of his like any common cat this time of year.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see my servant Hideki?
Was I supposed to?
Well, when I couldn't reach you by phone, I sent him down to your office to wait.
Well, he must have gotten lost then.
Well, no matter. Now, let's get down to cases, my boy. Now, sit down, will you please? And listen closely.
All right.
My major business, as you remember, is importing pearls from the Orient.
Yeah, I remember.
And since you worked for me last, I acquired a partner, a fine fellow named Voss in Manila.
Mm-hmm.
With his contacts there and mine here in the States, we've been extremely successful.
Was he the one who sent you that sword you mentioned?
Yes, it arrived 2 days ago, but he sent over half the curios you see in this room. That's why I failed to realize that there was anything special about the Sword of Cebu.
Well, what is so special about it, Mr. Pound?
Here, read this letter I got from him.
Henry, I'm certain now there's going to be trouble. From one Kurt Babesco in particular.
The man you saw
However-
tonight?
Yeah, I see. However, I've taken every precaution. Rest assured, Henry, that if anything ever happens to me, I shall somehow get the complete list of my contacts here into your hands. Sincerely, Eugene Voss. Well,
Eugene Voss was murdered 4 days ago in Manila. Murdered for that list of contacts.
you think the sword ties in some way?
Well, I'm positive of it.
Oh. What's it look like?
Well, it's 3 feet long, Marlowe. The handle and the sheath are from the same gorgeous piece of white mahogany, and literally covered with intricate and exquisite carvings.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. When the sword is in the sheath, the 2 pieces form a complete pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I thought of it at once, of course, but when I came in to examine it again, it was gone, stolen. Naturally, I called you instead of the police. I've got to get it back, Marlowe, intact and without publicity. Why, that sword is worth... what the... Hi, Dickie.
Hey, he's hurt.
Hi, Dickie.
Oh, Mr. Pound, I, Dickie, very sorry. He did not see Honorable Mr. Morrow. I, Dickie, was attacked outside the minute he left.
By a stocky guy with wild black hair?
Oh, yes,
Ah.
that him, yes. He find out where Hideki was going, then he hit Hideki. That all Hideki remember until a few minutes ago when he waked up again.
Oh, well, do you need a doctor, Hideki?
Oh, no, thank you. Just the same, Mr. Pound. Hideki already feel much better.
Well, if you're sure, if you... well, now you better go lie down anyway.
So, thank you. We wash head first and be ship-shape no time.
Yeah.
Very sorry, Hideki was
Well,
such
that
fool,
is-
Mr. Pound. Excuse, please, very sorry.
Well, now, that explains how Babisco got to your office, my boy. He's our man, all right.
Yeah, but I don't think Babesco has the sword. You see, he's looking for it. He offered $2,000 to me to double-cross you.
Oh. I can't understand it. Babesco is the only one who might know the truth about the sword. If he didn't take it, then who... Oh, shoo! You stupid cat, get out there. Look out! I knew it. Now see what you've done. Broken my siling vase.
Yeah, he was playing with a piece of paper over there. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Eh?
It's a rent receipt made out to somebody named Saunders.
Let me see it.
Sure.
Received $40. Rent 1 month in advance for 812 Front Street, Venice. It is dated yesterday. Marlowe, I've never heard of this Saunders person, yet this thing was dropped here in my house. Perhaps by our thief, Marlowe. Do you realize what a break this is?
Dropped isn't the word. This was deposited.
Oh, what do you mean?
It's a plant complete with name, address, and date. It was left here by someone who wanted it to be found, because whoever has the sword of Cebu right now might also have it up for sale.
I think you're right, my boy. Wait, what do you plan to do?
The only thing I can do, go to Venice and strike a bargain in our favor, I hope. I'll call you, Mr. Pound. I pushed my way out through the jungle to my car, turned around at the dead end of the street, and went down the way I'd come. At the first intersection, leaning against a lamppost, was 6 feet of lantern-jawed redhead in a turtleneck sweater and seaman's jacket. Gave me a hard, steady once-over until I was out of sight. Later, halfway to Venice, I picked up a pair of very sticky headlights in my rearview mirror, but lost them again. I turned onto Front Street and finally found number 812 all by itself out at the far end. I parked a block away and walked back. It was a battered, rickety beach shack. I moved in gently and found a crack wide enough to look through. There was no furniture, just one big packing crate, a kerosene lamp, and a blonde. Ho, what a blonde. She belonged in that joint like an orchid in a blacksmith. In one hand, she held a cigarette, in the other, a small automatic. I went quietly to the back of the house, found a tin can, and threw it. And I plastered my back up beside the door and waited. She came out slowly, gun first, and when there was enough showing to get a hold of, I grabbed!
Let go!
The gun, sister, come on, give! There! That's better. Now we can go in and talk, huh?
You think you're so clever.
I get by. Hey, cozy little spot you picked.
You got here, so it serves its purpose. Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, Henry Pound's private detective. Where's the sword?
We've things to talk over.
Your
first.
bargaining position is lousy, Miss Saunders.
What's the offer?
0, baby. I'm getting it back for free. Now, where is it?
Take your hands off me. The sword is here in the house, but the scabbard isn't. And one's quite worthless without the other, you know.
You're not taking a lot of chances, are you, kid?
The sword has already brought me $5,000, Marlowe, and I've only just begun. So make an offer, and make it good.
You're a liar. Sword's not worth 1/10 that.
Not of itself, no. But this one's special, and I know why. And I'll tell you something else.
You bet you will. You'll tell me where it is and fast.
Not that fast, mister. Don't move. Drop the gun. Now you can turn around.
Well, a lantern jaw with red hair. So you were tailing me after all.
Ah, you said it.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up.
But I...
Get out. The front door. Go on, beat it. I'll see you later. Now you, mister.
Now what?
Now we sit down, a couple of smart guys, and find a good, sensible way to work this out. Only I'm just a little smarter, because I got the only gun.
Keep talking.
Where'd she say the sword was? Speak up, fella. Time's running out.
Sounds like time's not the only thing that's running out, Red.
Somebody's in the back room. Sorry, Tootsie, but now this only works one way.
Oh. I couldn't tell how long I'd been out. But I felt like I'd lost at least a weekend in somebody's boiler factory. I got back far enough to realize that something was going through my pockets. He was snaggle-toothed, had a week's growth of beard, and put the room in need of a healthy spraying of sweet air.
Yeah, that's a little better. I thought you was done in there for a minute.
Yeah? Who are you? Oh, what happened anyway?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Call me Sid.
Okay, Sid.
Yes, thank you. I was walking along the beach out there like I always do, and all of a sudden I heard a scream. Like it was a wounded cat. It came from in here. And I know this house has been empty for years. Was it you was screaming?
No, I went out too fast.
Yeah. Well, I come a-running, and just when I stepped up in the porch, a fella in a pea-jacket come charging out and beat it down the street.
Yeah, I remember. Red and the noise in the back. Oh! Have you been in there, that back room?
Me?
Yeah.
Sid? No, I just looked this far, and I found you. What's it all about, mister? What's back in there?
Hey, bring that kerosene lantern, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here, I got it. Look, a guy.
Yeah, a wild-haired Romanian named Bibesco, with a sword of Cebu sticking clear through him. Dead center.
Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we continue with the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Sword of Cebu.
While the beachcomber gaped like a marionette with broken jaw strings at the impaled body of Kurt Bibesco slumped at our feet, I quickly covered the room and the back porch which led to the beach outside, looking for the wooden sheath that belonged to the Sword of Cebu, just in case Claire Saunders had been bluffing. But 5 minutes of that got me nothing more than a little exercise and a lot of salt air.
Well, what should we ought to do now, mister? Call the cops?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sure would like to take that sword.
So would I, Junior. But the homicide boys are kind of narrow-minded. You see, they like their corpses as is.
Yeah?
Come on, let's get to a phone.
Yeah, okay. Nearest one's a couple of blocks away. You got a car?
Yeah, it's out front. Got a light?
Yeah, here's some matches.
Thanks. Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you do at the Conga Club?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, them matches ain't mine. Just picked them up off in that barrel.
Just picked them up. Conga Club, huh? You know where it is?
Yeah, sure, it's right here in Venice. Ex-Marine runs
Oh?
it. Kinda wild, though. Cops raided it once. They had some dancing.
Where
girls.
is it? Where is
Oh,
it? Come on, it could be important.
Straight down Front Street, Broadway, then left one block, and you're there.
Uh-huh. Now, look. You call the cops and get back here and wait till they come. Tell them my name is Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, sir, not me. I ain't waiting here alone.
$10?
That's all?
You heard me here. Tell the law I'll get in touch as soon as I can. Also, Sid, I'll match that 10 the next time we meet if you've kept your mind on your work.
Yeah, okay. But where'll I tell him he went to? The Conga?
You catch on fast. The Conga, Junior.
What'll it be, Mac?
Scotch and a little information. Girl named Claire Saunders, dressed in a white linen.
I never heard of her, Mac.
Oh.
I see so many people, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you get what I mean, don't you, Mac?
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, you better make that a double Scotch. I'm through. He should have known better. Trusting a fast dame with every cent of his war bonus, a jerk.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
War bonus?
Yeah.
Who should have known better?
Well,
Sarge, I'm running out of ammunition.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute, Kelly. Wait a minute. Look, who should have known better, mister?
My kid brother back in New York. He's a vet. Marines. He got his check from the state, and he turned it over to this Claire Saunders. They were going to get married. That's what she said. And that was the last he saw of her. Oh, well, it happens every day. He'll know better the next time.
Wait a minute. I just happen to remember. I know the doll.
You do?
Yeah. Been around a couple of days now. It's pretty flush, all right.
Know where she's staying?
Yeah, sure I do. A ritzy motel about 4 blocks from here, the Pavilion.
Pavilion, huh?
Yeah. She got bungalow 10 there, Mac. I know because she was complaining about it being the N1 and too long a run for the bellhop and a cracked ice detail.
Oh.
You go get her, Mac. And when you do, tell the kid brother that another ex-Marine tipped you off.
Yeah, you bet I will.
Who's there?
Bellhop, ice.
Oh, there must be some mistake.
And you made it. Here, we're going to straighten it out right now.
Get your filthy hands.
Quiet down, Duchess, now. Sit down, over there. Don't as much as bat a false eyelash.
While you do what?
Take inventory, baby. I know you're alone because I played Peeping Tom before I played bellhop. Chambermaids do a much-needed job on bedspreads.
All right. So it's under the pillow. So you've got the sheath. Now, what are you going to do with it? And without the sword?
Are you kidding, Duchess? You don't think I missed that back room at the cottage, do you?
You found the sword there?
And Kurt Babesco, who's wearing the sword the hard way, through his insides.
Somebody was killed with a sword.
Oh, come on. It's a little late for that wide-eyed pitch, baby. Doesn't your carrot-top partner tell you every time he kills?
Marlowe, you got everything wrong.
Oh, sure I am. Yeah, sure. But just for laughs, let's pass it and you along to the cops, huh?
Oh, no, please don't. Please. I'll tell you everything, Marlowe. Turner isn't my partner. He hardly knows me.
That's better. Now, just who's Turner?
The man with the red hair.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Marlowe, believe me. I can explain everything.
Okay, let's try it. Did you steal the sword from my client, Henry Pound, yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
Marlowe, let me start at the beginning. A week ago in Manila, please.
All right, let's have it.
It was late in the afternoon, and I was shopping for a handbag, just looking in store windows when suddenly I noticed a man hurrying down the opposite side of the street.
Man who turned out to be Eugene Voss, Henry Pound's partner, maybe?
That's right. I could tell he was afraid of something, Marlowe. He darted into a curio shop nearby. A minute later, I saw Turner.
You know him?
Just slightly. We'd met once. Obviously, he was following Voss. But he didn't go into the curio shop. Instead, he hid close by. And then when Voss came out, he shot him, Marlowe.
Just like that, huh?
He was gone before anyone knew what had happened. I ran over to Voss to see if there was anything I could do to help. But there wasn't. He was dying. Oh, it was frightful. Please, Marlowe, I'd like a drink. They're on the desk.
When you're through, go on. What happened next?
Well, he told me to take the money in his billfold, $5,000, to take it all for delivering a message.
About the sword?
Yes. I was to get in touch with Henry Pound here in Los Angeles and tell him that the sword which Voss had just purchased in the curio shop was on its way. But he should pay special attention to it. And then he died.
Mm-hmm. Well, you decided that $5,000 was an awful lot for playing messenger boy, huh?
Yes.
So you said nothing to the police, grabbed the first plane for L.A., got the Pound's place here, and swiped the sword, right?
I figured if delivering the message was worth $5,000, the sword itself would be worth a lot more.
But you had no idea why.
Oh, no. Maybe a code in the pattern of the design and the jewels in the handle. Probably not the sword itself.
Yeah, you figured right, little schemer. Here's your drink.
Thank you. Huh. Oh, the rest of the
story I can fit together myself. You knew you had something, but you didn't know what, so you swiped the sword, you left an obvious clue to an empty cottage, that rent receipt, you counted on it to start the ball rolling, and it certainly did. Who would that be?
I don't know.
Find out.
Who is it?
Turner, I want to talk to you.
Just a minute.
You still sure you're not partners, baby?
Yes. I told you the truth, Marlowe.
All right, answer it. I'll wait here in the closet with the door open wide enough for the barrel of a .38, just in case you've never been to Manila. Go on.
All right.
Open up, hurry. Close it quick, that peeper may be around.
Who?
The one I slugged over at the cottage. He wasn't there when I went back. Just some bum I scared away.
Went back?
Yeah, I went back. After you ran, there was some excitement, Sweets. First, I slugged the people because I heard some noise in the back. I thought it was you.
Me? I never returned to the cottage.
I know it. It was a louse named Babesco. I got him all right. With the very sword he was after. The little number right here in my hand. He was competition. So were you, Sweets, except that I doped your angle a long time ago.
What do you mean?
Well, Voss told you something before he died in Manila. I stopped after I ran, doll. I even came back. I saw you go for his billfold. Saw him mumble something. When I ran into you again here in L.A., I knew you were swinging in the dark. It was a nice try, Sweets. But you missed. Now give me the sheath. These two belong together. Come on, hand it over. You don't want me to be rough to you, doll.
No. Here. Here it is.
Well, that's better. Like I said, they belong together. Huh. That's funny. They should fit it.
What are you laughing at?
The answer, Sweets. A slip of paper with a list of people on it. I think it's crumpled in the bottom of the sheath here, and that's why the sword won't go all the way home. Yeah, here it is.
A piece of paper.
A valuable piece of paper.
Sure, names and numbers of all the players. Had to.
Marlowe. Marlowe, he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah. It's about as dead as a guy named Eugene Voss was last week on a sidewalk in Manila. Or the party called Babesco.
What is it?
Turner's dead, but I don't think his partner is.
Marlowe, you thought I was his partner.
Hmm? Oh, yes, and I thought wrong, Claire. But now I got a little more to go on. I'll see you, honey.
Oh, no, wait. What am I supposed to do? Call the police and explain it all away as a practical joke? Oh, Marlowe, have a heart. Where are you going?
Back to my client, little dreamer. I think you can give me a line on that partner. Be good. I was an hour plus driving slowly back to the transplanted world on Crestline Drive, and all the way I kept adding and subtracting all the screwball figures I'd run into, hoping that someplace I'd find a mistake. But when I was there through the junior jungle and standing at the front door, I knew that my hunch was right.
Marlowe, you've got the sword?
Sword and sheath alike, Mr. Pound. They're in my car. Also, I got news. Babesco's dead.
I'm not sorry.
So is Turner.
I don't know any Turner, but why haven't you brought the sword and sheath in with you?
Because they don't count, Mr. Pound. There wasn't any code in the pattern on either one. The answer was a slip of paper jammed down in the sheath. Here. Is that what we're after?
Let me see. Yes, Marlowe, this is it. Oh, I knew he wouldn't fail me. I knew Voss was loyal. I knew it.
Oh, better than that, Mr. Pound. You counted on it. And don't move a finger, Happy. It's a great night for killing. Now go on. Into the study. We're going to use the phone.
Marlowe, you're insane.
Sure I am. So much so that I let the hairs from an affectionate Siamese cat change my mind. About everything. Keep moving.
The cat? What do you mean?
I mean the Turner who shot Eugene Voss in Manila, who murdered Babesco out at the beach, who I just killed before he could kill me, had white hairs from a molting white Siamese cat all over his suit. The same kind of white hairs I got on mine when Shoo-Shoo rubbed against me. Now go on, open that door. In other words, Pound, Turner was a friend here, not foe, and from there on in, it all figures. Or do you still think I'm insane?
Yes, No, Marlowe, you're right.
You bet I'm right.
Turner was in this with me. A partner, you might say. You see, I knew that Eugene Voss was worried about competitors.
Like Babesco, go on.
Well, I knew that Voss would see I got his client's list, the pearl dealers, if his life was really in danger.
That gave you a brilliant idea. Put his life in danger. So you sent Turner to Manila to kill Voss once the list was on its way. Oh, how neat. But tell me, clean cut, why didn't you let Turner know about the sword at once?
Because he was tricked. Voss planted a fake list at his hotel, hoping that Turner would find it and go his merry way, which Turner did. He didn't know it was fake until he arrived here this morning.
Which, of course, didn't affect the scheduled murder. Nice and thorough, aren't you? Or have you left out some little detail I should know, like why you bothered having Turner get mixed up in this at all tonight? I would have brought the sword and sheath back for you without him.
I know you would, Marlowe. That's why I hired you. But I also knew that there was a good chance that in finding the sword, you would also find that I deal in opium, not pearls.
Oh, fine. And Turner was right behind me all the way, ready to kill me if I found that out from say, Babesco, huh?
Precisely. Turner was right behind you, Marlowe, even as Heidecky is right behind you now
What
in
did
the
you-
dark. Ha ha! You fool. Why do you think I kept talking here, kept confessing? Speak up, Heidecky. Heidecky, talk!
He can't, Mr. Pound.
What?
Heidecky is very unconscious.
He's what?
I hit him with a vase. A Filipino
No,
island
no,
vase.
no, you're lying! Heidecky! Heidecky!
Pound! Hold it! Pound!
Oh, my leg! Oh,
Marlowe. Marlowe, you got him. Marlowe!
What's the matter?
Behind the curtain.
There's nothing there, honey. Nothing more than a friendly cat named Shoo Shoo. It took a long time. It always does. But finally, the police in Los Angeles and the police in Manila knew exactly who had done what to whom and why. All of which left Henry Pound, the vicious little character who wouldn't even recognize honor among thieves, with a short, unpleasant future. And I thought about him and every rotten thing he'd done as I walked through his imported island jungle to my car. I thought about him and Babesco, about Turner, the houseboy, about Eugene Voss, and I didn't think about Claire Saunders until I got to my car. Was in behind the wheel, headlights on. The words were written in lipstick the length and breadth of my windshield.
Phil, dear, I stepped out when nobody was looking. But don't fret, because from here on out, I'm going to be very good. I've learned my lesson. P.S. My plane doesn't leave until morning. Would you like to help me
Wait for it at the airport cafe. They have good food and they're open all night. Claire. Airport cafe. It's an hour's drive. Unless I hurry.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore can currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast were Gene Bates, Junius Matthews, Barney Phillips, Byron Kane, Paul Frees, and Anthony Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, an old Spanish woman who cared, a redhead and a mink who didn't, and a green suede button beside a corpse, all led me to a wounded man with a gun in his hand, cornered on a warehouse roof.
Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time I tangled with a mad Scotchman, a phony English lord, and a beautiful blonde corpse in a freight house, all because of a butler who walked on his knuckles. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Monkey's Uncle.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, thank heavens you're still in your office at this late hour, Mr. Marlowe. I must have your help at once.
What?
Cornelius' life is in danger, man, and time means everything. Now, sir,
Oh, wait a
if you'll
minute, wait a
come
minute.
direct-
Who are you? Who's Cornelius? Where you calling from and about what? Let's have it a slow step at a time, huh?
Aye. My name's Wesley Macduff, Mr. Marlowe.
All right, lead on, McDuff.
I'm calling from a telephone booth opposite the Beekman Plaza Hotel on Hollywood Boulevard where... Ashley Duke.
Ashley who?
Going for the Beekman Plaza. Lord Ashley Duke himself across the street.
Now, wait a
I've
minute,
got to get to him. Mr. Marlowe, hurry. Meet me in the hotel lobby.
Yes,
Be quick, man. We've got to stop them. They're going to kill Cornelius.
My first reaction was to forget the whole thing. But curiosity is strong stuff with me. And any triumvirate labeled Wesley Macduff, Lord Ashley Duke, and Cornelius had to add up to screwball no matter where you started. But the word kill was still big in my vocabulary, so I buttoned the office up quickly, got down in my car, and drove over to the Beekman Plaza Hotel, where a 10-minute stand in the lobby produced nothing closer to worried Scotchmen than the plaid covering and a sagging Morris chair. And at the reception desk, there was no Wesley Macduff registered or ever heard of.
I'm sorry, sir.
So at that, I was ready to call it quits. I turned for the door, but before I got there, I was stopped. The uniform said bellhop, and the sprinkle of freckles plus Bon Cowlick said all-American boy. But the shifty eyes and the narrow mouth that slid over to the side of his face when he talked said something else, like racetrack tout.
Say, pardon me, sir, but I happened to overhear you ask after a Scotchman. Wesley Macduff, was it?
Yeah, you know where he is?
Well, yes, and,
Yes, and how much?
10?
5.
Okay, sport, 5. But let's get out of the traffic, huh? Over here under this map, like I was pointing out something to you.
That's a fresh idea, yeah.
Thanks. The Viva?
Oh, here. Now, where's Macduff?
On his way to Burbank, dead drunk.
You're crazy. I talked to him less than half an hour ago. He was stone sober and a long way from the party mood.
Could be. But 15 minutes ago, I helped Lord Ashley Duke pile him into a cab.
Wait a minute. Ashley Duke, how does he fit?
He found this Macduff in the alley outside.
Oh.
I was just coming back from dinner when I saw him pick the guy up. He couldn't say a word.
Huh?
But a Blue Shield medical card we found in his wallet read Wesley Macduff, 13 Vineland Avenue, Burbank. Boy, he was out colder than my old man.
Yeah. Now listen, Junior, here's another 5. Fill me in fast. Who's Lord Ashley Duke?
A nightclub character. Entertainer. Lives here with his wife, Lady Ashley Duke, when they're in L.A.
Well, is he legitimate, this Lord business?
Nah, but he plays it to the hilt. Why, after we piled that Macduff into the cab, he dusted his white gloves off genteel-like, slipped the monocle he wears into his eye, and grabbed another cab and shoved. He's a phony. His real name is Bert Dukes, and Milady is Gert. And on her, it shows.
What do you mean, shows?
That the second she gets behind her door, they got suite 312, she climbs out of her accent like it was a tight girdle. Especially when she and that niece of hers go at it. Yes, sir, the famous Merrimack Caverns are on Route 66 near St. Louis. Oh, good evening, Mr. Fisher.
Good evening, Tompkins.
Okay, where were we?
The niece.
Oh, yeah. Quite a doll. Her name's Merle Brimmer. Acts as a business manager, so she must also have brains.
Now tell me, who's Cornelius?
Cornelius?
Yeah. What's breaking you up? Who is he?
Nobody but the star of the act. The Lord and Lady do a farce thing, a takeoff on English drawing room stuff, and Cornelius plays the butler. Plays it in a derby and a boiled shirt, no less.
Why the giggles? You've seen a derby and boil shirt before?
Yeah, sure I have. But on Cornelius, it looks different. You see, mister, he's a chimpanzee.
The affair Cornelius definitely added screwball. But I also knew that prospective client Macduff had been sapped and piled into a cab for good riddance, which could add to less than funny. So I decided to look around a little longer, especially in the vicinity of Milady's chamber, number 312. When I stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor, an owl-faced waiter was just piloting a dinner cart loaded down with dirty dishes out of the room. And when the cart joggled onto the corridor rug, it nearly upset a coffee pot, which left the waiter's mind on the juxtaposition of cart and pot and not the door. It he left open inches. I waited till he passed me. Then I moved up to where I could both see and hear Lady Ashley Duke and her niece Merle exploding at each other through an after-dinner conversation. The former was built like an upended blimp with as much charm as a mooring mast. The latter was blonde and female, spy beautiful. And also she was nonchalantly slipping a shiny .32 automatic from desk drawer to purse.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Gert. Before you snap a stay, you listen to me.
Why? So you can explain once more how poor Uncle Bert's idiotic mistakes are just bad luck. $10,000 worth of bad luck. Nuts. Bert don't know anything about investments. He shouldn't be allowed to touch a red cent. And my pretty, from here on out, that's exactly the way it's gonna be, believe me.
Oh, cut it, Gert, and quit blaming Uncle Bert and me.
Are you kidding? Why shouldn't I blame the two of you? He's a jerk, and you... I never wanted you with us in the first place. My niece. Ha!
Oh, shut up. And remember, dear Aunt, your husband likes me around. I'm good for his morale, he says. He'll never let you fire me. So don't waste your breath. Auntie?
Get out of here. Go on, get down to the freight house and keep your eyes open. We don't want to lose Cornelius.
Don't worry, darling. Guard duty's an old specialty of mine. Yes, who is it?
Name's Marlowe. I'd like to see Lord Ashley Duke.
Oh, well, Oh, well.
Yes.
He's not in, but what did you want to see him about?
Business. Can you help me?
Perhaps. You see, I'm his business...
She used to be his business manager. She was just leaving, weren't you, Merle, darling?
Yes, Merle, darling, was. Mr. Marlowe, Lady Ashley Duke. Goodbye, Auntie.
Unhappy, huh?
Oh, rather. Now, sir, to save each of us time, let me be blunt. Lord Ashley Duke is no longer interested in making any investments whatsoever, nor will he be interested at a future date. Is that clear, sir?
It's like well water, Lady Ashley Duke, and if I were looking for an investor, I'd keep it in mind. But you see, I'm a private detective working for Wesley McDuff.
A paper? A lousy paper pushing his way in here. Why are you...
Easy, Gertie.
Let go. Get your filthy hands off me.
Sure. Just as soon as you get back into neutral. I also want to save us time, and I want to save Cornelius, too. Now, do we talk or wrestle? Which?
Oh, all right. 7 weeks ago, Lord Ashley Duke and I bought Cornelius from that crazy monkey raiser out in Burbank. We paid McDuff $30,000 for a run-down 17-year-old chimpanzee.
Well, then why do you want to kill him? McDuff thinks you're going to.
Yeah, McDuff's crazy. Just because we change our minds and instead of staying here in L.A., decide to go on the road. McDuff thinks Cornelius will catch cold and die. So he wants him back.
Yeah, but you'll get your money back.
Yeah, but what about the 7 weeks of work just to teach him to drop a glass? Not only that, he's a wonderful imitator.
I can see your point.
Besides, a deal's a deal. And we're taking the risk of Cornelius's death, not the loon who runs that Burbank animal farm. Why, that Scotchman thinks every animal in the joint's related to him.
It's an old idea, honey. But look, Lady Ash...
What? We've had our talk, people. Now get out. Go on. Go on, get out before I forget I'm, a lady.
Over here, Tompkins. What is it?
A telephone call, sir. Booth 4, this way, please. Make out all right up there?
Jim Dandy.
Good. Now, if you feel I was underpaid,
I feel we came out even, Buster. Besides, I'm running low on farthings. Unless,
Yes?
You know where the freight house Cornelius calls home is located.
Blank.
Okay. So long, Tompkins. Hello?
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. You all right, McDuff?
Hey, it takes more than a foul blow in the dark to stop me, man. And it's just what Lord Ashley Duke is going to discover in many minutes.
What do you mean?
That I've run out of patience. I'm going to act, not talk. I'm about to take Cornelius back with my own hands, and I want you to help me.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, man, I'm in a drugstore at Pershing Square, close by the freight house where Cornelius is caged for shipment. I want you to meet
You
me.
can't steal him, McDuff.
I can. Steal him and disguise the animal so they'll ne'er be able to claim him again. So they won't be able to kill him.
McDuff, I can't go along with that.
Then I chose the wrong man.
Oh.
There's precious little time left, Mr. Marlowe. Tomorrow they leave Los Angeles. Now, will you help me?
No. Beside McDuff, you'll never get away with it. There's a girl, Ashley Duke's niece, who's got a gun, and I... McDuff! All the way from the phone booth through the lobby into my car outside, I kept telling myself 3 things. 1, I wasn't working for McDuff. 2, McDuff was about to commit a crime. And 3, I couldn't worry about the gun in Merle Brimmer's purse. It was all none of my business. So when I was in behind the wheel of my car, I pointed it toward my apartment on Franklin, lit a cigarette, and forgot about the whole thing. But a block later, I threw the cigarette out, turned, and headed for Pershing Square. Scots with animal farms in Burbank obviously weren't the only crazy people in Los Angeles. After arriving at Pershing Square, I was 30 minutes piling up wisecracks, frozen stares, and assorted giggles before I hit pay dirt. A bottle boy with a great memory.
Yeah, sure, I know the place.
Only spot around it'll ship live animals along with the rest of the stuff that they handle. Anything from an eel to an elephant.
How about pink ones?
They got those, too.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I worked there once during the Christmas rush. Made the price of a fifth in one day.
Now, look. You'll do it again right now if you can tell me one thing. The address, what is it?
It's,
Yeah?
44...
Come on.
42...
Stick with it. Yeah?
4th Street.
Attaboy. Here's 5. Crawl back in the bottle. I'll see you. The neighborhood was half residential, half industrial, and all run down, including the freight house, which was 2 windowless stories of dirty red brick hovering over a loading ramp on a deserted, shadowy street. I started slowly toward it when suddenly a side door flew open and an excited old man with flashlight and giant key ring that spelled night watchman leaped out of the building, arms and legs going like twin beaters on a mixmaster. Hey, Pop! Hold it, is it the chimp?
Yes, and he's raising the roof in there.
Yeah?
If I shoot him, I'll be fired. He's worth a fortune.
Yeah, I know all about it. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
Oh, okay, good.
Now, let's go. Where is he?
Upstairs, hanging in one window at the back. I just turned the lights on, and there he was.
Oh.
When he seen me, grabbed a stick from the floor and started beating things with
Oh,
it.
fine.
And then he broke the window and began to swing on the block and tackle that runs outside from the roof to the ground. Look, there he is.
Yeah, it's still beating. Hey, Doc, Pop, he's gonna fling it.
There he goes, down the road.
And away. Well, all right, Pop, we better call the
Look.
cops.
Over there, near his empty cage. It's a girl. Blood all over her head.
Holy smoke. Merle Brimmer.
She dead?
Yeah. Beat to death with a stick the chimp just threw at us.
Then you think the monkey did it?
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. He's a great imitator, Pop. It could have been somebody else.
Not the monkey? Then who? Who else?
A monkey's uncle. A Scotchman named Macduff.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx will make another of his famed personal appearances on most of the same CBS stations this Wednesday night. Groucho Marx, whose many activities include emceeing You Bet Your Life, one of the craziest quiz shows on the air. You're cordially invited to hear Groucho Marx every Wednesday on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Monkey's Uncle.
I walked around the body of the girl on the freight house floor. I took a close look at the cage lock. There was no doubt that it had been forced from the outside. The watchman staring down at the body was shaking like a motorcycle with square wheels. So I took him by the arm and walked him down the stairs and outside for some air.
It's terrible. I don't know what to do. Nothing like this ever happened here before, and the boss never told me what I'm supposed to do in a case like this.
Well, it's easy. Just call the police.
The police?
Yeah. Also the SPCA and Frank Buck. Chances are we'll need them all before the night's over.
Okay, mister. Thanks. I should... Hey, who's that getting out of that cab?
From the top hat, cape, and spats, I'd say it was one Lord Ashley Duke, the legal owner of the chimp.
Oh, what are you two blighters staring at? Out of my way.
Just a moment before you go inside. I want to talk to you, Lord Ashley Duke.
You know my name, do you? Well, now, by Jove, that's interesting. I don't know you, sir.
I'll survive. Why'd you come down here tonight?
Because I heard that my niece was here, protecting my property. And that's no suitable task for a girl. Not capable to do that sort of thing, you know. It's a man's job, you know. I had a beastly time finding the place, too.
You haven't been here before, huh?
Oh, yes, a couple of days ago. But that was in broad daylight. Now, stand aside,
One
sir.
thing more. Why did you slug Wesley McDuff tonight and dump him in a cab?
Just who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Philip Marlowe's the name.
Well, it sounds British enough.
About as British as you are.
Oh, yeah. And you, I presume, are the watchman.
Yes, sir. That's me, Your Highness.
What about McDuff, Your Highness?
There's no choice. The blighter wanted to welch on the transaction we've made. I refused, and he threatened me. So I bopped him. And then made out he was intoxicated, you know. Packed him off in a cab, you know.
Oh,
Nevertheless, when a man sells me a monkey, by George, that monkey is mine. And thought that treatment might bring Macduff to his bloody senses.
Well, it didn't. It made him tougher. And what's more, the chimpanzee is gone and...
Cornelius is gone.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Come on, Pop.
Okay.
Well, dear, where are you? Merle? What? Merle? Merle, what's happened to you? Oh, no. Merle. Merle, baby.
That's the way she was when we found her. And that crazy monkey was in here just jumping up and down like he was throwing a fit.
It was Macduff. Macduff, that's who it was. That madman.
Holy mackerel, what was that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. You stay here. The scream had come from the architectural blunder next door. It was one of those big gingerbread houses left over from the 1800s, and I got there just in time to meet the witch. The scaly front portal was jerked open in front of me, and there she stood. Like a pool cue in high panic, topped by a head of brittle orange hair, half done up tight in curlers, the other half streaming over her face. She clutched frantically at the stained kimono with one hand and me with the other one. Take it easy. Hold it, will you? What's going on?
Oh, that face, that awful face.
What face?
The ugliest thing I ever seen. Oh, protect me. It's upstairs
All right, take it easy. Will you calm down and tell me what happened?
I was upstairs in my room taking my
Yeah.
hair down, see, when I happened to look over at the window, and there was that face, shoved right up against the glass. Oh, I swear I never seen nothing like that since before I took the cure, mister.
All right, now listen,
And hair all over it, and red eyes, and a big grinning mouth. What was like one of them giant gorillas they got in the movie.
That's Cornelius, all right. Where's the room?
Oh, up there at the head of them stairs. Hey, you ain't going up there and leave me all alone, are you?
Well, then come along. Corny's a trained chimp. He won't hurt you.
Oh, no, not me, brother. I'm getting...
Where?
Right there, he stuck out his tongue and made a face at me.
Tell me, is that a passage out there between the houses?
Oh, no, it's a kind of an air shaft, only it's closed up at the back.
Oh, you mean he can't get through to the alley?
Yeah, that's right. There's no way out of there except the street.
All right, come on, let's get outside. We got him cornered.
Oh, you got him cornered, baby, mister, not me. I didn't want nothing more to do with that ugly puss.
The air shaft was a scant 18 inches wide, and as dark and cluttered as the inside of a goat pen with odors to match. I worked my way back as far as the bashful light from the street reached.
Oh, be careful in there, mister.
Then I stopped and listened. But Cornelius was a genius. There wasn't a sound. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, to say nothing of a black-haired chimpanzee who was no doubt getting a big kick out of the entire procedure. I decided to try psychology on him. So I called in what I hoped was a firm but friendly voice, and it got me no place. I groped my way along the wall of the drain pipe and called again. This time shorter on the friendly and longer on the firm, which was a mistake. The drain pipe should have given me a hint, but it didn't. Oh! Oh. What?
Come on, snap out of it,
What's the
mister.
matter?
He's gone.
Hold on, who? Who's gone?
That gorilla. It was up on the drain pipe. It hit you on the head with something, then ran right past me and got away in a taxi. Oh, come on, let's get out.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, baby. I could have sworn you said the monkey took a taxi.
Yeah, you did. I watched the whole
Oh,
thing.
my.
As soon as it got out in the street, a man in a checkered tan with a crooked stick in his hand came out from between them buildings over there and called it. They ran up to a taxi. The driver jumped out and they drove away. I seen him.
The driver jumped out and they drove away.
Yeah.
I don't think you took the cure soon enough.
Well, I seen something else, too.
Huh?
A fat bird in a high hat and spats came charging out of the freight house there. Saw the cab leaving, got in a green coupe that was
Green
parked
coupe?
in front and took off
Holy
after.
smoke, that's my car. Oh, it's gone. How do you like that?
Yeah. Now maybe you'll believe me, huh?
Every screwy word, sweetheart. Now, look, you didn't happen to see...
Well, look, that's the cab driver there.
Did anybody see what happened? I gotta have a witness. My taxi was hijacked off of me by two crazy guys. One of them looked like an ape, exactly like an ape.
Move over, bud. We're on the same raft. My car's gone, too. Tell me what happened, will you? Start at the top.
Okay. Tonight I bring this big shot in a high hat down here to the freight house. He hops out, tells me to wait, see?
Yeah?
So I drive down the block and turn around. I'm parked right over there trying to grab a quick 40 winks when up comes this loon.
A Scotchman?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He throws me a fast address and starts getting in, see? I politely tell him the flag is down, but he keeps coming.
You see, it's just
Yeah,
like
I know. It's just like it. Now, look, did you ever see this Scotchman before?
No, never. I figure maybe he's got a snoot full of happy days, nothing more. So I'm reaching over to block him when a pair of hands that feels like a doormat with muscles grabs me around the neck. I twist around and look, and what do I see?
Cornelius.
Him I don't know, but an ape man is crawling in my wind. So help me, I'm rubbing noses with a missing link.
Yeah, I know. Then what happened?
Mac, I jump out of the taxi, and before I know it, the old geezer gives me a clout with his stick, piles in. The next thing, my taxi's gone just like that. You gotta believe me, somebody's gotta back me up. If I try this on the cops, they'll have me in a padded cell in no time.
Well, don't worry about it, fella. Just reach hard for that address the Scotchman gave you. Can you remember it?
Oh, sure. Let me see. It was the Rushmore.
Rushmore?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a down at the Hills motel out on Vernon. Somewhere around Beverly Boulevard. Ed Nathan's... Whoa. Stepped on something here on the sidewalk.
Oh, you sure did, cutie. Smashed it, too.
It looks like somebody's watch crystal.
Sure, ladies' watch crystal. Oh, a nice one. See? It had this hunk of black ribbon with it.
Ladies' watch. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that.
Sure, here. It's velvet. See?
Yeah, it sure is. It doesn't fit. Not here. No one's been here but the three of us and the chimp. So long, kids.
Hey, wait. Where are you
I'm going to talk to a liar about a murder. I'll see you later at headquarters, I hope.
But what about my taxi?
Talk to the night watchman in the freight house. You'll be good for each other. I was 2 blocks on foot, finding another taxi in 15 minutes, getting from there out to the motel, worrying all the way, because I'd left my gun under the front seat of my car. Business was slow at the Rushmore. The only cabin that showed a light was the last in the rear, next to the alley. I was sure of what I'd find inside, in spite of the fact that neither the stolen cab nor my coupe was any place in sight. When I heard the voices, I decided to bluff it. I went up to the front door and pressed my ear against the flimsy panel.
Anyway, a bargain's a bargain, McDuff. You'd have done better to stick by it.
I'd have stuck by it if ye had your scurvy crook.
Don't reach for your chain. It's a little late for that. You're in a real jam now. I'm going to see you blamed for my niece's murder.
But I didn't kill her. I pushed her down, She caught me unlocking Cornelius' cage and tried to stop me. But I didn't kill her. You did that.
Yes, but who knows that? Except you and the monk there. And he can't talk, and you won't believe me.
You're daft, man. Why did you do it?
Because I had to. Because Marlowe was bleeding me to death. Every cent I could lay my hands on. I had to buy her silence. I had to pretend to lose thousands in poor investments. Well, Merle got what was coming to her, and you gave me that chance. I found her on the floor where you left her and simply finished the job.
Then you ran off and came back in that taxi 15 minutes later, the very spirit of innocence. I saw you. Very well, Lord Ashley Duke. You've got me as a thief, too, so get on with it. Get on with your filthy, evil plan. I'm ready.
Don't be in a hurry, McDuff. Stay where you are, Ashley. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the gun.
Oh, I knew you'd no let me down, laddie. I knew it.
What's this, old boy? It's rather an untimely entrance.
Skip the accent, Bert. You won't need it where you're going. Drop that gun, I said.
Or you'll move. Shoot me with that pipe in your pocket. Marlowe, I've got your gun. Here in my hand, and you know it.
Want to bet?
Well, with the light out... Yes, Ashley!
It's a very strange thing, lad. He hit you but once,
Huh?
but there are 2 lumps on your skull. Do you ken this condition?
Never mind. Skip it. I don't want to talk about it. Go. Where's Ashley?
Trussed up there in the corner. He should be coming around soon. You see, Cornelius, as you've no doubt learned, is a great imitator. When he saw Ashley bat you on the head with a gun,
Yeah.
he grabbed McCain, leaped up on the dresser there, and batted Ashley on the head.
Oh, no. Not with this headache.
Hey.
Don't tell me I'm indebted to that. Just when I was learning to hate him.
Aye, we both are, for our lives.
Yeah.
But tell me, what does a black velvet ribbon and a watch crystal mean? You mumbled that over and over while you were out.
Oh. Well, that's how I knew Ashley was a liar and a killer. See, the cab driver stepped on a round piece of glass that looked like a watch crystal with a ribbon attached.
Uh-huh.
Happened on the sidewalk in front of an air shaft. Actually, the glass was a monocle.
Oh, dropped by Lord Ashley Duke, eh?
No? Ashley'd never been at that spot.
No?
But if Cornelius had, and if Cornelius dropped the monocle, it indicated that Lord Ashley Duke had been someplace with Cornelius early at night, you see? That could only be the freight house. Yet Ashley claimed he hadn't been there for 2 days.
Oh, I
see. Oh, you do, huh? Oh, my head. How about you, Cornelius? Yeah, well, that's one of the best answers I've had tonight. It didn't take long at police headquarters. Maybe an hour altogether. A killer was locked up for trial, and the key witness ate 3 erasers, spilled a quart of ink, and broke a window before the homicide boys finally gave up. I watched the phony Lord Ashley Duke walk down the corridor to his cell. Any connection he had with man was just the category. Then I watched McDuff and company leave, too. A couple of regular guys. The monkey, and the monkey's uncle. A genuine old Scot who loved life, and his shuffling friend whose only limitation was his inability to speak. But he communicated all right, in the only language that means anything. Love of one creature for another.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. As a special note of interest, Philip Marlowe fans, you'll be glad to know that Radio and Television Life magazine has this week named Gerald Moore as the best male actor in radio. Featured in our cast were Mary Lansing, John Daner, Tudor Owen, Sam Edwards, Michael Ann Barrett, Harry Bartell, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a case-hardened car hop knocked me down a flight of stairs. An honest woman was strangled by a green silk sash, and a simpering dandy was shot to death. All because of a run-of-the-mill traffic accident 500 miles away.
You hear them all on CBS, and one of the funniest parts of that all comes from the bird brain of a woman, Miss Gracie Allen of Burns and Allen. Top troopers on the American stage for years, top radio stars after that, George and Gracie are now playing a big part in CBS's great Wednesday night lineup. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, George and Gracie, Dr. Christian. Join George Burns and Gracie Allen this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Uneasy Head.
Hey, Slattery, you running a bar
Let's
here?
not be neglecting the regular clientele.
Okay. Everybody relax. Remember, them also serve will only stand around and wait. I'm calling them like I see them. Hey, you're dry again, chum. Another shot?
Yeah. Say, Slattery, you happen to know a guy named Sammy Arch? I was supposed to meet him here at 6. That was an hour ago.
Hey, yeah, chum. Another shot. What's yours, friend?
Rye, wander on the side.
Rye and a little help.
Slattery, I asked you a question.
Listen, chum, I sell whiskey. I sell gin. I sell beer. Pretzels I give away, but only pretzels. If you're busting with questions, try Louis.
Louis?
Yeah, a punk in the corner there, the guy with the patent leather hair.
Oh.
Louis welcomes visitors. Now, you want to pay for this drink?
Oh, wouldn't miss it for the world. Mind it for me, will you?
Hey, round boy, I'm gonna forget I'm a lady.
Your name Louis?
That's me.
Slattery tells me you might have some information I want.
Could be. What race?
Don't want any dope on ponies, Louis. I'm looking for a guy.
A guy like who?
Archer. Sammy Archer. Do you know him?
No. What's the matter? You welch on a bet?
No. Well, thanks anyway, Louis.
I got something good at Belmont if you...
Check. Here twice. Bourbon once around. Coming up now. No luck, huh, chum? I thought maybe Louis could help you. He knows everyone in town.
Yeah? Well, here's the Sammy Archer, a guy I never met. Well, so long, chum.
Yeah. Don't go away mad, huh?
Oh, not a chance, Slattery. After all, you... Hey, what kind of scotch was that? Tastes like boiled cabbage heads. Slattery, what did you... That drink, it was dope. Are you no good, too, Simon? For a long time, 100 years maybe, I felt good. The temple was beautiful. Chinese beautiful. Everywhere lacquered woodwork that had the deep, bottomless luster of a pigeon blood ruby. And 1,000 shelves filled with 10,000 smiling ivory Buddhas. And the lovely, streamlined dancing girl, beaming in a white silk mandarin robe, waiting my pleasure. But then suddenly the 100 years ran out. The lacquered woodwork was a bar. The Buddha's lines of whiskey bottles. The white silk mandarin gown and apron. The lovely dancing girl, Slattery.
Now, easy now. Come on, yeah. Chum, come on, try this. It'll bring you around.
Yeah, thanks, Oh, it's you. How dumb do you think I am, Slattery?
Hey, easy. No way. You got it wrong, chum. I didn't slip you that Mickey. Come on now. Lay back. You're gonna be okay.
How long have I been out?
Oh, about an hour.
Oh.
You're in the storeroom behind the bar. Now just take it slow, Mr. Marlowe.
How do you know my name?
Well, I checked your wallet when you folded, chum, and saw you with a big shot private dick from Hollywood.
Yeah?
That gave you my vote.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I heard all about you, Mr. Marlowe. The time you nailed that lousy Paul Miles who was hitting all the bars for some old-time protection. Yeah, but you should have said who you was.
Oh. Hey, Slattery, got any idea who got to my drink?
No. It must have been the bird next to you. Rye and water on the side, man.
You know him? Here, come on, help me up.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Steady, easy, now. There we are. No. Never seen him before. He shoved off when you went to see Louis.
What'd he look like, Slattery? Think.
Oh, well, he smoked a cigar.
Yeah?
He had kind of a red face and was wearing a camel hair overcoat. Oh, yeah. He was nervous. He kept playing with a book of matches. He tore them out one at a time, and then he bent them up. Eh?
Bent him up, huh?
Yeah.
You don't know his name, where he hangs out?
No, zero, chum, except that Louis heard him ask someone about how to get to Palm Springs, but, Mr. Marlowe, I do know about Sammy Archer.
You do?
Yeah, I didn't want to talk up before Mr. Marlowe because I didn't know you.
Slattery, where can I find Archer?
Well, you ain't putting him on the spot for someone, eh?
No, nothing like that. He called my office today, said he had some kind of a business deal with a guy he didn't trust. Wanted me to meet him here at the bar, get the details, and play bodyguard. Now, come on, tell me, Slattery, who is Archer? Where can I find him?
He's a second-story man, Mr. Marlowe.
You mean that...
Yeah, he knocks off fancy places. Beverly Hills most of the time. He's strictly a prowler.
Oh, fine.
Well, you could probably tag him over at 31 West Grand. He's got a basement apartment there. But, look, you ain't gonna be careless about the dope I gave out, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not gonna work for him, Slattery. I still handpick my clients.
Well, then, why are you going there?
For a lead, Slattery. A lead on a nervous guy in a camel hair coat. You see, I also handpick my enemies. 31 West Grand Avenue was a dirty stone tenement propped up by a dirty stone stoop. A cracked pavement led to the basement apartment, which showed a fuzzy slice of yellow light, where the door was cracked open inches. So when I knocked, I was ready for almost anything. Just as long as it was on the see-me side. But I didn't expect it to come from overhead.
You're wasting your time, big boy. When Sammy leaves his door open, you shouldn't bother knocking.
You mean he's out?
No, I mean he's in. And he's got the blind staggers. I know. I heard him falling over the furniture. But go ahead, see for yourself, if you'll pardon appearances. The big slob.
The lady was right. A tinny radio led me to the basement room where I found the two scarred wicker chairs and the single end table on hand turned over. Drawers open and overflowing pieces of discarded clothing everywhere. And in the middle of all that, sprawled along the edge of a threadbare couch that was weak in the springs, Sammy Archer. He was facing me, eyes closed, and wearing a faded blue bathrobe 2 sizes too big for him. And next to one hand that rested on the floor was an empty gin bottle sitting on a clipping, torn out of a fashion magazine. On one side, an ad for a Bendix automatic washer. On the other, a picture of a diamond tiara. A jeweled crown, which the caption said belonged to Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir of Palm Springs, California's most celebrated hostess. Well, it was a good time to awaken mine host by shaking well. Hey, Sammy. Archer, come on, pull yourself together. I should have known better. You can't wake a dead man by shaking him. Especially when he's got a knife buried in the middle of his back.
City desk. Remedy speaking.
Phil Marlowe, Remini.
Hiya, Phil.
Tribune got time for a few questions?
Oh, we're up to our ears with the Dunsmuir story. What do you got, Phil? Beauty, beast, or traffic accident?
Skinny guy with a golf ball complexion and the name Sammy Archer. Ever hear of him?
Sure, a 2-time loser out of Joliet. Jewelry, team with a fence named Christy Roach.
Roach, huh? Say, tell me, Tony, what is he... Hey, wait a minute, Remini. What did you just say about Dunsmuir?
Huh? Oh, that. Didn't you catch PM sheets?
No.
Someone got away with a precious tiara last night. Was insured for $100,000.
They tag anyone for it?
Not yet, but they're working on it. Seems that a gardener left her Palm Springs lash up the same time as a crown of diamonds.
Gardner, huh?
Yeah, was working under a phony name.
Well, this Christy Roach, what's he look like?
Oh, big red face, wears a cigar front and center.
Thanks. Now I'm really getting someplace.
That means what, Phil?
2 feet from the corpse, Remini, there's a textbook on gardening.
Corpse? What corpse? Where are you, Marlowe?
31 West Grand Avenue, where somebody stabbed Sammy Archer to death. Now listen, Remini. If you sit on this a while, I think I may be able to wrap it all up for you after a quick trip to Palm Springs.
Why not use us or the law? What's your angle, Phil?
A very personal one, kid.
Like what?
Like a Mickey that shredded the lining of my stomach. I don't like that kind of treatment. It's bad for the ego. I'll call you later. Goodbye. The trip to Palm Springs was 2.5 hours of hard driving through sterile wasteland. And there was plenty of time for me to add what always came out to the same thing. Sammy Archer, posing as a gardener, swiped the Dunsmuir tiara to peddle through Christy Roach, whom he feared. But Roach had double-crossed him, in a permanent sort of way, taking care of me and then headed for Palm Springs. Yeah, but there I got stopped each time. Why Palm Springs? Unless, of course, Archer's apartment turned inside out meant that the tiara was still hidden someplace in the desert hamlet. Yeah, that really would make it a cinch to find.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir, please. My name is Philip Marlowe.
Police or gentlemen of the press are no longer welcome. Good evening, sir.
Steady, Jeeves. I have information about the tiara. Now tell that to your mistress, or you'll only be able to look down that long nose through one eye.
This way, sir, if you please.
The interior of the Dunsmuir shanty was strictly colossal. From a foyer the size and shape of the Union Station to a plush, leather-lined den that was about as cozy as a parking lot. And Mrs. Bessie Dunsmuir herself fitted perfectly. Because as the renowned party giver glided into the room, I saw enough jewelry on her arms, ears, and neck to match Tiffany, carat for carat. She listened intently while I brought her up to date. After that, she ushered me into an uncomfortable chair, rang for Long Nose, and then asked a sensible question.
Mr. Marlowe, this Sammy Archer, what did he look like?
Well, he was thin, Mrs. Dunsmuir, and sandy hair. Does that fit your ex-gardener?
Precisely. Now perhaps we're actually going to make some progress. The police here haven't, and... come in, Martin. Oh, a liqueur, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, no, thanks.
Thank you, Martin.
Mrs. Dunsmuir,
Yes.
did you ever notice a red-faced man who smoked cigars hanging around, talking to Archer, perhaps?
No, I never did. Did you, Martin?
No, madam, I don't believe I did. Excuse me, madam. Good evening, Dunsmuir residence. Who's calling, please? One moment, sir. Mr. Endicott, madam.
Endicott? I don't seem to know any Endicott. Hello? I'm sorry, Mr. Endicott, but I don't seem to recollect... what? You... well... yes. Yes, of course. I'll see you tonight here. Goodbye.
What's wrong, Mrs. Dunsmuir?
Oh, just some more trouble over the estate. Ever since my husband passed on 3 years ago, we've had a mountain of trouble with his investments.
I see. Well, about the tiara, Mrs.
Mr. Marlowe, do what you can about locating it. You'll be rewarded handsomely by the insurance company if you're successful, I'm sure. They stand to lose $100,000.
Yeah, but
Now,
can't you tell me anything about Archer?
I'm afraid not. I don't believe I ever said more than 2 words to him. Now, excuse me, Mr. Marlowe, and thank you for your interest. Martin,
Madam.
please show the gentleman out.
Outside, I chalked the Dunsmuir interview off at face value. Proof positive that Sammy Archer and the sticky-fingered ex-gardener were one and the same. Then I headed for town on the first public phone, which was at a mobile gas station. There I swapped a $10 bill for a pocket full of quarters and started calling people back in L.A. who might know more about Christy Roach and the kind of connections he could have in Palm Springs. But after 4 near misses, I quit and stepped aside to let a big man with a beefy face that belonged on an English bulldog take his turn. However, he had other ideas, and he pointed them out bluntly with a shiny automatic.
I wonder if you could help me, Sonny. I'm looking for a diamond tiara.
You gotta be kidding. I wear a fedora besides
Hold it right there. I have news for you, Sonny. While you were gabbing into the tube there, the station attendant left, closed shop, went into the bar next door. Out of earshot.
So?
So we're alone. And that means I'm going to do very little.
Stay right there, Marlowe.
Well. Christy Roach. Red face, cigar, and all. Glad to see you.
Shut up. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Without our buddy there?
Don't worry about him, Marlowe. He'll keep that way. Maybe a lot longer than you will.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, every Wednesday night, CBS, the network of the stars, brings you Groucho Marx in his dizzy quiz, You Bet Your Life. Be sure to hear You Bet Your Life starring Groucho Marx this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations, as well as Dr. Christian and that bright new musical show, The ABCs of Music. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Uneasy Head.
From the way Christy Roach had brought his gun barrel down on the bulldog's scalp, I knew he meant it when he jammed the same gun into the small of my back and marched me to my car. He didn't relax until we were driving down a dark side street toward the center of town.
Well, kid, you jumped right out of the frying pan into the fire. You should have taken that first hint I tossed you.
The Mickey? Yeah, that was real cute. But it was too subtle, Christy. I didn't really peg you till I found Sammy Archer.
Oh? It's too bad about Sammy. That was more or less of a mistake.
Oh, sure. You only intended to carve your initials. The knife slipped.
No slips, kid. At the time, I thought Sammy had tried to pull a fast one on me, but I found out later he was just stupid. He had a great thing, and he was just too dumb to see it. As for you, turn east the first chance you get, and don't run any stop signs, you understand?
Where we going?
Oh, no place in particular, just so it's nice and quiet. You know, you don't know when to quit, Marlowe, so now you're just one of the loose ends I've got to tuck in before I clean up my business here. Take it easy on the corners.
You told me to turn east the first chance
I also told you to mind your manners!
Busting my wrist isn't going to help my driving much.
It'll be worse the next time. I've got a lot of ground to cover yet tonight, and I want it smooth.
That's too bad. Because there's a bump coming up fast. Right now, we picked up a tail.
Huh?
Take a look.
Cops.
Yeah, cops. Call it, laughing boy. You're the skipper. Do we race them out of town, or do I pull over?
Pull over. Pull over. I don't know what that beef is, but play it straight, kid, because if it comes to shooting, you'll be the first to drop.
Hey, get your read, buddy? You're on a one-way street.
You're telling me.
Yeah, only you're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I know. Well, you see, my friend...
I warned you.
What about him?
Well, he's in a hurry, officer. I was taking him as far as the corner there. He said it was okay to come this way. I didn't. I'm a stranger here.
Uh-huh. Also, you're a big boy now. You should make up your own mind.
You're so right.
Here, Mac, if you're in a hurry, you can go, but you better get out and walk.
Thank you.
Your friend here is going to be tied up for quite a spell. All right, let me see your license.
Maybe the limb of the law and I should have nailed him right then and there. But there were still too many loose ends, and I wanted Christy Roach to clear them up for me. So I watched him walk out of sight while I listened with half an ear to a lecture on blind drivers. Well, it was a small enough price to pay for the service rendered, so I thanked the officer for the ticket and then headed back to the filling station in a bulldog with a headache who might be in a mood to talk. But when I got there, I found he hadn't waited around. After that, I checked the neighborhood and was 15 minutes getting to first base, which turned out to be the bar of a French restaurant across the street, run by one Monsieur Jean Corret, a high-octane number who apparently had overheard a phone call earlier.
I immediately notified the police. Nothing, they said. Believe me, my friends, the lowliest gendarme in Paris would have more sense. Throw away an important clue? Never. I tell you, our police
Mr.
here...
Corret, can I see you a minute?
I? But of course, monsieur. What is it?
Well, it better be in private, huh? It's about the Dunsmuir case.
Ah, nom de nom. Step this way, monsieur.
All right.
You naturally are a detective.
Naturally, yeah. Now, look, I understand you overheard a phone call.
Oh, yes. About an hour ago. A suspicious man called the Dunsmuir place from here.
What did he look like?
I am desolated, monsieur. I do not know.
You said it was an important clue.
I assume it was important. In a case as big as this, anything may be important. The smallest...
Yeah, you made your point. You made your point. Go ahead.
Bien. He made an appointment. I only overheard, monsieur. The telephone is back this way in the alcove out of sight. Bien, I was passing by right here when I heard the man ask for the Dunsmuir residence. He talked to his party and made an appointment. I couldn't hear where or when, so I went on about my business. But suddenly, a memory exploded like a bomb in my head. Bessie Dunsmuir, the owner of the stolen tiara. I rushed like this, monsieur, to the phone. Pardon, madame. But he was gone, monsieur. I called the police at once.
The rest I can fill in. Now tell me something else, Mr. Corret. Did you happen to notice a man with a cut on his head around here a while ago?
A cut?
Yeah.
Why, yes. One who looked as ugly as Satan himself. I saw such a one in the washroom. Ah, you mean he's suspect?
Well, not exactly, no, but he's connected. Where can I find him?
You ask me, monsieur. He was sick. I tried to help him, but he refused and left.
You've no idea where he went?
No. But wherever it was, I'll wager he was too wobbly to get there, monsieur.
All right, in that case, I better make a quick call and
The telephone set.
Yeah.
Permettez-moi, monsieur. Bessie Dunsmuir hasn't had a new husband for 2 whole years,
Madame.
my dear. I can't imagine how she keeps up that elaborate front of hers. Why, do you know that... What?
Madame, hang up the telephone at once. I insist. Vitement.
I beg your pardon.
In the name of the police, monsieur is a detective. I demand you clear the line.
I've paid my nickel and
Never mind, skip it. But I would like to know about those bent matches on the floor.
What do they mean, monsieur?
I better skip the call and get going fast. You've been a big help, Corey. Maybe I can get you the Croix de Guerre. The bent matches that littered the floor under the phone meant that the man who had made an appointment to meet with Bessie Dunsmuir had been the fence, Christy Roach. And to top it off, she'd lied about it. It didn't make any sense. But I added it to the rest of the question marks and made a beeline for Bessie's mansion. I parked a block away from the place, walked back, and let myself in through an iron gate at the side, and wound up in front of a car, half hidden in a clump of hibiscus bushes. A man was leaning in the open door with a match in his hand, reading the registration on the steering post. It was the bulldog I'd seen first at the gas station. When he saw me, his hand dived under his jacket for a gun, but I was on him before he could get it out.
Oh, my head.
You're due for another dose of the same, Buster, unless I get some fast answers. The time for games is over, and even a private detective can run out of patience.
You're a private dick.
Yeah.
I don't get it. This car here belongs to the guy who helped you. Fence. Christy Roach. And if he's inside, I got...
Roach didn't help me, and you've got to do nothing till I find out about you. Who are you?
Temple. Fred Temple. Amlin Insurance Company.
Oh, no.
We're covering the missing tiara. Only something's haywire.
An insurance investigator?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna make it, fella. My head, you better get in there and stop.
When he passed out, he sagged against me like a sack of wet wash. I stretched him out on the grass, and after one look, knew there was nothing more I could do. I went over to the house and quietly tried locked doors all the way around until I came to an open one in the butler's quarters. A bed lamp was on, so I braced myself for another meeting with Martin. When he came to the door, he was in his nightshirt. As soon as enough of his chin was showing, I swung! It was a distinct pleasure. I stepped over him and went through his rooms and on up the long hall to the main part of the house. I finally located Bessie in the leather-lined den. She was alone, but judging from the rate she was burning up the jittery cigarette in her hand, she expected trouble at any moment.
Marlowe, how did you get in here? Why are you here?
Just checking up on a lie, Bessie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
A late day tonight. Incidentally, he's due any second now. His car is outside.
On my grounds?
Yeah. Surprised? What's so important about that? Now, look, you better tell me all about it, Bessie.
No. Get out of here. Get out.
Later. Right now, this setup is so full of holes, even the truth is leaking out. First, Roach the fence, figuring Sammy Archer, the guy who swiped your tiara, was pulling a fast one. And he changed his mind and got a new angle. Second, you brushed me off because actually you're afraid of finding the tiara. And third, the insurance company that's covering your loss is suspicious. Yeah, it's screwy, but it can only add one way. Like the tiara that was stolen from here yesterday is worthless.
Are you insane? It was famous, fabulous, worth a king's ransom.
Yeah, the original, maybe. Not the cheap duplicate. I may be fuzzy on the details, but the big picture's easy. You dismantled the original and sold it probably quite a while ago. But not before you made a duplicate to keep up appearances so gossips wouldn't know you were going broke. Also, you kept up the insurance on it for the same reason. And the duplicate was stolen. People knew you'd been robbed, so you were forced to claim the insurance, but you knew that if the fake was recovered legally, you'd be prosecuted by the insurance company and disgraced. Sure, Christy Roach knows that, too. He's coming here for blackmail, isn't he? Why else? Come on, Bessie, you might as well... You might as well...
Might as well what? What are you looking at?
A cigar butt there on the floor.
Oh.
It's burned a hole in your rug. What happened to make Roach drop a cigar, Bessie? Where is he?
I don't know what you're...
Stay away from that desk! I mean it, Bessie. Next time it's for keeps. Now stay back. Where is he?
In the closet there. I didn't know what else to do. You were right about the blackmail. About everything. I had to kill him. He'd have wrecked my life.
Yeah. Just your way of life. That was top-heavy anyway.
I guess so. But I thought I had to have it that way. Well, at least I'll give them all a big laugh on the way out. Bessie Dunsmuir's a great entertainer.
Bessie Dunsmuir, the world's greatest hostess, invited the police and reporters out herself. The fake tiara was found in the back of Roach's car, and she wore it cocked over one eye for the benefit of the press, the photographers, and her friends. By the time that party was over, it was almost dawn. Bessie was right. The papers came out and the giggles began. But Fred Temple drinking coffee under a head full of bandages didn't see much to laugh at.
It's pathetic. Something awful sad there someplace, Marlowe.
I agreed. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, even a phony one.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Verna Felton, Wally Mayer, Lou Krugman, Ben Wright, John Daner, Edgar Barrier, and Charlotte Lawrence. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Now, a special announcement for Philip Marlowe fans. Next week, Philip Marlowe will be heard Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Be sure and be with us again next week on Wednesday evening when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there was an innocent aboard, a noisy corpse and a quiet killer. But before I knew which was which, I'd mixed with all three while going 70 miles an hour.
Now that warm weather's here, many of us will be doing more driving and more walking. It's the duty of every motorist and every pedestrian to take every precaution so that we may cut down on the terrible injury and death toll exacted by traffic accidents. These accidents don't just happen. They're man-made. Somebody causes them. Make sure that you're not responsible for a traffic accident. Walk and drive carefully. The life you save may be your own. This is CBS, where Philip Marlowe will come to you on Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time a bride-to-be, a corpse in a plush bungalow, and a southern drawl behind a gun all had one thing in common. They moved through the same deep shadow. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Deep Shadow.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, my name is Harvey Kettering, and I'm to be married in 4 hours at 9 sharp.
Well, congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
But my bride is gone. Disappeared. I need your help.
Now, look, if you've been left waiting at the altar, I can't...
No, it's nothing like that. She's in trouble, Mr. Marlowe, I'm sure.
Oh?
Shirley loves me. Now, I'll pay anything you say, 200, 300, anything. Only get out here fast, please.
Now, wait a minute. Where is here?
3840 Sunswept Drive. It's in Studio City, just across the hills from Hollywood.
3840.
Take Laurel Canyon.
Well, now, look, Mr. Kettering,
Please, Mr. Marlowe, please.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kettering, I'll see you. The address he gave me turned out to be a healthy chunk of old Spain. A whitewashed house that spread out for at least 100 yards under a pink-tiled roof. I was admitted by a butler with owl eyes, no shoulders, and a small bay window, and we played follow the leader over cool marble ankle-deep Persian rug and inlaid Philippine mahogany. Finally, I was ushered into the ballroom, which was big enough for a highlight match. It was decked out for a wedding, from the champagne buckets and dead-over-ice lobsters to a pink rose-covered canopy at the center. And in the middle of it all, chain smoking while he worried, was my new client, Harvey Kettering.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm afraid there isn't a moment to lose, so I'd better tell you what I know quickly. But let's step outside on the patio.
All right, Mr. Kettering.
Mr. Marlowe, last night, Shirley and I
What's
went
her
to
full name, Mr. Kettering?
Doyle, Shirley Doyle. Oh, yes, here. Here's a snapshot of her.
Mm-hmm.
She's 25, blonde, and as you can see, Mr. Marlowe, very attractive.
You're so right. You started to tell me about last night.
Oh, yes. We were out together at a nightclub, the Blue Chip.
On Ventura Boulevard?
Oh, yes. Now, we'd never been there before, yet I think that's where it started.
What do you mean, started?
Well, when we were leaving the place about midnight, I called a cab. I was just giving the driver Shirley's home address, the Moore Park Court Apartments, when suddenly she told me to get in and told the driver to start at once.
Do you know why?
No, I thought perhaps she'd seen somebody coming from the club. But when I asked her about it, she said it was just her nerves, since tomorrow was her wedding day.
I see.
Then today she was supposed to call, but she didn't. At 2, I called her.
Talk to her?
No, she was gone. But I talked to the daymaid. She said when she arrived, she brought in a note that had been left outside Shirley's door. There's one of those leave-a-message pads in a box on her porch rail.
Mm-hmm.
She said it seemed to upset Shirley terribly. Mr. Marlowe, what are we going to do?
Well, now, look, have you been over there to Shirley's place?
No, I haven't.
Got a key?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Kettering, you have the key, so let's go.
But, what shall I do about the guests, the
Nothing right now. We may be lucky.
There are only 3 rooms, Mr. Marlowe. What do you suggest we do?
Well, first, let's look for that note. She may have left it here somewhere. Oh, you try the bedroom. I'll start with the wastebasket. Full of papers.
All right. Just as you say, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, sure. Endicott Clinic. 321 North Rossmore. Say, Kettering, what does Shirley do for a living?
Oh, she was a receptionist, Mr. Marlowe, at a medical clinic on Rossmore.
Well, that figures.
Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, I found it. The note the maid spoke of, it's the same paper written with a soft pencil like the one attached to that box outside. It was on her dresser.
Now, give it here. Let's see it. Dear Shirley Doyle, guess who I ran into last night? Francis Dragato. Suggest you meet me at the corner of Ventura and Woodsett Boulevard at 10:30. Not signed, huh?
Is Francis spelled with an E?
Yeah, the girl's name.
I've never heard Shirley mention any Francis Dragato. And a public street corner wouldn't be much of a place to check 5 hours after people met, would it, Mr. Marlowe?
No, I suppose not.
Mr. Marlowe, what have you got? What is it?
Oh, a page torn out of the classified directory, a listing of theatrical agencies. Line through by pencil from A down to C.
The last one crossed out is Capital Artist.
Yeah, that makes Drake Talent Agency next.
Well, she never had anything to do with show business, Mr. Marlowe. What do you think it means?
I don't know.
You going to check with the Drake Agency?
No, my first stop's going to be where you were last night, the Blue Chip. I know the owner, Eddie Shaft, and Eddie knows an awful lot, including things that aren't always exactly his business. May be able to help us if he wants to.
Shall I come along, Mr. Marlowe?
No, you go home, Kettering. I'll try to deliver your bride before 9.
All right. Shall I pay you now?
Now, we'll let it go COD. I haven't the slightest idea what I'm going to run into. The snapshot of Shirley Doyle my client had given me reminded me of the kid you went to school with. You know, she had the kind of well-scrubbed look you knew was quick to smile, but I knew that she could be in a lot of trouble if she was tied in at all with the dapper Eddie Shaft. After dark, the Blue Chip was one of those cozy, soft lights melting on thick drapes kind of places. It made you forget all about the stiff prices for limp food. But now, at a little better than 5 in the afternoon, under wide-eyed, unblinking work lights, it had all the cushion come hither of a union hall. In one corner, a skinny musician with a golf ball complexion was working over a clarinet, while in the middle of a dance floor with no more diameter than the hole in a candy lifesaver, a girl was standing on a piano stool. She was smoking and looking straight ahead at nothing. Her red shingled hair, promise of a nose, and plunged neckline tagged her as the singer on the posters outside. One Miss Corky, Netherlands.
The place is closed, soldier.
Glad you told me. Never would have known.
Never mind the routine, soldier. Just come to the point. What do you want?
Just a few words with the boss. Eddie around?
No. No, he's not.
No. How about his bungalow in Coldwater Canyon?
You mean it hasn't hit the papers yet?
What's the connection between Eddie and the headlines?
Soldier, Eddie was stabbed to death sometime this morning.
You gotta be kidding.
Sometime between 9 and 11, the cops say. Well, so long, soldier.
Hey, wait a minute, Corky. You have any idea who did it?
No, except that maybe it was a dame.
Any description on her?
The law isn't gabby about things, soldier, believe me. If you don't, try Eddie's bungalow yourself and find out.
Hush up, will you? Oh, yeah, and Mooney, don't forget to have that fingerprint crew go over his other car on that back porch rail.
Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, can they start the body downtown now?
Yeah, I guess so. We're not going to get any smarter staring at it.
Hi, Matthews.
Huh? Oh, hello, Phil. What brings you up here?
Curiosity, I was in the neighborhood. What's the setup? I hear it's supposed to be a woman.
Could be. Where do you hear this?
Singer over at the Blue Chip, Corky, Netherlands.
Oh, her. Yeah, well, she's clear. She
Yeah?
was home right up until noon, and she can prove it. This happened a little before noon, an hour or so. But it was a woman, all right.
What makes you so sure?
Oh, Phil, fresh lipstick on a glass and a cigarette, a kitchen knife for a murder weapon, etc.
No.
Also, some long-nosed neighbor saw a girl. Said she was young, maybe blonde. She wasn't sure. Saw her run out of here a little after 11 this morning.
Mm-hmm. All this adds up to somebody in particular, huh?
Well, it should, Phil. Norma Mayetta.
Who?
Norma Mayetta is her name. She
Oh,
was
yeah,
Eddie's dearest,
yeah.
you see. It should add, but it doesn't. She left town last night for Chicago in the 1 a.m. plane. We checked it. Of course, Eddie Shaft went with a lot of girls.
Excuse me,
That's so
Lieutenant.
right.
We just got hold of that night cashier over at the Blue Chip.
Yeah, what'd he say, Mooney?
Shaft took $50,000 in small bills out of the office safe last night.
Oh, what time?
About 2 a.m. Had it in a large manila envelope.
Yeah, nothing even close to manila envelopes turned up here, has it?
No, Lieutenant, but that gives us another angle to shoot at.
All right, Mooney, pass the word to the boys.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Look, Marlowe, just a passing thought.
What?
You sure you're just curious? You sure you don't want to play 1 and 1 makes 2 with me?
Yeah, I'm sure, Lieutenant. Well, look, I'll see. I'll give you a call
Marlowe,
if I... Huh?
wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, I know all about your professional ethics, relations between client and private detective. We
Yeah.
won't go into that. We're going to go into something else very briefly, Phil. The law on many points is quite clear, Marlowe.
Clear like what, Matthews?
Clear like the status of an accessory before or after the fact in a murder case. And like aiding and abetting a criminal. Like a lot of things you know all about, Phil. Keep them in mind, will you?
Okay, Matthews. Yeah, I'll see you. Since the lieutenant hadn't mentioned Francis Dragato, I didn't see why I should. All of which made it a good time for me to cross my fingers and check the name, which had been on deck on the list in Shirley's apartment. The Drake Talent Agency. The place, which was on Sunset Strip, was strictly coy colonial, from a miniature Mount Vernon front to an oversized mirror-polished brass knocker on the front door that said my tie was crooked. And I was sure that the gentleman who answered the door noticed it. He was impeccable. In cocoa brown gabardine, white high-at-the-throat tab shirt, and also cocoa brown silk tie. And at the bottom there were thick-soled cordovans with leather laces. At the top, a crew cut over jet black horn rims. He took the glasses off, and long, soft fingers toyed with one stem while he talked.
Yes, sir?
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'd like to talk to Mr. Drake.
I'm Mr. Drake.
Oh?
What was it you wanted, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. You see, Hey, Drake, this picture here is Corky, Netherlands, right?
The third one over, yes. She's a client of ours. But this picture isn't what you came to talk about, is it, Mr. Marlowe?
What's her home address?
I beg your pardon.
Come on, quick. It's important.
And confidential. This isn't a Lonely
Skip
Hearts
it.
Club, Mr. Marlowe.
I was playing a long shot when I knocked on your door, Drake, but now it's paid off, so tell me. Any stranger called for Corky's address today?
I don't know, and the secretary's already left. Look here, Mr. Marlowe, what's this all about?
Murder, Mr. Drake.
Murder?
A messy one. Now, do you give me the address, or do I start after it myself?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, answer up, Drake.
The Towers, an apartment hotel on Ivar.
Now, one last thing. Don't call her after I leave unless you want to be up to your hand-stitched lapels and cops.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you might think that after several years with Gracie Ellen, George Burns had seen everything, done everything, been everything. But this Wednesday night, you'll find George in a brand new role, that of a Florodora girl, with costume and complications by Gracie Ellen. The Burns and Allen Show is heard every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations, along with the Bing Crosby Show and the Groucho Marx program. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Deep Shadow.
I left the glossy Mr. Drake and his glossy little agency with his mouth hanging open and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard to Ivor, and from there up the hill to a 5-story air-conditioned monolith with Venetian blinds called the Towers, which offered about as much sanctuary as the Yankee Stadium. I parked heading downhill and walked in across the buzzing green and silver lobby draped with pale pink curtains and blasé women to the elevator and rode up to the 3rd floor. Corky Netherland's apartment was the 4th down the hall to the right, and quiet, but the door was ajar 2 inches. So I rapped hard enough to swing it all the way open. The answer sounded like a cry for help from the bottom of a well. When it came again, I went in, and it took me a few seconds to realize that the noise was coming from a closet. And when I got it open, Corky Netherlands reeled out, looking like she'd been through a threshing machine.
She was here. She was after the money.
Who was after
She
what
beat
money,
me
Corky?
locked up
Who?
in there. Some dame, I didn't know her, but she... There she is.
Shirley! Miss Doyle, wait a minute! It was Shirley Doyle. She'd been hiding inside near the door. She grabbed a handy, oversized ashtray and let it fly at us, then beat it. I made it to the hall just as the elevator door closed, so I took the stairs and raced it down to the lobby. I got out on the street in time to see Shirley with a large manila envelope in one hand pile into a sleek new Hudson and take off. I ran to my car to follow her, but that was as far as I got. I was stopped cold by a nasty little gun in the hands of a southern accent behind a pair of strictly Hollywood dark glasses.
Be a good boy, honey, and hold it.
Now, look,
Right
sister,
there.
who do you think you are?
Now,
What do you...
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind. Why are you in such a fuss over the girl who just made off there?
I was trying to get her out of a jam, believe it or not.
Well, now, isn't that the darndest coincidence you ever saw? So am I. Only you want to catch her, and I want her to get away. But I guess that's life, isn't it, honey?
Yeah, in the raw.
You said it. We got big business together, her and me. And it sure don't include you.
Just a minute. This ad's like you could be Francis Dragato.
Francis who?
Dragato.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that name's much too fancy for the likes of me, honey. I reckon we can break it up now. So why don't you just give me the keys there in your hand?
My keys?
Come on, give.
Yeah, well...
That's a good boy. Now, don't try anything silly. And, don't fret, honey. I'll leave your car 2 or 3 blocks down the street here. Look, maybe you ought to go back upstairs and console little sugar child up there. Maybe take her to a movie or something. You know, to cool her off.
Well, that's a nice, fresh thought.
I'm loaded with them.
Yeah, you're
Try
loaded.
me again sometime. So long.
Dames. Someday I'm going to get a case where there's no dames connected. Either directly or indirectly. Parking my car 3 blocks away, that's fine. Just fine. Hey, going up.
Flower, please, sir.
3.
Did you catch her, Marlowe? Did you get her?
No, she got away. Which leaves you and me, Corky, to make cozy conversation about that mention of dough you slipped on when I let you out of the closet. Come on back in the room, honey.
What money?
Now, look, you worked for Eddie Shaft as a singer in his club, but what else was Eddie to you beside boss?
Just a minute. I don't see what business that is of yours.
It's easy. He was murdered.
The cops have already talked to me, soldier. I'm clean.
Those negotiations can be reopened at any time. For one thing, you forgot to tell them anything about dough, and yet they're very interested in 50,000 missing bucks. That 50 grand was right here in the apartment, wasn't it?
Well, you can't blame a girl for trying, Marlowe.
No, not unless she tries too hard. Now, what does the name Francis Dragato mean to you?
Francis Dragato?
Okay, skip it. Where'd you get the dough?
Eddie gave it to me to keep for him.
Why you? I thought Norma Maeda had the inside track with Eddie.
Not after he fell in love with me.
Oh, no, that's not good enough, baby. There was a double cross. Where was it? Now, look, Corky, you might as well be smart about it, huh?
All right, I didn't kill him. But if you can get that dough back for me, I'll split it with you. Right down the middle.
I'm listening.
That club of his is dying on its feet. The blue chip's going broke. Eddie and Norma Maeda raised $50,000 to keep it going.
But Eddie decided to get out from under. He got rid of Norma by sending her to Chicago in a trumped-up deal. And he put all that cash in one lump and gave it to me to hold. We were going to run out together.
Only somebody got to him, nailed him, and that left you holding the bag with 50 grand in it. That's nice. Except then a girl who belongs in this mess like a great-grandmother belongs in a high hurdle race stepped in and took it away from you. With the help of a southern accent and dark glasses.
Who are you calling?
Friend of mine at Homicide.
Why, you...
Sit down and shut up. So far you've been lucky, Corky. Don't push it.
Lieutenant Matthews, Homicide.
Marlowe, Matthews, listen, on that Eddie Shaft case.
Yeah, what about it?
I got a couple of things you might be of help to you. Now, look, item 1. That missing 50 grand is being sought after by a southern accent and dark glasses.
A woman?
Yeah, and she pulled a gun on me. Item 2. The name Francis Dragato. It ties in. D-R-A-G-O-T-T-O. Ring any bells?
Dragato.
That's what I said.
Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I
What?
remember, yeah. Yeah, but it's nothing, Marlowe. It's ancient history. Dragato I knew was a third-rate burglar, shot and killed resisting arrest down the Sandbar district about 5 years ago, way back when I was a prowl car sergeant. Look, what about this
Tell me,
southern...
Dragato have a wife?
No, I think there was a daughter around.
Name
though.
Francis?
I don't remember that good, Marlowe. Look, what is this Dragato business anyway?
Well, so far it's a hunch.
That's what I thought. Climb off of it and get down to facts, will you? Who's the dame after that Eddie Shaft money, and where did you run into her?
I lost her on Ivar.
That's not what I asked you,
I know that's not what you asked, but anything else would be a breach of my client's confidence.
All right, look, Marlowe, I'm real serious. I'm going to give you just 1 hour to notify your client and get down here and spill. After that, I'm putting out a call to have you picked up for withholding evidence.
Yeah, Matthews ain't kidding this time.
You, didn't say goodbye. That's quite a tightrope you walk, Marlowe.
Yeah, sometimes.
You're good. And I'm a girl of my word. You get that money back for me and it's 50-50. You're my only chance.
Don't kid an old kidder, baby. You're a girl of 2 words. Double and cross. Good night, Corky. Well, I found my car all right, a half a block from Sunset Boulevard. It took 20 minutes to get from there to the Sandbar district. And it was downhill all the way. It was a neighborhood squeezed and cramped in by a solid wall of massive factories, and as festered as the bottom of a bent garbage can. At the corner of River Street and 3rd, I found the house. 3 sagging, rotten stories of tenement that squatted in the eternal shadow of a huge gas tank like a sick, dirty old man. The proud, gleaming giant of City Hall was only 7 blocks away. Might just as well have been 70 miles. I went up to the door and knocked, and finally it inched open, just far enough for a face the color of dishwater to peek out. She hissed at me for a minute through the gap where her front teeth should have been, and then told me she was Ma Hargis, the manager, motioned me inside. The living room looked like something swept out the back door of a down-at-the-heel museum.
So, you want to know about the Dragotas, huh?
Yeah, they lived here, didn't they?
Maybe, maybe not.
Cops got the old man about 5 years ago?
It's possible.
What became of his daughter? Where's Francis Dragato?
Why?
What are you being so cagey about, Ma?
Because a bird that asks questions has got an angle, always.
And the one who knows the answer's got a price, huh?
Always.
Okay, how far will a couple of bucks go?
From here to the door. $2 won't even buy a buzz on beer these days.
All right, we'll make it 5. Here.
Oh, that's better. Well, Dirk Dragoto and his kid Francis had the 2nd floor here for 15 years. His wife died of TB first year they was here. Oh, she was a smart one, that Francis. Had a hit on her. She always said she was going to get off the sandbar someday and be somebody. Oh, I told her she'd never make it. It's too far, mister. Kids down here get dirty. And it's the kind of dirt you can't wipe off. It gets inside of mine, no. Yeah.
Tell me, what happened to her?
I don't know. When her old man got it, she left, and I never seen her again, not to this day. Probably left town and wound up working the gin mills in some other place.
Is that
They
the
always
$5
do.
worth?
Huh? Well, you bought sight unseen, Sonny.
Tell me, you got a picture of her?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I have.
Good.
She was 17 at the time. It's kind of fuzzy, but you can see
Hey,
she
wait a
was
minute, Ma.
Huh?
Are you sure this is Francis Dragato?
Say, she lived in this dump for 15 years out, I'm sure, I know.
She looks like somebody else. girl who was supposed to get married tonight.
I got another picture of Frances here someplace. Wait a minute now, a better one. Let me see now. Yeah, here it is. This was took down on Olivera Street, one of them stands. Oh, that's her best friend there with her, Norma Maeta.
Norma Maeta?
Norma was a tough little egg. Folks drank all the time and let Norma run wild.
Oh, fine. Francis Dragato and Norma Maeta are friends.
I'll say. Them two was quite a team.
I'll bet.
I always wanted to do something for them girls, but what can you ever do in a hole like this for anybody?
You've just done it, Ma. Here's 5 more. Buy yourself another light bulb. Throw a party with the change. So long. The eyes of one young woman and the chin and mouth of another, side by side, smiling into a camera, had cleared up a lot of questions. But there was one more that needed an answer fast. I called Matthews from the first phone booth I came to, brought him up to date in a hurry, and then asked him to check Norma Maeta's place, and if that was blank, to meet me at the Moore Park Court Apartments, which was the only other likely place I could think of. I crowded traffic lights all the way out, but he and Sergeant Mooney got there almost as soon as I did. And I led them back to Frances Dragato's well-lit cottage, the one she'd taken in her new name, Shirley Doyle. Mooney went to cover the back while Matthews and I moved in up front.
Your hunches are paying off tonight, Marlowe.
Oh, yeah, they're in here all right.
Yeah, come on over this way. The window's open. We could catch a little conversation first, you know. It might help.
Yeah, if you keep quiet, we can.
I'm due in Chicago. Thanks for your help, Frances, dear.
Yeah.
I had to get this money. Now more than ever.
You've got it, Norma, so goodbye.
Now that stuffed shirt you're going to marry, you'll never know where you really came from or who you really are.
Did you get that?
Oh, and one more thing, dear, before I go.
Yeah?
I killed Eddie Shaft this morning.
You what?
Heard enough, Matthews?
I killed Eddie
hold a minute.
Shaft. When he put me on the plane for Chicago, I figured something was fishy, so I got off and I came back. And I found out he was selling me short for that little jerk, Corky Netherlands. We had an argument. I killed him.
Of all the
Then I remembered seeing you leave the blue chip last night. I needed someone like you to get the money for me, Francis.
Yeah, there's your tie-in.
I couldn't afford to be seen here in L.A. when I was supposed to be in Chicago. Not with a murder on my neck.
But you were seen by that man who chased me at the hotel.
Who, Marlowe? He's still looking for a southern drawl and dark glasses. You're the only one who knows the truth, and
That's
you're
what
in it
she
with me
thinks.
now.
I'm not going to let you involve me in a murder, Norma. Getting that money was one thing, but I'm not going to be mixed up in a killing. I don't care what it costs me. I'm going to tell the whole thing.
You're a fool, Francis. I got a good alibi for one murder. It'll work for 2.
Let's go, Matthews.
Yeah,
You're
fast.
not
Come
going
on.
to stop me now, Francis.
no.
Nobody is. And who's that?
All right, hold it, girls. We're police.
You're not taking me!
Back, Matthews. Yeah. Mooney, stop her!
Hey, stop! Drop it, lady.
No!
Come on, Marlowe.
I think she's dead, Lieutenant. She wouldn't stop. She was shooting at me, but she's a woman.
All right, Mooney. That gun in her hand, she was a killer and nothing more.
Yeah, I suppose she was. If you asked that kid inside, she could tell you what made her that way. Oh, well, let's get out of here, Matthews.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Marlowe, for bringing Shirley, that is Frances, back to me safely.
Oh, believe me, Mr. Kettering, it was a real pleasure.
And you, Lieutenant Matthews, for your cooperation on withholding the publicity aspects of this horrible
Oh,
thing.
no, it's okay, Mr. Kettering. Glad to help out.
We're going to be married, you know, right away. Shirley told me the story and wanted to postpone the wedding, but I wouldn't hear of it.
Good.
After all, I'm not marrying her for the past. I'm marrying her for the future.
Yeah. Best wishes, Mr. Kettering.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow when Shirley's calmed down. Give her my congratulations, will you? Well, after a long cup of coffee and a lot of conversation about people with Matthews, I finally got in my car and headed home to my apartment on Franklin Avenue, which isn't the best street in town, but it is lined with palm trees instead of garbage cans. And the sun hits it all day long. Yeah, but that reminded me again of River Street. the deep, perpetual shadow that hangs over it. A dirty shadow that Marhaga said could never be rubbed off. The shadow that spawns the Norma Maedas of the world. I was still thinking about it while I got ready for bed. I knew Ma wasn't 100% right. I'd seen the exception of the rule. But she was 99% right. Just enough to disturb my sleep. Oh, well. One guy can't change things. Can he?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in tonight's cast were Lillian Buyeff, Joan Banks, Verna Felton, Yvonne Patey, Jeff Corey, Jack Crucian, and Tom Holland. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I started with a Romanian from left field. Got misled in the Philippine jungles, chased an English accent clear to Venice, and wound up at a Shinto shrine with a friend from Siam. All without ever leaving Los Angeles.
Dr. Christian, the kindly physician of River's End, has a most unusual case placed in his hands this Wednesday night on CBS. His patient, a 16-year-old girl who's in love with an older man, and the man, Dr. Christian himself. CBS cordially invites you to hear this Dr. Christian story, The Rainbow Trail, on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty past a black-bearded sailor to a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And I was the jockey. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Seahorse Jockey.
You know, Mr. Marlowe, when you came in today, I said to myself, it's a funny thing. You've been getting your haircuts here now for 6-7 years. But I never found out how you vote, Republican or Democrat.
Well, I like to think that's my business.
And another thing. Never did you tell me if you're for the Marshall Plan or against the Marshall Plan.
Well, the Marshall Plan...
And for the California's governor next fall?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind.
And the income tax... sit back, please. There.
Yeah.
Now, the income tax is fair or it's not fair?
Well, eminently...
Now, how come all this stuff, I don't know, what is your opinion?
I can't imagine.
Of course, my opinion, I tell people. I say political party is a matter of getting to... Oh, excuse me.
Saved by the bell.
Hello? Alvin's Barbershop. Alvin speaking. Who? Mr. Marlowe? Yes, he's right here. Hold on, please. It's for you, Mr. Marlowe. Always interruption, ain't it?
You're so right. For 60, well, never mind. Hello?
Mr. Marlowe, this is Mrs. Lola Demarest speaking.
Oh?
Thank goodness I finally located you. Now, you're to come out to my place at once. Pacific Palisades, 1312 Old Tower Road, and your plane leaves in 2 hours.
Now, wait a
But
minute.
when
What
you get
plane,
there,
Mrs. Demarest? Why? What's this all about?
The seahorse. I'm going to sell it, Mr. Marlowe. My mind's made up.
The sea witch?
Seahorse, Mr. Marlowe. It's a brooch 6 inches high and set with precious stones, which a San Francisco dealer he's anxious to pay $5,000 for.
Well, look, Mrs. Demarest,
The dealer's flying to New York tomorrow, Mr. Marlowe, and also my doctors say I'm living by sheer willpower alone. Hence,
can
my
hear it.
decisions must be made quickly. Now, the terms of the deal are cash, so please be sure that you're armed. And the money will be returned here to my stepdaughter, Jillian Demarest, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't approve, huh?
No. However, I'll abide by my late husband's wishes. Jillian is to be provided for. Now, no more questions, sir. Just hurry. You'll be paid handsomely. And when you get here, Mr. Marlowe, use the back porch. I'll be in my bedroom. The other doors are locked.
You're alone, Mrs. Demarest? No servants?
I'm merely sick, Mr. Marlowe, not dead. And since I've just fired Elmer Paris, who was called a lawyer, but it was actually more of a baboon, we'll be able to talk. Now, hurry, Mr. Marlowe. Please be punctual. My new lawyer is due here at 4:30. I'll finish up and be ready for you at exactly 5. Is that clear?
I've got one question. Were you ever a barber?
Goodbye, sir.
Well, Alvin, it looks like we'll have to skip that shave.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Marlowe. Like I said, I'm anxious to get your opinions. Opinions are important, huh? Important,
Oh,
you know.
sure, Al, sure.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, Mr. Marlowe...
Alvin!
Yes, Mr. Marlowe?
Wipe the lather off. Your chin, not mine. Pacific Palisades and my new client's home at 1312 Old Town Road was 40 minutes from L.A. The house was Victorian-style, solid, made of wood, 2 stories high, and squatted close to the edge of a sun-baked cliff, 200 feet above the ocean. I parked behind what must have been the first Pierce Arrow ever made, and started slowly along a gravel path that led to the rear, until I heard it. Inside, I found an old woman whom I figured to be my client, leaning against the half-open kitchen door, sobbing and clenching at the gingham apron she wore like it would keep her from screaming again. Mrs. Demarest, get hold of yourself. What happened?
I'm not Mrs. Demarest. Oh, the poor darling. Her heart. She's dead.
She's dead.
In there, the bedroom.
Oh.
But who are you?
My name's Philip Marlowe. Mrs. Demarest hired me an hour ago. She was a handsome woman.
A beautiful woman and a good woman. You're the detective, aren't you, about the brooch?
Yeah. How'd this happen, Mrs.
Lockfield.
Oh.
Miss Bertie Lockfield.
Miss Lockfield, were you with her?
No, I came over a bit ago. I'm Lola's best friend, you know, her only friend. I came over in my car to cook her some dinner, like I do all the time. I live right by the little cottage at the foot of Old Tower Road, the one with the tall
The
hedges.
dinner, Miss Lockfield, you were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Marlowe, can we go back to the living room?
Oh, sure. Now, Miss Lockfield, you came over to cook dinner, then what?
Well, I looked in on her first, like I do all the time. And since she was asleep, I went to the kitchen and set things going.
And then? Oh, here, you better sit down, huh?
Thank you. Then I went back to my place, fussed around for 10, maybe 20 minutes. Then I came here again and found what we just saw. That pillow clenched in one hand like she'd wanted
All
to
right,
hold
take it easy,
something.
Miss Lockfield. Try to hold on, huh? Now, tell me, you didn't happen to see anything of the new lawyer around, did you?
New lawyer? Why, Lola didn't mention a new lawyer. He was due here today?
Yeah, a half hour ago. Might help if we knew his name.
Why, Mr. Marlowe? Mr. Marlowe? Surely you don't think there was, well, foul play?
I don't know, Miss Lockfield. But for one thing, the position of the pillow seems kind of cockeyed to me.
Yes, but who on earth would want to... Oh, no, not Jillian. It couldn't be.
Mrs. Demarest was quite clear about Jillian.
Jillian hated Lola, Mr. Marlowe, but Jillian isn't a killer.
Yeah, well, maybe nobody's been killed. But tell me, Miss Lockfield, did this stepdaughter, this Jillian, know that she was getting the money from the brooch?
Oh, no, I doubt it very much. Although she did know that Lola had it, of course,
And what?
and that Lola's money was dwindling, Mr. Marlowe, and that she was selling her possessions one by one.
Uh-huh. And therefore, Jillian might think that the seahorse brooch was hers by right of inheritance, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell me, Miss Lockfield, do you know where Mrs. Demarest kept the brooch?
Oh, yes, in the bedroom. I'll show you exactly where. Come.
All right.
It's behind the portrait of Mr. Demarest, and... Oh, the poor,
Oh,
poor
come on.
darling.
Take it easy, honey, huh? Did you say behind a portrait? That one?
Yes, There's a panel in the wall that slides.
Uh-huh.
Move the picture to your right, Mr. Marlowe. Then pull out on the panel edging. You'd better use the chair.
Yeah. To the right. And out on the panel edging, huh?
That's it. See it?
This velvet case?
No, those are earrings. The brooch is much bigger. It's in a silk bag, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe, don't you see it?
No, and I don't think I will. Miss Lockfield, the velvet case is all there is. The seahorse is gone. I called the law and reported both the theft of the brooch and the death of Mrs. Demarest while Bertie Lockfield prompted over my shoulder. After that, I started through the place looking for anything that could possibly give me a lead on the wandering seahorse. 15 minutes later, all I could show for my effort was a telephone number, Surfside 10229. It meant nothing to me except that it was written on a sheet of brown roll-your-own cigarette paper. When I dialed the number and got no answer, I dropped the paper into my pocket. I told Miss Lockfield to wait for the police and headed for town in the first public phone booth. I started through the local classified directory looking for a lawyer named Elmer Paris. When I didn't find him, I figured he could be somebody's junior partner. So I began at the top. I scored on my seventh nickel. Calder, Kramer, and McDuff. It was the anchor man who answered.
Elmer Paris? Yes, we employ a lawyer by that name.
One who was fired by Mrs. Lola Demarest early today, Mr.
One
McDuff?
who ceased working for Mrs. Lola Demarest early today.
All right, objection sustained. Tell me, where can I get in touch with Mr. Paris?
At his desk here in the office, where he's been all day. Your reason for asking, sir?
The answer you just gave me. Now, one last item, Mr. McDuff. Did your firm supply a new lawyer for Mrs. Demarest late today?
We did not. And, sir, we never will.
Oh?
Each lawyer in this office is, first, a gentleman, second, a competent barrister. The belligerent Mrs. Demarest has use for neither. Good day, sir.
With that, I checked Elmer Paris off my list and went back to the phone book. Jillian Demarest, my late client's stepdaughter, was listed at number 111 Los Amigos Terrace, which a map on the back of the book showed to be just off Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood.
Come in.
The girl herself, replete with old-fashioned, the only thing that was redheaded, maybe 30, and meat and potato curves in either direction. From a waistline that was strictly rye crisp over lettuce leaves.
Sit down. What's your problem?
Well, I got some bad news, Miss Demarest.
Don't tell me. It's my income tax. I've been caught lying.
It's your stepmother. She's dead, Jill.
Oh. That's too bad. Her
Yeah,
heart?
well, try not to go to pieces, kid, huh?
Look, I didn't particularly like Lola Demarest. She didn't particularly like me. So, why make a thing of it?
Because the seahorse brooch has been stolen.
You're kidding.
Don't try brushing that off because it was supposed to be sold today with the proceeds to go to you.
You're a liar.
Private detective. Hired Jill to fly the brooch to a San Francisco dealer, and I found out it's really worth $50,000. A lot of dough you didn't expect.
Okay, Mr. Private Detective. That last crack. It means exactly what?
That you could have taken the brooch yourself.
Try me again.
Surfside 10229.
Stop pushing and start listening. If Lola intended to sell the brooch and give me the money, it was for one reason only. My father wanted it that way.
So?
So do I. And now that you're without a client, maybe you'll work for me.
I doubt it.
I write and get paid well. 5,000 words a month for a pulp magazine. Torrid stories.
It figures.
Pays off nicely. Be worth your while. Do you want to help me?
Suppose you're lying and actually stole the brooch yourself. What then?
Then you handcuff me to the nearest cop and run for mayor on the Let's Clean Up Local Crime ticket. Now, is it a deal for, say, 1% of the 50,000 if I get it? 0 if I don't.
500 of fun, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, Jill, it's a deal.
Good.
And for a starter, do you happen to know who Mrs. Demarest's new lawyer was?
New lawyer? I didn't know the old one had been fired.
I didn't say he had. Could have quit, you know.
Nobody ever quit working for Lola Demarest. It wasn't her nature.
No?
Will you please stop barking at me and go out and bite the guy with the brooch? You look like you could do a good job of it. For $500.
Yeah. But just think of the opposition, Jill. It's snapping at 50 grand. I drove back to the foot of Old Tower Road in the smothered ivy cottage labeled Miss Bertie Lockfield. I started for the front door, but only got halfway.
That'll do nicely. Right where you are.
Oh, fine.
You're a friend of Bertie Lockfield's or a relative, which?
A nephew, why?
Because, nephew, Aunt Bertie's not home, and I want someone responsible to leave a message with.
So you go looking for him with a gun, huh? Now listen, baby,
Shut up and try to remember this. Tell your aunt that the new lawyer Mrs. Demarest hired will be in touch with her. Does that make any sense to you?
No. But maybe if I knew his name, it would.
I doubt it. Now, nephew, without any fuss, let me have your car.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Come on. You'll find your car a block away from here where I left mine. Give.
No. Happy motoring.
Thank you, nephew. And don't forget the message.
She backed away, got into my car, and started it without once taking her dead, fish-cold gray eyes off me. When she jerked away from the curb, it was too late for me to do anything but swear and start walking to my car. It was where she said it would be, so I got in and sulked as far as the first public telephone. It was time to try Surfside 10229 again.
Hello.
Hello, I'd like to talk to...
To who?
Wait a minute, is that you, Lieutenant Matthews?
Yeah. Marlowe?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that Demarest case, huh? Well, Phil, the coroner thinks it was murder, all right. Suffocated her with a pillow, but they won't be sure till the autopsy report is in.
Yeah, wait a
So
minute,
get in touch
Matthews,
with-
hey, wait a minute, will you? You're at Surfside 10229, right?
Yeah. You got this number from Homicide, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I got it from a brown cigarette paper I found at Mrs. Demarest's.
Huh?
Now, look, tell me, Matthews, what have you got and where are you?
51 South Monroe Place.
51
It's
South.
a dead one, Phil. A guy who sported a beard. The name was Paul Crater.
Oh, occupation lawyer, right?
No, Phil, wrong. The occupation was able-bodied seaman.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Dr. Christian's latest patient comes up with a new problem for the kindly small-town physician this Wednesday. And it's the case of a man who's about to be evicted from the place to which he's come home to die. Add to this, the patient is an exceedingly lively, rip-roaring centurion. And you have the makings of a highly dramatic, amusing yarn. Dr. Christian, starring Gene Herschelt, is heard every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Seahorse Jockey.
I was 30 minutes getting out to the address Matthews had given me. The neighborhood around Surfside looked like it had been pushed together from scraps that had washed in from the sea. And number 51 Monroe Place was no improvement. It was a corroded little frame house surrounded by a picket fence, with most of its front teeth missing. I parked in the red glare from the squad car's spotlight, and as I walked past the sagging gate, I could hear Matthews inside.
Oh, hello, Marlowe. Come on in. But don't fall over the late Mr. Paul Crater there.
Oh, that's him, huh? Doesn't look much like a sailor to me, Matthews, in spite of his whiskers.
What do you expect, bell-bottom trousers?
All right, all right.
Those guys wear suits when they're ashore like anyone else. He was shot twice, Phil. Once in the stomach, once in the chest.
Dropped right here in front of the door, huh?
Yeah. The way it looked, somebody came up and knocked, and when Crater opened the door, they let him have it.
Got a line on him?
Well, he was a nice, quiet guy, apparently.
Uh-huh.
Lived here with his sister, Helen. As far as we know, they got along fine. We're still trying to locate her. He worked around here someplace, but we don't know where yet. But what about that Demarest business?
Oh, that. Well,
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
Matthews. Yeah, Mooney. I see. Jug Nolan. As in J-U-G? Yeah. Uh-huh. He is? No, you come on back. I'll check him later, personally. Well, Phil, that answers one question anyway. Crater here worked out of a boatyard on Front Street.
Now, what was that Nolan, J-U-G, about?
Jug Nolan. He's the bird who runs the shipyard.
Oh.
Mooney says he's a genuine old sea dog from roll your owns to
Wait a minute. Did you say roll your owns?
Yeah.
Matthews, how about letting me talk to this Nolan before you and the boys move in?
Why?
I'd like to check the color of his cigarette papers, and I'll let you know.
Well, okay, Marlowe. Only keep your chin in. Maybe Nolan doesn't know anything about what happened to Crater here.
Unless he pulled the trigger, huh? I drove through the thick smell of seaweed and dead fish that was Front Street for 10 blocks.
before I found a battered sign that read Nolan's. Dangled over the door to a shanty of an office, behind which a tangle of crooked masts stuck up like jackstraws out of a jam of crusty hulks. I pulled into the curb across the street from the place and started to get out when the office door opened, and a man who looked something left over from Moby Dick stepped out, headed across in my direction. As he passed in front of my car, I got a good look at the butt of the homemade cigarette, drooping over a jaw as heavy as the end of an anchor. It was rolled with brown paper. Odds on it had to be Jug Nolan. When he swung on down the street and finally went into a bar, I followed.
Hey, Swede, do it again, huh?
Be right with you, Jug.
Snap to it. I gotta get... Well, what do you make of it, mate? Something biting you?
Not exactly, Jug. I was just wondering how well you're acquainted with Lola Demarest.
Demarest?
Yeah.
Well enough to know she's got vinegar in her veins instead of blood. Why? Is the old crackpot something to you?
No, not now. She was my client earlier tonight. I'm a private detective. Name's Marlowe.
Now, keep it.
You were up to see her today. I'd like to know why.
Go ask her.
That's a little tough now. She's dead.
Yeah? Well, better late than never, mate. Miss her, do you?
I can stand the strain. What was your business with her?
Boats.
Sure it wasn't seahorses?
Don't talk bilge to me, mate. I said boats. 2 rusty, rotten scows covered with barnacles enough to sink 'em in another week. But to hear that old gal talk, you think each one was the Queen Mary. Hey, Swede!
Yeah?
Pour me that drink.
Okay, Jug. Here. Hey, what's yours, mister?
Scotch, Johnny Walker. Take 'em both out of this.
No, you don't. I'll buy my own. And I'm tired of your questions, mate, so haul out. Here, Swede.
Suit yourself. Maybe you can bear up on one more question, Nolan. For you, maybe it's easy. Who killed Paul Crater?
What was that?
Somebody put 2 bullets in Paul Crater in front door of his house. I just came from there.
Paul, dead. If you're lying to me, mate, I'll tear you in two.
Get your hands off, Jug. Why would I lie?
The cops know who did it.
Not yet, but they will.
I'll find out about this and in a hurry.
Slow down, Nolan. There's no rush. Crater's gonna be dead a long time. I want to ask you...
Get out of my way!
Now, look, Nolan, I said I wanted to... Never mind. Okay, Commodore, help yourself. Nolan's ponderous right fist was cocked when I changed my mind, but that wasn't what did it. Over his shoulder, I'd spotted a familiar face. Detective Lieutenant Matthews leaning at the end of the bar and studying his thumbnail intently. As Jug stamped past him and out the door, Matthews jerked the intriguing thumb at a thin, sandy man working a pinball machine, who suddenly lost all interest in the game and left abruptly. Then Matthews sidled down the bar toward me.
Sorry to step on your heels there, Phil, but we found out that Nolan has 2 judgments against him for assault. Got a very dangerous temper, it seems.
Well, you saved me a split lip. Did you hear all of it?
Enough to convince me that Jug Nolan didn't do it, but we'll tag him just to play safe.
Oh.
Chances are he's heading for Crater's house now, which should just give me a good chance to go to his place and look around.
Uh-huh.
I'll see you, Marlowe.
Yeah, so long, Matthew.
Something else for you, mister?
No, thanks, Swede. Unless you can tell me why so many surfside sailors grow Van Dykes.
Ha! I wondered myself. Maybe it's to hide those dirty collars. I don't know.
Hey, thanks, Swede. Couldn't stand the city gas.
Hey, here's one with a beaver now, mister. Why don't you ask him?
Oh, it's not that important.
Come on, let's go, Swede. Set me up some rye whiskey.
Okay, all right. Say, Dusek, this fella here wants to know why you sailors grow those chin whiskers.
Yeah? Skipper, I'll tell you. A sailor's got to have something to do while he's away to spare time at sea that don't take up too much space.
Yeah, well, I guess it beats bike racing. I'll see you, Dusek.
Hey, wait, I want to tell you. I went to town today looking for nothing but a change of scene in a chubby blondish Edward, see? And what happens?
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Some gal takes a look at my beard and thinks I'm a college professor doing research. I couldn't throw her out with a blowtorch.
Yes,
the
well,
next one runs for her life because she takes me for a judge. And after that, I'm just getting around
Hey,
to
wait a
asking
minute.
me-
Hold it, Dusek. Huh? Did you say judge?
What's up, Skipper? You losing your rudder?
Just the opposite. You've given me an idea that'll work.
Yeah, and what?
2 murders, a beautiful sneer, and a missing seahorse. It's wild, but it's beginning to make some sense. So long, sailor. I checked Nolan's boatyard first, but his office shack was dark. So I drove hard back to 51 Monroe Place in the hope that Matthews had been right about Jug's destination. When I ground to a stop, I once again gave thanks for smart cops. Jug Nolan was there, all the fight gone out of him as he stared without seeing it at the blood spot on the floor where Paul Crater had died. I asked him one simple question. The answer he grunted in 3 words without so much as looking up. But it made everything fit. And as I got to the phone, I knew that whatever else he was, the old sea dog was no liar. It's Marlowe, Jill.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. What is it? Money or fun?
All depends. Now listen close. I've got to have some help right away.
What's wrong? Where are you, Phil?
It doesn't matter, but this does. Get hold of that friend of your stepmother's. What's her name? Bertie Lockfield. And both of you meet me at your stepmother's house as soon as you can make it. It's important, baby. Don't fail me.
What took you so long?
Well, yes, I understand you wanted our help in a big hurry. We rushed madly over
I'm
here.
sorry it took longer to get here than I figured.
What do you want us to do, Phil?
Catch a thief and a killer? You see, I'm positive now that whoever got away with that jeweled seahorse also held that pillar over Mrs. Demarest's face until she died, then went on to kill Paul Crater in Surfside.
2 murders?
Killers have that advantage, baby. For 1 murder or a dozen, the price is the same.
Well, I don't understand, Marlowe. Does the second murder have something to do with my stepmother's death?
They follow like links in a chain, Jill. Lola Demarest called me at 4. She was expecting her new lorry at 4:30. When I got here at 5, she was dead and the jeweled seahorse was gone. However, the circumstances indicated that somebody who knew her had done the work.
Then you don't think the new lawyer was the one
No,
who...
but I do think the new lawyer came in, just as I did later, through the open back door. Stood right over there and overheard the entire business.
Can you prove all this, Marlowe?
Not yet.
But if you found that new lawyer, you could.
Right. That new lawyer's going to turn up soon, and when she does, we'll have something
She?
more. Yeah, she, Bertie. Lola Demarest's new lawyer is a woman.
A woman?
The distinguished man in suit and Van Dyke that you shot and killed in Surfside was the lady lawyer's brother, a seaman.
You mean Bertie here?
Yeah, Jill. The new lawyer who witnessed the whole thing decided to move in on it. Right, Bertie?
But it was blackmail. I got a note in my mailbox from a lawyer named Crater accusing me and demanding money.
And since you were already in so deep, you figured another murder wouldn't matter. You got the lawyer's Surfside address some way and went there. And that's where you stumbled, Bertie, over a suit of clothes and a beard.
Bertie, you were Lola's best friend.
You'll never understand, you fool. So don't try. Bertie! Don't you try either, Marlowe. Make a move for your gun and I'll put a bullet in her back. Lola Demarest's best friend. I despised and hated her. The years I worked and slaved for that woman, pampering her, putting up with her sickness and her temper and her high-handed ways. She owed me plenty for those years. When it came time to pay, the money went to you cheap little snip. You done nothing for her. You were getting everything. Stand still, Marlowe. I came prepared, remember?
So did I, Mrs. Lockfield.
Helen Crater.
Better drop it, Bertie. You're in the middle.
Listen, we can still do business like you said in the note.
Not now, sister. You forget 3 things. First, you tried to kill me. Second, you did kill my brother.
Helen, you don't know what you're doing.
And third, the female of the species is always deadlier than the male.
Well, Matthews, that's about it.
Yeah.
What do you think will happen to Helen Crater?
That's one I don't have to figure out.
Well, she's a lawyer, you know.
Say,
Maybe
by the
she
way,
could-
Phil,
Huh?
how did you find out she was the lawyer?
Oh, that. Well, you see, the fact that the new lawyer was nowhere around bothered me.
Uh-huh.
And then when I was in that bar in Surfside, one sailor with a beard told me he'd been mistaken for a judge. So I figured maybe another sailor, also with a beard, could have been mistaken for a lawyer. you see.
And you worked back from that.
Yeah, to Paul Crater's sister, Helen. I finally asked Nolan what Helen Crater did for a living. He told me. You see, he was the guy who had recommended Helen in the first place.
He'd come to see Lola about the boats and found out that she needed a lawyer, right?
That's right. So he tossed some business to Paul Crater's sister. That's how the phone number came on brown cigarette paper. Though, you know, I found it on the sun porch. Well, that's it.
Yeah. Well, you gonna get some coffee?
No, thanks, Matthews. I'm kind of tired. Oh, I think I'll go home. It was almost 3 in the morning. A silent, sterile hour at the short end of a long, long night. Everything that happened had been because of a jeweled seahorse, an ugly little replica of an ugly little fish. But then, as I thought about it, I realized that the trouble wasn't because of the seahorse. It was because of the people. Bertie Lockfield, Helen Crater, Lola Demarest. That's always the trouble. People. Yeah. coin a cliche. It takes all kinds of people to louse up the world.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and written by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Stan Waxman, Ann Morrison, Ruth Parrott, Eileen Prince, Ed Begley, John Stevenson, and Bob Sweeney. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time all I had to go on was a postmark, but that was plenty. It led me to a knife between a pair of shoulders, a woman with a second-hand face, and a corpse by a water wheel.
There'll be some grand singing on CBS this Wednesday night. Bing Crosby will play host to Al Jolson and Ella Fitzgerald, and Burns and Allen will entertain lovely Dinah Shore. Also, Groucho Marx will be around with more of his wonderful wit on his quiz, You Bet Your Life. And, of course, Dr. Christian will be on hand with another famous story. They'll all be heard on most of these same CBS stations, so be listening. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over many of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Wednesday night is Bing Crosby night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time I was in the country where the night should have been nothing but peace and quiet. But a pair of angry eagles changed all that. One was solid gold and too close to a battered corpse. The other weighed 160 pounds and was too quick with his fists. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Angry Eagle.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please. Clover Lake, California calling.
This is Marlowe.
One moment, sir. Go ahead on your call to Los Angeles, please.
Hello, Marlowe. Babe Durney. Remember me, light heavy contender in 39?
Oh, yeah, sure, I remember you.
Good.
You still have that bar in Southgate?
No, I'm back in the game.
Ah.
Trainer this time for a welterweight that's good. His name's Danny Eagle, and he's another Barney Russ, believe me.
No kidding.
Yeah, but he's in trouble. Come on out, will you, Phil? Clover Lake's only 20 miles. You can be here by 6. It's just outside of Malibu, up in the hills.
Well, what's your boy's trouble, babe?
Plenty. And it could end up being his life. Now step on it, Phil. Oh, and listen, you're a sports writer from Detroit, not a private detective. You got it?
Got it. Leaving now, babe. It was an hour's drive to Malibu Beach in the film colony where the convertibles outnumbered the hardtops 5-1. And another 30 minutes up into the mountains along a steep spiral of macadam which at every turn made more of the Pacific below and less of Malibu. Until finally I was at the top. To my right there was a dirt road which a freshly painted sign said led to Clover Lake Training Camp, private. Raleigh Lance, owner. I drove on into what turned out to be a converted summer hotel marked office. A couple of buildings that had been stables and maybe 24 cabins spread out over a sloping green acre that led to a cliff's edge and the lake some 100 feet below. When I pulled in and parked in a gravel semicircle which was close to a roofed-over boxing ring where a lot of muscles and sweatpants was making a punching bag sound like a machine gun, I saw Babe Durney coming toward me in ducks and white T-shirt with an angry fighting eagle as in Danny on it. He was more bay window and less hair than last time. but still the same quick smile under a nose that spread over half his face, and an extended hand that could have passed for a catcher's mitt.
Hiya, Phil. Glad you didn't take any longer. Things are worse.
Oh?
Danny got canned an hour ago, and he's burning up. Told Lance and his wife where they both could go, and I think he's going to personally see to it that they get there.
Now, wait a minute. Who's this Lance? and his wife?
Raleigh Lance. He runs this place, Marlowe.
Yeah.
Strictly the big-time, big-shot manager. His seat at the fights has to be A1. His license plate the lowest number he can get. Yeah, half-pint in French cuffs and built-up heels. He's got 10 fighters there. Danny's one.
And the wife?
Oh, yeah. Myra. A lot of curves, a lot of war paint, and never enough clothes on.
Know what you mean.
Yeah, well, also not much to keep her busy, and Lance hasn't got time to run around down in Malibu.
Which means sheep's eyes at the boys, huh?
Yeah, Danny Eagle included. Not that the kid ever did anything about it, mind you. Figured she was just being friendly. Come on, let's move on down by the lake like I was just showing you around. Hey, Jersey.
Yeah?
You can quit now. Do a mile in the shower.
Okay, babe. See you later.
Anyhow, Phil, this morning, Lance and the missus had a beef when the big shot got mad, read Myra off, and called Danny and tried the same thing on him.
Didn't take, huh?
No. So the boss canned him. The kid went back to his cabin and started kicking the fixtures around. That's when I called you. He's got a lot of temper, Phil.
Yeah, but what do you want me to do?
Help me get him out of here before he tangles with Lance. He said he wasn't going to get off the ground till things were squared away, and he... Oh, hold it.
What now?
Over there near the edge of the cliff. Friend of Lance's, just weatherwax.
Well, that old man?
Yeah, hayseed to look at or listen to, but he owns about every piece of land around here.
Uh-huh.
Rich, retired, and has just learned about prize fighters. Calls them gladiators. Also, he's got a mud fence-faced daughter he's real anxious to pass off.
Yeah, also he's coming this way.
Oh, hello there, son.
Yeah, don't encourage Gab. It's his specialty.
Well, babe, my boy. What shape are you in tonight?
Oh, well, not quite fighting trim, Mr. Weatherwax. I was just showing Mr. Marlowe here around the grounds. He's a sports writer.
Sports writer?
Yeah.
Well, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. When I think about what I've missed all these years not following the ring...
Mr. Weatherwax, excuse me, but we're in a hurry. I want Mr. Marlowe to see the lake before it's dark. We'll see you at dinner or up at the lodge later, huh?
Yes, I look forward to that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, bye, son.
Original windbag.
Yeah.
But, Marlowe, like I was saying, I gotta have your help.
Yeah, but what can I do now? The kid's through, babe.
Sure, but look, Phil, I know other managers. I also know the makings of a champ when I see him, and Danny Eagle's got the stuff.
And?
Okay, I like him. Phil, you gotta get next to Lance. If he thinks you're doing a feature on him, he'll be your best friend in a couple of hours. A little Napoleon.
Uh-huh, and when I'm buddy-buddy, I steer him away from ordering his muscle man to play pretzel with Danny while you're trying to get him out of here, is that it?
That's right. I already planted that you're coming up here, so all you gotta... Hey, look.
Huh?
Up at the lodge on the porch there. That's him and Myra going in the office.
My cue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but first tell me one thing, babe. Does Danny know about me?
No. He'd turn against me if he did. He likes to settle his stuff his own way. That's why you gotta get to Lance. In or out of the ring, it still takes two to make a fight, Phil.
Yeah. All right, babe. I'll do my best. Yeah, Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News. Wonder if there is such a paper. No, it doesn't sound too bad.
Listen, Myra, I don't want any more trouble with you. I'm fed up.
Oh,
You're
fine.
fed up. You? Well, that's funny. You drag me up here and
Shut
expect
up.
me to...
And try real hard to understand this. I dropped 10 grand, 10,000 berries last night on that punk Steve Rocker. I'm not very happy.
So you want a fighter who stinks. What's that got to do with me?
I don't know. But if you'd let him alone, he wouldn't have looked so tired in there.
Of all the cheap cracks you've ever made, that's about the...
The what? Go on, say it. You never flirted. You never played up to him. You were only being friendly. Go on, spit it out, why don't you?
Don't think I won't. When we're alone.
Oh.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was looking for Mr. Lance. Raleigh Lance?
That's me. What do you want?
My name's Philip Marlowe, Detroit Daily News, Mr. Lance.
Oh. Yes. Come in, Mr. Marlowe. There was a note here on my desk that I should expect you for an interview. Glad to see you.
Oh, thank you. I don't believe I've,
my wife, Mr. Marlowe, Mrs. Lance.
How do you do?
Hello. From, Detroit, you said?
Yeah.
How are things at the Beaver Club? That's quite a spot, I hear.
Oh, yeah, quite.
I used to go with a reporter there. He told me about some wild parties at their press club. Busy Beaver Nights, they used to call them.
Yes, busy beaver night. Lots of fun.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet.
Myra, Mr. Marlowe and I'd like to talk a while, so...
So I'll be running along. was a pleasure, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Raleigh. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Marlowe, have a chair. Drink?
Yeah, I will, thanks. It's quite a spot you have here, Mr. Lance.
Make it Raleigh, fella.
All right.
Yeah, it's okay. But you're not up here to write about a training camp, are you? Of course, I know background counts, but, well, like this drink, the soda helps, too. But the scotch is the thing, huh? Health?
Same. Yeah, you're right about that scotch.
Mr. Lance?
What is it, Kelly? I'm busy now.
What's about Danny Eagle?
Did you give him his walking papers?
No, Big Gurney stopped me, Mr. Lance. Said he'd give Danny the word himself that he could handle him.
That fat pug! Who does he think he is?
Well, he said he just didn't want trouble, Mr. Lance. Besides, he said Danny was taking a walk.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to give him the air, too. I've got enough enemies without some lousy trainer who's on my own payroll. Pardon me, Mr. Marlowe. I'll only be a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Help yourself to another drink. We'll talk later after dinner, about 8. Oh, and here, catch.
Yeah.
Best cigar made. Let's go, Kelly.
Best cigars. Seats marked A1. Yeah.
Hey.
Huh?
Don't go away mad. My hubby always runs out on people, even private detectives.
Slips, huh?
Busy beaver night, indeed. I made it up. I never even heard of Detroit.
Why'd you bait the trap?
Lance, the jealous jerk, has threatened to hire a detective a half a dozen times.
Oh.
After all this fuss over Danny Eagle, you were about due. Well, shall we walk? It's a nice night.
Let's leave it that way, huh?
What do you mean?
Isn't Danny enough for one day?
Listen, mister, you're starting off with 2 left feet. I was friendly with Danny Eagle, period.
And Steve Rocker?
The same. Only Steve was a little dull. A mind dedicated to comic books. All fighter.
Not according to his last buff.
Yeah. Rocco moved like he was drugged and collapsed in the 3rd, so it's my fault. Oh, the big shot is quite a loser. And don't bother with your next question. I can feel it coming. Why have I stuck?
Yeah, well, it belongs here someplace.
Well, I've stuck because... Well, because I thought that each battle was going to be our last. That sooner or later he'd have time for me.
He's a busy guy, Myra.
So was King Solomon, but he always had room for his wives.
True.
I thought this place was going to be our answer. Just the 2 of us, plus the peace and quiet of the country, with Malibu on hand for a change of pace. So what happens?
Still busy, huh?
Yeah. So busy that he spends 8 hours a day with Jess Weatherwax, a guy he never heard of until he started this camp, but a guy who thrills to hear the lives and loves of Raleigh Lance. And that leaves me with his daughter, Clementine, if I don't talk to the fighters. Clementine, whose shoes are number 9, with an IQ to match. Good night.
Wait a minute, Myra. Where you going?
Going as far as my cabin on an old-fashioned cry. Or maybe just an old-fashioned, I don't know which. Good night.
When Myra pivoted on a spiked heel and stomped off into the dark, I knew that I had to move fast because when next she and hubby met, the fact that I was a private detective was going to become public domain. And from there on out, I'd be of little use to Babe Durney, and if Lance's muscle playmates caught up to me, of no use to anybody. I located Danny Eagle's cabin among half a dozen others, peeking out of a thick grove of pepper trees, showing light from a half-open door. Hey, anybody home? Inside, there was a closed valise on the edge of the only bed. And on the dresser, some money, a package of lemon lifesavers, and a tie clasp. A gold one with a gold angry eagle on it that said Danny was still around. Then he got to talk for himself.
I think you're in the wrong cabin, mister. I haven't vacated yet.
Well, don't you think it'd be easy all the way around if you did, Danny?
Right now, I'm not looking for the easy way, mister. I've been walking and thinking about that. That and a pair of people I don't like. A pair I want to square myself with. Mr. and Mrs. Raleigh Lance. Ooh!
It was purely a case of mistaken identity. But it served as a reminder that it still took two to make a fight. And that the only chance I had left was to get next to Raleigh Lance and keep him away from Danny Eagle. I spent a half hour going from the lodge to Lance's empty cabin to the dining room and every other place where I thought he might be. But finally, I remembered Jess Weatherwax, the one-man fan club whom I located back up at the office.
Oh, hello there, son.
He was peeling off his coat and getting ready for canasta with something uncombed and built like a length of pipe. Who had to be daughter Clementine.
What can I do for you, son?
Mr. Weatherwax, have you seen Lance?
Why, no, Mr. Marlowe. We just came in. You deal, dearest. Yes, Daddy. Is it important?
Very.
Daddy. Oh, excuse me, child. Mr. Marlowe, my daughter, Clementine.
How do you do?
Very fine, thank you. Mr. Marlowe, Daddy told...
Hey, Marlowe, is that you in there?
Oh, it's Babe Durney.
Yeah, excuse me.
Phil, come with me, quick.
What's wrong?
Lance is dead, Marlowe.
What?
At the edge of the lake on the rocks.
Accident?
I don't know. Come on, Phil.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the confusion created by Gracie Allen has never been more clearly, more hilariously defined than it will be this Wednesday night when a writer for a national magazine comes to interview her. For the writer also meets some of Gracie's friends who present highly conflicting stories which Gracie does not untangle. It's another merry, mad mix-up which could come only from George Burns and Gracie Allen. So be listening this Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Angry Eagle.
Sharp lakeshore stones, like countless fighters' fists, had hammered all the life out of Raleigh Lance. And as we stared down at him, the circle of light from the electric lantern in Babe Durney's hand began to dance over the corpse. I took the lantern, turned him away from the twisted body at his feet, and sent him back up the path to camp. To find a phone and quietly call the police. After that, I took another quick look at all that was left of the little big shot. I went up the path myself and got as far as the jagged hole in the rail where Lance had gone through. I had just enough time to see a few things before I was met by Myra. Just like she'd been before, except for a handful of nervous fingers that just couldn't leave her neckline alone.
I saw Babe. He told me about Raleigh. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true, all right. Your husband's dead. Babe just left, so you must have been on your way here when you ran into him. How come?
I had a date to meet my husband. For a chat.
Why here? He didn't strike me as being the romantic type.
He wasn't. Neither was he the type to talk where he could be overheard. Especially when he was cornered.
What do you mean?
I put Raleigh's back against the wall tonight. I finally got hold of a way to make that inflated ego turn loose, his favorite trinket.
Meaning you?
Yes. Marlowe, about an hour ago, I found out that Raleigh was crooked.
Fixed fights?
Yeah. When I left you, I went to our cabin for a drink. But the liquor was all gone. Lance kept spare bottles in the back of his closet, so I went to look.
Found what?
A briefcase. It wasn't Raleigh's, so I opened it. There was $35,000 in it. And a note congratulating him on his coaching of Steve Rocca. Rocca was drugged in that last fight, Marlowe. Raleigh sold him out, and I can prove it.
Oh. That's what you two were going to hash out over here, huh? The price of your silence, which was divorce.
And no strings. He told me he wanted to think, then he was going to give me his answer, but now... That's all unnecessary.
You're so right. Myra, come here. I want to show you something. See? Here on the ground.
What do you... No, I don't see anything.
Somebody put up quite an argument right here before Lance went through the railing.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And here's something else.
What's that, Marlowe?
It's a gold tie clasp, baby, with an eagle on it.
Danny?
Yeah, Danny Eagle. This changes things plenty, huh?
Danny? I can't believe Danny would murder Raleigh.
Well, you better start believing it and get back to your cabin and stay there with the doors and windows locked.
You think he might go for me
You
next?
were half the beef. Now that he's gone this far, chances are good he's got something nice thought up for you, too. Unless I'm making the king-size mistake and you and Danny turn out to be a team.
Are you crazy?
It could figure both ways, baby. So I'll keep it in mind until I get something more to do with it. Meanwhile, like I said, take care of yourself. I dropped the tie clasp into my pocket and then started looking for its owner, who could be #1 candidate for a noose. I decided to try Danny's cabin first, but when I got there, it was dark, with everything just as I'd left it. Until I'd turned to go. Someone was framed in the doorway. It was the gentleman farmer and novice fight fan, Jess Weatherwax.
You looking for something special, are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am.
I figured you would be, what with being a reporter, because I know there's been some kind of a ruckus here tonight.
How did you know there was trouble here?
Well, I happened to be passing by a certain phone a few minutes ago, and I heard that trainer, Babe Durney, calling the police.
Oh. Okay, as long as you know that much, you may as well know the rest. Somebody shoved the boss of this place out through a railing into 100 feet of thin air. He's dead.
Well, Lance murdered? By one of his own men? Oh, no, I don't believe it. He's a good manager. His boys loved him, every one of them.
You should be so loved, especially by a guy like Danny.
Danny Eagle?
None other. And that's only half of it. Your good manager, Mr. Lance, was a fight fixer. One who'd even drug his own stable to be sure it'd lose. He was as crooked as a hyena's back leg.
He prearranged boxing fights?
That's putting it mildly. His own wife, Myra, pinned that on him just tonight. She didn't go into detail. She didn't have to. She had enough proof to make it stick because she was getting a divorce on the strength of it.
Oh, I find it mighty hard to believe all this, Mr. Marlowe.
And here's something else. I'm not a reporter. I'm a private detective.
You're a private detective?
Yeah, called in by Babe Durney because he was worried. Now I am. Anyway, here's what I'm getting at. If you're really sincere about liking your violence according to Marquis of Queensberry rules, you can do me a big favor.
What can I do?
Keep an eye on Myra Lance for me.
Yes.
I left her in the cottage. Dan Eagle may be only half finished with what he started.
I'll do my best. You can count on that, sir.
Okay, I'm going up to the office at the lodge now and find out if anyone saw Danny leave the grounds. I'll see you.
Hello there, Mr. Marlowe. Did you get enough story material from the box fighters?
For a couple of novels, Clementine. You alone here?
Well, I am now. My daddy and I were playing canasta, but he left a while back. Went off without his coat, too, see?
I know. You've been here in the office ever since, huh?
Why, yes, why?
Well, maybe you can help me. Did you...
Gladly. But you've just got to help me first, Mr. Marlowe. Have you got a cigarette paper?
A cigarette paper?
You know, the makings. I'm trying to roll me a cigarette, ran out of mine. I found my daddy's tobacco, and then I absolutely emptied his coat pockets here looking for a paper, but there wasn't any. You wouldn't happen to have it.
No, I'm afraid not, Clementine. Here, have one of mine. In fact, have two. Now, my question. Did you happen to see Danny Eagle go out the... Go out?
Out the what, Mr. Marlowe?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Listen, Clementine, did this thing come out of your daddy's coat pocket, too?
That old ticket stub?
Yeah.
Out of that little pocket in the big one on the right side, it was... Well, Mr. Marlowe, what's wrong?
I don't know. But I better find out right now. As I ran out of the office and past the empty rope ring toward where the cabin stood, I was full of the conviction that Clover Lake Training Camp was due for a second corpse any minute. Only this time I knew that some fast adjectives I myself had tossed off and not a hot-headed fighter were playing cause and effect. And as I made for the door of the Lance cabin, there was no help in the fact that my volunteer guard, Jess Weatherwax, was nowhere in sight. I called Myra's name twice and still got no answer. So I stepped back to go to work on the door with my shoulder when the lock turned from inside.
What is it, Marlowe? What are you doing here?
At the moment, Myra, baby, I'm counting lucky stars, the kind that kept you hale and hearty in spite of me and my big mouth.
I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I almost spilled all, including the clincher, which was where you could be located. All this, mind you, to the guy who no doubt was in it with Lance right up to his Adam's apple. And the fact that you're still breathing means that he must have given up and beat it because as a topper, I sent him here to guard you. Say, what's the matter? Aren't you even curious?
Why, yes, sure, of course.
So am I, Marlowe. Don't move.
Oh, no.
You have a talent for stupid audacity, young man. Myra's still breathing because up to the point where you knocked on this door, she still didn't realize my connection. But when you showed up, I couldn't take a chance. I was forced to bring this gun into things and wait behind the door. Now, obviously, you both know.
And I was so relieved you still had strength enough to open the door, Myra. I stepped in shin first and was happy about it.
Well, I was afraid to warn you.
Well, it's your move, Weatherwax. What'll it be?
I have no choice.
What?
You'll have a lot of bodies to crawl out from under, Buster.
It won't be too hard. Danny's already framed for Raleigh's murder.
Framed by whom?
By Raleigh Lance himself. Oh, such a simple little plan. I worked it out as I worked out everything else around here.
Just for the record, how is it supposed to go?
Once Myra knew about Raleigh, she became dangerous to me. She had to be killed. So I told him how to set up the whole thing.
You know, you're really enjoying yourself, aren't you?
Frankly, no. Or I just don't intend to take the rap for my late partner's stupid clumsiness. Oh, but this has gone far enough.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Babe, look out, he's got a gun! Duck, Myra!
Yeah, boy, Phil. He lost his gun. And I still got a good right hand. My boy ain't gonna be framed for nothing.
Babe, stop it.
I'm gonna fix this guy good.
Lay off, babe, will you? Lay off! Lay off, I tell you! Lay off!
Okay.
He's got to tell us the rest. Come on, Weatherwax, talk. What actually happened on the path to the lake? Well?
Lance set up the frame on Danny as I told him to by planting that eagle tie clasp at the weak spot in the rail. And then he made a lot of marks on the path, like there'd been a fight.
Go ahead.
And after that, he went over to kick the rail loose. He tripped and he fell. All because of those shoes of his with the hard, slick soles and built-up heels. Silly little man.
Well, it wasn't long until the boys from the sheriff's office arrived with a good doctor, a lot of open notebooks, and an endless supply of questions. But finally, all the pieces were fitted together. The very surprised Danny Eagle, who had done a lot of thinking, was back from a second long walk. And the whole thing had boiled down to me alone at the bedside of a heavy-jawed trainer, who had a happy look on his ugly puss for the first time that night.
My boy's gonna be champ now, Marlowe. Thanks to you.
Oh, thanks to you, babe. We were almost down for the count when you showed up. Hey, how's the shoulder?
That's nothing. Hey, look, tell me something. How'd you back old Weatherwax into that corner?
Oh, well, I found a ticket stub from his coat pocket with the number A2 on it. Weatherwax claimed that he'd never seen a fight or met Lance until the camp opened up here. But that stub proved that just a month ago, he sat right beside Lance.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Lance always had seat A1 at the arena.
Check. In short, Weatherwax was a liar who dropped his guard.
And in this racket, you do that just once and you're out.
Yeah. Hey, see that the Eagle keeps his guard up, will you, babe? I'm going to be betting on him from now on.
Don't give it another thought. Good night, Phil.
And I didn't give it another thought. Neither did I think about an arrogant little guy whose phony heels and twisted mind had dumped him into his own trap. Or about a fat gambler who traded in perverted victories and rotten, hopeless defeats. Instead, I thought about the sun coming up over the hills. And a nice big platter with a ham omelet on it. And then a good, solid 8 hours sleep. Nothing else. You know, sometimes I think I have no soul.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore can currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Joan Banks, Barney Phillips, Wilms Herbert, Howard McNear, Elliott Reed, Frank Gerstle, and Ann Morrison. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant.
Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death.
A few months ago, our newspapers and magazines were full of articles and pictures showing the progress we've made during the first half of the 20th century. That progress, brought about by the American way of doing business, means that today we enjoy the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. We can keep our standards high, and we can increase the benefits for all of us by continuing to produce efficiently under a free economic system. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time, an old Spanish woman who cared, a red-headed mink who didn't, and a green suede button beside a corpse. All led me to a wounded man with a gun in his hand, cornered on a warehouse roof. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Man on the Roof.
Your eyes open, Mooney. Make the roof, officer. Look, he's bleeding. You got him the last time. Yeah, there he goes.
There he goes, Mooney, up there. The iron ladder leading to the roof. Let him have it.
See him? They missed.
He's on the roof now.
He made it, Lieutenant. He's on the roof. Should I go up the fire escape after him?
No, he's got a gun, Mooney, and he's hit. Put in a call for tear gas launchers. We'll use them from the roof across the street.
It'll take a half hour.
He isn't going any place. Go ahead, Mooney.
Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, here comes Marlowe.
About time I want to talk to him. Mooney! On the roof. He's over the edge there. Fire, Mooney!
Matthews, hold it. Mooney, don't shoot again.
What are you talking about, Marlowe? He's a killer. He's armed and dangerous.
Listen to me.
What do you want us to do? Scold him and send him home without a supper?
Matthews, I'm going up after him.
No, you're not, Marlowe. Come here.
Let go of me,
Listen,
Matthews.
Marlowe, nobody goes up there. We're going to gas him out. Come on, Mooney. Call for launchers.
Matthews, please, listen to me, will you?
Sure, why not? Tell me the whole story. We got nothing but time till they get here with those launchers.
Please, Matthews, quit kidding.
Nobody is kidding, Marlowe. That boy up there is a killer. Keep watching that roof, Becker. You make it curious. Well, Marlowe, this story you've got.
About 10 minutes ago,
At
Matthews.
the beginning, Marlowe. Go on, Phil.
I'm trying to.
We'll start at the front. I'm a sucker for detail. You got a half hour before the tear gas arrives.
Okay, Matthews, I'll start at the front and skip nothing.
Right.
I'll start where it started 4 hours ago at 5 o'clock this evening, some 15 miles from here on the outskirts of a little town of San Fernando. A telephone call from a woman whose voice had said that she was old and Spanish and very worried had brought me out to the place. A woman named Senora Andrade who told me that her only boy was heading for a lot of trouble and that I had to stop him. The Andrade home stood out like a thoroughbred alongside the milkman's horse in comparison to the other houses squatting on the sun-baked soil. And the Senora herself, at maybe 60 and in a cheap black cotton dress, a lace shawl and homemade slippers, was the tidiest person I'd ever seen. When she bowed from the waist in graceful greeting, I saw a single small ivory comb was the only thing holding a mass of long gray hair in one neat bundle.
Senor Marlowe, you will excuse me if I do not extend you the hospitality of my house, but Pedro, Pete, he likes to be named, is already gone. There is no wasting time.
Of course. Pete, your son, Senora, huh?
Si. And a good boy, Senor Marlowe. Here is a photograph of him. It is taken only a week ago on his 25th birthday.
Really?
He was so proud of that green jacket I made for him. It was suede and flashing, he said. Flashing like something the rich Mr. Alex Brucher would wear. He has it on every day since then, even today.
Alex Brucher, who's that, Mrs. Andrade?
The senor who owns the warehouse for furs in Los Angeles.
Oh?
Number 12, Commercial Street. It's where my Pete worked until 2 days ago, when the trouble started.
Well, what happened, Senora?
It was during his lunchtime. He was eating from a meal I made for him like he always does and talking to a stranger, how you say, senor, a man with no job all the time.
A bum, a hobo, a loafer?
Loafer, see. He was just telling me how he was telling him to find the railroad yards. That, senor, is where the trouble began. Oh, please, Senor Marlowe, you will have a chair there.
Oh, yes, thanks. Now, tell me, Senora, this trouble. Surely giving instructions to a loafer, as you say, didn't start it.
Oh, but it did. After the lunch hour, the foreman, Senor Connor, questioned Pedro about this loafer. And when my boy said that the man was only asking for the railroad yards, this Senor Connor said he was a liar, that Pedro was giving out information about the shipments of furs, that he was fired, discharged.
Just like that?
See, senor, after 2 years of good, hard work. You see, Senor Marlowe, Pedro tells me that Senor Alex Brucher has been having his shipments of furs stolen on the road.
Hijacked?
Hijacked. And it is this reason why Pedro is fired.
You want me to prove to Mr. Alex Brucher that Pete had nothing to do with this hijacking, huh? Get his job back, is that it?
No, senor. It is too late.
Why too late?
Pedro already went down there this morning to do that.
Oh.
He went and told Senor Connor, the foreman, that he had nothing to do with the hijack. And more. He told him, Senor Marlowe, that he was fired because of Helen Castile.
Who's that?
The pretty girl who for a short time now works in Senor Brucher's office.
Oh. Well, then I don't understand, Senora.
This Helen Castile and my boy are falling in love. But Senor Brucher also likes this girl.
Oh. What happened when Pete told this to Mr. Brucher?
He never did. Before he even got to speak to Senor Brucher, that devil man, Senor Connor, and some other men beat him. Cut his face, blood on his arms, his clothing torn. He came home just before I called to you. Almost dead, Senor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, how about now?
Now, Senor Marlowe, Pedro has gone back. Revenge in his heart. That is why you must stop him. Senor, you must bring him home before he kills. Before it is too late.
Take it easy.
No,
take it easy, Senora. Don't worry. I'm sure I can bring him back. Positive.
Oh, gracias, Senor.
It's all right.
Here, Senor, in this hand. I have money. 19, maybe more dollars here. You take it.
No. Not yet, Mrs. Andrade. I don't think it'll cost that much. We'll see, huh? Goodbye, Senora. It was an hour's drive to the Brucher Fug Company warehouse on Commercial Street in downtown L.A. I started up a long cement ramp that led to a glass cage in a far corner of the warehouse marked office. It was just about the end of a working day. And when I was next to the door, let it enter, a bell someplace said that the end had arrived.
Okay, man, knock off.
You could tell the way everyone's spirits went up. Everyone except the girl inside, half leaning on a file cabinet. I figured she was Helen Castile until I got closer. The on-fire red hair and green eyes with hat and shoes to match could have gotten by. But the coat she wore was mink. So was the attitude. That would never take shorthand for $40 a week. Things just couldn't get that tough.
Hello. You look like you lost something.
Oh, is Helen still here, Helen Castile?
Gone to powder her nose. Maybe back before she leaves for the day. May not. I don't know.
Oh.
You a friend of hers?
No, Pete Andrade's.
Never heard of him. Got a light?
Oh.
Please.
Sure. Now, tell me, Miss...
Haynes, Corey Haynes. You?
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. Miss Haynes, is Alex Brucher around?
Home packing is going out of town. It does every other week. Important business?
No, I just wanted to chat with him a while.
Oh, Connor, is Alex's car gassed and ready for me?
Yeah, it's ready. It's ready, Miss Haynes. Here are the keys.
Thank you. And, Connor, please, stop wishing I were dead, will you? I can feel it, and it gives me the creeps.
I'm so sorry, Miss Haynes, but, well, maybe we won't be seeing so much of one another so soon.
If you mean Helen Castile, Connor, she's a great secretary, period.
Yeah, sure. Now you, Mr.
Marlowe.
Mr. Marlowe.
I'm a friend of Pete Andrade's.
You just said enough, mister. Almost too much.
Now, wait a minute, Connor.
What for? A lot of hot air? Listen, Marlowe, we've been running into all kinds of trouble around here. Hijacking, short shipments, misdirected cargoes, the works.
So?
So it all adds up to somebody on the inside helping somebody on the outside, and that ain't good. Now, take my advice, brother. Get your long nose out of this place and keep it out if you don't want it bent.
It's the phone, Connor. If you lift it up, it'll stop that noise.
Very funny. Hello. Oh, hello, Mr. Brucher. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I got it.
Charming fella, isn't he?
You'll be down here in a couple hours and I'm to wait. Check. Check, Mr. Brucher. Goodbye.
His master's voice.
Very funny again. You'd better let me have the keys back, Miss Haynes. The boss isn't going out of town after all. He'll probably want his car.
And I'll probably give it to him myself after I've run a few errands I have in mind. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe. I hope we meet again in more pleasant surroundings.
You two go to rival schools, Connor?
Get out of here, Marlowe. Get out before you get the same treatment your friend Pete Andrade got.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. You wouldn't do that to me, Connor. I'm not in love with Helen Castile. That goes for you, too, in spades.
Hey, you, Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Over here behind the crates.
I don't want Connor to see us. I'm Helen Castile.
How do you know who I am?
There's an intercom phone in the office you just left.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I knew Pete was in some trouble. I haven't heard from him in 2 days. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, what they've done to him is terrible. But how do you know about it? Did Pete come to you?
No, his mother hired me. I'm a private detective, which, Helen brings up a sharp point. Are you sure you're not playing both sides, baby?
Well, you...
All right, save it. That's all I wanted to know.
Well, you want... You mean you just said that to see how I'd act?
Well, I had to be sure. After all, you're still working for Alex Brucher.
Not anymore. I only stayed on before this because I didn't want Pete to be fired. Oh,
Shh. Hold it. I think we've got company.
It could be rats. There's some around.
Yeah, with and without brass knucks. Now, listen, honey, for everybody's good, I don't want Pete mixing with Alex Brucher. Now, before you get out of here, tell me fast, where does the boss live?
41 West Adams Boulevard.
41 West. Okay, now go. I'll cover you till you clear the place. Go on.
All right, my car's across the street. If you need any help later, Mr.
Get
Marlowe...
going. That rat may have friends.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Helen got to the front gate, out into her car, and away without anybody bothering her. And a couple of minutes later, I covered the same smooth course, and I was beginning to believe that the rats were just that, except that when I was in behind the wheel of my coupe and heading for Adams Boulevard, I picked up a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, which for the next 40 minutes have zigzagged, stuck like they were painted there. But finally, a traffic jam gave me all the brake I needed. And a sharp right turn, followed by a lot of speed, left me free and once again on my way to West Adams Boulevard. The place was turn-of-the-century stone-block mansion, but the rest of the neighborhood had gone slumming a long time ago. I was about to try the knocker when I noticed a thin slice of pale light that said the front door wasn't closed all the way. I started in, edging toward the sick light that came from a single lamp in what used to be called the library. And then suddenly I saw him. A man in a smoking jacket, lavishly monogrammed A.B., his face beaten raw, his clothing almost shredded, blood clotted thick on the back of his head. He was dead in the corner of the room. Next to the body was a heavy marble lamp base, also bloody. Inches from that, I found something that might as well have been Pete Andrade's calling card. A button made of green suede I had in my pocket just before the company spoke up.
Don't go for your gun, Marlowe. That'll leave us even. So the kid finally made it, huh?
Maybe. Maybe I did it, Connor.
Nuts. You just came in, I know. I was waiting outside. When the jerk I had on your trail lost you, I figured I'd better leave the office, but quick. I figured right. But tell me, Marlowe, just so I score 100%, what's your angle?
The Andrade kid's mother. I'm a private detective who was working for her. She was afraid of this.
Oh, no. Stop. The sentiment's killing me.
I wish something would. Well, let's call the police.
Not so fast.
What do you mean?
I've already got the rest of my figuring done. About now, the kid should be at his girlfriend Helen's flat.
I know where it is, and that's where I'm going. You see, Marlowe, I want to be a hero. I want to bring the kid in. Understand?
Oh, sure. Real easy. You want to bring him in dead. That way nobody even mentions the beating you gave him on Brooch's orders. Because he wouldn't stay away from Helen. That way you're clean.
Exactly. Clean as a whistle. Except for you and your big mouth. Now stand still, Peeper. I want to whisper something in your ear.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you're going to think the laughter of April Fool's Day came late when you listen to CBS this Wednesday night, for it's going to be one of the craziest, merriest, maddest nights of entertainment you've ever heard. Bing Crosby will be playing host to Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como. And even though lots of singing is promised from all three, who knows what's going to happen when the gags start flying? Groucho Marx and Burns and Allen will also be on hand with their famous fun shows this Wednesday. These great stars will be here on most of these same CBS stations. Burns and Allen, Groucho Marx, and Arthur Godfrey and Perry Como as Bing Crosby's guests. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Man on the Roof.
Connor started toward me with a .38 wrapped in his thick fist. I figured I better do something about him and do it fast. I waited until he walked around Brooch's body on the floor and it was out of his line of vision. Then I pointed at it. Connor, look, he's moving.
What's that?
Hey! An old trick, sucker. Now let's throw your gun out of the conversation. We'll start over. Come on, get up. Get your hands off. Get them off, you crummy! Look, Heavy, I'm going to get an answer out of you one way or another. Make it easy on yourself. Now get up. I said get up.
All right, Wise. You win this round.
That's better.
What do you want to know?
Helen Castile's address.
She's got her room. Number 4, 3200 Crenshaw.
Hey, thanks! So long, muscles. I knew there wasn't much more I could do for a desperate hothead named Pete Andrade. He'd already done too much for himself in the wrong direction. I drove down Adams until I'd cooled off enough to call the police. I stopped at a phone booth and gave Homicide a fast rundown on Alex Brooch's murder. But I hung up before they could ask me Senora Andrade's address in San Fernando or Helen Castile's place on Crenshaw. Because there were two women I wanted to talk to alone before the police moved in. After that, I drove out to Crenshaw and found the number 3200. Room 4 was at the far end of a half-lit hall. And there were voices inside. One was Helen's. The other was Pete Andrade. I reached for my gun.
I went out of my head, Helen. I must have hit him 9 or 10 times, hard.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. I've got to think.
It's a little late for thinking, Pete.
Who are you?
He's a private detective.
Yeah, I'm working for your mother. I was, up until I left Brooch's place. He's dead, Pete.
Pete.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to kill him. But I'm not sorry.
I want you to come along with me, Pete. Quietly. Turn yourself in.
No!
Hey, Pete! Helen, get away from me. Stop it. Oh, you little...
He's gone!
Got it. Don't move, Marlowe. Don't move or I'll shoot.
You crazy fools.
I knew you wouldn't shoot me, Marlowe.
Next time you'll be surprised.
There won't be a next time. We're going to get away. It's our only chance now.
You haven't got a chance if you run. You'll be dogged every minute of your short lives. You'll wind up full of bullets in the dark. You'll be running down a blind alley, and it starts right there with that door. Don't be suckers.
Shut up. We're going to try it, Marlowe.
And we'll make it. We've got to have money, Pete.
Yeah, and I know where to get it, too. Broocher always kept plenty of petty cash in the office at the warehouse. I'll take that.
What about the watchman, Pete? Are you going to keep on killing?
Pete, listen. You can get in quietly with Broocher's keys. Corey Haynes has them. The office keys are on the same ring as the car keys. She always borrows them when she uses his car, and she's got it tonight.
Then I'll get them from her. Where does she live?
Out on Orange Drive. 210, I think.
Will you listen to me a minute? You're heading for the original dead end, both of you. Why don't you give yourselves a break?
Now, what do you call a break, Marlowe? Pete rotting in some prison until we're both too old to care? I'd rather have the bullet.
Let's get him out of here. Yeah, that closet'll do. Go on, Marlowe, inside. Move!
Sure. What are you waiting for? Go on, close it.
I know what you tried to do for my mother, Marlowe, and for Helen and me. I'm sorry it couldn't work out. Thanks anyway.
Nuts.
I'm leaving, Helen.
I'm ready.
You're not coming. You're staying here.
What?
Marlowe was right. This is a blind alley, a dead end, and I won't take you into
No,
it.
Pete, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. Stay back. I mean it.
Please.
Stay back, I said.
Helen! Helen, unlock this door. We still may be able to stop him.
I'm playing this my way now, Marlowe. You can stay where you are.
Helen, don't you understand? I'm on your side.
I'm going with him whether he wants me or not. So long, Marlowe.
Happy landings, baby. The lock on the closet door gave up before I did, but only because it was older by several years. I got out of the house and kept ahead of the speed limit all the way to Orange Drive and figured for what it was worth that I'd cut Pete's lead down to a scant 10 minutes. I parked in front of a Spud Nut coffee shop on the corner and walked down to 210. By the time I got within knocking distance of Corey Haines' front door, I could see that the only light in the place was spilling out of the sunken double garage that housed the new gray Nash. But when I moved closer, I knew that 10 minutes was all that Pete Andrade had needed. Corey was sprawled out on the grease-spattered concrete floor and very still. Very still. And standing limply against the wall was Helen Castile, staring down at the redhead with a pair of hopeless eyes that seemed already half dead. As I walked down the ramp, she heard me and looked up.
I knew you'd get here. I don't care now.
We're both late, is that it?
Yeah. I didn't see him. He was already gone when I got here. I found her like that.
Then he must have gotten the keys.
Yes, from her purse. That's it over there.
Uh-huh. Why didn't you follow him? You knew where he was heading.
I couldn't. When I saw her there, I just couldn't because I think she's dead, too.
No. She isn't dead.
You mean she's just out?
Yeah. A long way out, but not dead. From the looks of things, she must have put up quite a scrap. Maybe she... Wait a minute.
What?
There's something screwy here.
Oh, Miss Corey! Miss Corey, what's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Corey's maid. What's happened to her?
She's unconscious.
Oh, this is terrible. She knew there was going to be trouble. I swear she didn't. Miss Corey, honey, speak.
How do you know that?
Because she was worried. She told me 4 or 5 times she was going to stay in all evening, like she was expecting somebody.
Sure. It figures all the way. Look here. Are you sure this is her purse?
It certainly is. Was she robbed?
Not exactly, but... Oh, yeah. This clinches it. Now, look, call an ambulance right away. Get Corey into a hospital and hurry.
Oh, yes, sir.
Helen, you stay here with her. Don't leave, understand?
Right.
I'll see you. And that's it, Matthews. That's why I broke a few speed laws getting from Corey's garage down here to the warehouse. Because I had to find Pete and tell him before it was too late.
I'm still not sure you made it, Marlowe.
Look, this was dropped near Bruch's body. I just saw the mate to it in Corey Haines' garage.
Look, that's not conclusive.
No, but these are. The papers I pulled out of her purse. Take a look at them. Go ahead. One glance will tell you where they came from and why. You get it, don't you, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I get it. Certainly I get it. What a rotten setup.
Well, then you gotta let me go up that fire escape and talk to him. He'll listen to me, Matthews. I know he will.
I told you once before, Phil, he's been hit and he's cornered up there. It's driven him haywire. It'll probably blow the top of your head off, but... Go ahead. Go on up and try it. I'll pass the word.
Walked across the street and started up the fire escape. I knew Pete Andrade from someplace in the shadows on the roof was watching me, every inch of the way. But I climbed up to the 4th floor before I spotted him. His head inched out over the ledge, my own .38 in his hand. I went on to the 5th floor and started up the ladder to the roof when it came.
Stop there. That's close enough.
It's Marlowe, Pete.
I know. That's the only reason you got this far. You got lots of nerve, Marlowe.
Pete! I didn't bring a gun. Because I just came to ask you a question. Nothing else.
Question?
Yeah. A big one. Did you use anything on Brucha except your fist, Pete?
No. Why? What's the difference?
Plenty. I don't think you killed Brucha.
What? Is this a trick?
No, look, Pete, no trick. Look at this. I found this green suede button near Brucha's body. I thought it came from your jacket, but it didn't. It was torn from a pair of green suede shoes that Corey Haines had on tonight.
Corey Haines? I don't get you.
It means first she's a liar. That she saw Brucha tonight. It means she got there after you did. Probably found him unconscious where you'd left him and finished the job with a heavy marble lamp base.
You're crazy. This is a trick. Why would she kill him? They were going together.
They had been. Until Brucha got interested in Helen.
Yeah?
After that, Corey was on the way out, and she knew it. She decided to get all she could out of him while she had the chance.
Go on.
Every time she borrowed his car, she used the keys to get into the office, steal information out of the files, and sell it. She was the informer.
That dame.
I'm coming up, Pete.
How do you know all this?
I found some papers to prove it in her purse. She was in a tough spot when Brucia changed his mind about leaving town tonight.
Yeah?
She had to get the papers back in the files or Brucia would discover they were missing. But Connor staying in the office prevented it, so she was trapped.
I see.
When she saw a chance to kill Brucia and have you blamed for it, she grabbed at it. Are you convinced, kid?
I almost shot you, Marlowe. Why did you take such a risk and climb up here?
Because your mother has some ideas that I wouldn't like to see her lose, Pete. Also, I wanted my gun back. Well, do I get it?
Yeah. You bet. Here. And thanks, Marlowe. I feel so good now. I guess I can.
I know just how you feel, kid. I don't climb fire escapes like this every night. Believe me. It was a long, long time before all the scattered reports were in. Before the doctor in the prison ward had said that Pete would be okay, and before Corey Haynes had put a wobbly signature to a full confession of murder. And still another hour went by as I drove out across the wide, flat valley to San Fernando, where the profile of the hills in the east had already begun to show against the gray dawn rising behind them. When I stopped in front of the little house and went up to the door, Senora Andrade was there on the porch. She'd waited all night. Her expression didn't change when I told her all that had happened. Didn't change, actually, until I was finally ready to leave. Then she put out her hand and took my arm. And the lines of worry in her face softened.
Senor Marlowe, last night I had but one son. Now this morning I have two. In my heart, you will always have a home. I am grateful. Gracias.
She was most welcome.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced, directed, and transcribed by Norman MacDonald, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in our cast tonight were Virginia Gregg, Jack Edwards, Lillian Bayef, Doris Singleton, and Jack Crucian. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a platinum wristwatch, a body on a lonely strip of beach, and a case of heart failure in a Beverly Hills garage. All added up to blackmail, 25 years old, and a killer who would never be caught.
CBS invites you to hear one of the great ad-libbers in show business, Groucho Marx, every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Groucho's show, You Bet Your Life, finds the master throwing quips and questions at oddly assorted pairs of contestants. And it's fast, merry, and bright. So, remember, be listening this Wednesday, won't you? When disaster strikes, the Red Cross is on the spot to give relief in the emergency. But its work does not end when the wind dies down, the fire is out, or the flood recedes. It goes on in many different ways, helping to restore people to their normal way of living. The Red Cross is a great humanitarian service in which you have a very direct part, because the funds which are used are the contributions which you make to the Red Cross, and they are funds used in a common-sense program that ensures the most good for the most people. Red Cross disaster relief and rehabilitation is one of the great reasons why we must keep our Red Cross ready. All may help. Give now to the 1950 Red Cross Fund. Remember, whatever you gave before, this year, add a quarter more. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time a car hop knocked me down a flight of stairs. An honest woman was strangled by a green silk sash, and a simpering dandy was shot to death. All because of a run-of-the-mill accident 500 miles away. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Vital Statistic.
Hey, boy. Give me a paper, will you?
Paper, mister? Yes, sir. What do you like? Races, comics, or classified?
How about some news?
Star? Here you are. Thank you. Paper!
Get out of my way.
Hey, take it easy.
Drive away from here. Fast.
Oh, wait a minute. What is this?
You've got to help me. I'm being followed.
Oh, just a minute, sister. I think
The
you better
light's green. Drive, will you? Hurry, please.
Okay. She was streamlined, from close-cropped hair the color of a smoky sunset to low-heeled slippers brocaded in bronze. And in between, a dress that conformed as close and smooth as lacquer on a Chinese vase. I made 4 turns in 4 blocks, then pulled into the curb and stopped. She stabbed a look at me with a pair of sharp, jade green eyes that said life had always been nothing but a calculated risk. Then she stepped out of the car and smiled.
You were a big help, brother. Thanks, and goodbye.
Not just like that, baby. Come here. I don't like being left out on a limb.
Now, look, you did me a favor, okay, but we drop it right here. It's trouble. You wouldn't like it.
On the contrary, it's business, like keeping my own nose clean. I'm a private detective, but I didn't issue any invitation for you to jump into my car.
A private detective?
Yeah, who's chasing you, baby? The law? You can tell me out here on the street or inside over a drink.
I'll take the drink. I need it.
Oh.
Maybe I need you, too. This might be a break. I'm Mrs. Terry LaBar, and you're,
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. Who are you running from, Mrs. LaBar?
a woman in slacks. I don't know who she is or why she's following me, but every time I look back, she's there. This is the second day. Booth?
Yeah, sure. Say, look, why haven't you talked it over with your local policeman?
Are you working for me, private detective?
It all depends.
All right. I'm a merchant, Chinese silks. Not a little shop for 6% profit, but wholesale, quick, with cash at 40%.
Uh-huh. So what's the point?
No police. All it takes is a rumor of police, and I'll have doors closed on me from Seattle to Mexico.
Good evening. May I get you something?
A martini, please.
Make it 2, waiter.
Yes, sir. Right away.
This gets us back to the woman in slacks, huh?
Yeah. Here, Marlowe. 50 and 50. $100. I want you to locate that woman, find out who she is and why she's after me. Will you?
Not without a few more facts. For instance, could she have some connection with your business?
No. I have 2 men working with me. A strong one named Harlan Casey, who sees that my cash gets safely to where it's going. And a smart one named Joe Temple, who knows what to buy with it. She doesn't belong to either of them.
Oh, you sure?
Positive. Casey hates all women. Even me, I think. And Joe Temple, well, Joe's a wonderful guy.
You hint like a woman falling in love with a fella named Joe Temple.
Care to talk about it further?
Why not? Temple and Casey have been in San Francisco all week on a deal. A big deal that'll make or break us. Every cent I have is tied up in it.
Oh. Well, what about you and Joe Temple?
Yeah. Well, perhaps this will explain. I planned to go away this weekend, but I changed my mind because I didn't want to miss his letters. I know it sounds funny, but it's true.
Those must be some letters.
They are. Like the one I got this morning. It's half business, all right. Complete account of how hard he and Casey worked for me yesterday in San Francisco. But the rest of it is to me, personally.
I don't want to sound old-fashioned, Mrs. LeBar, but what about...
My husband?
Yeah.
That was a mistake I couldn't live with. One thing I can't stand, Marlowe, is being lied to. It leaves me vindictive. I'm suing for divorce right now. Vince LeBar is a human leech, as cold and spineless and parasitic as the real thing.
Okay, but why would your hating your husband put a woman in slacks on your trail?
I don't know.
All right, Terry, I'll worry about that, too. Any idea where I can start?
Just one. I pulled a switch on her yesterday, Marlowe, for about an hour. I trailed her to the corner of Wilshire and La Cienega, then lost her in traffic. There are several dancing schools around there. Is that worth anything?
Maybe. What kind of car was she driving?
We were both walking. She's tall and brunette, and I've seen toads with nicer eyes.
Not enough. Can't guarantee anything.
I'll keep my fingers crossed, Marlowe. Here, take the 100.
Oh.
Do what you can to report to me at my place, 204 Beechwood Circle. Okay?
Pardon, sir. Your drinks. 2 martinis?
Oh, thanks. Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
To your success, Private Detective.
To your health, silk merchant. Drink hearty. Slugging it down was no way to treat a good dry martini, but I figured it was time I was on my way. I drove out to Wilshire and La Cienega and slowed down enough to look at all 4 corners. There was a drugstore with a special on garbage cans, a drive-in called Scotty's, a branch of the Bank of Los Angeles, and a flying red horse over a mobile gas station. I drove on again when I spotted a pair of black slacks going into a dancing studio a half block down. It looked like a lead. But after 2 hours of staring at knobby knees and shorts and bulging hips and bloomers, all knocking themselves out for a mythical Klieg-lighted future, I was finally convinced that it was a dead end. Now I got back into my car and headed up into the hills for Beechwood Circle in the slim hope that Terry could give me something more to go on. Her house at 204 was low and dainty and half hidden behind the tough, slender grace of a bamboo grove. The walk was guarded by a white marble lion of Korea, and the front door, when I finally found it, turned out to be a sliding panel in a wall of oriental lattice work. As the door slid open, I was looking down the barrel of a snub-nosed pistol, held very steady in the hands of a hard-eyed brunette, in a pair of black slacks.
You've been looking high and low for me, haven't you, Peeper? Ever since you left that dame.
I might have been.
You're not the brightest character in the world, in spite of what you and your friends think. I spotted your car when she got in. It wasn't too tough to tag.
Where's Terry?
Sleeping off a hangover from better days.
Skip the chatter. Where is she?
Come on in and look. And that's no suggestion, sailor. It's an order. Move. Over there to the top of the stairs.
Sure.
That's a good, smart boy. You're late, you know. I got what I came for, and now I'm in a hurry. Turn around.
Look, sister.
Shut up! A happy landing!
Oh, there were 10 stairs down to the basement. And with a shove reinforced by the 45, I hit all but the first 3. By the time I worked all the kinks out and was back upstairs again, she was gone. I started through the house, then slowly from one room to another, turning on lights as I went, looking for what I knew was going to be a very sick client. When I got as far as the study, where somebody had gone through the desk drawers with what must have been a snowplow, and I still hadn't found Terry, I got that numb feeling in my stomach. I started out a side door that opened into the patio. But then I heard a whistle from the front walk. I cut back through the house instead and waited near the door.
Terry! Hey, Terry, can I come in? It's little Joe, the Frisco kid. What happened to your weekend trip, honey? Who are you? What do you want?
Hiya, Temple.
How do you know me?
Mrs. LeBar hired me today just after she canceled her weekend. She gave me a rundown.
She hired you? What do you mean?
I'm a private detective named Marlowe.
Why would she hire you?
Because she was being followed by a brunette in slacks. She didn't like it, and that's all the information you're going to get, so relax.
You say Terry isn't here? Isn't home?
Not so far, no. Come on back here to the study, Temple. I want you to look at something. Somebody's gone through the desk in an awful hurry.
Yeah, Yeah, I see what you mean.
Maybe you know something about what's missing, huh? You and Mrs. LeBar were fairly close, from what I'm told.
The letters. The letters are gone. Terry kept my letters in this bottom drawer.
Ah. By the way, Temple, where's your sidekick, Harlan Casey?
Oh, I don't know. We both left San Francisco yesterday. He hates to fly, so I assume he took a train. He ought to be here in L.A. now. Well, you don't think Casey's mixed up in this, do you?
I don't know. It could be.
Vince LeBar. That's who it was that got those letters. It was Vince LeBar. They were really love letters. The business part was nothing. And LeBar is the dog-in-the-manger kind of guy who wants everyone to be unhappy if he is.
That fits, Temple. With a smart lawyer, your letters to Terry becomes grade A material for a countersuit for divorce. Sure, he could make it stick and also get a fat settlement under community property laws. Now, listen, here's what you've got.
Marlowe, it's Terry. Terry!
Temple,
Terry!
wait!
Terry. Look at her, Marlowe. Look at her. She's dead.
Lieutenant Matthews, homicide detail.
Marlowe Matthews, there's a dead one out here. A woman got a pencil?
Always. Go ahead, Marlowe.
I'm at 204 Beechwood Circle. The woman was a client.
Circle. Yeah, go on.
She was strangled with a green silk sash from her lounging pajamas, Matthews, sometime within the last, I'd say, hour.
Yeah.
Her name was Terry LeBar.
Hey, wait,
And
Terry LeBar. Wait a minute, Marlowe. Listen, we got a teletype here from a sheriff in Empire, Oregon. Come in 5 minutes ago.
So?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Says some guy named Jess Freeman from L.A. was killed there this morning in a traffic accident. Was loaded with big dough, but doesn't look the type. And the only other identification on him was a business card from one Terry LeBar. Yeah. You got a helpful answer for that?
Wait a minute. Temple, do you know anything about a man named Jess Freeman? He was killed in Oregon today in a traffic accident and had one of Terry's cards on him.
Freeman?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember him.
No dice, Matthews.
Who are you talking to, Phil?
Joe Temple, one of Terry LeBar's associates. He's here. Never heard of Jess Freeman?
Yeah. No, okay, Marlowe.
Uh-huh.
No, they said his prints to Washington. The tattoo says he was in the Navy once. They'll pin him down. Now, about out there, any idea who killed him?
Yeah, maybe a brunette in slacks. I think I know where to find her.
Well, that's dandy. Sit down until we get there, Marlowe. I'll be right out.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant.
What?
Look, right now it's only a hunch, but if I move fast and quiet, I might be able to develop it into something worthwhile, okay?
Okay, but keep in touch, Phil.
Yeah.
I still can't believe it about Terry Marlowe.
Now, look. Why don't you just go home and take it easy? I'll tell Lieutenant Matthews where he can find you, huh?
Thanks. 1310 Marlborough Drive.
Right. Now, tell me, you know where Vince LeBar lives?
Yeah. The Laverne Apartments on Rossmore.
Uh-huh.
He's got a suite on the top floor, 7A.
7A.
And, if it's any help, he drives a new green Nash sedan. But I thought you said that it was that brunette who...
I did. And if Vince LeBar can't lead me to the lady in long pants, I'll eat my shirt. What's more, Matthews will see to it personally.
Yes, what do you want?
Some quiet conversation with Vince LeBar. I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
How exciting. Had I known you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Oh, you're breaking me up. I was hired by your wife tonight.
Get out
Your
of
wife
here.
is dead, LeBar. She was murdered.
Terry murdered?
Yeah. Now, if you don't mind, I'll come in, huh? She was killed because of a packet of letters, LeBar.
Oh, no.
Kind that are a cinch to cause a big stir in anybody's divorce court. Stir big enough to swing a countersuit in your favor.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Letters. Joe Temple's letters to Terry, the ones you arranged to have stolen tonight.
Oh, you must be crazy.
Her death wasn't part of the plan, LeBar. That was one of those bum deals. A robbery that got out of hand, wound up as a murder.
Oh, no, wait.
Now, where is she, LeBar? Who's the brunette in slacks, and where do I find her?
You get out of here, or I'll have the police
Oh,
help you.
shut up. You not only steal letters, but ashtrays, too, huh? Like this coy little number here, a doghouse. Scotty's Drive there in Wilshire and La Cienega. Okay, LeBar, that's all.
Stand still.
Oh, now a gun, huh? They say you're yellow, LeBar, but you're not. You're just stupid.
There's a terrace outside those doors, Marlowe. Those with the iron grill. Go on out there. Go on. I don't think Terry's dead, and I don't think she hired you. I think you're working for that lousy louse Joe Temple, and if so, he'll need a battalion of private detectives before I'm through.
You're through right now, LeBar. You're too dumb to see it.
Go on. Clear over to the rail. Keep your back to me. It's 7 floors down, Marlowe, to a concrete driveway. Just in case you get jumpy.
just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, most people like to know what to expect. But on at least one CBS show, a great part of the fun is in what turns up on the spur of the moment. That show is Groucho Marx's Great Quiz, You Bet Your Life, heard every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Vital Statistic.
The moment Vince LaBarre and the Courage caliber .32 he held in his right hand made it out of the apartment and on the run for the elevator, I kicked through the plate glass door. And I spent the next 2 minutes alternately swearing, straining, and nicking myself while I played contortionist. In and out of the fancy snake grill work on my wrought iron cage until finally I reached the inside handle. And I was free out and over to the telephone in a big hurry. Because for my money, the icing on LaBarre's voice left Joe Temple someplace on the short side. What the life insurance people call good risk.
Hello?
Marlowe, Temple, listen hard. Your life's in danger.
What?
LaBarre, you had him tagged from the first. He's after those letters, all right.
But what about the girl in slacks?
Well, I think she might have a connection with a drive-in on Wilshire and La Cienega, a place called Scotty's Inn. I'm going to check it. Now, tell me, any word from Terry's muscle man yet?
Harlan Casey?
Yeah.
No, nothing, Marlowe. But look, can't I meet you and talk to you?
No. Vince LaBarre had a gun and a short temper when he left here. I'll make us work any easier. Just stay away from open windows, Temple. I'll call you. Scotty's Inn was eating on the run in the finest California tradition. A mammoth circle of steel under glass painted a dazzling yellow and blue, surrounded by a half a dozen cars containing teenaged couples with smudged lipstick and the giggles. The second after I pulled in and parked, something in slacks with false eyelashes, a waist you could span with a handcuff, and a fixed frontline chorus girl's smile flipped the card marked Ginger against my windshield. Handed me a menu that still had the froth from an earlier customer's milkshake in one corner.
What'll it be, mister?
Just coffee, Ginger.
Cream?
Information.
Oh, it's you again.
Huh?
Look, baby, what I told you on the phone 10 minutes ago still goes, huh?
About what?
About Rose Facetta, the girl you described. Long black hair, a nice shape. You're infatuated, but you don't know the name and address. So I was nice. I gave the name, told you to look the address up in the phone book, period. Don't be so lazy, baby.
Wait a minute, Ginger. I didn't call you before, but that dime cup of coffee will bring you a $10 tip if you tell me who did.
Hey, you want the guy who called. I don't know any names, but you're not him. He didn't talk up like you do. But what's all the fuss, baby? Rose Facetta's got a guy. She's spoken for. Besides, a handsome fellow like you should...
Sweetheart, this is business, strictly, believe me.
Oh.
What's the address? Come on.
2428 Havenhurst Drive, bottom floor.
Thanks. Here's a 10 I promised you.
No, never mind.
Hmm?
The name was free to him, so why should I charge you? Besides,
Decide what?
I like the way you said sweetheart. Come on back sometime, will you, baby, when you want more than coffee?
Okay. When I want more than coffee and less than murder, I will. Stay out of it, Ginger. It was definite double talk, but the effect was what I wanted. Ginger with mouth wide open and staring after me like my ears were on backwards. That way, she might be scared out of making a simple curiosity-spike telephone call to the popular Rose Facetta, which would trumpet my arrival loud, clear, and prematurely. 10 minutes later, I was parked away from number 2824, Havenhurst. As I got out of my car and started toward the place, I found Vince LaBarre's green sedan on the opposite side of the street and carefully tucked into the shadows of a pair of long-haired pepper trees. It was a good time for me to be careful. So when I knocked on the front door, which showed yellow light at the threshold and was the starting point for something not too close to music, I did it with the butt end of my .38.
Yeah, who is it?
Ziggy, friend of Ginger's. She asked me to deliver you a message, Rose.
Oh, all right. What's the message, friend? Why, you lousy...
Don't try it, sunshine. There's no law against shooting ladies who knock you downstairs. Now back off. Come on, move, but not too far. The moment I want you in between me and Vince LaBarre.
Who?
Look, Angel, it's all real plain. Those suitcases behind you there are packed. His car's outside. He's after the letters. Oh, no.
Ha ha! There goes Vince now, Buster. Well, Peeper, your opener stinks.
Get inside fast.
Sure. Any place in particular, sailor?
That chair near the desk. Keep your hands in your lap.
Okay. If it'll please you, Mr. Detective, I'll be very glad to. After all, you're my guest, and I should be nice to you.
Now we talk like a little lady, huh, Rose? Vince LeBar picked up the letters from you as scheduled, and you're getting ready to run because you killed Terry, and you'd rather not be around for the question and answer period, right?
I didn't kill her. I just knocked her down.
No. You didn't kill her. You just slowed down her breathing somewhat with a pajama sash.
You're wrong, copper.
Skip it. Doesn't add any other way. Go on, answer it.
Who is it?
Mr. Shirley, what's going on in there, Mr. Setter?
Landlord?
No, the jerk who lives in the top half of this place, along with a few thousand
Mr.
French
Setter, if you don't
poodles.
open this door, I'm going to call the police. I distinctly heard a noise, and I...
Come on in, Mr. Shirley.
Well, what? Well, what's going on in here? Who are you?
Never mind that now. Get on the phone and call the police.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Yes, certainly. Oh. Operator, I want the police. 2824 Havenhurst
Look,
Drive.
Hero,
Yes.
you're a little mixed up about some things.
Yeah, and you're just a kid to straighten me out. Those letters you got at Terry's place were written by Joe Temple. Was your boyfriend Vince heading for Temple when he left here?
I can't...
Try hard, sister.
All right. Maybe he was. Now leave me alone.
Not quite. Hey, you, Mr. Shirley.
Oh, yes?
In that desk next to you, there's a gun. Keep it on until the law arrives. Lady's wanted for murder.
Well, yes, but what if she should...
Yeah, then shoot, Shirley, fast. Because if you don't, she'll kill you. Tell the cops I'll fill in the blanks later.
Oh, now, wait. Why must you leave? Why don't we both watch her?
Because a guy named Joe Temple needs my help a lot more than you do. The home address Temple had given me turned out to be lights in a quiet house on a quiet street named Marlowe. I was there out of my car and running for the front door when they came. I chucked my gun out of the holster, got close into the building, and moved up until I was on a line with a pair of half-open patio doors. And I saw something I hadn't expected. On the floor that was littered with a broken lamp, pieces of vase, and overturned furniture was Vince LeBar. Doubled up, dead. And standing over him, his face the color of soft cement, a .32 dangling in his limp right hand, was Joe Temple. When he saw me, he tried to talk, but the words jammed in his throat. When I stepped into the room, he began to tremble.
Marlowe, I shot him. I couldn't help it. He was gonna...
Sit down, Temple. Get hold of yourself. You got any brandy around?
Over on that table near the phone.
Oh.
He was out of his mind, Marlowe. An absolute maniac. He said he was gonna kill me.
So you lunged for him, there was a fight, and you came up with the gun, huh?
Yeah. And when he started for me again, I pulled the trigger. And then I did it again. And a third time.
Yeah. Here. Drink this.
He brought the letters back, Marlowe. They're inside on the floor where he threw them. He said they didn't mean anything anymore. That he and that girl in the slacks had taken care of Terry.
Take it easy, Temple, easy.
He seemed to go crazy. He said I was a wife stealer, the cause of his trouble, and that I deserved death. Well, that's when I jumped at him. It was terrible, Marlowe.
Yeah. Well, between the two of us, we've just about got all the answers, which is usually a good time to call the police, huh?
Oh, what do you mean, just about got all the answers, Marlowe? What else is there?
Jess Freeman, the guy Lieutenant Matthews told us about when we were over at Terry's place, remember?
Oh, yes, that traffic crash in Empire, Oregon. But why should that figure in this, Marlowe?
It shouldn't, but I think it does.
Homicide, Detective Lieutenant Matthews speaking.
Marlowe Matthews, another dead one on the Terry LeBar case.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Vince LeBar, her husband, he was shot.
Who did it, Marlowe, do you know?
Yeah, a guy named Joe Temple. It was self-defense. We're coming in, Matthews. I'll take that gun, Temple. You get the letters. Let's go. When we got into my car and started downtown, Temple was more relaxed. And he talked easily until we passed Vince LeBar's sparkling green sedan parked a block away. Once again, close into the shadows, and once again, empty. Real empty. The sight of it closed him up tight for the rest of the trip. When we walked into police headquarters and through the quarter of a mile of glossy corridor leading to the door marked homicide, he didn't open up any. But it didn't matter, really, because it's police rule never to talk to two men about the same thing at the same time. And I was first. Matthews said hello without shaking hands, waved me into an uncomfortable seat, and then lit his pipe while I brought him up to date. Then it was his turn.
So Rose Facetta killed Terry LeBar so that she could get the letters Joe Temple had written, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Did this so that her boyfriend, Vince LeBar, could raise a lot of fuss in divorce court with the letters, file a counter-suit, that kind of stuff?
That's the whole deal.
Yeah, with Temple making it a doubleheader by shooting Vince when Vince came to kill him.
That's it, Matthews. If you believe Temple.
Huh?
And if Temple hadn't slipped.
All right, now what are you getting at, Phil?
That when I was on the phone with you early at night, you asked me if Temple or I knew anything about a Jess Freeman who was killed in a traffic accident in Empire, Oregon?
Right, but you didn't.
No. Nor did I mention the town of Empire to Temple. Yet a half hour ago, just before I called you, Temple came up with that name.
Oh, then Marlowe, you... Oh. Hold my calls, Mooney. Marlowe, you mean...
I mean that Joe Temple killed Terry LaBarre. Rose just knocked her out and got the letters. Temple strangled her while she was still unconscious.
Yeah, but why?
Because a guy identified as Jess Freeman got himself killed in a traffic accident.
So?
A guy who I think was actually Holland Casey, Terry's two-fisted assistant, who together with Joe Temple was crossing the boss lady.
Yeah, but Marlowe...
And that left Temple in a very hot spot. To save himself, he had to kill.
Can you prove all this, Marlowe?
No. Not a word of it. It's conjecture. But conjecture that fits, Matthews.
Yeah.
When Temple found Terry unconscious in the garden, that was his chance. He took it.
Now, look, Phil, you're guessing at 90%...
Sure, I'm guessing. But not in the dark. I know how these guys think and act. I've done too many cases not to know. Now, listen for a minute, will you, Matthews?
Phil, I gotta
will you
have
listen?
facts. All right, okay.
Now, look. Temple had to get those letters back, right?
Yeah.
And the last one in particular, because in the last one, this is the way it's got to figure. He had lied to Terry about being in San Francisco with Casey yesterday, when actually Casey was in Empire, Oregon.
Yeah, when Casey was killed up there, the fact was bound to come out. Yeah, it's a good reason.
Matthews, will you let me finish, please?
All right, finish.
Temple knew Terry would find out. He knew that she couldn't stand a liar and a partner who'd double-cross her. Temple knew that she'd get him and ruin him if it took her the rest of her life.
So he came back to get the letter before she could read it, but she hadn't left town as planned, huh?
Ironically enough, because she didn't want to miss one of his letters.
Yeah, but look, I'm a policeman, Phil. I gotta have facts.
All right, you're the policeman. You got labs and technicians. You'll get the facts. And I'll bet you it figures just like I say.
Yeah, okay, Phil, okay.
And another thing, Matthews.
What?
When you talk to Temple, who's holding the packet of letters now like a real good boy,
Yeah.
you'll find the last one missing. It'll be in his pocket. I'll bet you on that. Well, that ought to do it, Lieutenant.
Yeah, with one exception, Phil.
Huh?
How did Temple maneuver all this? Getting the letters from Rose Facetta, then setting up that self-defense deal.
I don't know. But my guess is that Vince got the letters from Rose just before I arrived at her place. But when he got into his car...
Oh, yeah. Temple was waiting, slugged him, drove back to his own house, dropped the body in the living room, shot him when he heard you coming?
Something like that, Matthews. See if you can't get it out that way.
Yeah, well,
huh?
don't worry, Phil. If it's true, we'll get it out.
It'll be true.
Oh, now would you ask Mr. Temple to come in, please, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll be glad to, Lieutenant. Say, Temple, Lieutenant would like to see you.
All right, Marlowe. I think I can speak coherently now.
Good. They like to get the facts straight in there. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. Good night, Marlowe, and thanks for your help.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Temple. Sit down and start talking.
When I got into my car, the new day was starting to push the black out of the sky. And the early morning air smelled fresh and cool and clean. Yeah, the whole night had been confused and complicated. But I knew that by the time Matthews had finished with Temple, there'd be no questions left unanswered. That would be great, wouldn't it? If everything could be that way. No questions left unanswered.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Elliott Reed, Dora Singleton, Georgia Ellis, Bill Lally, and Hugh Thomas. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a bride-to-be, a corpse in a plush bungalow, and a southern drawl behind a gun all had one thing in common. They moved through the same deep shadow.
Remember, you'll find George Burns and Gracie Allen and their good friend Bill Goodwin here on most of these same CBS stations every Wednesday night in the half hour following the Bing Crosby Show. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Iron Coffin.
Dear Sir, I wouldn't touch your proposition with someone else's 10-foot pole. Period. Furthermore, hello?
Would you connect me with Mr. Marlowe, please? Philip Marlowe, the private investigator.
This is Philip Marlowe.
Oh, I'm so glad I caught you. Mr. Marlowe, you've been very highly recommended to me by a very dear friend, and I want to employ your services for a case.
All right, who are you?
I'm Catherine Newbold.
Uh-huh.
It's about my daughter, Irene, or more exactly, about her fiancé. I want you to find him for me. He's 26, dark complexioned, about 5 feet 10, and
just a minute, Mrs. Newbold. It's a little early for descriptions. What's the nature of his disappearance?
Mr. Marlowe,
Yeah.
I'm afraid I just can't explain over the phone. I'm at the boys' place now. Would you come over here? It's 4220.5 Bronze.
4220.5, huh?
You see, Bennett is lost, and Irene's gone to help him, and she may get lost, too.
Well, how do you mean that, Mrs. Newbold? Lost where?
Back somewhere in the 16th century.
After she hung up, I spent a few minutes trying to decide if I should take along my .38 or a butterfly net. But in spite of what I thought she'd said about the 16th century, I was convinced that Mrs. Newbold was a genuinely worried woman. I'd sold myself on that by the time I hit Bronson Avenue. When I finally found number 4220.5, I began to unsell myself fast. Said 4220.5 was a sagging second floor of a weed-ridden tile and stucco heap on the alley, in back of a dead delicatessen. The windows were heavily shuttered behind rusty iron grills, and the heavy door was set at the top of a narrow flight of unreliable wooden stairs.
Mr. Marlowe, I'm Mrs. Newbold.
Hello. The looks of this place on the outside, holy smoke.
It's rather bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, to say the very least.
These are Bennett Virago's rooms. He's a student.
Of what, alchemy? His place is a museum. Everything in here must date back to the...
Yes, to the 16th century.
That's what you said, yeah.
That's what I meant. Mr. Marlowe, 2 years ago when my daughter met Bennett, he was a nice, normal boy with a great enthusiasm for history.
Uh-huh.
He's brilliant. I liked him, and Irene, of course, fell madly in love with him. But then
Then what, Mrs. Newbold?
it began to change. He was working awfully hard toward his doctor's degree when suddenly he seemed to hit a snag.
How do you mean?
Well, he became obsessed with a particular period in history, Spanish history.
Well, that's not so unusual. That's how guys become specialists.
Oh, but it's more than that. His interest was much more than scholarly. It became a morbid fascination.
Oh?
Look at these relics, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
At first, Bennett only studied them. But in the last year, he began to live with these things exclusively. More and more until he left a month ago. And now, well, I just don't know.
You know, my guess is the boy needs a psychiatrist, not a private detective. Where's he now?
Well, I'm not sure, but this morning a note came from Irene. It was mailed in Santa Barbara 2 days ago, the day she left. She might be with him.
Yeah, but you said you had an idea where they might be.
I do. See this book?
Yeah. It's a castle. Constructed in the year 1540 by Peter the Cruel of Lerma near the present city of Valdemoro. Seized in 1562 after a violent struggle by the Count of Castile. Dominique Virago.
Yes. And look here. I found this old newspaper clipping in that book there.
Uh-huh.
It's about that very castle. It says it was torn down in 1887 by an eccentric millionaire bachelor and rebuilt stone for stone on an isolated part of the California coast known as Point Estero.
Uh-huh.
The man who spent his entire fortune on this single project was Philip Virago.
For Pete's sake.
And that's where they are. They must be.
Well, considering what we started with, that makes sense.
I looked it up, Mr. Marlowe. Point Estero is just above Morro Bay, about 200 miles north of here. Will you go up there and find out what's wrong? I'm awfully worried.
I told her the transplanted castles from Spain were not exactly my cup of tequila. But between the check she handed me and the look in her eyes, I figured a drive along the beach might do me good. Well, I made Santa Barbara by 4, and by 6:30 I was watching the surly Pacific surf hurl itself at the huge granite lump called Morro Rock. Farther north I got, the manner the ocean became. A hulking bank of solid black clouds offshore made a hollow mockery out of daylight savings time. And 20 miles beyond Morro Bay, I had to turn out my lights. By rough calculation, the castle was another 10. But when 11.7 had turned up on the speedometer without so much as a single battlement in view, I decided to turn my lights back on again and stop for some local advice. My first chance was a combination motor court, restaurant, and mobile gas station. Labeled Summit Light, California, L. Chester Poindexter Prop.
Howdy, friend. Bad night to be out on the road, huh? What'll you have?
Yeah, a cup of coffee.
Okay. Driving on up north?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm looking for that old Spanish castle that's along this coast somewhere.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got any idea how I can get there?
You got business here?
Yeah, I might have. Why?
Just wondered. Not a good place, mister. Folks in these parts like to forget it's here.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
Nothing, maybe. Then again, well, it was built 60 years ago by a madman, mister. Brought it over here from Spain, complete, even to the furniture.
So I hear you.
They say it belonged to his ancestors, and he brought them, too. Every one of their bodies. Their coffins are down there under that castle right now. 13 of them.
How do you know?
I talked to an old-timer once who helped put that place together. 7 men died on that job. And you know what he told me? One of them coffins is iron, and it's 8 feet long.
You made a great fullback here. Fill it up again, will you?
It ain't funny. They say his name was Peter the Cruel.
Now, look, Chester, you're not lathering yourself up into a ghost story for tourists, are you?
You asked me, and I'm telling you.
All I asked you was how to get there.
You see that light out there? Across the bay and past the breakwater? Wait till she comes around again. There, see it?
Yeah.
That's up on the summit of Point Estero. Well, the castle's just a mile past that. There's not much of a road in, but you can make it.
Okay, thanks.
It's right down next to the water, in a nasty, jagged little cove. Altogether, it's 3 miles from here.
Much obliged.
There's something else you might keep in mind.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't hold with ghosts. But I know for a fact them coffins are sealed in a crypt under that castle. But they don't stay put. They get thrown around. Folks have heard 'em thumping. Good night, friend.
The highway dropped down close to the quiet bay, which was sheltered by the breakwater. At 100 yards out, a white sailboat, its mast pointing straight up at the stars. It made a strange contrast to the pounding surf a mile beyond, where I found the turnoff to the castle. It beat a year's depreciation out of my car in 10 minutes. But finally, at the top of a small rise, I saw it, the Spanish castle. It was a grim, gray mess of crooked walls and twisted towers that crouched on the shore like something that had crawled up from the bottom of the sea. When I pulled to a stop in front of the main gate, I saw there were lights in one of the lower rooms. I started in, and then I saw something else. A girl running down the path toward me.
You there, wait. Please, wait. Oh, you've got to help me. Somebody's going to be killed.
Killed? In there, in the castle?
Yes. Oh, hurry, please.
All right, come on.
Thank heaven I saw your headlights.
I'm glad I found you, Miss Newbold.
How did you know?
I guessed right.
What do you mean?
Well, your mother was pretty sure I'd find you here. I'm a private detective, Philip Marlowe.
Oh.
What's this about somebody being killed?
It's Bennett. He's almost out of his mind, Mr. Marlowe. He's gone down to the crypt under the castle. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He'll be killed down there, just like the others.
Like what others, Irene?
All the other Viragos, all his ancestors. Peter the Cruel will kill him.
Oh, now, just a minute. Come on.
I must sound crazy, too. Maybe I am. This horrible place.
Baby, take it easy. This is the age of rocket planes and bebop, remember?
Not in here. Here it's the 16th century.
Oh, settle down. Tell me what's really going on.
I am. Day before yesterday, I was just as skeptical as you are. That's why I came here. But now, Mr. Marlowe, Bennett Virago was fighting a battle that's been going on for 400 years. A battle with a monster called Peter the Cruel.
The one in the oversized iron coffin downstairs?
Yes.
Come on, baby, show me. What I could see in the light of the 4 candles in the holder I picked up I didn't like. She led me first down a long flight of stairs, then through a maze of ponderous arched pillars that made the catacombs seem cozy by comparison. Finally, we stopped in front of a heavy door with an iron ring in it. I hauled it open and almost fell in. We were at the top of a deep circular room, carved from solid bedrock. Stairs that must have been designed by a reckless mountain goat followed the curving wall down to the bottom. There, in the light of a torch stuck in a bracket, a man was working frantically over a big trap door set in the center of the floor. It was Bennett Virago. I told Irene to go back upstairs and wait, and then I started down.
Who is it?
Philip Marlowe. I'm a friend of Irene. She told me I'd find you down here.
Get out of here. I refuse to be responsible.
I'll be responsible for me, fella. I'm used to it. Hey, you sure you can't use some help? You look pretty tired.
I'm exhausted. But I'm not going to stop until I've settled this business once and for all. And I won't tolerate any interference. Do you understand?
No. Interference in what?
I'm going to spend the night in the crypt under this door. I've got to know the truth. Listen, if you're really Irene's friend, please take her away into town, that Poindexter's place. She's not safe here. Nobody is. Every document I found verifies it.
Verifies what?
Mr. Marlowe, I'll show you. On one condition. Give me your word that once I'm in there and this door is closed, you'll leave here and take Irene with you. Well?
Okay, Virago, it's a deal. Show me.
All right. Take that crowbar and help me get this open.
Okay.
Tonight I broke the seals that were put on this door 30 years ago. At that time, the coffins were in 3 straight rows.
And now?
I know what I'm going to find. It's happened before.
Hey, Buster, this thing is heavy. You'll never open it from the inside by yourself.
The servant Ramiro has his orders. Get it up in the morning. Quick. Prop it with your bar.
I got it. Well, Virago.
Stay back. Don't move until I get the torch down there. Now. Look.
I saw walls slimy with pale moss. A rotten stone floor scarred with deep fissures. And the coffins that had been in 3 neat rows were scattered in crazy confusion. But that wasn't enough. In the middle of it all was the iron one, 8 feet long. standing right straight up on end.
Now maybe you'll believe me.
Virago, listen, wait a minute. Maybe you better think this over.
You gave me your word.
Yeah, but no kid threw those coffins around like that.
Now you're beginning to understand. Get out, Marlowe. Get out fast. Heaven only knows what might happen here tonight.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Iron Coffin.
I kept telling myself that Virago wasn't in any danger. That this was 1950 and spirits from the 16th century didn't stand a ghost of a chance against a determined man. But I couldn't quite believe it. And things didn't get any cozier as I watched the man with the obsession descend into the crypt. A candle in his hand, casting a crazy chorus of shadow dancers against the dripping wet walls. After the trapdoor crashed shut, I kept holding on tight to the 20th century and things that made it tick. And that helped until I was back up to the basement level.
A moment of your time, please, senor.
A tangle of gray, black, shaggy hair fell all around a grisly old face that could have scared a Halloween mask. And the rest of them fit from a build that included almost no shoulders, ape-long, scrawny arms, and an outfit that was medieval.
I did not mean to alarm you, senor.
Yeah, you couldn't miss. It's so dark in here. You're Ramiro?
Si, Ramiro.
Yeah.
I, senor, wait upon the master of this house, even as my father did, and his father before him. Always, senor, Ramiro has been in service in this castle. Always since Peter the Cruel.
You mean you came over here from Spain? You were imported with this castle?
Si, indeed. It had to be that way, senor. None else but Ramiro knows the castle. Every stone, every fixture, every sound in the night. Why, senor, there where you stand, Ramiro stood on that fateful day in the year 1562 when Dominique Virago, the Count of Castile, sentenced Peter the Cruel to his death. Oh, it was an awesome occasion, senor.
I'll bet.
The story of that day lives in my mind as though I had been present. I hear and see it all. Hear and see the fantastic spectacle in this very room. The place lighted by flaming torches. The prisoner was Peter the Cruel. His legs bound in heavy chains and weighted with an iron ball. The crowd just forward to hear what the have to say.
Dominique Virago, Count of Castile, do this day proclaim the tyrannical rule of the prisoner before me at an end. And I do further proclaim that the prisoner, Peter the Cruel, be hanged, wearing the shackles and weight of a common thief. And when his body is dead, I order it cut down and sealed in an iron coffin, the chains not removed. Only by right of the royal blood of our father do I allow his remains to be placed in the family crypt below this room. Now, Peter the Cruel, you have heard this sentence. How do you speak?
I speak, dear righteous ruler, very plainly. This, the day of my execution, is a black day. A black day for you, Dominique Virago, for Castile, for Spain. For in spirit I will not die, not go to the crypt below. In spirit I will not rest until I have had my revenge through all the years that follow this day. This black day! You and your ancestors, beware, Virago! Beware!
The Count of Castile would reply. Hang him.
And that, senor, they did. Hanged him and buried him below us. That is why I stopped you here. To warn you.
Yes, well, tell me, Ramiro, your ancestors, whose side were they on? The Count or Peter the Cruel? Well?
The Ramiro served only one man, senor. The master of the house. Even as I today serve only one man. The master of the house. Good night, senor.
He glared at me for a long moment with sickly yellow eyes. Then he stepped back and was gone. Well, a few minutes later, I found Irene Newbold and told her what had happened at the crypt and of Virago's wish that she spend the night at Poindexter's place. When I saw her make one valiant try to keep from going to pieces, I picked up her coat and bag, held her firmly by the arm, and walked her fast outside into my car. It kept her thinking for a while. When we arrived at Poindexter's, I promised to awaken her at dawn for the return trip to the castle. She thanked me and went to her room, and a few minutes later, I went to mine. After 3 hours of cigarette-filled sleeplessness had gone by, I slipped outside and watched the summit light that winked at me every third second. I didn't wink back. And the sight of El Chester Poindexter standing at the cliff's edge ahead, looking toward the bay below and the long, wide wash of the full moon, didn't help any.
Sure. How do, Mr. Marlowe? Trouble sleeping?
Yeah, your local ghost made good. He keeps propping my eyelids open.
And you don't feel up to much smart joking either, huh, Mr. Marlowe?
Poindexter, I'm worried about Virago.
And you should be. That Peter the Cruel was certainly a powerful party.
Oh, nuts to Peter the Cruel. There's another answer. There's gotta be.
But you said Virago.
Yeah, and I meant Virago. Virago in his own mind. He won't even look for another answer. He'll keep fighting ghosts until the boys in the white jackets with court orders call for him. And then there's Irene.
Mr. Marlowe, you were saying...
Hey, Poindexter, look out there. See out there, that boat anchored in the bay?
Yeah.
That's the same one I saw from the road before, isn't it? The road I took to the castle?
Sure. Only sailboat around here. Springtide certainly has her dipping for moss tonight, huh?
Certainly has. Her, me, and a lot of other things, including the fact that our boy who's chasing ghosts is going to be killed by something very real. If we don't get a move on. Come on, come on. We're all going to the castle in a big hurry.
Marlowe, are you sure you're right? I can't believe the answer's that simple.
Doesn't matter, Irene. Simple or not, it can still kill. Come on, Poindexter. We're going to run for it. Every second counts now. You catch up to us, Irene. We're going ahead. Poindexter followed me as I ran into the castle, and down the stone stairs to the basement and along the passageway that led to the spot above the crypt where I'd first met Marino. But we both slammed to a stop at the sight of something I couldn't expect to find this side of the Dark Ages. It was Ramiro again. Only this time minus his apron and long winter underwear, and plus a head-to-toe black coat of mail with a shiny steel helmet spike on top, tucked underneath his arm. And in one hand a lantern that swung to and fro with his cackling. In the other a long sword, vintage Lady of the Lake.
Back, senor. Senor, they're fighting down there in the crypt. Virago, the last of the Viragos, and Peter the Cruel. Peter who is to have his revenge.
Get out of the way, Ramiro. Come on, Poindexter. We got to get this door open.
No, stop!
Get lost, houseboy!
Are we in time? Is Bennett all right?
I don't know yet. Watch that jerk in the fancy dress. If he gets up, yell. Come on, Poindexter. We got to get this door open. Yeah, come on. Let's have it.
It's coming. Look, the crypt is filled with water, just like you said.
Help me.
Oh, Bennett. Bennett, thank heaven you're all right.
Virago, here. Take my hand. Reach for it.
There we are. Couldn't have lasted another minute. The water came through the cracks in the floor. And the coffins. They floated.
That's right. They're bumping against the sides of the crypt as the thumping sound you people have heard.
Yes. And when the water subsides again, the coffins will be scattered all over. Oh, Bennett, darling, you see, it's no angry spirit.
Yes, but why the water, Mr. Marlowe, and why does Peter the Cruel's coffin always stand on end upright? Where does the water come from?
The sea. There's an unusually high tide tonight. Spring tide, they call it. Right, Poindexter?
Right. Happens when the sun and the moon are in either direct conjunction or opposition.
You see, the castle's so close to the ocean and the crypt so deep that the water seeps in as the tide rises.
Oh, I see.
And as for Peter the Cruel, he settles upright because the old boy was buried in his coffin with his bondage chains still wrapped around his feet, according to legend. Ask Ramiro there. I'll be glad to tell you all about it.
Senor, it is more than legend. It is true. True, sir, that no
can shut up, Ramiro. Had enough of you and your stories.
Mr. Marlowe, how did you know? I mean...
what got you here in time? How did you think of the spring tide, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, it was a sailboat anchored in the bay, Irene. You know, when I first saw it, its mast pointed straight up at the stars. When I saw it again, hours later, it was dipped forward sharply because the anchor chain had been pulled tight by the rising tide. Well, that gave me the hunch I needed.
The hunch we needed, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks a lot. I'm glad to be out of the 16th century, and you know something?
What?
I think I'll stay out.
Well, it was another hour before we left the strange relic of another day. An hour in which everybody found himself thinking of Peter the Cruel's vengeful spirit. Oh, well. The tide took care of him.
Oh, Marlowe, did you hear that?
No. Yeah, well, as I was saying, that's the beauty of reality. Yeah, you can figure everything out.
Marlowe! There it is again!
Oh, it's nothing. It's probably just the wind.
Look! That figure up on the rampart!
Figure? Ramparts? Oh. Why, that's Ramiro. Or is it?
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Lillian Byatt, David Ellis, Jay Novello, Parley Bear, Barney Phillips, and Edgar Barrier. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a dying man's last wish led me from a gunman with orders to stop me, past the battered corpse in a crumbling mansion, to a ruthless redhead playing for keeps. And when it was over, the one in the middle got away with everything, except the dying man's last wish.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Last Wish.
Flight 7 from Dallas, Texas, now arriving, gate 4. Flight 7 from Dallas.
Here we are, sir. Just coffee. Still can't tell you on a running mate, huh? Pie, cake, sandwich. Hot or
No,
cold,
honey,
huh?
just coffee, nothing else. Oh, wait a minute. Make it another coffee, will you?
Sure.
Oh, Lieutenant, Matthews, over here.
Oh, hi, Phil.
Hi. Sit down. I just ordered some coffee for you.
Oh, that's wonderful, Marlowe. Now that the niceties are over, where is he?
He's around, Matthews.
Where around, Marlowe? Look, why all the hocus pocus? When you called, you told me to get over to the airport here in a hurry. You said you had him.
I do. Also, I've got a story.
Well, that can keep till we get to headquarters, Phil.
No, it can't keep, Lieutenant. It's...
77 for
Listen.
New York, now loading at gate 9.
It can't keep any longer than that, Lieutenant.
I don't follow you, Marlowe. A guy the law wants in a cozy cell in a plane going to New York. Where's the connection?
That's the story, Lieutenant. We got 20 minutes before that plane takes off. Here, have your coffee.
Anything else, sir?
No. All right, Marlowe, let's have it. But make it
I
snappy.
can't
will ya?
make it snappy, Matthews. It's not that kind of a story. Not parts of it, anyway.
All right, Phil, do it your way.
Well, it began early this evening, Lieutenant, about 5:30, when I got a call from a doctor in my neighborhood. A nice elderly guy named Sam Tallman who once took a bullet out of my shoulder.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, well, he wanted me to come over to his office right away, Matthews. He was excited. But not for himself. Excited for a patient, an old man who was dying. When I got to his place, the kind of old-fashioned doctor's office where the drab horsehair furniture sort of gets mixed up with the shiny new x-ray equipment, he met me at the front door.
He's inside with my nurse, Phil, and he's going fast. You've got to be quick. Now, what did I tell you on the phone?
Well, almost nothing, Doc, just that he's old.
Yes, 70, Phil. Maybe more. Anyhow, his name's Schiller, Jacob Schiller. He's a good friend of mine from San Francisco, and he was on his way to Israel, to Tel Aviv.
Oh.
It was his life ambition. Sit down, Phil.
Oh, thanks. He's not going to make it, Doc?
Not a chance. It's his heart. He had an attack this afternoon. I can't even move him out of here. He's through. A little too soon.
He wanted to go to the new country, is that it?
Yes. A pioneer's measured by his spirit, not his years, he said. Anyhow, Phil, he came down here to see his son before he caught a plane tonight for New York and the first leg of the trip to Israel. And that's where you come in. I don't know where Jack Schiller is. Jack's his boy's name.
Oh.
But the old man would like to see him once more. It's his last wish. He knows he hasn't much time left.
Uh-huh. Well, why me, Doc? Why not the police?
Well, I didn't think... I mean, Phil, Well,
Oh,
you see,
the kid doesn't sit too well with the law, huh?
I'm afraid not. Excuse me.
Sure.
Dr. Tauman, hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Caller, yes. 1 every 3 hours, like it says on the bottle. Yes. Goodbye, Mrs. Caller. Where was I, Phil?
Jack Schiller and the law, the reason they don't get along.
Oh, well, you see, Phil, Jack came down here to L.A. about 3 months ago, and as his father's old friend, he looked me up. So we had him over for dinner a couple of times. But pretty soon he started coming less and less. And when he did, it was a different Jack Schiller. Smart, flashy clothes, a new way of talking. You know, big shot kind of talking.
Yeah, I know.
The police are dumb and there's easy money to be made. That kind of talking. And he never would say what his business was, if he had any. But believe me, Marlowe, whatever it wasn't too much on the up and up. And there was some kind of a girl mixed in.
There always is. What's Jack Schiller look like, Doc?
Look like?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Here, Phil. A picture we took of him when he first came to the house. A barbecue we were having. He's about 30 years old.
Kind of good looking, huh?
Maybe too good looking, Phil. Maybe that's the trouble. Anyhow, for Jacob's sake, Phil, for my old friend, do you think you can find him?
Well, that depends, Doc. What else do you know? Like last address, friend's name, favorite bar. That's the kind of information that counts.
I was afraid it would be like that. Phil, I never did know his address.
Well, yeah, but, Doc, there's got to be someplace I can start.
Oh. One thing, Phil.
What?
Twice or maybe 3 times I saw him going to a fancy apartment house on Wilshire Boulevard, the Sherry Towers.
Sherry Towers, huh?
I passed it late at night coming from the clinic. I didn't bother stopping to call him. Well, you know, Phil, if he wanted no part of me, I wanted no part of him. And I wouldn't care about him now either, but for Jacob. Jacob's been a good man, Phil. Always. Phil, you'll try?
Yeah. Sure, Doc, I'll try. Doc Talman smiled his thanks without moving his lips, turned and shuffled toward a room behind him. When he opened the door, I caught a glimpse of a lot of cylinders and tubes and gadgets I didn't understand. And something I did understand a little. The almost peaceful face of an almost peaceful old man who was dying. I didn't try to see any more. There wasn't time to waste. I suddenly wanted to get started in a big hurry. The Sherry Towers on Wilshire was made out of plaster, glass, brick, and acute angles. And it was anybody's guess what held it all together. The only person in the plush lobby was a tall man with a red turkey neck who had a toothpick and a cigarette jammed in one corner of his mouth. I walked over to the receptionist.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Lederman's car at 9, Mr. Kelly's at 9:30, Washington Gas. That's it, Steve. Goodbye. Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. I'm looking for Jack Schiller. I'm an old friend of his from out of town. I tried his place, and a neighbor said I might find him here.
The neighbor was right.
Mm?
But you're early. Miss Grant isn't through at the club until 10 at least.
Miss Grant?
Mm-hmm. Peggy Grant. She sings at the Crown Club. She's the one who lives here. Didn't the neighbor tell you that, too?
Yeah, but the way he said it, I thought he was kidding. Yeah.
You are from out of town, aren't you?
Yeah, Pitchfork Corners. Well, good night, ma'am.
Good night. Look for you later, Mr. Pitchfork.
Oh, you big city slicker, you. Huh? Yeah?
Pardon me for butting in, but I couldn't help overhearing you. I can tell you something about your friend Jack Schiller.
All right, start telling.
Well, let's step outside. I'd rather only you heard it.
Oh, sure thing. So you know Jack, do you?
Yeah, a buddy of mine. That's why I think I ought to tell you. It's a bad night.
For what?
For old friends to bother him, Rube. He's busy. Oh!
The roll of nickels that turkey neck must have had clenched in his palm. Folded me fast. By the time I climbed back onto a pair of wobbly knees, he was across the street into an alley and gone. But I cheered myself up at the thought that it was better this way. After all, with turkey neck coming out on top, I was only a friend of Schiller's from the sticks, so nobody had to worry about. And that thought helped, all right. Helped everything from the blood that trickled out of my mouth right down to the side. I hoped it would stop by the time I got to the Crown Club.
Good evening. A table for one, sir?
No, thanks. I think I'll watch from the bar.
Yes.
Oh, tell me, Captain, does Ross Holland still run this club?
Oh, yes, sir. You're a friend of Mr. Holland's?
An acquaintance.
Oh, well, in that case, I must insist a table.
Oh.
Andre, Andre, table for one, vivement. This way, sir. The chanteuse will be on in a moment, so you cannot see us well from the bar.
Uh-huh, thanks. I did want to catch her, number.
But this way, sir. Sir? There is something wrong?
Hmm? Oh, no, I just changed my mind, Skipper. I think I'll go to the bar after all. It was Jack Schiller, no doubt about it. At a corner booth just beyond the bar and huddled close to a girl who was almost dressed in something strapless and spangled and who matched the display poster I'd just seen in the lobby labeled Peggy Grant. I ordered a drink at the bar and then walked it over to a celebrity picture gallery on the wall near them and listened to Schiller, all
Now,
smiles,
darling,
raise
to
the
the
drink to
unhappy
toast.
end of Mr. George Mancini's squeeze play. And to your letters, back safe and sound in the lily white hands that wrote them. Hey, sweet, you're supposed to drink a toast, not stare it down. Baby, what is it?
But, Jack, I'm worried. I do want everything to go right. Why, if you don't go get those letters from Mancini, everything I worked so hard
I
for
couldn't
will be
catch it
lost.
all.
Everything.
But it was easy to fit together. Peggy Grant, who was now going up fast as a vocalist, had once been in love with and under the personal management of George Mancini. A preserved in alcohol combination agent producer was now going down even faster. And although she had never had a contract with Mancini beyond an oral agreement, her old love letters had included enough business with Mancini to drag them into court where they could stand up in lieu of a written contract and thus net Brother Mancini the customary 10% of Peggy's earnings.
Baby,
And to
you
say
just
so
look
about
worried
future
to leave every
engagements,
little
but neither
detail
of
to
them
me.
wanted.
I haven't spent all this time cultivating Mr. Mancini at his lair on top of Sweetser Drive for fun, you know. Believe me, doll, we're in. Honest.
All right, Jack, if you say so, darling, but will you know the letters?
I know, love letters. Forget it, Angel. I won't even open them. They belong to a long time ago, and I'm not interested. Now, you go on out there and sing for your supper.
I knew that once Schiller left the club, he was going to be busy. So as they started to tear themselves away from each other, I figured it was the right time for me to step in. What I didn't figure on was Ross Holland, the king of the Crown Club, standing at my elbow.
Hello, Marlowe. Pretty picture, isn't it?
Yeah, if you like ingenues with bags under their eyes.
I wasn't talking about the one on the wall, Detective. I meant Peggy. You were staring, remember?
I do. Your move, Holland.
Now, take the chip off your shoulder, Phil. I don't mind if you stare. She gets paid for it.
But you pay her.
Sure. But also I pay the waiters, the doorman, and so on. That was all you were doing, wasn't it? I mean, staring, window shopping. I'd hate to think you were here on business.
Oh, sensitive, aren't you?
You know, Marlowe, I've piled up a lot of enemies raking in the blue chips.
That figures. What are you getting at, Holland?
A job I think you might fit.
Oh?
Let's try the office, if you can spare the time. Can you? Phil?
Sure. I've got nothing but time. Ross. Let's go. As I trailed Holland out of the bar as far as an unmarked heavy oak door, I caught a glimpse of Jack Schiller picking up his hat and coat at the entrance. Operation Mancini was underway.
I never get these keys straight, Marlowe. Round key on top, square one on the bottom. You'd think I'd remember that, huh?
Yeah, the switch to a revolving door.
Oh, well, I like my privacy. So do my boys. Now, go on in, make yourself comfortable. I'll get a couple of drinks going.
As I moved into the vault Holland called home, one thought alone stood out in my mind. Every second that mine host wasted was a second that old Jacob Schiller couldn't afford to lose. But finally, when I was just about ready to skip playing it close and take off, Holland came to the point. His proposition that I go to work for his enemies, play spy, and get paid for both parties. That I needed like a weekend in a leaky submarine.
Well, that's it, Marlowe. Yes or no?
Yes and no, Ross. I'd like to sleep on it. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Good night, Phil. Get to bed early, huh?
It was all the cue I needed. I bum-joked my way out of his office, hurried through the club to the street, then ran for my car and pointed it for the top of Sweetser Drive in the Hollywood Hills. And the Schiller-George Mancini rendezvous I couldn't afford to miss. The place, which turned out to be bilious green walls under a shocking pink roof, stood out in that conservative neighborhood like a black panther in a snowbank. There was a car parked nearby, and the name on the owner's certificate wrapped around the steering wheel was Jack Schiller, which was no surprise. So when I knocked, I used the barrel of my .38. That was smart of me, but it would have been smarter if I'd pointed it the other way, Behind me.
Don't move an inch, mister.
Oh, fine.
And drop your gun right where you stand. Go on. Now turn around and answer up real fast. What do you want with George Mancini?
Nothing. It's you, Hey, that blood all over you. What happened in there, Shirley? You didn't kill him for those lousy letters in that envelope under your arm, did you? Well, is that it?
No, not quite, mister. He isn't dead. But what do you know about me? How come you know my name? Cops. Never mind. Just back off, mister. Fast. Open that door. Go on. Mancini's screaming must have disturbed the neighbors.
Listen, Shirley, I'm working for Doc Tom,
Skip
and
it. Stay shut or you'll wish you had. Now go on. Get in there with him. Or I'll kill you.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Last Wish.
It only took one look at the unconscious pulp on the floor inside to tell me that George Mancini had tried hard to hang on to the letters. Almost too hard. I rolled him over. He was as limp as a slice of raw bacon, but still alive. I just got his shirt collar loosened up when the door behind me opened again.
Easy, bud, nothing. Marlowe.
Hello, Matthews. A little early for a lieutenant from homicide. How come they sent you?
They didn't. Becker and I were driving by when the call came out over the radio.
Oh.
One of the neighbors out here heard something and phoned in. Who is he, Marlowe?
A guy named George Mancini.
Uh-huh. Becker, see what you can do for him. Okay, Lieutenant. Oh, looks like he soaked up a lot of punishment.
He did, but not from me, Matthews.
Oh, no? What were you, Marlowe? Referee? Who did it?
It was over when I got here. And the guy who did it didn't give me much time to talk. He had a gun.
All of which still doesn't answer my question.
I don't know his name. His occupation is loving a blonde.
Is that why you're here, the blonde?
Yeah, more or less. She was afraid of Mancini. He had some letters.
Letters, huh? Which are long gone now, no doubt.
No doubt.
What's the blonde's name? Hey, Lieutenant. Hmm? I think we better have an ambulance. This guy a long ways out. Okay, take care of it, Becker.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Marlowe.
Now, look, Matthews, nothing's actually happened so far but this beating, and it's probably well-deserved. But the situation's touchy. Girl's worried silly if a name gets mixed up in a thing like this.
All right. Now, listen to me. I want the guy who dished up this mess. Either that or the whole story down at headquarters. Now, which?
Okay, you'll have him, but just give me a little time alone and I'll deliver him on a platter.
Oh, not
I
again.
promise. Oh, come on. It means a lot to me, Matthews.
Okay, Marlowe. Just see this doesn't blow up when you kiss her, and don't get lost, understand?
Outside, after I found my gun, I climbed into my car and headed for Peggy Grant's lush apartment house again. When I got there, I parked away from the place and skirted the front entrance. I was sure that by now the pretty face at the switchboard would be well primed for a tip-off. I went along the side of the building toward the service entrance at the back. The glow of a match from the shadows in an alcove stopped me. It was the turkey neck, Jack Schiller's quick-fisted helpmate, lighting a cigarette. I eased my .38 out and moved toward him. When he finally heard me, he turned.
Hey.
But by then he was looking right down the muzzle of my gun.
Easy, now, easy, chum.
Still, Sol, it's a bad night for seeing old friends, chum.
You got me nailed down, brother. You don't have to take my word for nothing. But listen, whatever your angle is, let it rest. Leave the kid alone for a while. Otherwise, you're due for nothing but trouble in large doses.
You're kidding.
Yeah, you bet I'm always kidding.
You got more nerve than brains, Buster! You can't pull that swipe!
Go fry your ears.
You're making a cloud on the skull almost fun. Hey, wait a minute. All that stuff spilled on the walk there, it fell out of your pocket, didn't it? Didn't it?
So what?
So you don't have to say another word, watchdog. I'm beginning to get the whole thing all by myself. Sure. And what's more, you yellow jerk, I don't like it! 2 small items I'd just seen on the walk made swinging the flat side of my gun butt against his head a distinct pleasure. They also made getting in the service door and up the stairs 2 at a time to Peggy Grant's apartment a definite gratification. Because now I had a Jim Dandy hunch on exactly what to expect. Come on, Princess, open up.
Who are you? A cop?
Expecting cops, Miss Grant?
Not exactly. The milkman doesn't carry a gun, and my friends all use the front door.
I'm the informal type. Where's Jack Schiller?
Right behind you, mister.
Again.
This time, lay your gun on the table. Go on.
Sure. You're slightly better than the guy downstairs. I got by him with no trouble at all.
What's that? What guy?
Why, you mean Peggy didn't tell you about the watchdog?
What is this?
Go ahead, Princess. Tell him about the turkey neck character with orders to keep everybody away while Jack makes a fool of himself.
Darling, get this idiot out of here. This is a trick.
Why not also tell him who your real boyfriend is, baby?
Why, you lousy... You should have learned a little from what happened to that skunk Mancini. Now go on back to him and tell him if he tries anything else like this, I'll go over him again. Right from the beginning.
My. Aren't we spunky tonight? Now, look, Schiller, I want you to listen, and I haven't got all night. There's a guy downstairs who was sent out to see that nobody interfered while you played perfect pigeon. It was you who risked getting plugged when you went in after those letters. I want you were sucker enough not to read. Now it's you who's in a big jam with the police. And what's more, I found out that guy is one of Ross Harlan's boys.
Oh, you liar, get out of here. Oh, Jack, make him go away, please.
Wait a minute. What's Ross Harlan got to do with this?
Nothing.
Nothing, Hal. They 10-1 those letters were written by Harlan, not Dreamboat here. And that they set him up for a squeeze and have nothing whatever to do with their dubious career as a singer. You got any sense, Schiller? Read one.
Jack, you gave me your word. Oh, don't be a child, darling. Can't you see what he's trying to do to us?
Just take one look at one signature, Jackson. If I'm wrong, you can split my other lip.
No, Jack, don't.
Get the letters, Peggy. At least I'm going to know who wrote them.
All right. If that's the way you want it, Jack, that's the way it'll be.
Jack, my gun!
Don't move, either one of you. Drop it, Jack. I mean it.
Peggy, what are you doing?
Drop that gun. Well, mister, you sure wrecked a lovely setup. Why, I don't know. But it won't do you any good. I'm leaving, and I'm taking these letters with me.
And it's true what he said.
Of course it's true, all of it. These letters were written by Ross Harlan back when Mancini was his partner, and they're loaded. With them, Mancini could cut himself in for half of every cent Ross had. And Ross couldn't trust anyone but me to get them back for him. Stay where you are. Don't feel too bad, Jackie boy. You have to live to learn. Maybe you won't be a dope all your life.
Peggy,
let her go.
Oh, shut up. You were right, so you made your point. Now, whatever your reason was, get it out of here and leave me alone.
No. I haven't been monkeying in your corny affairs just for laughs, Sonny. I was hired to find you by Doc Tallman.
Doc Tallman? Oh, that nosy old goat. Why?
Your father's in town. He's had a heart attack, a bad one.
My father?
Yeah. He wants to see you. I told Doc Tallman I'd bring you back, and that's what I'm going to do regardless. Now get going.
Oh, Phil, come in.
I finally got Jack, Doc. Here he is.
Hello, Doctor. Where's my father?
Back in the bedroom. But...
I'll go right in and see him.
Jack.
What? What is it? What's the matter?
Jack, your father's dead. He passed away 20 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc.
Dead? Oh, Pop.
Pop. Here, my boy. Sit down.
20 minutes. Just about the time it took to beat a chiseler out of a bunch of letters and argue with a cheap, two-timing blonde.
Try to get hold of yourself, my boy. We knew you'd have come if you could have. Your father's last thoughts were of you, son. He was very proud of you.
Don't, Doc, please.
I'll run along, Doc. I got a phone call to make.
Oh, wait a minute, Marlowe.
Huh?
You can't leave now with Pop dead. I don't know what happened to me these last few weeks. I can't understand how I got in so deep. She had me, I guess. I'd have done anything she asked.
You're not the first guy that's happened to. I doubt that you'll be the last.
Yeah, but I've got to square myself now. I've got to. And I want to start with the police.
You really mean that?
I never meant anything more in my life. I'm not really a wise guy, honest.
So what's this about the police?
I'm in a jam, Dr. Tallman, a pretty bad one. Because
you got too much nerve and too much energy. All you need is the right place to spend them. That gives me an idea. Is Jack your real name?
No, it's really Jakob, like my old man's.
Oh. Doc, where's that plane reservation for Jacob Schiller?
Here. I have it right here.
Wait a minute. You mean...
Yeah, you're catching that plane. With luck, you may make it all the way.
Oh, but you're letting me go, Marlowe. You'll be in a jam yourself.
Well, I think I know a pair of strong shoulders I can dump the responsibility onto. Let's go, kid.
Flight 17 to New York, now loading at gate 5. Flight 17.
Well, that's the story to hear, Matthews.
Just whose shoulders did you have in mind in that responsibility business?
You're wearing them, you lug. Yeah. Oh, give me that napkin, will you?
Yeah, here. Hey, just tell me something else to make it all nice and tight. That turkey neck character, how did you know he worked for Ross Harlan?
Oh, well, when I slugged him in back of Peggy Grant's apartment house, a lot of junk fell out of his pocket, including a pair of keys on a chain. One had a round head, the other one was square.
Oh, duplicates of that set that opened Harlan's double-locked office, huh?
Uh-huh. Tight enough, Lieutenant?
Yeah, tight enough.
Last call for Flight 17 to New York, now loading at gate 5.
They just called a New York flight, Phil.
Yeah. Last call.
Yeah. You know, I hear they're doing great things over there in Israel.
Yeah?
Building farms right out of the desert land, that kind of stuff.
That's right. They can use all the help they can get, I understand.
I was raised on a farm, did you know? Keeps you so busy you don't have time to get in trouble. Hey, Marlowe. Sit down. I'll buy you another cup of coffee.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Thanks a lot. We watched the plane take off, swing in heavy, thundering grace, and head east. I guess we were both thinking the same thing. Two Jacob Schillers were on their way to the fulfillment of a promise. The old and the new promised land.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were Jack Edwards, June Foray, Larry Dobkin, Harold Deerenforth, Jack Crucian, Lynn Allen, and Stan Waxman. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. Next week, Philip Marlowe will be heard on Friday evening, so we invite you to be with us next week on Friday when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I found an old friend in the morgue. Watched a man with a burned hand die in a quiet garden, and listened to a pathetic killer give up. All because a little glass donkey came to town.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time, a platinum wristwatch, a body on a lonely strip of beach, and a case of heart failure in a Beverly Hills garage, all added up to blackmail, 25 years old, and a killer who would never be caught. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. In just a moment, tonight's story. But first, a message from the Ford Dealers of America.
The whole country's talking about the great 1950 Ford. Listen to what Mr. Carl Moore of Kingston, Pennsylvania, one of more than 420,000 delighted owners, says about his new Ford.
I leave my car out on the street a lot in winter, but you'd never know it to look at my 50 Ford's paint job. It's still as new-looking as when I bought it. I'll never stop wondering how Ford can sell a car that stands up so well for so little money. And speaking of getting a lot for little money, my Ford gives me up to 22 miles to a gallon of gas.
Yes, it's hard for Ford owners to keep the good news to themselves. The news about the economy of the big new Ford. From its low initial price to its high resale value. From its low cost of maintenance to its thrift on gas and oil. Ford is a real economy buy. But prove it for yourself. Your neighborhood Ford dealer has the facts on Ford economy, and he'll be glad to have you test drive the big 1950 Ford in your own way.
And now we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Anniversary Gift.
We turn left at the next corner, cabby.
Okay. Boy, this Beverly Hills in a sunny afternoon is really something, ain't it?
Yeah.
Wide streets, classy homes. Boy, these jokers got it made. Some life. Nothing ever gets to them to bother them except the income tax, maybe. Yep. Here it is, mister. 8834 Beverly Road. What a joint.
Yeah. Wait for me, huh?
Sure, mister.
The door was answered by a girl of about 16, a tall, slender girl with dark eyes, too deep for her years.
Oh, come in, won't you? I believe Dad's expecting you.
She led me across a living room as dignified as the lobby of a bank to a door that she opened.
If you'll wait here in the library, I'll tell Dad you've come.
The library of Stanley Towner, my new client, was as somber as his living room, except for one thing. Over a fireplace that half filled one wall was a life-size portrait of a woman, a most beautiful woman. Could have been a painting of what the girl who had just left would look like in another 25 years. I was still staring at the picture when Stanley Towner came in.
That's a portrait of Margaret, my wife. We lost her 1 week ago today.
I'm sorry, Mr. Towner.
Well, we'd been expecting it for over a year. The doctors had warned us, but even when you're braced for a blow like that,
Yes, I know what you mean.
It was her heart, Marlowe. She was coming home from a shopping trip in Westwood last Tuesday evening when it happened. She had her own car and was just pulling into the garage here when the attack seized her. Catherine, my daughter, and I both heard her car hit the garage wall. We ran out and found her. The doctor did everything possible, but Wednesday morning she was dead. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Mr. Towner.
I must tell you all this because the reason I called you here has to do with Margaret's death.
I don't understand.
I've got to get Margaret's watch back.
A what? A watch?
Yes, a wristwatch. It's, well, I'll try to explain. I loved my wife very deeply, Marlowe. Now that I've lost her, the most important thing in the world to me is the preservation of her memory. Can you understand that?
Well, it's natural that you'd cling to things that remind you of her, Mr. Towner. Now what about the watch?
It's lost. Somewhere in Camino Beach. You know where that is?
Yes, a few miles below Redondo.
Yes, that's right. The day Margaret died, I had taken her watch with me to have it repaired. I went down the coast on some business, and on the way back I stopped at Camino Beach for lunch. A place called the Trade Winds.
You had the watch with you when you went in?
Yes, in my overcoat pocket. I came out, got in my car, and was halfway back to my office before I realized it was gone. I've got to get it back, Marlowe.
How much is it worth?
In cash, about $500, but to me, now, it's worth 20 times that.
What's the watch like?
It's a Benris, platinum, and set with emeralds.
Mm-hmm.
I gave it to Margaret on our 20th wedding anniversary. There's an inscription on the back to Margaret from Stanley with eternal love. I know that watch is somewhere in Camino Beach. Can you find it and bring it back here to me?
There's nothing more you can tell me?
Unfortunately, that's all there is.
I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee a thing. The cabbie waiting outside drove me back to the gas station on Wilshire, where I picked up my own car, fresh off the grease rack, and headed for the ocean and the sunset. It was getting dark by the time I reached Camino Beach, a rickety, salt-caked little town jumbled in between the highway and the surf. Well, my first stop was the Trade Winds Cafe, a waterfront shack on spindly legs standing knee-deep in a smelly backwash. It only took 10 minutes to find that there was nothing there for me. After that, I drew a blank at each of the 3 hock shops in town. Wound up an hour and a half later, no farther than the sidewalk curb, where I watched a traffic cop brand my tire with his parking marker, plant a heavy foot on my bumper to steady his bike, and light a cigarette.
Hiya. Is your car?
Yeah. What is it? Am I overparked?
Nope, not yet. Just borrowing your bumper a minute. Mine?
Of course not. Got a lot of scratches already. Say, that's a fancy chalk label you put on the side of that tire there. Z, the mark of Zorro, huh?
No, the mark of Ziegler. That's me. Just a little thing I worked out to add a personal touch to my business. You're a stranger around here, aren't you?
Yeah, from L.A.
Uh-huh. Saw you coming out of the pawn shop there. You don't look like the type.
Well, I'm not, as long as my luck holds. Actually, a friend of mine lost a wristwatch here in town. I'm trying to locate it.
Pretty good watch, is it?
Yeah, good enough. The really tough part is that it has a very big sentimental value. I've tried all 3 of the pawn shops in town, but no dice.
You know, if I had a friend who'd lost a good watch, I think I'd check in at Sean's bicycle shop on 3rd Street.
Well, thanks a lot, Ziegler.
Don't mention it. Oh, incidentally, I wouldn't bother to tell him who sent me down if I was you. So long.
Hello. Hello, anybody there? Hello, Sean?
What do you want? I'm closed for the night.
I'm, interested in a lady's wristwatch, Mr. Sean.
Are you now? And just how does that bring you to a bicycle shop?
Look, we both know your offense, so let's not waste time on that. The
Well.
watch I'm after is platinum set with emeralds and has an inscription on the back. To Margaret from Stanley with eternal love.
A bright sentiment, I'm sure.
Have you seen the watch?
No.
Look, Sean, either I beat your tongue as limber as a St. Bernard's ears, or you accept this $20 in exchange for some straight information. Peacefully. Now take your choice and take it fast.
$20. What kind of a choice is that? But I don't have the watch, Bucko.
But you have seen it.
Oh, yes. 5-6 days ago, a fella brought that watch in here, wanted to know what it was worth. I said $500. He laughed in my face.
Who was this guy?
You mentioned something about $20.
Oh, yes. Here. All right, now give.
Yeah, that's better. His name is Chip Menashe. In summers, he works in the concessions in the pier. In winters, he's nothing more than a beachcomber. Lives in a little room out on the pier behind the shooting gallery, and that bucko is your $20 worth.
It had better be, Shane, or I'll be back for my change. The amusement pier was deserted. When I finally found the one-room shack tacked on behind the shooting gallery, it was dark and quiet. I knocked once, got no answer. So I pushed a wad of rags out of a broken pane of glass in the door, reached inside, and unsnapped the lock and went in. With the light from the one naked overhead bulb, I started through the room. On a packing crate that passed for a dresser, I found a week-old newspaper clipping that said the body of one Leon Stice of Camino had been found on an isolated beach Wednesday morning, shot in the chest. No apparent reason. Stice was survived by his wife, Nancy, of 320 Front Street. I got real busy wondering why a bum like Chip Menashe saved old newspaper clippings of murder stories when a noise outside turned me toward the open door.
What are you doing in my place?
You weren't home, so I came in to wait.
You a cop or something?
No, I'm no cop, Menashe. The name's Marlowe.
Huh?
Maybe we can do business. Sit down.
I don't get you.
I collect old watches. A mutual friend sent me, Menashe.
Yeah?
I'm interested in ladies' watches, particularly. Maybe something in platinum with emeralds.
Okay, Pally, what's the proposition?
Nothing until I see the merchandise. Now, how about putting it on display, huh?
I can't hear you, Pally.
Come on now. Where's the watch?
Don't rush me, mister. Don't rush me. It'll get you nowheres.
All right. Make me a proposition.
10 grand?
10,000?
Uh-huh.
You must be out of your mind.
Yeah, we'll see who's out of their minds. That's a very valuable watch. Maybe you better get out of here and add it all up again.
Yeah, maybe I'd better at that. But, Menashe, don't go away, because I'll be back.
I won't go away. I know when I'm sitting on top of the pile.
As I walked away, a hunch kept whispering to me that the body of a guy named Leon Stice, found on a lonely beach, was somehow tied in. So I decided to pay a call on his widow. I drove down Front Street to number 320, but there was nobody home. As a matter of fact, the only sign of life on the entire block was a red neon pelican in a blue neon martini glass above the door of a bar across the street. So I walked over and went in. A couple of questions later, I found Nancy Stice sitting alone in the back. The offer to buy a drink was the only introduction I needed.
Sure. You can buy me a drink. Hey, Charlie.
Okay, Nancy.
I'm an old friend of your husband's, Nancy. I just heard.
That louse didn't have no friends.
Yeah, Nancy. Something for you, mister?
No. Here, keep
Thanks.
it.
Mud in your eye. Nah. I got nothing against Leon Stice, except 25 years of living with him in a Camino Beach rat hole on nothing. That's all.
Any idea why he was killed?
For the role he was carrying.
Well, after what you just said, that makes no sense.
That's the way it was. And I didn't get one red cent of it. It was all gone when they found him.
Did you tell the cops he had money on him?
Nah. I hate cops.
Yeah, sure. Where did Leon get this dough?
He told me he ran into an old acquaintance who was staking him. Some guy named Martin Vogel who used to live here in Camino Beach years ago.
Martin Vogel was staking him? To what?
Leon said him and Vogel was going in business together. The cash was in advance. Oh, sure, he was going to be such a big shot.
What kind of business, Nancy?
Just between you and me, the only business that crummy mind of his would work on was blackmail. Take it from me. Now, how about another drink for his grief-stricken widow, huh?
I'll leave $1 on the bar on my way out.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a brief message from the Ford Dealers of America.
From coast to coast, Ford owners agree the big new Ford brings you more for your money. More in comfort, more in performance, and more in economy. But only through personal experience can you appreciate the restful ease of Ford's famous midship ride and the luxurious comfort of Ford's non-sag foam rubber cushion front seat. Only by driving this great car can you enjoy its smooth power and solid roadability. And only by getting the facts about Ford's economy can you understand that so powerful, so smooth riding, and so beautiful a car can cost so little to buy, to run, and to maintain. But see, hear, and feel how much the new Ford gives you. Find out how much it saves you. Yes, before you buy any car at any price, it will pay you to stop by your local Ford dealers. Take the wheel of the 100 horsepower V8 or its companion in quality, the 95 horsepower 6. Once you've driven it, you'll agree. The new Ford is the one truly fine car in the low-price field.
Now we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Anniversary Gift.
I left the Pelican Club, got into my car, and started for the local law on the chance that I could learn something more about the new question mark I'd picked up named Martin Vogel. 10 minutes later, I parked my car under the cracked globe that oozed sick purple light over a weather-beaten sign, Camino Beach Police. A fat sergeant huddled over what could have been the original teletype machine. When I'd presented my credentials, he jabbed a fat finger at a dirty glass door marked Captain Elvin Bush, Chief of Detectives. Inside, a small old man, neat in a clean white shirt, groomed silver hair, and a gentle smile, was strapping on a shoulder holster when I put my license on his desk. When I stopped talking, he got up and extended an almost delicate hand.
I certainly hope we can help you, Mr. Marlowe. Martin Vogel, you say?
Yes, it might have been a long time ago, Captain, maybe even 25 years, if he was mixed up with the police at all. Do your records go back that far?
Oh, yes, by the apple crate load. And I mean that literally, Mr. Marlowe. You see, in Camino Beach, police files, fixtures, and furniture are somewhat lacking. City appropriations only go where they show. Public bird baths, statues of the mayor. Oh, here. This bottom crate here. Marked, let's see.
1921 to 1930.
Figure he was arrested along in there, this Vogel?
Yeah, if he was arrested. Yeah, it's dusty, isn't it?
Well, the cards are alphabetical.
Yeah. And let's see. Riker, Rooney, Stemple.
By the way, Mr. Marlowe, what's your angle?
I'm not sure, Captain. Svensson, Underley, Utterman, Van. Vogel. Martin.
Got it, eh?
Yeah, picture and all.
Bring it over here in the light.
Yeah. Martin Vogel arrested Camino Beach Hotel, May 28, 1923, on warrant from Chicago, Illinois police. Returned to Chicago, sentenced to 5 years in state penitentiary for embezzlement. Arresting officer, Patrolman Elvin Bush.
Picked him up myself, did I? Well, I've locked up a lot of people in the last 35 years.
Yeah, I guess you have it. Holy smokes.
Huh?
What? That can't be.
What is it, Mr. Marlowe? You look kind of pale.
There was no mistaking it. The time-yellowed picture of Martin Vogel made it plain. Vogel and my client, the distinguished Mr. Stanley Towner, were one and the same. That meant that Towner had lied to me, and more important, had no doubt killed Leon Stice, who was blackmailing him because he knew he was Vogel. I left Captain Bush, piled into my car, and pointed it back for the amusement pier, where one way or another I was going to get Chip Menashe to fill in a few remaining blanks for me.
Yeah, who is it?
Marlowe, Menashe. I want to talk business.
Okay, Marlowe. Looks like I doped it right. I thought you'd come back.
All right. Now get up. And listen hard. I want the watch and the story that comes with it.
I told you my price. It's still 10 grand.
You're bluffing, Menashe. You know the watch means money, but you don't know why.
Yeah, Mr. Weisenheim?
All right, now come on, talk.
Okay, quit. I'll tell you what you want. I took the watch from Leon Stice. I found him dead on the beach. It was clenched in his fist.
And the dough you're spending?
Was in his wallet. Let me up, will you?
All right, come on. Now sit over there. Hands in your lap. School isn't out yet.
What more do you want, Marlowe?
How do you tie the watch in with Stanley Towner?
What makes you think I did?
The fact that I was sent here to Camino Beach and the fact that you were ready and waiting for somebody. Well?
Okay. I was lucky. When I read about Stice in the papers, I also just happened to read another article, an oddity, you might say, about a woman in Beverly Hills, a rich man's wife who got a heart attack in her car just she pulled into her garage. Woman called Towner, front name Margaret. Wife of a big shot broker, also called Towner, front name Stanley. I went from there. I was shrewd.
Yeah, genius. Okay, now give me the watch. Come on, let's have it.
All right, get your mitts off. Here. Now you're real happy, Muscles? Happy that you... Hey, cops. Coming this way.
Hey, Menashe! Wait a minute! By the time I got to the door, he was halfway across the boardwalk to his car. But Captain Bush and his sergeant were ready and waiting. When Menashe was next to the gun he kept in his glove compartment, the spotlight on the squad car slashed through the dark, found him, and froze him in a position.
We've got you, Menashe. You'd better quit. Menashe, do you hear me? Yeah. No, you listen, copper. Let him have it, Becker.
The windshield sprang into little pieces.
That got it. Come on, Becker. Yeah, Captain.
I waited until Captain and Becker were next to the body and had lifted it off the steering wheel. Then I moved quietly along the side of the buildings as far as the squad car. There, I turned and started back toward them. Hey, what happened? Oh, it's you, Captain.
What brings you around here, Mr. Marlowe?
A guy in town told me that somebody named Chip Menashe might give me a lead on Martin Vogel.
You won't be able to now. That's Menashe.
What?
We wanted him for a week-old stick-up murder.
Stick-up murder? That guy on the beach?
The same. Say, Becker, did you find the money on him?
Right, some $300, Captain.
Good. Well, you better call for the wagon now.
Check.
Funny thing, Mr. Marlowe. One fingerprint did it.
Oh, how's that?
Well, that guy on the beach, Leon Stice. We found his empty wallet in the sand next to him. It had an isinglass front over his driver's license with a thumbprint that wasn't his.
But was Chip Menashe's, huh?
Well, we got on to Menashe because he was spreading a lot of dough around. Today, Becker got down here and lifted one of his prints.
That cinched it, huh?
Yes, that and the shot he just threw at me.
Strictly a stick-up killer who got caught.
Marlowe, about this Martin Vogel, you still want to let it go that the Beverly Hills police are going to get in touch?
I think so. Good night, Captain Bush. The ride back to Beverly Hills was an uncomfortable hour and a half, cold and empty. I was glad that I had things to do like stop and start and shift gears. It kept me from thinking too much about a lot of things and a lot of people I wish I'd never heard of. People like Stanley Towner, who I had every reason to be against, but who I was starting to pull for. Stanley Towner, a man who had started all over again after a single mistake made 25 years ago. A man who had fought to build good things, like a comfortable home, a marriage to a woman in a painting, a 16-year-old likeness named Catherine. But Stanley Towner, who was also a killer on a lonely stretch of beach far from home, destroying something rotten who would destroy him. A killer that nobody knew about, except me. Well, I pulled into the driveway and parked behind the car that had been Margaret's. As I got out, the light of the garage went on and the side door of the house opened. I felt almost wrong dropping my hand around the .38 in my side pocket.
Good evening, Mr. Marlowe. You have the watch?
Yeah. I had quite a tussle getting hold of it.
I imagined you would.
Menashe's dead, Mr. Towner.
Menashe? Who is Menashe, Mr. Marlowe?
The reason you hired me? The man who called you and dangled this bait? Yeah, you were right. It's a beautiful watch, Mr. Vogel.
Vogel? You know about it?
Yeah, they keep police files a long time. I know about everything. Except why you didn't go after the watch yourself.
Well, I was afraid.
Afraid to show yourself in a town where somebody might remember you, huh? The town in which you had committed a murder, is that it?
Yes, that's it exactly.
Dad, is that you down there?
Yes, dear. Me, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, why don't you come into the house? It's so late and it's chilly. You'll catch your death of cold out there.
Yes, in a while, dear. Now go back to bed.
All right. Good night, Dad.
Good night, dear.
Well, good night, Mr. Marlowe, and please make him do as I say, will you?
Yes, I will, Catherine. Good night.
Do you mind if we go along to the police at once, Mr. Marlowe? I'd rather she didn't know right now. Tomorrow's soon enough. And, can we take your car?
Yeah. The lights go off out here?
Yes. The switch is on the garage wall over there.
Okay, get in.
All right.
You know, Mr. Towner, I'm sorry about Catherine and the way she's going to be hit by this thing.
The switch is there on your right. On your right, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
It was a very nice house.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Towner, you certainly loved Margaret a lot, didn't you?
Completely, Mr. Marlowe.
And her memory, too?
Why do you ask?
Something that makes me awfully happy. Mr. Towner, you didn't kill Leon Stice.
Marlowe, What are you saying?
That you never lost your wife's watch at Camino Beach. You never had it. She lost it herself. Lost it when she struggled with Leon Stice just before she killed him for your sake. For you and Catherine and everything you've worked for.
No, Marlowe, no.
Yes, Margaret had a bad heart. She knew she didn't have long to live. Also, she knew that Stice was blackmailing you. It figures, Towner. And what also figures is that you'd rather pay for a murder that you didn't commit than to have Margaret's name soiled.
Yes, I would, and I will, because you can't prove any of this.
Correction, Mr. Towner, I can. With your wife's car there in the garage, the car in which she died on what you said was her return from Westwood.
Which it was?
No, not according to a funny little chalk mark I just saw on one tire, it wasn't. A little white Z that a policeman named Ziegler in Camino Beach makes to check on parking time. And we can go on from there. Your confession won't mean a thing.
But, Marlowe, it might. No, I guess it won't. I guess you can't hide the truth very often, can you?
No. Only once in a great while. And then, strangely enough, only when it seems like the right thing to do.
What do you mean? Why did you stop the motor?
There's one thing I haven't told you yet. The way things worked out in Camino Beach, Mr. Towner. The police there think that Menashe killed Leon Stice, and they're happy that way. They never heard of you or your wife. And I don't see why they should. No.
Yes.
I mean that nobody really knows the whole story.
Nobody except you, Marlowe.
Nobody, Mr. Towner. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Good night.
Philip Marlowe will be back in just a moment. But first, a word from the Ford Dealers of America.
Tonight, there are more than 420,000 enthusiastic 1950 Ford owners, and it seems as though most of them are talking about this car. Listen to what Judge Richmond B. Keach of Washington, D.C. has to say about his new Ford.
I was so satisfied with my 49 Ford that I decided to get a 50 as soon as they became available. I've been more than pleased with the 50. Truthfully, I see no cause to pay more when a Ford gives me all the performance, quiet, and comfort a man can ask for at such a reasonable price. The Ford is wonderfully easy to handle, particularly in traffic.
Yes, ask any Ford owner how he feels about his big new Ford, and he'll tell you it's tops for performance and for comfort. But prove it for yourself. Drop into your neighborhood Ford dealers and test drive this truly great car. You'll be amazed when you discover how little it costs to buy, to run, and to maintain. Do it tomorrow. Test drive the big new 1950 Ford.
Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I was in the country where the night should have been nothing but peace and quiet. But a pair of angry eagles changed all that. One was solid gold and too close to a battered corpse. The other weighed 160 pounds and was too quick with his fists, in or out of the ring.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, tonight starred Bill Conrad, are produced and directed by Norman McDonnell, and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, John Daner, Gene Bates, Ralph Moody, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, and Edgar Barrier. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe.
Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dark Tunnel.
So, after being hitched 1 month, Marlowe, 30 days, where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Out in the cold, and with enough unpaid bills, Marlowe, to choke an elephant. Fur coat, hat, shoes, dresses, the works. Furthermore, she tells me it's only the beginning, sweetie pie.
Yeah, well, that's tough, Louie. I'll see you, huh?
Hey, hold
I,
on. How about another scotch, Marlowe?
Oh, no,
It's only
no.
10 o'clock. One for the road on me, huh?
Now, listen,
Hey, Mike, Johnny Walker twice. Okay. Unless, of course, I'm bending your ear too much, Phil.
Oh, how could you say a thing like that? Look, Louie, I've had a long day. I want to go home. Fair enough. I'm glad I bumped into you. I'll see.
You drive west, don't you?
Yeah.
Would you mind dropping me off, huh?
No, Louie, it'll be a pleasure.
Swell. Skip the drinks, Mike.
Make up your mind, will you?
Well, like I was saying, Phil, first it's her mother moving in on us, then it's both of them drinking my special stuff like it was water, then these clothes I already mentioned. So I ask myself, what'll it be next, Louie? What do I get for an answer?
All right, Louie, what do you get?
Divorce, my only out. And you get my point, huh, Marlowe?
Yeah, I get you. My car's around here in the alley, Louie.
Check. Well, now, divorce is something a guy wants to think about. Thinking guy, that is. And you know, Marlowe...
Hey, wait a minute. That's a cute little exhibition, huh?
Hey, quite a scrap.
Scrap nothing. It's a few inches short of murder and closing fast. You better break it up, Louie. Hey, Heavy.
Yeah?
Kind of a hot night for this, isn't it?
What do you want, Sonny?
I'd like to hold your coat. Seems to be cramping your style. He's in one piece.
Why, you lousy long nose.
Don't worry, I am. How do we go on, Muscles?
All right, mister. Right now he's all yours, if you can bring him to. So long, hero.
Hey, Marlowe, this kid's pleaded all right.
Yeah, come on, give me a hand, Louie. We'll get him out of here.
No.
Okay, fella. Come on. Up we go. Up on your feet.
Oh, thanks, mister.
It's all right. Do you live near here?
A couple of blocks away. The DeWitt Arms Hotel on Western near Sunset. Ooh.
Now, take it easy. Put your arm over my shoulder. We'll get you there.
Thanks.
Come on, Louie. Over to my car, huh?
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. But maybe I better skip the lift, huh? I mean, my problem, the discussion we were having, we better postpone it for a while, huh? That is...
Yeah, I know what you mean, Louie. Yeah, it'll keep. All right, kid, come on. Let's go. The DeWitt Arms on Western was one of those cheap stucco and neon sign little hotels where the lobby floor is threadbare carpet and cigarette butts. The furniture is chained in place, and there are always the usual number of John Smiths on the register. By the time we were there and in the dingy, cramped room, number 111, it was no bigger than a cell. I knew that the boy with the swollen face who leaned heavy on my shoulder was 25. Answered to Ira Clausen, and he knew that I was a private detective without a job on my hands. Then I began to learn a little more.
That slick guy in the alley, Mr. Marlowe, his name's Link. Austin Link. He runs the New Blossom Dance Land on North Hoover.
Well, what has he to do with this Julia Thayer?
Well, I'm not sure. It was the last place she worked just before she dropped out of sight a month ago. I don't think I'll need this towel anymore. I feel...
Ooh, take it easy. You better stay on your back, kid.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, Mr. Marley, I went to the New Blossom Dance Land tonight to see if I could pick up any kind of a lead on Julia. Where she went or why, anything at all.
And you found out what?
In Austin Link's office, in a desk drawer, this newspaper clipping. Mm-hmm. It's a month old, like Julia's disappearance. But otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. It was stapled to this picture of Julia. Here. Guess it was used in an ad for the dance hall or something.
Hey, she's a pretty girl, isn't she? That clipping, what's it all about?
Well, I'll read it to you. You mind closing the window first, Mr. Marlowe? I think I'd rather have it hot in here.
Yeah, I know I would. Every jerk thinks he's Valley. All right, go ahead, kid.
The headline is Faye Patillo killed in car wreck, and then mystery surrounds death of famed gangland woman.
Faye Patillo. Hollywood's glamorous first lady of crime in the rackets.
Yeah. Says she was killed late last night when her car plunged from Lookout Mountain Road at a hairpin turn. However, the police are puzzled by the fact that although the 40-year-old redhead was in her own car, she was not found at the wheel, but in the back seat where, according to the condition of the wreck, she could not have been thrown. Furthermore,
no sign of any driver dead, injured, or otherwise was or has been found. I know all about that one. Now, look, is that all you have to go on?
Well, not quite, Mr. Marlowe. There's one thing more.
What?
Just before Link caught me in his office and I ran and hid, as far as the alley where you found me,
Yeah.
I overheard him talking to someone on the phone about Julia. I have no idea who it was, but Link was very respectful, and he was given a private telephone number. A number he was to remember, not write down.
You know what it was?
Yeah. Washington 7017.
7017.
That's it, Mr. Marlowe.
It's not quite, Ira. That's only half of it.
What do you mean?
You and Julia, why you want to find out what she means to you, why you haven't gone to the police. Well?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Marlowe. If you don't mind.
Okay. Suit yourself. Well, good luck, kid. When you're on your feet again, play it a little neater, huh? You'll stay on your feet a lot longer that way.
Mr. Marlowe, wait.
Hmm?
Please. I want you to work for me. I'll tell you everything.
That's better. May help, kid. Anyway, it can't hurt.
No. Not any more than it has already. Began back home, Mr. Marlowe, a couple of years ago.
The story Ira Clausen told me I'd heard before. So had anybody who'd spent more than a weekend in Hollywood. Only the names were different. Julia Thayer had loved Ira loved Julia, all this in Cedarville, Oregon. Then the snapper. Someone says Julia is not only beautiful, but has talent. She's wasting her time in Cedarville. Julia believes this, packs her bag, scrambles for movie land, where she falls flat on her face, which isn't quite as gorgeous in Hollywood as it was in Cedarville. Then it's no dough, lots of pride. You got to eat to live, so you get a job. That was where the New Blossom Dance Land came in. And when the letters quit coming on the home front, Ira started to worry. He knew that Julia needed help.
Mr. Marlowe, and followed one lead after another.
Got as far as the alley where I collected you. Okay, kid, I think I've heard enough.
Then you'll help me?
Yeah, I'll try. Call you later.
So, your problem's a phone number, huh, Marlowe? Washington, what was it?
7017. Hey, Callahan, that's a handy book.
Newspapers need handy books, Marlowe. People clam up too much these days. I blame the movies myself.
Uh-huh.
Hey, no such animal.
It could be a new number, or didn't I mention that?
You didn't?
All right.
We'll try the supplements. Get one from the phone company every month, like a bill. Let's see. Wallace, Washington, 5,000, 6, 7, 7,000. Yep, here it is. 7017.
Good.
Address 1622 Ramona Boulevard, which would be East L.A. and Industrial. Listings Southern City's warehouse.
Ring a bell?
A cannon. Southern City's warehouse is just one of the interest of L.A.'s answer to whatever became of the big bootleggers. I mean Joe Stapp, a very smooth, very nasty man.
Yeah, this I've heard. Now tell me, Callahan, does he also happen to own the New Blossom Dance Land over on North Hoover?
He does? Now you tell me, Phil. There's a story I could use here?
Oh, no story.
Uh-huh. You know, Marlowe, it's just like I said.
People clam up.
Too much these days.
Yes, all right. Good night, Callahan. If the good gray reporter hadn't mentioned Stapp's prohibition background, I would have chalked the warehouse off as the kind of 9-to-5 place that couldn't possibly help. But on the hunch that Stapp might live in a lush penthouse atop a stockpile a la Chicago 1929 style, I pointed my car for East L.A. and the Southern City's warehouse. 20 minutes later, when I was there and saw a step-down Hudson outside and soft light oozing over the edges of the roof, I didn't regret my move. Not at least until I'd found a flat metal door and had pushed the button attached there, too. Then I began to wonder because Aladdin himself couldn't have gotten a quicker response. Nor could his genie have been any more of a mountain than the item I drew. Out of a nearby shadow, not the door.
Okay, Charlie. Lay it out nice and neat. Who are you and what do you want?
Joe Stapp. Name's Marlowe, occupation private detective, now you.
The handle's Pork. I work for Stapp and... Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Shamus is close enough to cop the stink. And I'll beat it before I start thumping on your boy Wonder and turn you into something vest pocket size.
Steady, Pork. Seems to be the trouble. Who are you, mister?
His name's Marlowe, Mr. Stapp. He's a private...
He'll answer for himself, Pork. Go ahead, Marlowe. What do you want with me? What's it about?
Fay Patilio.
Fay Patilio? Shut up, Pork. Fay Patilio is dead, Marlowe. So is conversation about her. Anything else?
Yeah, something else. Girl who used to work over at the New Blossom Dance Land, Julia Thayer. Know where she is? Why she disappeared?
No, and I don't care. Why should I?
Because you used to go places with her.
I've gone with 100 girls, Marlowe.
Ah.
Julia was no different, except for one thing. She gave me the brush. Well, good night, Marlowe. Sorry I couldn't have been more help. I won't be long.
One
Paul.
more thing, Joe. You mind telling me who Julia dropped you for?
Not at all. A pretty boy, Dean Coty. Julia thought he was better looking than a mink coat.
Where can I find him? Can you throw that in?
Surely. Forest Grove Cemetery, Marlowe.
Oh?
He was burned to death in an accident at some cottage, poor boy. Well, good night, Marlowe. Pork here will walk with you as far as your car.
That's real friendly.
Let's go, Charlie, and no funny business.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Pork. You got height, weight, reach, and artillery on me.
Yeah, and I'll gladly use them all. That your buggy there?
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's been a nice stroll, Porky.
Charming. Just so it stays that way, Charlie, remember to keep away from here, huh? Here, the dance land, and the Silver Lake spot.
The Silver Lake, huh? Yeah, Porky, I'll remember. Every word of it.
City desk. Callahan, go ahead.
Marlowe again, Callahan. Now listen, on Joe's staff, does the Silver Lake spot mean anything to you?
It does.
Yeah?
It's on the north end of Silver Lake Road, Marlowe, overlooks the reservoir. Staff built it as a nightclub, mountain lodge style, about, 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When it didn't go, he converted it into a private home. Or I should say, a cozy place to take the cuties for that one drink.
I know what you mean. Good night, Callahan. The Silver Lake Reservoir was only a mile off Lower Sunset Boulevard, but the setting could have been a street in Switzerland. The lodge Callahan told me about stood out among the neat little chalets that skirted the water's edge like a Sherman tank in Toyland. Also, it was showing light from a screened-in porch. So when I was out of my car across a shaky rustic bridge that spanned the promise of a creek and moving up close, I didn't have any trouble spotting the girl I saw inside talking earnestly into a telephone as Julia Thayer, by build, size, and color of hair. About the face, I couldn't say. It wore a hat that sported enough veil and mosquito-proof twin beds.
Oh, well, that's different. The tunnel. All right, I'll wait there. Yes, as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Hello, Julia.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quite a bit, honey. But for a starter, let's say that I'm a private detective named Marlowe, working for a guy who's worried sick about you. Ira Clausen.
Ira Clausen? Who's that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but maybe he's the world's greatest sucker. Now, let's level, baby. It's getting late for guessing games, huh?
I'll say it is. Oh, what's the use? What do you want to know, Mr. Marlowe?
Too much to chat about here. The owner's no friend of mine. Come on, we'll take my car.
All right, whatever you say. I'm tired of running.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Will you take my arm, please? This darn bridge scares me silly.
Oh, sure. Just watch your heels on those loose planks, huh? You okay?
Uh-huh. I think I'm going to be just fine, Mr. Marlowe.
It was all the lead she needed because by the time I'd crawled out of the inch-deep, inch-wide river and was back up on the road, Julia Thayer was in her car away fast as far as Sunset Boulevard. So I went to the phone back in the lodge and got through to my client at DeWitt Arms Hotel and brought him up to date in a hurry, including the latest question mark.
The tunnel? Well, of course I've heard of it, Mr. Marlowe. Matter of fact, I've been there. Why?
Well, it's where Julia's heading right now. Now, what's the location of it, Ira? Ira!
I'm still here, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. You sound real different. I don't get it. What's up?
Very personal business, Mr. Marlowe. You see, I'm Ira Coty, not Clausen.
Dean Coty's
brother, Mr. Marlowe. Brother who's out to get the girl responsible for his burning to death. Julia Thayer, the cheap scum.
So Marlowe played patsy. Oregon, the boy-girl pitch. You made it all up.
Every bit of it. Mr. Marlowe, before I needed your help. Now I don't anymore. Get lost.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there will be 4 more amateur songwriters on hand, and one of them will sell his songs for nationwide plugging and distribution when Songs for Sale comes along tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Songs for Sale gives these new songwriters a great chance. Their songs are judged by a panel of experts. Their music is sung by Rosemary Clooney and Richard Hayes. They're made to feel at home under the guidance of the experienced showman, Jan Murray. For an hour of fascinating fun behind the scenes of Tin Pan Alley, here's Songs for Sale tonight and every Friday on CBS. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dark Tunnel.
I stood there for a minute after Ira Cody hung up and tried to figure my next move, while the phone in my hand quietly buzzed sucker. A pair of haywire lives was scheduled for a smash-up, and I'd let myself get mixed up right in the middle. Now my only chance to do something about it was to find out fast what was meant by the tunnel. I started out of the place, but only got as far as the front door.
You going somewhere, cutie?
That rod makes you 6 feet taller, doesn't it, Porky, huh?
I don't like you, Charlie. You played a dirty trick on me.
Trick? What are you talking about?
When I slipped and mentioned Silver Lake, it made Mr. Stapp mad at me, and I don't want Mr. Stapp mad at me.
That I can understand. Now, look, you feel like talking this out?
No.
Oh, listen, you dumb ape. It's for your own good. Something's going to happen tonight that'll make your boss a lot madder than he is now. I'm the only one who...
You're just trying to trick me again, but it won't work. Not this time. First, we lift your gun. Now, get going. We'll take your car.
Porky, you're going to hate yourself for this in the morning when Stapp finds out?
I doubt it. You see, Charlie, it's his idea. Now get going. Over there, Marlowe, the big door.
I don't suppose Stapp would bother to tell you why he wanted to see me, would he, Porky, huh?
No. That's none of my business. Yet.
What do you mean by yet?
Oh, he might want you to tell him something you might not want to. Then it's my business, Charlie. Go on, open it up. That's enough. Inside.
Well. Real genuine warehouse, huh? Chains, tackle, even a hand truck. Well oiled, too. Don't tell me your boss is going legit.
Never mind that junk. Just stand right there. It'll like it. This crazy door locked.
Here, Pork, try something heavier. Like this truck.
Ow! My leg! Why, you...
Now it's your chin. Good night, Charlie. I fished my own gun out of Pork's pocket, tossed his .45 off in a dark corner, and rolled the Hulk himself out of sight behind a stack of crates. Then I went over to an elevator in the corner. On the way into the warehouse, the light I'd seen earlier from the roof was still there, so I decided to try the penthouse. I walked quietly down a thick carpeted hall to the only door. When I knocked, it was with the barrel of my .38.
Come in. Well, hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you. A gun? Hey, how come... Pork? Pork!
Save it, Joe.
Oh, that dumb cluck.
Yeah, big wheel like Joe Stapp ought to afford better help. Now, I'm holding the gun, so I'll ask the questions. What and where is the tunnel?
A tunnel is a hole, Marlowe, usually in the ground.
Deliver, Joe. It's got a lot to do with your girlfriend, Julia.
Julia? Oh, that's a hot one. I went to all this trouble to haul you in here for the same reason. Then I'll put down the gun and let's talk. It makes me nervous.
I'm not interested in your nerves. I'm interested in your talk.
All right. Now, you've got a long nose, Marlowe, and poking it around, you might find out enough to get real curious and call in the cops. That I can't afford.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to level with you, tell you what you want to know, just so you'll lay off. Got a deal?
I'll let you know.
All right. You wanted to know about Julia. Yeah. Nothing like Julia Thayer ever happened in my life before. Most beautiful thing I ever saw. Sweet and soft, made me ashamed of myself.
Somehow I don't hear violins.
Marlowe, I'd have done anything Julia asked me to. And all she ever asked of me was to give her up.
For Dean Cody?
Yeah, Dean Cody. Young physique that wasn't all wasteland like this. A handsome face that of a boiled lobster like mine is. She was crazy about him, fascinated, and I didn't blame her. Until I found out he had the morals of a rattlesnake.
Keep talking.
Cody was rotten, Marlowe. Dirty, clear through. Cheating on Julia every time she turned around. I couldn't stand it. I tried to tell her.
Only made her hate you, huh? Look, Stapp, so far this is no better than a serial and torrid romances. The point.
I'm getting to it, Marlowe. One night I thought I could convince her, because Cody had a date with Faye Patilio. I don't have to tell you, she was the lowest thing in town. They were going to a spot up on Lookout Mountain, so I told Julia. She went up there and waited. They showed, all right. Both loaded. She saw him take that dive off that hairpin turn.
Once you got down to them, they were both dead.
Wait a minute. You told me Dean Cody was burned in the cottage.
Sure. That's what I'm still telling you. Julia was so far gone over that louse, she pulled his body out of that wreck, hauled it all the way down to that cottage at Malibu, and then set fire to the place.
So the world would never know he's going with a tramp like Fay Patillo, huh?
Yes. How'd you like to have that kind of loyalty on your side, Farmer, huh? Anyway, after Cody was gone...
Cody's young brother's in town, Step. He thinks Julia's responsible for Dean's death, and he's going to kill her.
What?
They're scheduled to meet at that tunnel I asked you about. Now, where is it? Step, I asked you.
I heard you. Tunnel's an old abandoned underpass in back of the New Blossom. But we're not going there, Marlowe. We're going to sit tight and let it play as is.
Are you nuts?
Not anymore. Julia was out of her head that night. Something went wrong when she started that fire. She got caught in it herself, Marlowe.
You mean she was burned?
Yeah. Her face. It's bad. She'll never be right again, no matter how much plastic surgery.
Yeah, but there's no reason to let her be murdered.
That's a matter of definition. You see, Julia's still in love with the memory of Dean Cody, Marlowe, so we'll just forget it and let it play itself out.
We'll forget nothing. I got the gun, Step.
But you're going to drop it, aren't you? Otherwise, I'll have to drop you.
Oh, fine. I remember you, Austin Link, Knuckles, in an alley.
Drop it. That's right, Nosy. What's the word, Joe?
Get him out of here, Link. Get him out of my sight. I don't care where you go.
Come on, Slick. Let's go.
Just sit on him for a few hours. We'll talk it over then.
Link was a professional. He stayed exactly far enough behind me to be always out of reach, but always close enough to keep me under control. All the way down in the elevator, I watched for a chance that never turned up. And as I rounded a corner and headed for the big door again, I glanced at the stack of crates. Pork had come too. He was on his feet behind them, a heavy steel pulley block in one hand, his face a stupid mask of blind hate. He slammed the block at me with everything he had.
I'll kill you!
I dropped to the floor and heard the thing connect behind me. It had caught Link dead center. He fell like a bag of sand. Before Pork realized what had happened, I charged the stack of crates through my shoulder against it. Made it to the door and out in one dash. My car was sitting where I'd left it. I heaved a sigh of relief and piled in. 10 minutes later, I pulled up at the New Blossom dance land. It was just closing. I ran along the side of the building to the back where a yellow light above the rear door cast an out-of-place halo over... Oh, no.
Hey, you! What are you doing back here? This is for employees only.
Yeah, well, I'm employed. Listen, do you know where the tunnel is?
The which?
I can see what you mean. The tunnel. It's an old underpass. There's an entrance to it back here someplace.
Oh, that, sure. See the light over there?
Yeah.
In that little cement house?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Steps lead down inside. But why? Nobody ever uses that anymore.
Well, I tell you, I got a date in there with a couple of screwballs.
Oh, well, you'll be right at home. Good night, dearie.
A baker's dozen steps led down into the thick darkness littered with newspapers, weeds, and wine bottles, all long dead. As I eased down inside, I heard voices, low and tense, amplified by the rolling, hollow echo in the tunnel. At least I'd made it in time. When I got to the bottom, I could see the two of them silhouetted against the dim glow at the far end. I pressed my back against the wall, thought about my empty shoulder holster, and moved toward them.
And you killed him, didn't you?
You're making a mistake, Ira. A terrible mistake.
No, you killed him, all right. You and that beautiful face of yours that he couldn't resist. Why are you hiding it behind a veil? You used to be so proud of it. You killed Dean just the same as if you'd shot him. But you're not getting away with it, Julia. I'm going to square it up for him right now.
Ira!
What? Marlowe, how did you find this place?
I found plenty beside that, Ira. Give me that gun.
No, you're not going to stop me. Even if you shoot, I'll kill her first.
I don't have a gun, Ira, but I got facts. Before you shoot anybody, you better listen. Julia wasn't responsible for Dean's death. He was. Everything she's done since then has been to protect what little good there was left of his crummy reputation.
You're a liar.
I can prove it. Dean went bad, Ira, all bad. He was a low, double-crossing cheat.
You're lying!
The night he died, he was two-timing Julia. But in spite of that, she risked everything to move his body from a smashed-up car. So nobody would ever find out what really happened to him.
It's true, Ira.
Stop it! You liars, both of you! I won't let you say things like that about my brother. You don't care if he's dead, Julia. You'll do, all right? You've got the kind of beauty all the men go for. And you, Marlowe...
Shut up, you crazy punk.
Stay back. Admit you're a liar, Marlowe. Admit it or I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you along with Julia.
You'll be doing me a favor. You haven't seen my face lately, have you, Ira?
I never want to see it.
I think you better, kid.
Got a match, Marlowe?
Sure. Here.
Look, Ira.
You can't be Julia.
I was burned, Ira. It happened to me when I tried to hide the
Kind of rotten trash that Dean had been mixed up with. The only reason she did it was because she loved him, maybe more than you did. Now, come on, kid, let's have that gun. You don't want to kill anybody.
No. I don't want to kill anybody. Julia, I'm sorry.
Ira!
Let him go, Julia. The hard part's over now. He'll be all right. I'll look in on him after a while just to be sure. But, what about you, huh?
What about me? I'll be okay, Marlowe. After I've done some thinking. This shock, I think it's what I needed. Goodbye.
It's a dark tunnel, honey. Think you can find your way out alone?
Yeah? Yeah, I'll find a way out alone. One of these days.
She was gone, and I went back and climbed the stairs, out of the tunnel and into the night again. As I drove slowly home, I thought of Julia, alone in a dark, blind tunnel with no end to it. And then I thought of all the dark, blind tunnels that men stumble into. Tunnels of blind love and blind hate. Of blind submission that lets empty suits of armor conquer cities and men's minds. Tunnels of blind worry and blind greed, of blind ambition, of blind... But then I stopped because I was getting no place except into a blind alley.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bob Sweeney, Paul Dubov, David Ellis, Barney Phillips, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, Greed in a green suede dress, a diehard from Dixie and a cuckoo coin collector, added up to violent death for two, and all over $50 in Confederate money.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give in complete detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Hiding Place.
Mrs. Brown's gift shop. Oh, yes, Mr. Waltman. The bookends? Well, let me see now. That was the little Dutch figurines, wasn't it? The boy and the girl? All right, fine. Well, I'll have to... Oh, hold the line a minute, Mr. Waltman. Mr. Marlowe, you're back.
Yes, Mrs. Bryant.
Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe? Did you find Chipper?
Chipper is dead, Mrs. Bryant.
Oh.
Take it easy, Mrs. Bryant. Maybe you better sit down here.
No. I'm all right. There's a customer waiting on the phone. I'll finish that. Then I want you to tell me everything you found out about my son.
Sure.
I'll only be a moment.
As Martha Bryant went to the telephone, I braced myself for the story I had to tell her. I tried to figure some last-minute way of making hard facts a little softer for a sweet, brave, gray-haired lady who deserved a better break. The first thought about what had happened brought the whole ugly business rushing back at me again. Turned my mind back like a clock to where it had all begun yesterday morning in my office. And that same Martha Bryant, full of hope and quiet courage, had walked up to my desk, handed me a letter, and asked me to find her son.
His name is Chipper, Mr. Marlowe. Or rather, Chip, now that he's a grown man. He's 22. He left suddenly without a word 6 months ago.
Oh?
I've heard nothing until this morning when that letter there addressed to Chip came in the mail.
Postmark St. Louis Obispo. Oh, sit down, won't you, Mrs. Bryant?
Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it, but... Well, you see, it's the first indication I've had in all that time that he's even alive. Read it.
Dear Chip, it's been a long drag, but the waiting is finally over, darling. Time is now. Meet me at 11:30 Monday night at the House with the Big Wheel, signed Toby. House with the Big Wheel, what does that mean, Mrs. Bryant?
I have no idea. But for some reason it frightens me.
Oh, 11:30 Monday night. Monday night, that must be tonight. Who is this Toby?
Toby Packler. She's a very, very beautiful young woman, platinum blonde.
Oh.
Chipper believed he was in love with her, I'm afraid. Oh, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not a possessive mother. I knew I'd give Chipper up someday, only I hoped it would be to a nice, sincere girl.
Toby Packler isn't?
Well, she's much too fast. The kind who uses too much mascara and wears things like those little anklet chains they call slave bracelets. I tried to find her after Chip left, but she was gone, too.
Oh. Tell me, did you and your son argue about Toby, Mrs. Bryant?
No. I only saw her once. He knew I didn't think much of her, but that didn't drive him away, Mr. Marlowe.
What did?
Well, I've never been able to understand. After his father died, Chip became irresponsible and a little wild, perhaps, especially since I had to spend all my time running our gift shop on Ivar, but he was a good boy, really. I've tried to convince myself that he left just to prove his independence, to test his wings, you know. But now...
Now what, Mrs. Bryant?
Now I'm worried. That letter, it puzzles me. I don't like it.
Well, it may mean nothing more than you're getting a daughter-in-law who uses too much mascara.
I hope you're right. I want Chip to be happy, to settle down. I want to turn my business over to him, and... Will you try to locate him for me? Here, I have his picture here in my wallet. See?
Say, Chip looks a lot like his mother, doesn't he?
Yes. Please find out if my son is all right.
Sure. I'll do my best. From my office window, I watched her leave the building. Saw her stop politely and answer a question for an oily sidewalk passerby in a black pinstripe suit. Then move quietly on down the street toward her shop on Ivar. A neat, gentle, very lonely woman. I hoped I'd find a happy story for her in San Luis Obispo. She had one coming. I was still hoping 5 hours later when I pulled into a mobile gas station in the little town at the foot of the Santa Lucia Mountains, 200 miles up the coast. I filled up, asked a few questions, and found out that there were only 4 good hotels, 5 not so good, and 2 or 3 dozen motor courts, and that ran the gamut. So even with nothing but the name Toby to go on, the job wasn't completely impossible. By the time I'd worked my way down into the motor courts, the sun was sneaking off between the rocky hills toward the ocean, and I was still collecting negative answers. Until I tried a mirrored neon combination bar, restaurant, and motel called Pinky's on the north edge of town.
Sorry, mister. No Toby Packler registered here.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure? She's a lovely platinum blonde about...
About what?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Skip it, Pinky. Maybe this is better. When I glanced across the lobby at the bar, I'd caught a man watching me. He was the same oily character in a black pinstripe suit that I'd seen stop Mrs. Bryant on the street outside my office back in L.A. He ducked away, and I beat it into a bar. Just in time to see him slip out a side door, so I followed him. Outside, a gravel path wormed through a grove of dejected pepper trees, wound up in a lonely walled patio, and when I got there, Oily was out of sight. The reason was simple. The nose of his gun in my back said he was behind me.
Don't move, Marlowe.
Well, name and all.
Yeah, sure. I've been tailing you every inch of the way since old lady Bryant went to see you this morning.
What's the connection, Oily?
Exactly 6 long months of watching and waiting.
For what?
For a move you 2 skunks would have to make sometime. And from the way you've been working, you don't know enough to do yourself any good or me any harm. So take some advice. Go back to L.A. Leave it alone.
Leave what alone?
That's none of your business, people. I'll take over from here. But just in case you run into Chip Bryant or Toby on your way out of town, tell them from me they're not cutting Lou Race out of his share of $110,000. I'm going to get it, one way or another. And so you won't forget, use this. Oh! For a reminder.
When the brick floor of the patio finally stopped pushing, I was alone, except for my ugly thoughts. I knew I was on the right track, but from the sound of things, Chip O'Brien was much less a mama's boy than his mama believed. I made sure Lou Race was nowhere around the motel. Then I went into the bar again to see what a double scotch would do for my headache. The bartender obviously was the type who got around, so I took a chance and asked him about Toby Packler. It was no good. But when I described Toby as a beautiful platinum blonde, a girl sitting alone 2 stools down, a girl with a short, ragged, mouse-brown hair and extremely flat, misformed face, dropped her eyes and looked away. I suddenly felt very cheap. I flipped a silver buck on the bar and got up. You know, it was the kind of dumb stunt you can't apologize for. You just leave. I was halfway to my car before I realized that the girl had followed me out.
Hey, mister. Yeah, you. Just a minute.
I turned and watched her come toward me. In the garish neon light, her face was jarringly unreal, the color and texture of hard putty.
I, inside when you asked about Toby.
Yeah, I thought you had. Do you know her, Miss...
Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah, I know her. She's one of my few friends. What do you want with Toby?
Well, my name is Marlowe. I'm from L.A. I want to talk to her about a fellow named Chip Bryant. She's my only lead.
Chip Bryant.
Yeah.
She never mentioned that name to me. Anyway, you're too late, Mr. Marlowe.
What do you mean?
Toby left town this morning.
Left town? Oh, no.
She was going up north to Seattle, I think, on some kind of personal business.
Now, listen, did she ever say anything to you about a house with a big wheel, where it was, what it means?
House with a big wheel?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I guess I'm not much help. Well, good night.
Thanks anyway. Now, good night, Miss...
Palmer.
Yeah. Yeah, Palmer. Good night. As the girl walked back to the bar, the little gold chain I'd spotted around her ankle glinted in the brittle light. And it was like an echo of a memory. A slave bracelet on her was as out of place as a morning glory in a bed of toadstools. But that gave me a crazy hunch that somehow in the last 6 months, a gorgeous blonde named Toby Packler had become a drab brown head with a flat, stiff face. So I didn't chase wild geese to Seattle. Instead, I got in my car and I waited. An hour went by and it was almost dark before she finally came out again, stepped down into a sleek new convertible and drove north out of town. I followed as she turned off a neglected side road. and for 8 miles twisted through jagged rocky hills toward the mountains. Then suddenly, from the crest of a small rise, I saw what she'd been heading for. An old stone house squatting in a grove of eucalyptus trees. The girl I figured to be Toby Packler had slowed almost to a stop. I watched her creep along until she was out of sight. Then I got out of my car and I went down for a closer look. Round, brown, shingled cupolas reared proudly